Welcome to Sally Fox audiobook Fate, I Heard After Death, You Can Ascend to the Throne of Heroes? Chapter 264 to 320, The Journey's End. 2,307 words. Words, 2308. And no way. Lady Hera, are you saying? Promise's voice trembled, and he couldn't even bring himself to voice the suspicion in his heart. Seeing his shaken state, Hera simply smiled, and even revealed an expression radiating satisfaction, as though she had been waiting for this moment for a very long time. It seems you and she are truly the only ones who haven't realized it yet. Hera continued, but, child, it's been obvious for a long time. I've always been watching you, and so, naturally, I noticed how she started to change because of you. Especially, after that oracle on Mount Olympus, when you shot that arrow at her. Because from that day forward, Athena's perfect purity had been shattered by Promise's own hand. And, when you look back through history, can you name even one other man she has cared for as much as you or treated with such regard? At Hera's pointed question, Promise couldn't help but instinctively try to argue. But, Lady Hera, that's only because I'm her follower. Everything I've achieved was made possible by her guidance. Hera interrupted him with a look of exasperated affection. If that's all it was, she said softly, then why, when your story reached its perfect ending and you departed, did she look as though she had lost everything? Promise fell silent for a while, the memory of that final scene replaying vividly in his mind, Athena holding him in her arms, tears streaming down her face. After a long pause, he finally lowered his head and muttered, I never thought things would turn out this way. When I left, I told her everything. I thought that with her personality, knowing the truth would only amuse her, and she wouldn't actually feel sad because of it. And in the future, she'd find you again, right? Hera's amber eyes glimmered with a teasing light as she looked at Promise. See? Deep down in your heart, you still hoped she would find you again, didn't you? Promise didn't say anything else. He wasn't slow-witted, but for certain reasons, he had never thought in that direction before. Now, however, Hera's words had awakened him, and suddenly everything made sense. For instance, why the goddess of fate had insisted that Promise tell Athena the truth before leaving. Wait, if that's the case, you all knew, didn't you? Promise froze for a moment, realization dawning on him as he looked back at Hera. The latter's smile widened, the corners of her lips curling mischievously. She's supposed to be the wisest of all the gods, but when it comes to this, she's so clueless that even I find it cute. But, Goddess Hera, there's still one thing I don't understand. Promise hesitated, carefully choosing his words as he looked at her. Seeing his expression, Hera already understood what he wanted to ask. Yes, I don't particularly like her. In front of Promise, the noble and proud goddess showed surprising gentleness and honesty. But then again, this wasn't much of a secret. Not to mention, Athena's very existence, which was a thorn for Hera. Born of Zeus and his first wife, Metis, the original goddess of wisdom, Athena was not only powerful but also beautiful and supremely intelligent. All of this naturally fueled Hera's jealousy. And then there was the fact that Athena had caused her trouble more than once. Now, on top of it all, Athena had even stolen Hera's favorite follower. How could she possibly like her? But what can I do? She's clueless, and my adorable child is just as clueless. As she spoke, Hera's gaze softened, though there was a trace of amusement lingering as she looked at Promise. And to make my child happy, even if I don't like her, I can only endure it. Besides, to be honest, this whole thing is actually quite entertaining. The mood suddenly shifted as Hera's smile turned playful. That's why all of us chose to stay silent and tacitly agree, just to see how things would unfold between you two. To see what kind of amusing chaos might arise. When Hera said this, all of Promise's lingering doubts vanished. Because, yes, this was exactly the kind of thing they would do. Wait a moment. Promise frowned, sensing something wasn't right. Goddess Hera, you said Athena didn't realize it at first. But now, are you saying, wait? Don't tell me. Hera blinked innocently at him, but the slight upward curve of her lips betrayed her. As his mouth twitched and his increasingly flustered eyes stared at her, SHW finally said, oh, about that. I wouldn't know. Who are you trying to fool? Could you at least hide her ready-to-watch the drama unfold expression a little better? Thud. With a light tap, Hera knocked Promise on the head and spoke with a bright smile. It's impolite to be disrespectful to your goddess. Don't forget, I'm the queen of the gods. Holding his head, Promise stared at her with a sense of bleak despair. Because now, he finally understood the meaning behind Hecate's cryptic words not too long ago. No wonder she said that in the fated future she saw, he was always being strangled by the neck. When he pressed her for specifics, she only smiled mischievously and refused to elaborate. Love. So this was it, wasn't it? No matter how cautious he had been, he still hadn't seen this coming. In the end, he was bound to be strangled by the neck. The only difference was that the one holding the leash had shifted from Artemis, the moon goddess, to Athena, the goddess of wisdom. Right? Wait, no. Hold on a second. Suddenly realizing something critical, Promise didn't care about propriety anymore. Smack. Before Hera could react, he grabbed her delicate hands, bent down, and looked up at her with an expression filled with complex emotions. Ah, beautiful and gentle Queen Hera, I praise you. You are so noble, like the dawn tearing through the darkness, radiant and dazzling. Therefore, gentle goddess Hera, surely you'll protect me, won't you? Hera was stunned for a moment. Wait, let me think this through. She paused, her amber eyes narrowing slightly before a light of understanding flashed through them. Oh, I see. You're worried I'll tell Athena about seeing you here, aren't you? After all, having been Promise's goddess for so long, Hera could still follow his erratic thought process. Seeing Promise's hopeful face, his eyes shining with anticipation like a pleading kitten, Hera almost gave in. Well, if it were any other request, she'd surely have agreed without hesitation. But for this matter. Hera barely suppressed her laughter, blinked at Promise with an innocent look on her face. Oh, my dear child, so this is a part of your true nature, em? You're quite adorable, you know. But I'm sorry. It's not that I don't want to help you, but, have you forgotten something? She is the goddess of wisdom. While your little goddess of fate has been helping you, keeping something like this hidden from Athena, well, that's quite difficult. And here's another fact for you. When Promise's whole body stiffened, Hera gently pulled her hand out and couldn't help but touch his head again. The truth is, the Argos voyage was her idea in the first place. It was she who told me Jason would meet you in the future, and at the same time. It was she who informed me that I would see you today. She knew everything. After all, when Athena got serious, not even a goddess of fate could completely block her all-seeing gaze. Unless the ancient goddess of night, Nyx, intervened to shield everything, but, well, Nyx was probably off in a corner somewhere, grinning from ear to ear, eating melons and grass with Pegasus and the others. So, you mean she's been watching me this entire time? Promise's thoughts froze as he stared blankly at Hera. Now that he knew the truth, though surprised, he wasn't entirely shocked. Still, in this moment, his eyes grew vacant. Question, if Athena knew everything, why hasn't she appeared yet? Answer, it's the calm before the storm. And knowing Athena's personality, the longer she delayed her appearance, the more devastating the storm would be when it hit. Goddess Hera, perhaps. Perhaps you should all just consider me dead. Promise genuinely felt that dying might have been the better option. A few days ago, regarding the matter of Ishtar and Ereshkigal, Promise had been sneering at Hecate's words and didn't care. But now that he thought about it, it turned out that girl knew everything, so she was looking at him with pity at that IME. Promise was a little scared. He was terrified that the moment he stepped outside, Athena would be waiting for him with a sweet smile, holding a set of divine chains forged by Hephaestus herself. Then, no matter how much he struggled, she'd bind his hands and feet, slap a collar on his neck, and... Wait, no. Why is my imagination running wild? Shaking his head furiously, Promise once again turned to face Hera, who was laughing so hard she was almost in tears, and his expression became one of grievance and indignation, as he exclaimed, Goddess Hera, how can you still laugh at this? You claim I'm your favorite child, but right now, you're clearly persecuting me. But all I did was tell you the truth, Hera replied, barely containing her laughter. The situation you're in now isn't my doing, it's entirely your own making. Goddess Hera, you're not actually Hera, are you? You're Hestia in disguise. Promise accused, narrowing his eyes. Of course not. Hera turned her head slightly, a faint smirk on her face. Although, before I came here, Hestia did speak to me about this. She asked me to help her get a little revenge on you. No wonder she's this devious. Promise stared at Hera, feeling a bit speechless. His accusatory gaze, however, had no effect on the Queen of the Gods. If anything, it only made her laugh harder. And she couldn't deny that seeing Promise's helpless, about-to-cry expression, it felt as if all the resentment she had harbored up until now had been swept away instantly. Maybe she knew this would happen, that's why Hestia, the eldest sister, had come to her with this request, though Hera suspected Hestia's desire for revenge was also genuine. After all, during Promise's last prank, even the ever-gentle Hestia had been so furious that she'd seriously considered shoving Athena into the abyss. But since Hera wasn't Hestia, she eventually relented under Promise's pitiful gaze. She stopped teasing him and smiled warmly. My child, I think you've already decided where you'll go next, haven't you? Yes. Promise nodded. After a moment of hesitation, he smiled wryly and said, It's actually because of that decision that I've always been afraid you'd all be disappointed in me. That's why I wanted the old me to die in front of you back then. Because what I'm about to do is the complete opposite of what I sought before. I no longer yearn for a grand, glorious ending. Instead, I'll struggle and fight just to stay alive. Promise's next destination was Chaldea, and his motive was to stop the incineration of humanity. Such a mission was indeed the opposite of his actions during the Age of Gods in Greece. Back then, he had sought death. Now, he would fight to survive. Hearing this, Hera said nothing further. However, her gaze remained soft and gentle, filled with pride. After all, the very fact that Promise was standing before her again meant he was no longer lost. It seems this will be another long journey. As a goddess, especially the Queen of the Gods, Hera glimpsed fragments of the future the moment Promise spoke. Yes. I just hope this journey can satisfy her and ease her anger, even a little. Promise sighed heavily and spoke with a sorrowful expression. Hera chuckled and then asked with a curious smile, Now that you've set out on your new journey, when do you plan to visit your little goddess of fate? Promise looked at Hera with confusion upon hearing her words. She's special, Hera said with a meaningful smile. As long as you wish to see her, she will appear before you. Like Goddess Hecate? Promise asked reflexively. Hearing this, however, Hera froze for a moment, her amber eyes narrowing slightly in confusion. Hecate, you've already met her? Promise fell silent. He felt like he'd accidentally thrown Hecate under the bus again. Wait, again? Oh, right. Now that he thought about it, she seemed to know everything and had the unique ability to appear in the modern world without issue. Is this the privilege of being a creator of magic in the Type-Moon world? In Greek mythology, the very concept of magic was created by Hecate. Hera did not ask any further questions when she saw this, but just took note of it secretly. And what about when this journey of yours finally comes to an end? After all, every journey must eventually come to an end. Promise lifted his gaze, meeting the expectant look in Hera's eyes as he smiled and shared the conclusion he had already decided upon. When my journey truly ends, I'll let everything written in history become a reality. In Greek mythology, Promise was remembered as the god of painting. On the very first day Promise returned to the modern world, he had visited the Clock Tower's library and read about himself in the historical records. The records stated that on the day he defeated Typhon, the primordial demon king, he was elevated to the ranks of the immortal gods, embraced by all the Olympian deities. That ending was the final destination of Promise's journey. Chapter 265, The Queen of Fairy Britain, Morgan. 2,783 words. Words, 2783. 1 month had passed since the end of the Holy Grail War. At the Chaldea Security Organization, dedicated to preserving humanity's future, a short-haired girl with pink hair strolled quietly through a corridor. She was wearing a crisp white uniform, and at this time, her violet eyes, half covered by her hair, darted around as if searching for something. At that moment, ahead of her appeared two figures. One was a Chaldea staff member in standard work attire, and the other was an unfamiliar young man dressed in elegant magecraft robes. The girl glanced up slightly, intending to greet them, but then she overheard their conversation. "Hey, did you hear? I heard a new mage arrived recently. Apparently, he's a student of one of the 12 lords of the clock tower, Lord Elmeloy too." "Well, but that's not particularly surprising, is it? After all, this place was originally established by disciples of the various lords. Not to mention, the founder was the lord of the astronomy department, Animusphere, and the current director is their successor." "Ha! You're definitely new here. You clearly haven't heard the rumors about this guy. It's been circulating among us for ages now." "Oh? You don't know, do you? They say that while he is indeed a student of Lord Elmeloy too, his family had already fallen into ruin. They'd even lost their magical circuits. He was nearly expelled from the clock tower, and his entire family was on the verge of being stripped of their name. But the key point is that despite all that, Lord Elmeloy too fought tooth and nail to keep him there. And recently, it's said that he participated in a Holy Grail war in the Americas and emerged as the ultimate victor." When the Chaldean employee in work clothes said this excitedly, even the pink-haired girl who happened to hear this showed a hint of surprise on her face. After all, everyone at Chaldea was familiar with the concept of the Holy Grail War. The organization had summoned numerous heroic spirits, and it currently housed 48 master candidates. Pretty shocking, huh? A guy with no magical circuits not only got chosen by the Grail but also won the war. That's why even the A-team is so intrigued by him. And as fate would have it, Lord Elmeloy too wanted to send him here, so everything just fell into place. I think he only arrived in the past couple of days. A lot of people are planning to check out this miracle mage. Oh, by the way, I don't know your name yet. If you ever run into trouble, just come find me. I've been working here for 5 years. The staff member puffed out his chest confidently, signaling that he could be relied upon. The young man he was speaking to chuckled lightly and replied, "Thank you, Senior. My name is Promise." "Promise?" Stunned for a moment, the staff member paused, then smiled. "That's a nice name. It's funny, though, it's exactly the same as the name of the Lord's student I was just talking about." He trailed off, his words catching in his throat. As he realized something, his eyes widened, and he stared blankly at the young man before him. Even the pink-haired girl, who had been idly observing, instinctively turned her gaze toward Promise, scrutinizing him more closely. He wore a black-and-white magecraft uniform, had short black hair, a gentle smile, and eyes as clear and bright as starlit emeralds. Wait a minute, why does he look so familiar? As the girl stood frozen, trying to recall where she had seen him before, the Chaldea staff member, whose face now looked a mixture of awkwardness and embarrassment, quickly made an excuse and hurried away. Promise, however, paid no attention to the man's hasty retreat. Although he approached him at the beginning with the intention of finding someone to lead the way, he undoubtedly had a better choice now. Shifting his gaze, Promise's lips curved into a soft smile as he walked up to the pink-haired girl and greeted her gently, "Hello." The girl blinked, slightly startled saw him standing so close, and felt a bit flustered however, she managed to respond politely, "Hello." As the girl contemplated how to continue the conversation. "My name is Promise. I'm the same lucky guy that Senior was just talking about, the one who somehow survived the Holy Grail War, made it to the finals, and managed to snag the Grail by sheer luck." Hearing his playful words, the girl couldn't help but laugh. Realizing it might seem impolite, she quickly covered her mouth, her cheeks turning slightly red as she lowered her head shyly. "Hello, Senior Promise. My name is Mash." When he heard her call him Senior, Promise couldn't help but look at Mashu a few more times, and found that she was actually staring at him, with obvious confusion revealed in her blinking purple eyes. "Is something wrong?" he asked, pretending to be ignorant. But in truth, he knew exactly what was on her mind. Mash shook her head lightly but hesitated for a while before cautiously asking, Senior Promise, have we met before?" Promise didn't answer. His past experiences with gods had made him averse to lying, even in casual conversations. In fact, Mash had indeed seen him before. Before he decided to participate in the Holy Grail War, he had ridden Pegasus to this snowy mountain, finding the hidden facility of Chaldea. It was a late, snowy night when Mash, by chance, saw him atop Pegasus. At the time, Promise had been using a class card, so his hair were slightly longer and he was wearing a flawless, pure white robe. Not to mention he was sitting in fantastical Pegasus, standing tall in the midst of a blizzard. This made his entire existence seem too dreamy, as if he had walked out of a painting, so for a moment Mash was unsure whether he was dreaming at that time. Promise merely smiled at her question and shifted the topic to explain his current predicament. In fact, earlier, the Chaldea employee hadn't realized who he was, partly because Promise's arrival was a significant event for Chaldea. As someone chosen by the Grail, a master with no magic circuits, and the victor of the Holy Grail War, Promise represented unparalleled compatibility with the Grail system. Moreover, the personal involvement of Waver, who had directly communicated with Chaldea's director, Olga Marie Animusphere, elevated the importance of Promise's arrival. Incidentally, Waver's ability to locate Chaldea and draw the director's attention wasn't surprising. After all, the one person who couldn't be kept in the dark about Promise's affairs was Rhaenys Elmeloy Archazort, Waver's clever and occasionally mischievous adoptive sister. Rhaenys, the true heir to the Elmeloy lineage, was both cunning and resourceful. Because they were both heirs to the monarch, and because they have similar philosophies and were of similar age, the two were actually good friends and allies. Their relationship, however, was one of mutual sabotage and occasional cooperation, where they found amusement in each other's embarrassing moments. Unfortunately for Olga Marie, she usually ended up being the one embarrassed. All right then. Mash nodded understandingly, realizing her role as Promise's guide for the day. However, a flicker of hesitation crossed her face. Noticing it, Promise also asked gently if she was busy with something else. No, it's nothing, Mash replied, shaking her head. But after a brief pause, she added, I was just looking for Foe. I haven't seen it all day. As Mashu spoke, she described Foe's characteristics to Promise. Regarding this primate killer, one of the 7 evils of humanity, and Chaldea's mascot, how could Promise not recognize it? Thus, after pretending to listen seriously to Mash, he smiled, tilted his head, and pointed to the small creature hiding in the corner, which had been following him all along. Mash, are you talking about it? Following Promise's gaze, the latter spotted Foe and was stunned for a moment. Then, with a look of delight, she approached, picked up the non-resisting Foe, and happily said, Foe, so you were here. It followed me all the way here. Truly a curious little fellow, Promise said as he walked closer, picking up Mash's words while casting Foe a meaningful smile. Foe let out a soft cry, looked at Promise, then at Mash, and tilted its tiny head slightly as if pondering something. Finally, it simply tilted its head further, as though giving up on thinking, and closed its eyes. With that, Mash seemed to forget her earlier question and began showing Promise around Chaldea, giving a brief tour and introducing various places and people. Here we are. This is Da Vinci-san. Mashu, what brings you here today all of a sudden? As Da Vinci appeared and approached Promise, their eyes met. Da Vinci paused, stunned for a moment, her gaze lighting up before she blurted out, this handsome gentleman, may I paint your portrait? Mashu froze for a moment at Da Vinci's words, just as she was about to say something. What a coincidence. I was just thinking of painting a portrait of you as well, Promise replied. The two looked at each other for a while, then simultaneously reached out their hands, laughing in unison. Mashu blinked and exchanged a glance with Foe in her arms as both tilted their heads adorably. At that moment, someone else entered. Da Vinci-san, do you still have coffee here? I just got scolded by the director again, huh? Isn't that Mashu? And who might this young man be? The speaker, a man with short orange hair tied in a ponytail, dressed like a doctor in a white coat, was Roman Archimon. At that moment, he appeared before Promise with a miserable look on his face. When their eyes met, Roman froze for a moment, because, even if it was brief, he caught a glimpse of something complicated in Promise's beautiful eyes. Moreover, there was a sense that everything was laid bare under those clear emerald eyes, as if they saw through everything in that instant. Just as Roman was feeling confused and somewhat flustered by this and was subconsciously considered questioning it, Mash, who did not notice anything unusual, stepped forward to introduce the two. When Roman learned that this person was Promise, a student under Waver and the newcomer to Chaldea, his expression shifted and he exclaimed, "Wait a moment. What are you doing here? The director has been looking for you everywhere. She's been waiting at the entrance and just scolded all of us because she couldn't find you." Mash, startled by this, looked at Promise in confusion and said, "Promise Senpai, didn't you say the director wasn't here?" At this point, she suddenly realized something. The place where Promise had been conversing with that Chaldea staff member earlier was far from the entrance. Foe. Even Foe cried out twice as if tattling. Under everyone's gaze, Promise blinked, subtly shifted his eyes away, and said, "This place is much larger than I imagined. Truly magnificent." The other three exchanged glances. In this moment, though it was their first meeting, they felt they had begun to grasp what kind of person Promise was. Afterward, Mash led Promise to meet the director, Olga Marie, who hurried over upon receiving the news. As expected, on his very first day here, Promise was sternly scolded by his superior, Olga Marie, who wore a grim expression. Despite this, the latter still guided Promise around Chaldea afterward, introducing him to various people, including the A-team members who had been eagerly awaiting his arrival. There wasn't much worth noting about Promise's initial meeting with the A-team members. However, when someone asked Promise about the position he had applied for, even Olga Marie looked at him curiously. Promise gave an answer that no one had anticipated. Artist. He smiled, looking at the people in front of him with a hint of deeper meaning, and said, "Well, I came here to paint, but the painting isn't for now." This response made Olga Marie's face darken instantly, almost thinking that Promise was here to insult her. However, recalling the specific instructions from Rhaenys before Promise's arrival, urging her to tolerate anything he did, she held back her anger. She chose not to speak further, kept a stern face, stayed for a while longer, and then stormed off in frustration, contacting Rhaenys to vent her grievances. What she didn't expect, however, was that when Rhaenys learned of Promise's purpose in coming to Chaldea, she remained silent for a long time. Later, her tone of mockery toward Olga Marie grew even sharper. Amid the mockery, there was also a faint trace of envy. Olga Marie, however, failed to notice it. Because of this, she remained angry for quite a long time and refused to speak to Promise. Promise, of course, didn't mind at all, and less than a week, he had already formed friendly relationships with many people in Chaldea. When it came to making friends, he had become exceptionally skilled. During this period, Olga Marie, who still maintaining her stern demeanor, found time to test Promise's aptitude as a master. However, to everyone's shock and confusion, the results showed that Promise's aptitude as a master was 0. This participant in the Holy Grail War, this victor of the Holy Grail, had a master aptitude of 0. The result led everyone to doubt the reliability of the equipment. Da Vinci checked and rechecked it, and later even disassembled and reassembled the device. But the results remained the same as at the beginning. Because of this, everyone's gaze toward Promise became a bit strange. Olga Marie, in particular, vented her frustration at Rhaenys several times over the matter, but each time, she was defeated by Rhaenys' sarcastic remarks. Eventually, she completely ignored Promise. As this storm subsided, people's interest in Promise gradually calmed. Only a few individuals with sharp intuition maintained their suspicions toward him. Among them was the crown bomb Lev Laner Floros. Since their initial meeting, Lev had never appeared before Promise again. Just like that, time passed by little. About 10 days later, with Promise now having a firm foothold in Chaldea, managed to drive away the fourth beast, which had been pestering him since their first meeting. After closing the door, he walked to the window in his room, sat down, and looked at the dark world outside, where the endless blizzard raged on. A faint smile appeared on his lips as a golden heroic spirit class card manifested in his hand. However, unlike other class cards, this one was blank. This was Promise's unique golden finger. Each engraving on the card was like a chapter in history. Once completed, a new blank class card would appear in his possession. Well then, to reach the Crown Temple of Time, let the journey resume today, Promise said with a light chuckle as he gently spun the blank class card in his hand. At that moment, the world froze, then shattered like a mirror and reformed. The journey that had yet to reach its end began anew. Everything ends with the sea, and everything begins only with the sea. A shooting star streaked across the sky, turning all the land into rivers. 6 fairies became friends with a god. The 6 fairies offered joy to the god. The 6 fairies offered prayers to the god. The 6 fairies sacrificed to the god. In return, they received a blessing from the god and gained land that grew from the sea. Lost Belt. Fairy calendar year 4000, Orkney, Northern Britain. Within the kingdom ruled by the Rain clan among the 6 major fairy clans. In a dimly lit and quiet library, a slave sat alone, quietly reading a book in their hands. Clear and bright emerald eyes focused on the myths of creation recorded in the book. This was a fairy's kingdom. For humans to survive and enter a fairy-ruled kingdom, they could only do so as slaves to the fairies. Thus, in this world, all humans existed solely to entertain the fairies. Promise, who had arrived here, naturally earned his identity as a slave as well. As for his master. Promise, are you here? Suddenly, a crisp and melodious voice broke the silence of the small library. The faint glow of a lantern illuminated the dim room. When Promise instinctively raised his gaze, he saw a silver-haired, blue-eyed fairy illuminated by the lantern light, appearing before his eyes. Her name was Vivian. Of course, she could also be addressed by another title. Queen of Fairy Britain, Morgan. Chapter 266, The Present Vivian, The Future Winter Queen Morgan. 2,265 words. Words, 2265. This world was not part of true human history but a rejected fragment, a path of wrong choices and flawed trajectories that led to a dead end, discarded by the proper course of the world. In short, a lost belt. The reason Promise once again activated his Heroic Spirit class card to forge a new Heroic Spirit was quite simple. Having reached Chaldea and knowing the premise of the incineration of human order, he was well aware that one day he would inevitably face the demon king Goetia. Just as he had once said during his reunion with Hera, the queen of the gods. That day, the reason Promise sought to truly kill the heroic spirit of the ancient Greek age wasn't merely to send his mythic counterpart to the throne of heroes. It was because the promise of the age of gods was a person who pursued a grand and glorious finale, a soul wholly embracing death. But the modern Promise, now living amidst known crises, sought hope for survival. Though they were the same person, their purposes and desires were vastly different. As such, he did not know how his current self would be perceived by the gods and friends who had once adored him so deeply. Would they feel disbelief and disappointment? Thus, on that day, Promise had truly contemplated the idea of killing himself. And now, in order to continue to seek hope of survival, he had to struggle in this dangerous world and face the disasters that would emerge one after another. In many ways, this resembled his past journey where he steadily grew stronger and stronger until he was qualified to stand before Typhon, the greatest monster of Greek mythology and the progenitor of all demons. And so, Promise once again took out a blank Heroic Spirit class card, preparing to engrave a new legend. What he didn't expect was that this time, however, instead of delving into history, he had arrived in a lost belt. In this case, could lost belts, too, be engraved and lead to the throne of heroes? Theoretically, it seemed to have no problem. After all, wasn't the Castor Artoria of the Magecraft class created similarly? Besides, Promise didn't even need to ascend to the throne of heroes. He only needed to leave behind feats worthy of legend to steal their power. Thus, even in a lost belt, his purpose remained straightforward and unchanged. The same as always, with no need for alterations. Promise thought so as he contemplated his next steps. Lost Belt, the Kingdom of Fairies. In the kingdom ruled by the Rain clan, Promise, who had arrived about a week ago, quietly closed the book he was reading in the tranquil library. The book, titled Creation Myth, narrated the mythology of this lost belt. It told the tale of how this island came into existence. According to the myth, 6 fairies offered prayers and sacrifices to a deity, pleasing the god and receiving a divine blessing, a piece of new land. From there, the 6 fairy clans proliferated on the island, forming their respective nations. The Rain clan was one of these 6 clans. However, thanks to the foreknowledge granted by his identity as a transmigrator, Promise knew the truth about this lost belt, and so, he was aware that everything written in the book was a lie. The so-called prayers and sacrifices were nothing more than a bottle of poison. The blessing of land was, in reality, the corpse of the god who had died. The entire lost belt of fairy Britain was built on a foundation of lies, deception, and bloodshed. Closing the book, Promise looked up with a faint smile, his gaze falling on a woman entering the dimly lit library, holding a lantern. When he had just arrived here, he was immediately discovered by a fairy, who captured him and brought him to be sold at auction. And this young woman was the one who had ultimately paid for him and taken him away. Her name was Vivian, though she was also known as Morgan. As Vivian approached, her blue eyes fixed on the handsome young man seated by the window as she asked, "Promise, I've been calling you, why didn't you respond?" Promise didn't reply immediately. In the dim lantern light, he noticed that Vivian seemed different from her usual self today. Her once bright eyes appeared unusually dim, and her lack of life experience was evident in how her worries were written plainly across her face. What happened? Seeing this, Promise asked naturally. After a brief pause, he added with a faint smile, "My esteemed master." Hearing this, Vivian froze for a moment before glaring at Promise in a mix of irritation and reproach. In this lost belt, humans were treated as objects, pets, or slaves meant to amuse fairies. However, Vivian didn't agree with any of it. Unlike the descendants of the 6 fairy clans, she came from the inner sea of the stars, Avalon. Because of this, the fairies here referred to her as a paradise fairy. Vivian had come from the Sea of Stars with a mission. Her mission was to purge the original sins carried by the 6 primordial fairies who had killed the deity. As a paradise fairy, Vivian possessed the fairy eyes, a trait unique to her as a being of fantasy species. These eyes allowed her to discern lies and see into the depths of souls. The fairies in this lost belt, cursed by the dead deity, lacked such abilities, as they were all sinners. This was also the reason why, the moment Vivian laid eyes on Promise during his capture, she immediately decided to purchase him as her first slave. With just one glance, she was astonished to discover that Promise was a genuine human. "I told you, stop calling me master." Vivian raised her voice slightly, glaring at the smiling Promise. Then she put down her lantern and sat beside him. Resting her face on her hands, her expression quickly turned blank as her thoughts wandered elsewhere. It seemed something significant had indeed happened. Just as Promise was pondering this, he curiously considered asking her what was wrong. "Promise, you need to run." Vivian suddenly spoke, her expression a mix of emotions. "War is about to break out here, very soon, everyone in this place will die." Hearing this, Promise did not react with panic, disbelief, or confusion. Instead, he gazed at her calmly and softened his tone as he asked, "Vivian, what's going on?" The latter instinctively opened her mouth as if to answer, but the words stopped halfway, swallowed back down as she looked at Promise with a complex expression, then stood up, leaving only one sentence behind, "Run quickly. If you don't leave now, it'll be too late." And with that, she walked away without looking back. Promise did not chase after her to ask in detail, because he knew Vivian would not tell anyone. After all, they were not actually that familiar with each other and had only known each other for less than a week. But, why did he feel a strange sense of familiarity? As Promise returned the creation myth book to the shelf, he pondered the question and quickly realized the answer. Vivian's demeanor just now reminded him of himself, specifically when he had once suffered from a high fever, awakened memories of his past life, and learned many truths he had not previously known. The reaction was strikingly similar, a mix of confusion, fear, and the resolve born from newfound knowledge that brought clarity and determination to her gaze. Wait a moment. If my memory serves correctly, could it be that I am currently at the exact point in time when she has just received information from Morgan of panhuman history? Could that be what this is all about? As a transmigrator with extensive knowledge and keen observation skills, Promise quickly pieced together the situation. And as if to confirm his suspicions, when Promise left the library and returned to his somewhat cramped residence, he was greeted by a strange yet familiar sight under the moonlight streaming through the window. Seated on the windowsill, illuminated by the silver glow, was a veiled woman. "Vivian?" Promise called out in confusion, recognizing the familiar figure that looked as if she had merely changed clothes. However, the moment her gaze shifted and their eyes met as her emotionless blue eyes reflecting Promise's image, he immediately understood. She was not Vivian. She was Morgan, the future Queen of Winter, ruler of Fairy Britain for over 2,000 years. Who are you? Her veil swayed slightly. Who are you? Her veil fluttered slightly. She was sitting on the window, facing the moonlight as if looking at the moon in the distance, but now she withdrew her gaze. And she fixed those beautiful blue eyes, which seemed to be without a trace of emotion, on Promise. My memories don't include you. You shouldn't exist in this world. You couldn't exist here. Her blue eyes, reflecting the young man's figure, carried an unyielding chill as she questioned him indifferently. This Morgan was clearly from the Lost Belt, not the version from human history, the witch who resented losing everything she believed was hers and orchestrated King Arthur's death in secret. Yet regardless of whether it was the Morgan from human history or this Lost Belt, they were essentially the same person, shaped by different experiences. Even in human history, Morgan was a fairy of the lake, also bearing the name Vivian. The current time, as Promise realized, was actually in the distant past, more than 2,000 years before the events of Chaldea's arrival and the start of the story. The Vivian who purchased Promise a week ago was living in the happiest period of her life. At this time, she still retained a degree of innocence. She had come from the inner sea of the stars, Avalon, carrying a mission. The fairies of the Rain clan discovered her, accepted her, and even their clan leader acknowledged the sins of their ancestors. They lovingly sheltered and raised her. And so, at this stage in her life, her dream wasn't to fulfill the mission of the Paradise Fairy but to create a fairy tale kingdom where everyone could live in peace. However, the fairies of Lost Belt Britain harbored an innate hatred for the Paradise Fairy. And not all fairies were from the Rain clan. Unlike the Rain clan, the other fairy clans refused to acknowledge their sins. Eventually, the 4 other fairy clans united and annihilated the Rain clan in a single night. Vivian was originally meant to die in this massacre as well, but she couldn't truly die after all. Death would mean the extinction of Britain itself. In the future, one of Chaldea's 18 masters summoned the Morgan of pan-human history. After analyzing Chaldea's ray shift technology overnight, that Morgan used it to transport herself to this moment in time. She entrusted Vivian with the knowledge of Britain's future demise and the truth of pan-human history. At this moment, Vivian was actually dead in another sense, and no longer had any illusions about the fairy tale world. Later, after going through many things, she eventually became the Queen of Winter. And now, the Queen of Winter, Morgan, using the same mirror magic, had descended before Promise. In fact, in such circumstances, future Morgan wouldn't have noticed this anomaly. After all, in normal case, the world would have automatically corrected itself, inserting fragmented memories of Promise into her mind, making everything seem natural. However, the reason she sensed something was amiss, even going as far as using magic to appear before Promise, was simple. Because this world does not exist in true human history. It was as though she sensed the confusion in Promise's mind. The future Queen Morgan explained lightly. Upon hearing this, Promise, being a transmigrator, immediately understood. As he had mentioned earlier, this Lost Belt was born from lies, deception, and bloodshed. The continent itself was the deceased god's body. The so-called humans in this world were not humans at all. They were the 6 original sinful fairies who had killed the witches who followed the god, disassembled their bodies, and used them to create what would be called humanity. Thus, no true humans existed here. Humans were merely pets and slaves of the fairies. But Morgan, with her eyes that could see through the essence of souls and discern lies, immediately recognized Promise as a genuine human. So even though the world had tried to correct itself, when future Morgan noticed Promise, she immediately realized that history had gone awry, and she came to confront him. As for the situation Promise found himself in, it was simple to describe. It was like discovering a world-class boss blocking your way when you hadn't even left the novice village yet. There was also one more thing that logically followed. Promise had been sealed. He couldn't retrieve the heroic spirit class card of the Greek gods. This was also easy to understand. Promise had projected himself into this world with a blank heroic spirit class card, leaving behind the corresponding legend and siphoning power from the throne of heroes. Therefore, it was only natural that he couldn't use another heroic spirit class card. This Queen of Winter, Morgan, now stood before him as the ultimate boss. You seem to understand what I'm saying. While Promise was deep in thought, Queen Morgan suddenly spoke again as her blue eyes, devoid of any feeling, silently stared at Promise, as though trying to see through him. You. Who exactly are you? Chapter 267, Changing Fate. 1869 words. Words, 1869. And just as Promise hesitated, unsure of how to respond, and the temperature around him began dropping rapidly, the cold becoming tangible, and the murderous intent in Morgan's gaze growing increasingly clear, when suddenly, 2 knocks echoed from the door outside. Then, Promise, are you back yet? Vivian's voice came from outside the door. Promise was stunned for a moment and looked back subconsciously, but did not answer. Instead, he turned back to look at the future Queen Morgan again, wanting to see how she would react. However, what he didn't expect was that Morgan was gone. When he looked back, all that remained was the fluttering window curtain swaying gently in the night breeze. If not for this trace, Promise might have thought that everything he had just experienced was nothing more than an illusion. I'm here, he replied and turned to open the door. As the door creaked open, Vivian appeared before him, her face etched with worry, her eyes filled with a mix of confusion and suppressed pain. Looking at the girl in front of him, he couldn't help but recall the Morgan he had just met, the fairy Britain queen who had literally stepped from the distant future to block his path. For a moment, he fell silent. Are you okay? Vivian asked naturally, noticing the strange look in Promise's eyes. Nothing's wrong, Promise shook his head, then thought of a moment before, speaking with a hint of curiosity in his voice, but why have you come back? Weren't you just trying to convince me to leave just now? Vivian was silent for a moment before replying. I've come to take you with me. Then she explained, because you're a real human, I absolutely can't let you die here. Are you willing to trust me? As she spoke, Vivian raised her head, her beautiful azure eyes locking onto Promise's. Those sky blue eyes were indeed stunning, but they made Promise feel uncomfortable. Because it was hard to ignore the fact that only moments ago, equally beautiful eyes had been gazing at him, devoid of emotion yet brimming with killing intent. Of course, I trust you. Anne. I couldn't resist you even if I wanted to. Promise replied quickly, regaining his composure. After all, even though his heroic spirit class card was currently unusable, his experiences and knowledge were not illusions. With a smile, Promise even joked. After all, you are my esteemed master. I've told you so many times, stop bringing that up. Vivian couldn't help but retort loudly and glared at Promise again, but she didn't realize that as a result, her spirit, which seemed to be about to be crushed, was actually relieved a lot. As a fairy from paradise, Vivian had been raised with proper education within the Rain Clan's territory. So, even in the twisted world of the Lost Belt, she inherently understood that treating humans as pets and slaves was wrong and utterly rejected such notions. Had it not been for her ability to see through Promise's true humanity and her desire to protect him, she would never have allowed him to become a slave, not even in name. Enough of this. Promise, we need to leave immediately. If we don't go now, it'll be too late. Gripping his hand tightly, Vivian urgently tried to pull Promise away with her. But the latter didn't move. Vivian turned back, puzzled as to why he wasn't following her. You just said that everyone here will die, didn't you? Promise's voice was calm as he looked at her and asked, if we escape now, what about them? Vivian, did you tell them what's going to happen? Hearing his words, Vivian understood what he wanted to say and her expression turned bitter. A sorrowful smile graced her lips as she replied, the moment I learned about the future, I told everything to the clan leader immediately, but... She trailed off, not finishing her sentence. But, in fact, even without her saying it, as a transmigrator, Promise already knew what happened next. Vivian escaped. But she was the sole survivor. To ensure that Vivian, the fairy from paradise, could survive, not only did the fairies of the Rain Clan sacrifice themselves, but the clan leader even disguised her own daughter as Vivian, allowing her daughter to die in Vivian's place. Even in their final moments, their only concern was Vivian's future. Promise, understanding this tragic truth, naturally asked, Vivian, have you never thought about changing all of this? Change? Vivian looked at Promise, a faint, bitter laugh escaping her lips as though mocking his naivety. Do you even understand what kind of war this is? It's not a battle, it's a massacre. 4 fairy clans joined forces to annihilate us in a single night. There's no escape. This is already a destined fate. Vivian's trembling voice was laced with a sadness she could no longer suppress. Destined fate, is it? Hearing these words that seemed to come from a long time ago and that he had never heard before, Promise couldn't help but feel a little dazed for a moment. However, he soon chuckled softly and responded to Vivian, fate may already be written, but it is not unchangeable. His words carried an ease and a peculiar confidence that startled Vivian as she instinctively turned to look at him, her gaze locking onto him. In that moment, she did not know whether it was an illusion or not. However, she felt as if the moonlight gathered solely upon him. Vivian, do you know? Waiting alone will not earn the favor of the goddess of fate. Promise's voice was gentle, his emerald eyes as clear and bright as stars as they fixed on her. Only when you resolve to give everything you have and show the goddess of fate the courage to create a brighter future, only then will she grace you with her favor. Later, Vivian left. Her expression was a bit dazed as she departed. The truth was, in fact, she had never truly considered changing what she foresaw. No, that wasn't entirely accurate. It wasn't that she had never thought about it. The Rain Clan was the only family she had, and she had this thought every moment. But as soon as she had such thought she put it away. Because of 2 simple reasons. The immense disparity in power and the scarcity of time. Though she had informed the clan leader of everything and hoped for their escape, deep in her heart, she had already abandoned the idea. So, when the clan leader urged her to leave alone, Vivian, despite her sorrow, did not resist. Shortly after she left and Promise returned to his room, closing the door behind him. As he raised his head in a brief moment of absent-mindedness, he was shocked to find none other than Morgan, the Queen of Winter from the future, was actually sitting at the table. Her veiled face remained steady, her sky-blue eyes fixed unwaveringly on him. It took only a moment for Promise to understand what was going on. After all, this was the Queen of the Lost Belt, someone capable of using magic to perform spirit particle transfers with ease. For such a being, concealing herself from Promise and Vivian would have been nothing more than a trivial flick of the wrist. In other words, Morgan had never left in the first place. What are you thinking? But now, Morgan, who reappeared in front of Promise, no longer carried as much coldness or killing intent in her gaze. Having witnessed everything that had just transpired, a trace of doubt couldn't help but emerge in her mind. You intend to change the fate of the Rain Clan fairies, to prevent their massacre? Morgan's voice was calm, yet carried a hint of curiosity. This was also the reason Vivian had been so dazed earlier. Whether in the past or now, both Vivian and Morgan possessed the fairy eyes, capable of discerning lies and the essence of souls. Thus, they could naturally tell that Promise had been completely serious in what he said. Yes. Promise, snapping out of his thoughts, smiled once again. He stepped forward and sat down directly across from Morgan, paying no heed to the unapproachable aura she radiated. I want to give it a try because, even though I've already died once, this is still my oath to her. Having said this, he paused for a moment before he looked directly at Morgan and spoke. Besides, haven't you already rewritten your own fate? You were supposed to die, yet here you are, alive and well. Not just alive but reigning as the Queen of Winter in the Lost Belt. Hearing this, Morgan's gaze deepened as she looked at the young man in front of her, who clearly knew far more than he should. One small misstep and I would cease to exist. If I am no longer here, this world will be destroyed. Apart from the fairies from paradise, no one else can withstand the calamity. This was the most Morgan had said at once since appearing before him. Promise also nodded in understanding. He could grasp the situation because he knew that the so-called calamity was the punishment of the dead god upon the fairies of this continent. The descendants of the 6 original sinful fairies were powerless against this punishment. However, in this regard, the fairies of paradise, who came from the Sea of Stars and were not resented by the god, were immune to its corruption. And I cannot trust you. Without waiting for him to reply, Morgan glanced at Promise indifferently and said without emotion. You do not have the power to accomplish such a feat. Okay, let's be real for a second. Isn't it possible that if you actually believed I had that power, you wouldn't be sitting here calmly talking to me like you are doing right now? Instead, you'd be doing everything you could to eliminate me right here and now, wouldn't you? Promise thought to himself with a clear sense of self-awareness. After all, as Morgan, the Queen of Winter, had pointed out, her rise to become the ruler of this lost belt was an arduous journey. A single misstep in her path could have led to the destruction of this world. Under such circumstances, the sudden appearance of a true human, complete with memories and immense power, appeared in front of her. If she truly perceived him as a threat, it was entirely within reason for her to erase him. Her very presence in front of Promise carried the aura of a final boss personally arriving to eliminate a potential anomaly. Especially since, unlike the innocent Vivian of this time, this future Morgan was well aware of Chaldea, the Lost Belt system, and many other secrets. But I still want to try. Even though he could not use the heroic spirit class card tied to the Greek pantheon, Promise still said with a smile. After all, when he had rewritten an inevitable fate back then and brought shame to the petite goddess of fate, he was even weaker than he was now. I want to try to rewrite this fate. Chapter 268, Grand Dragon, Albion's Dragon. 3,392 words. Words, 3390. In the Lost Belt, during the 4,000th year of Fairy Britain's calendar, Promise arrived in a time untouched by catastrophe, a moment where nothing had yet begun. The Rain Clan, one of the 6 fairy kingdoms, had not yet perished and was still thriving. Vivian had not yet taken on the alias Ash or embarked on her long journey to save this land. That journey was far from a happy memory. It was a path where she saved Britain countless times, only to be betrayed and assassinated by its fairies repeatedly. Over time, her despair turned her into the iron-blooded ruler, Morgan, Queen of Winter. Now, due to Promise's unique nature as someone who did not belong to this time or even this world, his arrival triggered ripples in history. Not only had the Vivian of this era noticed him, but he had also drawn the attention of Morgan, the Queen of Winter, from over 2,000 years in the future. It was a meeting that transcended time, uniting 2 versions of the same person, one innocent and kind, the other hardened and ruthless. At this moment, in the tranquil room, Morgan, the Queen of Winter, with a thin veil on her face, was silent when she heard Promise smiling and talking about rewriting the fate of the genocide, as if he were talking about some casual thing. The reason of her silence was actually simple. Because she possessed the fairy eyes, Morgan could discern that Promise's seemingly light-hearted words were spoken from the heart. This was no lie. What is your reason? Morgan finally asked in her usual calm tone. This matter shouldn't concern you. Is it merely because of some oath you've sworn to someone? Yes, that is the primary reason, Promise replied, nodding honestly. But there is also another reason, you. Me? Morgan was really puzzled this time. Based on her memories, she knew they had only met a week ago. And Vivian's care for him came solely from the fact that Promise was a true human. You saved me, bought me, and made me your slave. No, your pet? No, that's not quite right either. Well, in any case, I owe you a debt of gratitude for that. Under Morgan's cold, unwavering blue gaze, Promise smiled and replied, so I'm willing to help rewrite this fate. Beyond that, this is the sort of thing I would naturally do anyway. You should understand, right? Leaving behind traces in this world to be sung about and celebrated, eventually reaching the throne of heroes. As Promise laid out his reasons, his purpose, and his intentions without much reservation before the Queen, he could clearly feel that the hostility in the eyes of the boss of the Lost Belt who came directly to block him had finally dissipated for the most part. This method of persuasion was where Promise excelled. At this moment, he treated the Queen of Winter, Morgan, as a semi-divine entity. That's right, Promise was speaking to Morgan in the same way he would negotiate with a god. The fairy eyes, capable of discerning lies and peering into the essence of souls, might be a troublesome ability for others, but for Promise, it was an advantage. After all, he had an abundance of experience dealing with such powers. He neither feared nor avoided the fairy eyes. Instead, he adeptly used his words to swiftly establish a foundation of trust with Morgan. The truth was, once Morgan confirmed through her fairy eyes that Promise was being truthful and saw the sincerity in his motivations, she couldn't help but find the situation somewhat amusing. You must realize that this place is a lost belt, don't you? You wish to leave a legend in this lost belt and ascend to the throne of heroes? Yes, I know, Promise replied with a smile. But whoever said I couldn't reach the throne of heroes in this way? Hearing this, even Morgan found herself unable to keep up with his unorthodox way of thinking. She fell silent. Time passed. I still don't trust you, she finally spoke again in a calm tone. But I will not stop you either. Unless what you do truly threatens the future. Promise smiled and nodded lightly. Thank you. Of course, at this time, Promise understood the underlying meaning in Morgan's words. She had decided to observe him further before making any definitive judgment. At the same time, Morgan's agreement didn't surprise him. Yes, she was the cold and ruthless Queen of Winter, a tyrant who ruled for over 2,000 years, cursing the fairies and oppressing the world with her iron will. But as a transmigrator, Promise knew more about her than others. Even someone as unfeeling as Morgan had emotions buried deep within. She had merely frozen them away. At this moment, the reason for her tacit approval of his actions wasn't because Promise was a true human. In fact, Morgan detested humans. The real reason she allowed him to act was likely due to a deeply buried hope that the Rain Clan, which had once given her a beautiful chapter in her life, might survive this time. Even if she herself wasn't certain whether this would change the future. Then, Morgan left. In the blink of an eye, she disappeared from Promise's sight, returning to the far future, over 2,000 years ahead, to her throne in the Lost Belt's fairy Britain, Camelot. It was a magnificent castle, but beneath the throne lay only emptiness. The beautiful castle was eerily silent, with almost no sound of footsteps. The entire fairy kingdom of Camelot felt quiet and lonely. Morgan, however, was long accustomed to this. For over 2 millennia, she had almost always been alone. No one understood her, no one blessed her, and no one acknowledged her. She was accompanied only by curses and scorn. Yet beneath her lofty throne, under this land, she suppressed the greatest calamity of this continent. The god who had been sacrificed. Promise, is it? Sitting on her throne, Morgan softly murmured the name, her voice so faint it was barely audible. The next morning. As the first rays of dawn broke, Promise had barely rested when an urgent knock resounded at his door. Having stayed up all night, Vivian had returned once more. Dragging himself out of bed, Promise, with visible irritation and dark circles under his eyes, gave Vivian a look filled with reproach. Although sleepless nights had been a regular occurrence for him in the past, back then, he had the assistance of golden apples. But now, he was nothing more than an ordinary human, extraordinarily ordinary. After all, the heroic spirit class card's projection worked on his actual physical body. And in reality, Promise was merely the most troublesome and incompetent student under Lord Elmeloy-II's tutelage. Promise, I thought about it all night yesterday. I think you're right, I shouldn't have given up from the start. Ignoring the reproach in Promise's eyes and the dark circles under them, Vivian spoke anxiously, but this isn't something that can be changed just because we want it to. I spent all night thinking about it and still couldn't imagine even the slightest possibility of success. I know it's shameless of me to say this, and I shouldn't drag you into this, but you're the only one I can think of. Vivian's expression was frantic, and she lowered her head in fear, unable to meet Promise's gaze, afraid of being rejected. Seeing this, Promise couldn't help but feel a bit confused. Are you seriously splitting personalities right now? Are you sure the queen I met last night and you are the same person? Of course, he also knew they were indeed the same person. Considering the events Vivian would encounter in the future, it wasn't surprising she would transform into the Queen of Winter, Morgan, or even into an Avenger-class existence. So, are you asking for my help? Hearing Promise's words, Vivian hesitated for a moment but eventually nodded earnestly. Despite the visible frailty of the man before her, from the moment she first met him and decided to buy him, Vivian had always found him mysterious. There was an inexplicable sense that nothing could truly obstruct him. As long as he was there, she felt a strange sense of reassurance. Seeing Vivian nod, Promise finally perked up a bit, letting out a yawn before grinning at her. In that case, since this is such a dangerous matter, I suppose it's fair for me to ask for a few conditions, right? Vivian hesitated for a moment, then bit her lip lightly and nodded again toward Promise. Seeing this, Promise couldn't help but roll his eyes. Your reaction is like I'm about to do something to you. You came here staring at me so intently, yet I wasn't planning to visit that throne of heroes so soon. Besides, since we've come all this way, I wonder if, while engraving the heroic spirit, we can also resolve the issues of this lost belt. With this thought in mind, Promise stood up, opened the window to let the morning sunlight stream in, stretched lazily, and said, "First of all, let's call off our transactional relationship. Thank you for saving me, but from now on, you're no longer my master." Vivian froze for a moment, then looked at Promise's teasing expression and couldn't help but retort angrily, "I've told you, I never thought of becoming your master." All right, I get it. So then, let's formally reintroduce ourselves. Promise stepped forward, extended his hand toward Vivian, and said, "Promise. Nice to meet you, Fairy of the Paradise." "Nice to meet you, Promise." Looking at Promise's outstretched hand, Vivian came to her senses and gently took it. "From now on, we're friends." Letting go of her hand, Promise continued with a smile. Hearing the word friends, Vivian couldn't help but feel a bit dazed, murmuring the word softly to herself several times. Gradually, a faint smile of happiness appeared at the corners of her lips. But soon after, realizing this, she shook her head firmly, dispelling the distracting thoughts in her mind as she asked Promise, "What about the rest?" "The rest? What rest?" the latter asked, confused. "The terms for helping me that you promised." "But our vow has already been fulfilled." Promise interrupted her, then said with a puzzled look, "Because we are friends now, helping friends is a very normal thing, so why do we need any conditions?" "Is that so?" Vivian didn't quite understand and looked at Promise in confusion. "Yes, as long as you don't end up on my little grudge list, I treat my friends very well." Promise chuckled, then his expression grew serious as he asked Vivian, "How much time do we have left, before the future where everything will be slaughtered?" Vivian looked at the serious Promise, at his beautiful emerald green eyes shining in the morning light. For a moment, she didn't know why she had an inexplicable urge to cry. After all, she wasn't yet the queen who had experienced countless trials and reigned supreme, but rather, the Vivian who still clung to fairy tale-like fantasies of a kingdom. That night, when she learned everything about the future, knowing that everyone in this kingdom who loved her would die because of her. And the only thing she could truly do was not to betray their goodwill and simply leave. So how could her heart not ache? 3 days. After a long time, Vivian finally calmed her emotions and answered Promise, "If nothing unexpected happens, then 3 days from now, everyone here will die." 3 days, huh? Promise murmured, then smiled softly and said to Vivian, "Time is so tight. No wonder you chose to give up right from the start." Yes, with fairies of 4 different races joining forces to kill you, and such a tight time frame, there really didn't seem to be any other choice but to flee and accept this fate. This is the Lost Belt. Apart from this fairy Britain, with the gods' physical bodies forming the land, there was no other land. Even if the entire Rain Country's fairies wanted to escape or migrate, it was impossible. But fate is like this. Even if it's predestined and everything looks so despairing, it doesn't mean it can't be changed. Let me tell you a little secret, Vivian. As Promise spoke, he smiled, a bright and cheerful smile, and his voice was gentle as he said, "The goddess who controls fate isn't scary at all. On the contrary, she's actually a petite, adorable being, with a bit of a tsundere personality. If you recklessly rewrite predestined fate, she'll get mad at you. But if you present her with a brighter future, even though she might still scold you angrily, in her heart, she's actually happy for you. So, you don't have to worry so much. Go ahead, defy it, defy that so-called predestined fate." At this moment, if someone like Jason or Atlanta were present, they would undoubtedly be rolling their eyes at Promise in exasperation. The goddess of fate has never condoned anyone rewriting destiny. Her emotions, be it joy, anger, or sadness, are not caused by the act of changing fate itself but rather because the one rewriting it is you. Try replacing yourself with someone else and see what happens. Moreover, is predestined fate something that can be easily altered? Flawless wisdom, the world's favor, and the goodness that balances the scales, these are the true reasons why Promise has been able to rewrite fate without plunging the world into chaos. Fate should not be altered lightly. Its inherent unpredictability often causes rewritten destinies to turn out far worse. Of course, Vivian could not possibly know any of this, and even Promise himself didn't know either, since no one had ever bothered to explain it to him. Then again, given his unique circumstances, even if his tampering with fate resulted in a mess, there would always be a bunch of gods stepping in to clean up after him. What Vivian did know was that, at this very moment, Promise looked exceptionally dazzling. His clear emerald green eyes were so radiant that she found herself unable to meet them directly. And yet, Promise seemed to know that goddess of fate and know her well. Who exactly was he? For that matter, wasn't this a world where humans weren't supposed to exist at all? Now, the curious but not naive Vivian couldn't help but let such thoughts creep into her mind. And to rewrite the current fate, to stop the other fairies from waging war against this place, there are actually quite a few ways to go about it. As Promise spoke, his words left Vivian utterly stunned. Even far away in the distant future, Morgan, who was seated on her throne in the fairy kingdom, had a subtle change in her expression beneath her veil. In front of her floated a mirror of shimmering water, displaying the scene of Promise and Vivian conversing. "You have many methods?" Vivian stared at Promise with wide eyes. "Yes." Faced with her fairy eyes, the latter didn't hide anything as he nodded and said, "Their alliance may seem united under a common goal, to target you. But to be honest, such a coalition is fragile, because after all, you are fairies, not humans. Actually, humans are just as easily swayed, but as for the fairies of this continent." Speaking of this, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise, outlining a faint smile. At that moment, the first to fall silent was Morgan, who was using her mirror magic from the distant future to observe the scene. She deeply understood how ugly the fairies on this continent were, and hated them from the bottom of her heart, so naturally she understood all too well the truth behind Promise's words. The reason was simple. The 6 original fairies poisoned and killed the god who loved them, using the god's body to create the land. Their reason for killing the god? Simply because the land had not yet appeared, and they deemed the god too weak and useless, so they killed him. This is a world woven from lies, betrayal, and bloodshed. In this world, lies and betrayal are the dominant themes. With Promise's experience and intelligence, if it weren't for the fact that he only had 3 days, which were not enough time to travel the land and lobby others, he was certain he would be able to plunge the entire continent into chaos. Everyone would be fighting each other, peace would be an impossibility. An alliance? Forget it. Vivian stood beside him, wanting to speak but unable to find the words. She instinctively wanted to refute him, after all, she herself was a fairy, but deep down, she had a sense that what Promise said was true. In fact, Vivian inexplicably felt that she should breathe a sigh of relief. That relief came from the fact that she had managed to keep Promise within her line of sight. If not, she had the inexplicable feeling that something truly terrifying might happen. But the time is too short. If I had half a month, I might give it a try. But with just 3 days, forget it. So, the second way to save this place is to create a common enemy. For example, a calamity. Promise continued speaking with a smile. If a calamity arrives early and sweeps across the continent, they'll need your help and won't attack you, for the time being. In fact, if you ask me, just wake up that god. That would settle everything. The latter part of his words was muttered softly. But whether it was Vivian at the moment or Morgan in the future, the corners of their mouths could not help but twitch twice. After all, they could tell that he was serious about what he said. So at this moment, Morgan couldn't help but doubt whether she had made a mistake. This man's true nature might be far more terrifying than she had imagined. Could you please stop saying such scary things? Vivian found herself unable to bear it. As a fairy of paradise, she had always known the truth about this world and naturally understood the implications of Promise's words. And where exactly did you learn all of this? Promise shrugged, giving no answer. Hearing such remarks, Vivian, who felt as though her mind had been doused with a bucket of ice water, unexpectedly found herself completely calm for the first time. As she looked at Promise, her expression became increasingly strange. Why do I have this feeling that if I don't keep a close eye on him, he might actually destroy the world in the future? Vivian couldn't help but think at this moment. If you don't agree with the simple and effective methods I mentioned earlier, then there's only one option left. What option? Vivian asked warily, her face full of suspicion. From the excitement and anticipation in the beginning to worry and dread at this moment, Vivian felt like her emotions had been on a roller coaster in just a few minutes. At this point, she even felt that death itself wasn't so terrifying. What was truly frightening was letting Promise out of her sight. Promise, however, ignored Vivian's strange gaze. He smiled and, in a seemingly casual manner, revealed the real solution. And this solution consisted of just one sentence. Vivian, do you trust me? As he spoke, his emerald green eyes, as bright as starlight, gazed at her quietly as he smiled. To rewrite this fate, are you willing to temporarily entrust your life to me? In the distant future, Morgan's brows furrowed deeply when she heard these words, her eyes flashing with anger. To Morgan, this was utterly unreasonable. She could not die. If she were to die, Fairy Britain would perish with her, turning into nothingness. Thus, Morgan instinctively believed that Vivian would refuse. After all, Vivian had inherited memories from the future and bore the mission of saving and preserving this version of Britain. If not for this burden, Vivian wouldn't have fled in the first place, watching the fairies of the Rain Country be slaughtered before her eyes. But... I see. Vivian nodded and smiled softly. Under Morgan. Chapter 269, Melusine. 2,499 words. The Dragon of Albion. Just as servants and heroic spirits have classifications and rankings, where the finest among them are titled Grand Servants, the Dragon of Albion is the Grand Dragon of this world. In the original history, as the Age of Gods came to an end, the Dragon of Albion chose to remain on the surface of the world. Ultimately, it perished from exhaustion, its body transforming into a massive labyrinth known as the Spirit Tomb Albion. However, in this Lost Belt world, where the entire planet has become the Sea of Nothingness, the Dragon of Albion continued to fly over the oceans until its eventual death from exhaustion and its remains fell upon the northern part of Britain, becoming the land on which the Rain Clan fairies now reside. Yet this was merely background. The critical point was that Promise, who was currently in the process of heroic spirit engraving and was unable to use a previous heroic spirit class card, must rewrite the fate of the Rain Clan fairies, who are destined for annihilation within 3 days. And so, the Dragon of Albion was the best solution Promise could think of. With the advantage of being a transmigrator and the wisdom ingrained in his soul from repeatedly overcoming impossible trials, Promise immediately thought of the one, born from the left claw of the dead Grand Dragon. The one, with the power to easily destroy an entire fairy race. The one, hailed as the most beautiful and strongest fairy knight in all of Lost Belt Britain. Fairy Knight Lancelot. True name, Melusine. He thought of her. At this moment, equipped with the foresight of a transmigrator and days of research in the library, Promise had arrived alone at the dark and murky marshes where she slumbered. At the same time, Morgan, using her mirror magic to observe, spoke the name of the dragon and understood Promise's purpose. Being from the future, 2,000 years ahead, she also knew this was where Melusine was sleeping. And Morgan knew Melusine's power better than anyone else. After all, the strongest fairy knight, Lancelot, had been created by her. As soon as Morgan realized what Promise intended to do, she immediately understood, if Melusine truly answered his call, the fate of the Rain Fairy Kingdom could indeed be altered. However, she became a fairy because she admired the false beauty of Aurora and gained intellect from it. Even though I don't know how you know of her existence, how do you plan to grant her intellect again? Morgan, who was now fully aware of what he wanted to do, whispered these words as she gazed at Promise standing in the dim marsh through her mirror magic. On her solitary throne, the proud queen silently watched the young man, who had intruded upon her past. In fact, Morgan had hesitated multiple times, raising her hand to intervene. Because she was not sure if awakening Melusine would alter the future she now lived in. If Promise really succeeded, would her current world change entirely? But the deepest emotions locked away in her frozen heart stopped her every time. Because deep down in her heart, she hoped. She hoped that her fate could truly be rewritten. She hoped that the homeland, the only place to give her beautiful memories over the long, lonely span of 2,000 years, could be saved. At this moment, deep within the dark swamps of northern fairy Britain, Promise's journey had been anything but smooth. This was the world of fairies, where humans were slaves and pets. And Promise, with his exceptionally good looks, was a highly valuable commodity. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been captured by a friendly-looking fairy and auctioned off on his first day here before he could figure out what was going on, and was later bought by Vivian. Furthermore, this land was imbued with the remnants of divine corpses, creating a dense atmosphere of mystery. While it wasn't quite on par with the Age of Gods, it wasn't far behind. Thus, outside the cities, the wilderness teemed with beasts and monsters, some of which were unique to this lost belt. But at least in the more dangerous ancient Greece of the Age of Gods, he had accumulated considerable travel experience, and when there was no Pegasus at the beginning, Promise traveled alone for a long time, so although the journey was a bit thrilling, he finally arrived safely. As Promise drew closer to the dark swamp where the remains of the Grand Dragon lay, the number of living creatures diminished drastically. By the time he reached the heart of the area, no living beings could be seen at all. The reason was simple: the beasts and monsters, far more sensitive than ordinary people, instinctively understood the terrifying presence brewing here. Although Promise couldn't use his heroic spirit class card at the moment, his body's projection, which even though was a mundane human without magical circuits and with limited physical abilities, it still retained sharp instincts and a keen intellect. This allowed him to sense something subtle but undeniable. And that was, ever since he entered this place, a pair of eyes had been watching him. Promise knew who it was, the strongest fairy, Melusine. Because in this place, only she lived. "This is it, no doubt about it," Promise murmured, putting down the map in his hand and glancing at the bright afternoon sun. 3 days have passed. I wonder how Vivian is doing now. Although Morgan serves as insurance, she won't act in the past unless it's the final moment. And I understand. If she does act, it'll be the moment I die. Promise thought so and muttered. The logic was actually quite simple. Morgan stepping in meant that an irreparable error had occurred in the past, and as the central figure of that error, Promise would be erased. I've given Vivian the spell for summoning servants. If history hasn't diverged, the sage, the disguised king of the gods, should have arrived. Fact, if he really took action, it wouldn't be a big problem, but that is obviously impossible. Promise shook his head slightly at the thought, his gaze sweeping the area once more as he felt the faint, watchful eyes still fixed on him. Now, how to grant Melusine sentience and pull her out of this swamp? As a transmigrator, Promise was well aware of the connection between Melusine and Aurora. Aurora, the leader of the Wind Clan. She was the epitome of a perfect fairy, embodying the chaotic neutrality, or perhaps evil neutrality, that defined their kind. She was celebrated as the most beautiful, gentle, and kind fairy leader, but it was all a facade. Her perfection was a deliberate act, crafted to fulfill her ambition of becoming the most beloved fairy. Melusine, however, fell in love with the beauty Aurora had fabricated. For Aurora, she slaughtered an entire fairy clan. In the end, to protect Aurora, Melusine even killed her with her own hands. Finding her isn't the hard part, Promise muttered, his voice soft as though speaking to himself, or perhaps to someone listening. He was well aware that Morgan was observing him. After all, the situation was too critical to ignore. I believe her fascination with beauty stems from her nature. As a fairy born from the Dragon of Albion, she was destined from birth to be the strongest being in the world. Thus, she was bound to be drawn to such beauty. Promise spoke calmly. The task he had set for himself was very simple, to bestow upon Melusine, who had yet to gain sentience, the same beauty that Aurora once gave her, the kind that she could admire and long for. Through her mirror magic, Morgan quietly listened to Promise's words. She knew that Promise was speaking to her. She didn't care that he discovered her. She also didn't hold much hope that Promise could truly awaken Melusine in this era. The long years had frozen too many of her emotions, rendering her a mere observer. Her silent approval of Promise's actions was not born of curiosity or faith in his success. It was for the sake of the land that had once given her warmth, the only warmth she had ever known. Promise, for his part, did not care whether Morgan would respond or not. After explaining his intentions for coming here, he moved on to how he planned to present the beauty that could inspire Melusine. Under Morgan's watchful gaze through her mirror magic, Promise reached into his backpack and pulled out a set of tools, a paintbrush and canvas, both prepared well in advance. As the god of painting in ancient Greece, the answer was simple. He would use art to portray his vision of ultimate beauty, reflecting it in Melusine's visage. Even though Promise didn't have the divine white feather paintbrush, he was confident that with just an ordinary brush and canvas, he could still depict the profound beauty in his heart for Melusine to see. In this, there was no need for doubt. After all, who else but Promise could use a simple brush and canvas to capture the essence of the flawless goddess of wisdom herself at first glance? With such confidence, he began to prepare. But then... no. After about an hour, Promise suddenly frowned, reaching out to tear apart the half-completed painting on the canvas. This action stunned not only Melusine, who had been secretly watching him the entire time, but also Morgan. Because the painting was already halfway done. And even in its incomplete form, it had managed to captivate the Winter Queen, Morgan. Despite its simplicity, the painting gave Morgan a profound sense of being drawn into it. Within that painting, she saw a night sky gradually being illuminated. It was a depiction of a night sky so breathtaking that it could astonish the entire world. At the same time, Morgan could clearly feel Melusine's magical energy fluctuating more intensely, indicating that she was genuinely being drawn in by Promise's painting. If Promise had completed the painting, it was highly likely that Melusine would have been drawn out and appeared before him. So at this moment, even Morgan couldn't help but feel a little confused. She couldn't understand why Promise suddenly destroyed the painting that was so close to completion. And that was the Queen, whose emotions had been locked away. Compared to Morgan's confusion, Melusine, after a brief moment of shock, quickly reacted with something else entirely, anger. As the source of this provocation, Promise could naturally sense the anger radiating from the creature in the swamp toward him. Despite this, he did not get flustered. Instead, he chuckled softly and explained, "The reason I destroyed it is that I'm not satisfied with it. I felt it failed to truly capture the painting I have cherished in my heart all this time." As Promise spoke, he seemed to feel a bit tired and sat down casually on the ground. After all, painting itself was an exhausting endeavor, one that consumed a significant amount of energy and concentration. Back when Promise had access to the golden apple, he could maintain such high-intensity painting sessions. But now, forget it. Sitting down, his clear emerald eyes carried a trace of reminiscence as he spoke. "I've had a very long journey, and during that journey, I've seen many beautiful things and experienced countless wonderful memories. I once believed that, with my ability, I could perfectly present them to you. But I realize I can't." You say it's already beautiful? Oh. Could it be that you've already understood what beauty is? Promise conversed with the creature who still remained hidden within the swamp. "You're asking me, what is beauty?" "Beauty," he smiled warmly and answered gently, "is precisely the feeling you're holding in your heart right now. That intense desire to witness, to admire, and to follow something." At this moment, if Promise wanted, he could have taken Melusine away with just the incomplete painting from earlier. But he didn't plan to do so. Because he had already decided to present her with the image he truly wished to show her, a picture that would serve as the price for seeking her help. "You know, during my journey, I truly witnessed many breathtaking sights. I even hesitated, wondering which scene I should show you. Should it be the beauty of pure intellect and flawlessness, or the innocence of youthful charm, or perhaps the majesty of noble jealousy? I'm confident in all of them." Promise spoke with a tone of pride and a hint of boastfulness. Through her mirror magic, Morgan saw everything. She saw the faint phantom of the fairy born from the Dragon of Albions remain slowly drawing closer to Promise. Melusine was already captivated by the images Promise described. After all, she was the strongest fairy born from the Grand Dragon, destined for greatness from the moment she came into existence. So, even though Promise's words were merely verbal descriptions, Melusine seemed to glimpse fragments of a deeper truth through his words. Though they usually despise such glimpses of deeper truths, they allowed it because it came from Promise. But as I revisited those memories again and again, I found that none of these things were as suitable as that scene. It wasn't until now that I realized that it wasn't her who asked me for a painting back then. It was that I've always wanted to paint one for her. Without the ability to see through spiritual sight, Promise could not see the faint phantom of Melusine that had already appeared beside him. She tilted her head slightly, her eyes brimming with curiosity as if seeking the truth behind his words. "That's why I tore it apart," Promise said, tilting his head as though addressing her. "I realized that simply painting like that wouldn't capture the full picture I wanted to show you." Although he couldn't see her, he instinctively sensed her presence beside him. "So, would you be willing to wait for me a little longer? I'd like to wait for the night to fall. Only under the night sky and its stars can I truly show you that beauty." Melusine didn't respond, because she did not have sentience at the moment, she didn't know how to. She was merely following her instincts, pursuing what she found captivating. Promise didn't mind her silence. After all, he was too exhausted, so he simply lay down, closed his eyes, and promptly fell asleep. Seeing him drift off so casually, even Morgan felt a ripple of emotion in her frozen heart. Especially when she noticed Melusine's phantom mimicking Promise's actions, lying down beside him as if to accompany him. Morgan, who was watching this scene through her mirror, couldn't help but have an amusing thought in her mind. That was to call the current Melusine think and let her witness this scene? Her expression would surely be unforgettable. Chapter 270, The Straightforward Goddess of Fate, Clotho, 2.4k. 2,473 words. In this way, the fate of the Fairy Nation's Rain Clan was rewritten. Fairy Knight Lancelot, who was the strongest existence from the moment of her birth, repaid the kindness of Promise for granting her sentience by protecting the clan that was originally doomed to extinction and saving Vivian. However, just as Vivian, overjoyed, prepared to return to Promise's side, she discovered he had already vanished without a trace. Even Melusine, who instinctively wanted to follow in his footsteps, found she could no longer locate him. Because at this time, Promise had already arrived before Morgan. Outside the Rain Clan's kingdom. The faint morning light tore apart the darkness of the night, and the rays of dawn illuminated the reborn Rain Clan. Promise, alone, came to the outskirts of the kingdom. Sitting on a smooth stone under the morning sun, he quietly awaited her arrival. Before long, the Queen of the Lost Belt, Morgan, who had been observing him from 2,000 years in the future, appeared in front of him. She was as she always was, wearing her veil. Beneath it was a face of goddess-like beauty, her silver hair shimmering in the bright sunlight as her emotionless blue eyes gazed at the boy who looked at her with a smile. "Were you waiting for me?" Morgan asked coldly. "Yes. I knew you would come to find me," Promise replied. "After all, I've caused enough chaos in your past. There's no way you'd remain indifferent. Now that the fate of the Rain Clan has been altered, and I've repaid Vivian for saving me, there's really no reason for me to stay here any longer." Hearing him say this, although Morgan didn't say anything on the surface, she was actually relieved in her heart. After all, Promise's existence was far too unstable. To prevent further changes to the future, Morgan naturally couldn't tolerate him staying in this era any longer. In fact, the simplest and most effective solution would have been to kill Promise. Not to mention, he appeared so fragile, as though a single touch could end everything. But she didn't even have this thought in the first place. Perhaps it was because Promise had already become Vivian's friend. In some ways, he could even be considered Morgan's only friend at this moment. Or perhaps it was his act of saving the Rain Clan. Whatever the reason, Morgan's frozen heart had softened ever so slightly. So, without saying a word, she once again used her mirror magic to take Promise away from this era, sending him 2,000 years into the future. However, what Morgan didn't expect was this. When the spell ended and Promise had indeed left the era, she returned to her throne and opened her eyes, only to find that his presence was nowhere to be found. It was as if, just as suddenly as he had appeared in her memories, Promise had vanished before her eyes. When Morgan realized that Promise was gone, a rare feeling of panic stirred within her, a feeling she hadn't experienced in millennia. She didn't know whether it was because of the fear of the unknown consequences he might bring, or because of the sudden rush of memories and emotions that surfaced in her mind. But this was certain, for the first time in her reign as the Queen of the Lost Belt, Morgan felt a flicker of panic. As Promise woke from the mirror magic's teleportation, his dazed eyes blinked open, and he pushed himself off the ground to sit up. Looking up at the familiar temple ceiling, it didn't take long for him to realize where he was. And when he did, he froze. Inside the ancient temple, threads symbolizing the fate of all living beings intertwined seamlessly in the air above, forming an intricate web. At the same time, Promise felt a gentle pinch on his cheek. The force was familiar. He turned his head with an incredible look on his face, looking at the person kneeling beside him. The person was wearing a white ceremonial robe typical of ancient Greek rituals, with strands of white hair slipping out from under the hood. Her eyes were blank and unseeing, gazing into the future rather than the present. She sat quietly, her small hand gently pinching his cheek. It was meant to punish him, yet she didn't have the heart to use much strength. She tried to maintain a stern expression, wanting to show him how upset and angry she was. But the restrained annoyance in her face was overshadowed by an uncontrollable joy at his presence, mixed with a hint of grievance. Promise's emerald green eyes widened gradually, his gaze filled entirely with her image. At this moment, he couldn't quite believe it. She appeared so suddenly, without warning, so unexpectedly. "Clotho, is it really you?" His voice trembled slightly. In response, the small hand on his cheek pinched harder. "You idiot," Clotho spoke, her voice as soft and youthful as ever, laced with an effortful attempt to uphold the dignity of a goddess. At the same time, for the first time in history, there was a sense of inexplicable grievance. "I've been calling for you this entire time. And I even asked Queen Hera to deliver a message to you. The sky is your canvas, Pegasus carrying your belongings, among which was the doll you gave me." "Wait, what?" At that moment, Promise finally realized a few things and couldn't help but blink softly at the delicate and adorable goddess in front of him. "But you've been ignoring it all along." Saying this, Clotho, who was now kneeling in front of Promise and clearly unable to contain her frustration, reached out with her other hand. Now with both hands, she gently tugged at Promise's cheeks to express her dissatisfaction. In response to this, Promise remained silent for a moment, then suddenly extended his arms, pulling Clotho into his embrace as her body stiffened, and her face showed an unmistakable panic. "Sorry," he whispered softly. And with just that one word, those two simple syllables, it was enough for Clotho. For the goddess of fate, who had always known everything about Promise, who knew he would leave, who had once attempted in vain to follow him across the endless stretches of time, and who had waited for him all this while. Clotho, the goddess from ancient Greek mythology who held the threads of future destiny, needed nothing more than this. "Though, I've always known this, but I never thought that after you took off all your disguises, you would turn out to be such a fool." Clotho, cradled in Promise's arms, hesitantly reached out her hand, gently patting his head. Her doll-like face, usually so stoic, couldn't help but soften into a faint smile. To worry about something as trivial as not being accepted. "Promise, the one I love isn't the great hero who creates miracles time and time again. It's simply you." Clotho, the goddess of fate, had the right to say this, more than anyone. Because, unlike others, she had always known the truth. After all, she was the one who had held Promise's crystal sphere of fate in her hands, cradling it carefully until, in the end, she shattered it herself. In her eyes, Promise was never the great hero of ancient Greece but simply himself. So what mattered to her was never the identity of a legendary hero or his ability to show her a brighter future time and time again. What Clotho cared about, from beginning to end, was just Promise. That soft, slightly youthful voice carried an unprecedented tenderness she had never shown openly before, whispering gently by Promise's ear, causing the latter, who had remained silent, to instinctively tighten his embrace around Clotho. And then, these words. "Did your second sister, Lachesis, teach you to say them?" As soon as the words left his mouth. "Ah, you piece of wood." Fueled by rising anger, Lachesis, the second sister who had been secretly observing, could no longer hold back. With Atropos, the eldest sister, who was making no effort to stop her, or perhaps too uninterested to care, Lachesis appeared in a flash and landed a heavy knock on Promise's head. Even Clotho fell silent at the scene. The gentle expression on her face, who was obviously rare and fleeting, gradually disappeared as she reverted to her usual doll-like, emotionless elegance. She reached out, gently pushing Promise away, and turned her head, as if telling him that she wasn't planning to deal with him for the time being. Promise scratched his head awkwardly, flashing a sheepish smile toward the fuming Lachesis, who was glaring daggers at him and gasping for breath due to her illness. Long time no see, second sister. Not good. Not good at all. Lachesis shot Promise a furious glare, exclaiming, "Do you even realize how long it's been since I've seen my little sister? Ever since you left, she fell into a deep sleep, leaving all her work to me and big sister." Before she could finish her sentence. Correction. Atropus's calm voice interrupted, "She left most of it to me." Lachesis, you talk too much. Frankly, I've always thought you and Clotho should have just gone to sleep together. Big sister, how can you say that? I've been enduring it all this time to keep you from being lonely. No, I wouldn't feel lonely. On the contrary, I find you quite annoying. Without a shred of emotion, Atropus cut off Lachesis mid-sentence. She even cast her a sidelong glance and added, "Besides, the real reason you didn't sleep is simply because you think sleeping is boring." In ancient Greek mythology, the three fates were known to be quite active, often descending to the mortal world to share prophecies with heroes. Lachesis, now feeling a bit frustrated, was left speechless. With no other outlet for her irritation, she turned her sharp glare back to Promise, staring at him as if she were ready to hit again. The latter shrank back instinctively, trying to hide behind Clotho. Although Clotho also wanted to give him a knock on the head, when faced with her sister's unfriendly demeanor, she silently stepped forward, placing herself between them to shield him. "Isn't it just like you to spoil him? Who could possibly out-pamper you?" Lachesis rolled her eyes before turning her sharp gaze back to Promise. "Now, don't you have something you should be saying to us?" Oh. I'm very sorry." Promise's response was unusually enthusiastic, his tone full of sincerity. Well, at least he was extremely positive in admitting his mistake. "Who told you to apologize? And besides, you've apologized so many times before, but you've never actually changed, have you?" Lachesis, clearly unimpressed, smacked Promise on the head again as the latter glanced at her, who stood there, arms crossed as she glared at him, before he shifted his gaze to Atropus, who stood silently, her expression calm as ever. Finally, he looked down at Clotho, who tilted her head slightly, as if gazing up at him expectantly. It dawned on Promise what he should have said all along. It's been a long time. Even though countless years had passed, the moment of reunion was as seamless as if no time had gone by. Despite the time and distance, there were no barriers between them, and the familiarity between them remained unchanged. Regarding the events in the Lost Belt of Britain, the three fates had observed everything. Because Promise had invoked Clotho's name repeatedly, even swearing oaths in her name, their attention had naturally been drawn to his actions. After all, the Lost Belt was a world steeped in the residual divine power of a god's corpse. Just as in the Age of Gods, it was forbidden to carelessly call upon a god's name without consequences. Lachesis didn't miss the opportunity to tease Promise and Clotho about it. In his attempts to rewrite the fate of Vivian and Morgan, Promise had frequently described Clotho, calling her a slightly tsundere but utterly adorable little goddess of destiny. This teasing persisted until Atropus finally intervened with her flat, emotionless tone, silencing Lachesis immediately. "Promise, you should know that the Lost Belt is a place destined to be edited out, a world not meant to continue or exist." When the second sister heard that the eldest sister was going to talk about serious matters, she finally calmed down after making a fuss for a while. "Yes, I know." Promise nodded gently, his voice carrying a calm acknowledgement. "You changed the fate of the Queen of the Lost Belt," Atropus said as her calm gaze fixed on Promise. "So, I want to know, do you intend to rewrite the fate of the entire Lost Belt?" Hearing this, Lachesis and Clotho both fell silent, turning their eyes to Promise, and the latter even reached out and gently held his hand. "As long as it's you, I'm willing to witness any future," Clotho said softly. Her words caused even the emotionless Atropus to show a faint trace of helplessness in her gaze, while Lachesis rolled her eyes crazily. "Oh, right. Let me correct something," Lachesis added with exasperation. "That thing Clotho just said to you? I didn't teach her that. When you left, and my sister fell into that long sleep, I honestly thought her brain was broken. After all, that proud sister no longer has any trace of pride left." The way she was now throwing straight balls was as casual as drinking water. Clotho ignored Lachesis, her pale eyes quietly watching Promise. Back in the Age of Gods, due to Promise's dreams, Clotho hadn't stopped him from leaving. But at the time, she had said they would meet again someday. What she hadn't said then was another promise she had made to herself. That was, when they meet again, she wouldn't let him go. Promise was also a little stunned as he looked at Clotho, before he smiled gently, turned his head to look at his eldest sister Atropos, and said, "Don't worry, eldest sister, I know what I should do, because this world was never meant to continue. It is a world built on lies, deceit, and slaughter. While it is undeniably beautiful, thanks to its queen, it simply should not exist." The reason she helped Vivian was because she was a friend and because he owed her a debt. But after discovering the true nature of this world and witnessing it with his own eyes, Promise had understood from the very beginning that this world wasn't meant to persist. And so, from the start, he had known what he must do here. Something that could elevate him to the rank of heroic spirit. Erase this lost belt. Chapter 271, Merlin. 1279 words. Even so, you won't abandon Vivian. Atropos did not show any emotion because of his words, and said calmly. As the eldest of the Fates, she controlled the cutting of life's threads, embodying logic and maturity devoid of sentiment. Vivian and the Queen Morgan may have been the same person, but Atropos, no, all three sisters knew the truth. The moment Vivian reached out her hand to Promise and he grasped it, the fate once sealed had already been altered. Even the sudden manifestation of the Temple of Fate, intercepting Morgan as she was transported Promise, had not been a coincidence. Promise stayed silent, deeply considering Atropos's words. After some thought, he arrived at his conclusion. I suppose I probably would do that, he admitted. She was willing to entrust her life to me at that moment, so I think I'd still want to help her rewrite her original fate. But at the same time, as I said from the start, I know how twisted this world is. I have no intention of letting it persist indefinitely. After hearing his words, the second sister couldn't help but curl her lips and say. So, you're saying you want to help the one called Vivian change her destiny while also ending the era ruled by Queen Morgan? Whether to rewrite or end her rule, Clotho spoke, her usual soft tone laced with calmness. In every future I've seen, it all represents her release. Promise, you're as greedy as ever. After her words fell, the corner of her mouth twitched slightly upward, betraying a small smile despite herself. Seeing this, even the eldest sister, Atropos, couldn't help but tease her younger sister. Dear sister, he's practically insulting you, and yet here you are, smiling. Clotho turned her head away, pretending not to hear Atropos's words. The latter, however, paid it no mind, as it wasn't her but their second sister, Lachesis, who began laughing uncontrollably. Returning her gaze to Promise, Atropos asked, So, what exactly do you plan to do? Faced with her question, Promise lowered his head, deep in thought, recalling everything about this lost belt's Britain. After a long pause, he finally spoke. Currently, she, who has been saved as part of the Rain Clan, is still Vivian from the Sea of Stars, carrying the fairies' mission. The mission from Paradise was to have the 6 clans of the fairies acknowledge their mistakes and inherit the mysteries forged by the Holy Sword. They needed to ring the pilgrimage bells corresponding to the clans and forge the Holy Sword in the Furnace of Stars, a sword that, in proper history, was meant to be forged by the 6 primordial fairies to save the world. And as soon as the Holy Sword was forged, the premise of this lost belt's existence would vanish, and it would naturally dissipate. I want to rewrite her fate. Therefore, I hope she can fulfill her original mission, ring the pilgrimage bells and forge the Holy Sword. This was about the past. But in the distant future, in the reign of the Winter Queen Morgan, who had already taken on her future role. At the same time, as she rings the 6 pilgrimage bells in the past and forges the Holy Sword, I will end the lost belt in the future in the same way. Promise raised his head and shared his thoughts with the 3 fates before him. To forge the Holy Sword simultaneously in the past and the future, and to end the lost belt together. Hearing this, before Lachesis could fully process it, Atropos, the rational eldest sister, nodded and said, It seems you intend to deceive the world, deceive destiny. Rewrite the past while aligning the future with it. In doing so, with both edited, the past and future of the Lost Belt would no longer matter. Once Atropos explained, the other two sisters naturally understood. Running the feasibility of this plan through her mind, Lachesis looked at Promise with a speechless expression, even rolling her eyes. Promise, you really are as skilled as ever at humiliating us, aren't you? At her words, even Atropos agreed inwardly. After all, she had been pondering this issue for a long time before Promise arrived, but was unable to think of a viable solution, and here this guy was able to foam up with an answer in such a short time. As a result, all three sisters turned their gaze to Promise, staring at him silently. Stare. Well, I think I can actually explain it. Promise, who felt a little uncomfortable being looked at, quickly coughed lightly and smiled to hide his embarrassment. Okay, you explain it. Lachesis nodded, not giving H any way out, and looked at him with a playful expression. After stammering for a while, Promise finally gave up, shrugging in resignation. Well, I'm not explaining. What's wrong with some humiliation? It's not like it's the first time. Looking at Promise's helpless reaction, Lachesis clenched her fists, clearly wanting to punch him. But just as her chest began to heave, and her heart raced so intensely that she nearly fainted, she noticed Clotho protectively positioning herself in front of Promise and looking at her vigilantly. With an exaggerated eye roll, Lachesis promptly fainted in front of the other three. For the often frail Lachesis, fainting had become such a common occurrence that even Promise had grown accustomed to it. Still, if this is the plan, the events of the past must remain hidden from the Lost Belt King, Atropos continued. That's not difficult at all. As soon as those words fell, Lachesis, who had just fainted, suddenly sprang to her feet with surprising energy. Almost as if she had been waiting for this exact moment, she pushed her younger sister Clotho straight into Promise's arms. My adorable and capable sister, who even managed to deceive Athena until the very last moment, how could she not manage to keep a little Lost Belt King in the dark? Promise, this time I'm entrusting my precious sister to you. Make sure you protect her well, all right? What happened afterward, Promise couldn't fully remember. As he fell from the Fate Temple, which stood outside the world, all he could remember was Lachesis's melodious laughter, Atropos's gaze that seemed to soften, and the feeling of holding a small, delicate goddess tightly in his arms. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself truly in the Lost Belt of Britain's fairy kingdom. But this wasn't the past belonging to Vivian's era, it was the future ruled by the Winter Queen, Morgan. Under the quiet canopy of an ancient forest, with the afternoon sunlight streaming gently through the leaves, Promise found himself lying on Clotho's lap beneath the trees. As he slowly opened his eyes, he instinctively looked up, meeting the gaze of the goddess Clotho, who had come to this Lost Belt with him. Feeling a bit dazed of a moment, Promise was still trying to figure out what was happening. Ah, finally awake, huh? I've been waiting for you for quite some time. A slightly teasing voice interrupted his thoughts. Then, another figure entered his vision, a breathtakingly beautiful magician. With long white hair and mesmerizing crimson eyes that seemed to intoxicate any man who looked into them, she leaned forward, her radiant presence filling his field of view. She smiled softly, standing gracefully in front of Promise. With just a glance, Promise immediately recognized her identity and almost blurted out, Merlin? Merlin? Oh no, I'm not him, the girl replied calmly, blinking innocently and smiling without the slightest hint of panic. But, well, it's natural for you to mistake me for him, because I'm his sister, the lovely Lady Avalon. Chapter 272, He's Back. 1761 words. When the girl finished her words with a light-hearted smile, she was met with Promise's slightly disdainful gaze. Tilting her head, she-girl looked at Promise, then at Clotho, who still had her head down and seemed utterly indifferent. With a quick glance back at Promise, she chuckled and said, I'm really not Merlin, but if you want, you can call me Mary, Marin. Promise ignored her theatrics and, as he stood up from Clotho's lap, cast a questioning look at the goddess. Clotho, ever calm and composed, stood quietly and answered softly, they don't trust you. Because, if you wish, you could rewrite the fate of the Lost Belt entirely. Hearing this, Promise suddenly understood many things, like why he had been able to return to the Fate Temple, why Clotho had been allowed to manifest here, and why she was accompanying him on this journey through the Lost Belt. and, of course, why this white-haired succubus was here. It was clear the fates had struck some sort of deal with the counterforce. As for Mary, she likely found the situation entertaining and came along, conveniently taking up a supervisory role. Yeah, when I first found out I'd been given such a troublesome task, I was really conflicted, Mary interjected, not waiting for Promise to respond. She pretended to frown and sighed dramatically. After all, I wouldn't want to get hunted down by your entourage of goddesses and Greek heroes for stopping you. But luckily, that's not a problem anymore. Speaking of which, since there's no problem now, I guess I don't need to stay here, right? Can I leave now? Clearly aware of what Promise intended to do, she said this cheerfully and even began to turn around to leave. But before she could, Promise grabbed her. Let me see if I remember correctly, he said with a sly smile. Forging the holy sword that can end this lost belt requires a sacrifice, doesn't it? As he grabbed Mary, Promise turned to Clotho for confirmation. Indeed, this was the mission of the Paradise Fairies. The fairy who rang all the bells of atonement would become the holy sword itself, sacrificing their own existence to transform into the sword in the sea of stars. Clotho nodded calmly. Unlike Athena, who always liked to speak in riddles, she always answered Promise's questions truthfully. Wait, hold on, what do you mean by that, little brother? Mary exclaimed, breaking free from Promise's weak grip as she wrapped her arms protectively around herself and took 2 exaggerated steps back in fear. Oh, nothing much, Promise said with a smile. I just realized it's been a while since I wrote someone's name in my little grudge book. And carried out some pleasant revenge. The moment Promise mentioned his grudge book and revenge, Mary's smile froze, and her mouth twitched slightly. That infamous grudge book had become something akin to a death note among many, especially for mischievous types like Mary, whose personality was similar to Hermes. Once someone's name was written in it, they could expect to be relentlessly hunted by gods and heroes alike. Thinking of this, Mary, for once, felt a rare headache. Her expression turned sour, and she reluctantly walked back with a defeated look. At the same time, she belatedly realized something. This time, she'd accepted the supervisory task just for fun, thinking it would be amusing. But now, it seemed she'd genuinely stumbled into trouble. After all, the last person who had tried to enjoy the show with Promise was a major god, and they'd ended up being hunted for 3 days and nights without rest by every god of their pantheon. So if I'm not careful, I'll end up as the entertainment instead? Finally, Mary snapped out of her daze with a shocked expression, as if the sky had just fallen. Promise, noticing her exaggerated reaction, was puzzled but chose to ignore it. Instead, he turned his gaze back to Clotho. While Promise hesitated for a WH8 Lu, deliberating whether to voice the doubts lingering in his heart, Clotho, who knew him better than anyone, spoke up gently, offering an explanation before he could ask. I'm worried about you. Even though the one standing here isn't your true self, I still don't want to see you in danger. And I'm also happy. I'm happy you still need me. Plus, I've always looked forward to traveling with you. Although Clotho's tone seemed calm and steady, Mary, with her sharp eyes, noticed the faint blush spreading across Clotho's ears. As for Promise, he found himself at a loss. Clotho's straightforwardness and sincerity during this reunion left him a bit overwhelmed and he didn't know how to react. Because Clotho, who had always been adorable, was now so overwhelmingly cute that it was almost too much to handle. It's my honor. Promise finally replied after a brief moment of stunned silence as he stepped forward and gently took Clotho's hand in his. Clotho, ever so composed, allowed her small hand to rest in his and even revealed a rare, flawless smile. Watching this exchange, Mary glanced left, then right, and sighed inwardly as she came to a conclusion. Here, she truly felt like an unnecessary third wheel. Before long, the 3 of them left the ancient forest. The goddess of fate guided Promise, showing him the path to his destination. She also concealed his presence, ensuring that Morgan, who was tirelessly casting spell after spell from within fairy Camelot, couldn't detect even a trace of him. Thus, after 3 days, Promise finally stood before another fairy from the Sea of Stars, one who had taken on the mission left behind by Vivian, who had abandoned it to become the Winter Queen Morgan. Her name was Artoria Castor. Now. The Lost Belt, over 2,000 years ago. With the help of Lady Avalon, Mary, who was secretly summoned by the counterforce to keep an eye on Promise, returned to the place with Promise. At the same time, the goddess of fate, Clotho, used her authority over destiny to conceal Promise's thread of fate, just as she had done in the ancient Greek Age of Gods. This made it impossible for Morgan to detect his presence in the past. Thus, Promise once again appeared before her, the fairy Vivian, who bore the mission from Avalon within the Sea of Stars. In the remote library of the Rain Clan Kingdom. It was dim and lonely. The sky outside was overcast, thick clouds looming as if rain was imminent. Inside the quiet, shadowy library, Vivian sat alone by the window. Her ethereal beauty made her look dreamlike, yet at this moment, she seemed utterly solitary. "Promise, where did you go?" Vivian whispered softly, her eyes revealing confusion and a bleak look as if she had been abandoned. The Rain Clan, which had once been destined for destruction, had now been saved. Meanwhile, the Dragon Fairy, the strongest fairy knight, Melusine, had been awakened thousands of years early and now lived in Vivian's home under her care. However, the one who had accomplished all this, the only human who had reached out to save her, had disappeared as suddenly as he arrived. What's more, traces of his existence had vanished entirely overnight. When Vivian awoke, she was shocked to find that every remnant of Promise's presence had been erased. Even Melusine believed that it was Vivian herself who had awakened her and granted her sentience. No one but Vivian remembered Promise. It was as if he had never existed, as though everything had been nothing but a fleeting dream. The reason for this was simple. When Morgan had taken Promise, she cast a spell to erase any evidence of his presence to prevent any major discrepancies in the past. However, Morgan did not erase Vivian's memories. She knew it would be pointless. After all, Vivian and Morgan were one and the same. Vivian was the past version of Morgan, and any magic cast upon her would eventually be learned by her future self. The hidden memories would inevitably resurface one day. More importantly, Morgan believed that her past self would eventually embark on the journey of salvation, taking on the alias Ash and fulfilling the mission that Vivian was originally meant to carry out. This mission had been the final wish of the Queen of the Rain Clan. In the original history, one of the reasons the later immensely powerful Vivian didn't choose to take revenge on those who slaughtered the fairies of the Rain Clan was the Queen of the Rain Clan's final wish before Vivian's escape. The Queen, who raised Vivian like her own daughter, entrusted her with the hope of creating a peaceful fairy kingdom on the Fairy Britannia continent, free from conflict. With this resolution, Vivian endured the relentless pursuit of the fairies of this land while resolving one calamity after another. To seek even a brief moment of peace, she would put herself into slumber after each task as a savior, awaiting the next catastrophe. In the end, after enduring betrayal, deceit, and disappointment countless times, she fell into utter despair toward the fairies. This despair transformed her into the iron-blooded, ruthless Winter Queen Morgan, who suppressed and enslaved the fairies with absolute dominance, treating them as tools. This was the path Vivian was destined to take in the future. Morgan's prediction was not wrong. Even if the Rain Clan still existed, even if Vivian now had the assistance of the strongest fairy knight, Melusine, she would still walk down this path. Morgan wouldn't intervene in this matter, as her future self deeply understood the nature of this wretched world and the vile personalities of the fairies. The fairies would inevitably push Vivian, step by step, into becoming Morgan of the future. This was her fated destiny, inescapable, unavoidable. Unless he existed. "Vivian, what are you looking at?" The gentle, elegant voice, laced with a hint of laughter, rang out in the silent library. The faint glow of a lantern lit up the dim room. Hearing that familiar yet distant voice, Vivian instinctively turned her head without thinking. The silhouette of a young man entered her view, and her eyes met his clear, star-like emerald gaze. The confusion in her eyes vanished, replaced by shock and disbelief. Then, all those emotions transformed into uncontainable joy. She stood up, her expression filled with excitement but tinged with fear, as if afraid the figure before her was just a fleeting dream, fragile as a bubble that could burst at any moment. Promise? Chapter 273, Let Me Tell You a Story. 2,468 words. Vivian asked hesitantly in a cautious voice. "Yes, it's me, your loyal pet, beautiful princess," Promise replied with a smile as he looked into her increasingly bright eyes and walked toward her with that familiar warmth. Promise? Vivian called out again, this time louder. I'm here. Promise. I said I'm here. If you keep this up, I might just leave you on read. You idiot. Vivian clenched her fists, biting her lip as she looked at him with a mix of grievance and anger. Where the hell did you run off to? I thought you didn't even exist, that you were just a hero I imagined to save me. Oh. So, in your eyes, I'm already a hero? Promise teased, watching as Vivian froze for a moment before her face flushed with embarrassment. Looking at the flustered girl, avoiding his gaze, for some reason, Promise suddenly thought of Morgan and couldn't help but picture her similarly flustered and shy, a rare sight. Not bad. Feeling a bit amused by his imagination, Promise gave Vivian an approving nod. If this had been Morgan, she would have maintained a cold expression while using her staff to knock some sense into him. But Vivian just glared at the young man angrily, and at the same time, as if she had lost her strength, she sat down limply and said, really, where have you been? Just then, she noticed sunlight streaming through the window as she turned her head instinctively and saw that the thick clouds that had blanketed the sky were gone. At this moment, gentle sunlight poured in, bathing her in its warmth. The once dark sky had transformed into a boundless expanse of blue. I went somewhere far away, met some people, and also saw the cutest person. Promise placed the lantern in his hand on the table and didn't dodge her question. Instead, he answered her directly. Vivian turned her head back, and what she saw left her stunned. Because at this moment, Promise's expression was soft and full of warmth, his face lit up with genuine happiness. I see. That's wonderful, Promise, Vivian said, her voice sincere and without a trace of blame. She was genuinely happy for him. But, will you suddenly disappear again? Vivian couldn't help but ask softly in a low voice as her bright eyes, those fairy pupils that could see through the world's truths, fixed themselves on Promise. Vivian and Morgan were the same person in essence, and one thing was clear about them both, they were incredibly intelligent. Vivian had always known that Promise was no ordinary person. Yeah, though he always looked a bit weak. Well, bit might be an understatement, but she also understood that she knew almost nothing about Promise. In fact, when Promise disappeared suddenly, beyond her initial panic, there was a strange sense of inevitability in her heart. Because from the very first moment she laid eyes on him, when she had purchased him, Vivian had instinctively known that he was someone who could never be bound. He was mysterious, as if he could disappear at any moment, venturing to some distant horizon. No. I won't disappear again. Hearing her words, Promise said with a soft smile. Because someone really adorable helped me solve my troubles, so I won't suddenly vanish anymore. Vivian, would you like to hear a story? It's a story about a girl who was once kind and gentle, but in the end, she became an iron-blooded queen who ruled with absolute power. And that story is also the reason I disappeared in the first place. After hearing the last words, Vivian naturally had no reason to refuse. So, she quietly sat down, obediently taking on the role of a listener. Promise, amused by her reaction, casually picked up a book from the side and stood before her, preparing to narrate. Sunlight, which had just cleared through the clouds, streamed in through the window, bathing them both in its golden glow. The young man stood dressed in flawless white, holding a book in his hands, his warm and refined smile carrying an air of tranquility. The fairy girl, with her natural dreamlike beauty, sat listening intently. Outside the window, the goddess of fate, Clotho, looked at female Merlin, who was holding a small box and taking photos crazily, with confusion before she asked in her usual cold yet melodious voice, "What is that thing?" "A camera, of course. This is a once-in-a-lifetime moment." "That's Morgan." "Morgan. She's actually sitting there all cute and obedient, this is gold." "No way I'm missing this, I need to record it." While snapping away, Mary added, "Speaking of which, goddess of fate, aren't you going to do something about your dear Promise casually flirting with a fairy?" "No, wait. You're probably used to it by now. After all, the goddesses watching him from the shadows have already formed an alliance. And yet, despite all this, he's still alive and well, truly, only he could pull that off." Clotho tilted her head slightly and decided to ignore Mary. Having spent enough time with her, she had a decent grasp of what kind of person Mary was, and because she knew it, she knew her end as well. Well, in all likelihood, it wouldn't be long before her name ended up in Promise's infamous grudge journal. After all, even Hermes, a major god, had once been mercilessly hunted down by Promise just for watching from the sidelines. That embarrassing incident had been passed down through myths for thousands of years. You a goblin. Do you really think you could run away? But Clotho was too lazy to warm her. After all, she had seen far too many fools like Mary in her time by Promise's side. Well, Greek gods, every single one of them, fell into that category. Therefore, she knew very well. They were the kind of people who would not shed tears even if they saw a coffin, and who were either courting death or on the way to death. So, trying to warn them was pointless. As time passed and Promise recounted his story, the sunlight outside gradually dimmed. Though it wasn't quite sunset yet, the end of the day wasn't far off. And the protagonist of Promise's story was, of course, the future Winter Queen Morgan. That's right, this was a tale of Vivian's own future. Being as intelligent as she was, she had realized it early on. So, you were actually taken away by the future me? Even after learning everything about her future, the very first question Vivian asked, and the one she felt was most important, was this. Looking at her curious gaze, Promise paused for a moment, then, after thinking it over, nodded without any objection. So Vivian thought about it again. But now you're back, which means my future self couldn't hold on to you. Looks like the person who found you is really strong. She must be a goddess, right? Vivian murmured inwardly. Yes, she had already figured out the truth. Ever since that day when Promise made his oath and drew the attention of the gods, Vivian had noticed that those goddesses had gone crazy, leaving various marks on him as if staking their claims over him. Like a declaration of sovereignty. Not strong, just very cute. Promise corrected her with a smile. Well, although he was certain Clotho was watching from somewhere nearby, but he couldn't but just say this. After all, the worst-case scenario, all that would happen when he got back was her pinching his cheeks in annoyance. It wasn't like she'd step on him or anything, right? Then came a long, silent pause. Seeing that Vivian was silent, Promise did not disturb her. Time passed little by little, and after a long time, the sky outside the window was dyed with the color of dusk. As everything neared its conclusion, and night was about to fall, Vivian finally raised her head. Her gaze was calm as she looked at Promise and asked, and what about her, that ruthless queen? What was her final fate? She was killed by the very fairies who had been incited against her. Since things had already reached this point, Promise didn't hide the truth. The only person she ever truly trusted was deceived into stabbing her with a magical dagger, delivering a fatal blow. The person she cared for most was taken hostage, preventing her from resisting. The fairies, driven into a frenzy, stormed her throne and beat her to death. And yet, even in her final moments, she still tried to crawl back to her throne. Because that throne was suppressing the sealed remains of a poisoned god, an entity that was the source of all disasters. If she didn't maintain the magical suppression, no one else could restrain that god, and the world would be doomed to destruction. I see. Vivian responded calmly, as if the queen he was talking about was someone else, not her own future self. But I think she probably never regretted anything. It's just a pity, really. She went so far as to become the ultimate villain, yet in the end, she didn't die at the hands of a savior. For someone playing the role of the final boss, that seems a bit unprofessional. Vivian chuckled, even critiquing the tragic ending. By now, the setting sun had completely disappeared beyond the horizon. The dim light of the lantern flickered, illuminating the small, darkened library. It cast a glow over the smile on her lips and the brightness in her fairy eyes. Those eyes were clear, Vivian wasn't lying. It was evident that the queen in that story would never have regretted her choices. And therefore, Vivian wouldn't either. At that moment, the female Merlin, who had been secretly eavesdropping, leaning lazily against the wall in an almost drowsy state, suddenly pouted. So, no matter where she is, she always ends up like this. In true history, not the Lost Belt. At first, everyone who knew Morgan in proper human history agreed that she was a good woman. Yet, in the end, she always walked down the same path. In fact, I think so too. Oh, by the way, Vivian, aren't you going to ask me why I came back? Hearing this, Vivian instinctively turned to look at Promise, meeting those ever-clear, bright emerald eyes. But at that moment, she couldn't help but avert her gaze. After a brief silence, she finally asked, why? However, deep down, she already knew the answer. I came to invite you. Promise paid no mind to her hesitation and continued, let's go. Together, we'll ring the pilgrimage bells. In the inner sea of the stars, we will forge the holy sword that should have been created long ago. Pausing slightly, he didn't wait for Vivian to answer before adding with a smile, oh, and just so you know, whether you agree or not, I will ring the bells and forge that sword. Because in the Queen's era, I will do the same. Vivian remained silent for a long while. I never doubted that you would use me to erase this mistaken era. As a paradise fairy from the inner sea of the stars, Vivian had always understood her mission and the truth that this world was a lost belt. Not to mention, she had even received information from the real human history, the Morgan the Witch from Arthurian legend had already warned her. But I just don't understand something. I assume the reason you returned is to make the pilgrimage happen in two different eras simultaneously, allowing the Holy Sword to be forged at the same time in both timelines, thus editing out this world. But in fact, you don't need to go through all this trouble. You only need to edit one side, and whether it's the past or the future, this world will be destroyed. After all, this wasn't true history, it was a lost belt. And in a lost belt, a crucial concept applied. There were no parallel worlds here. As long as the Holy Sword was forged, the very foundation for this world's existence would collapse. And with that, this place would disappear. As she spoke, Vivian gazed at Promise. She simply couldn't understand why he was going out of his way to complicate things. Because I want to rewrite your fate. Under the scrutiny of her fairy eyes, Promise gave her a direct answer. I told you, you're my friend. I want to change your destiny so you don't have to endure suffering and betrayal in the future. You are Vivian. Right now, you are not Morgan. And, well, I also have a feeling that this will make a beautiful painting, one worthy of my ascent to the throne of heroes. Promise chuckled and continued. I have a purpose, Vivian, and you know it well. I don't belong to this world. I come from the real world. So since I'm here, I will definitely erase this mistaken place. But my true goal is to leave behind a legend, one grand enough to reach the throne of heroes. And what is the grandest legend of this world? Why, of course. To ring the 6 bells of original sin, reach the inner sea of the stars, and forge the star holy sword. By the way, Promise had a teacher. That teacher's name was Hephaestus, the divine blacksmith of the ancient Greek age of gods. Among Artoria's collection, there was a particular greatsword, one that Hephaestus had once forged for a hero. Its description claimed that this was a divine weapon far more terrifying in power than even the star holy sword. So in fact, the moment Promise saw Clotho, the goddess of fate, and spoke with the 3 fates, he had already determined what he needed to do in this lifetime. He would help the Paradise Fairies complete their pilgrimage. Then, he would enter the inner sea of the stars and, as a disciple of Hephaestus, forge the star holy sword himself. When Promise spoke these words, Clotho did not show any reaction at all. After all, she was already used to this. But Merlin. She stood there in stunned silence for a long time. Gazing at the boy bathed in moonlight, cherished by its gentle glow, she couldn't hold back any longer as she turned to Clotho and blurted out, "Is he always like this?" The latter gave a small, quiet nod. Shit, Mary clutched her chest as if something inside her had just snapped as she muttered. I suddenly have the urge to sleep with him and completely defile him. The moment those words left her lips, she was sent flying. What, do you really think that the petite Clotho isn't a full-fledged goddess? Chapter 274, The Trickster Finally Becomes the Trick, 2.5k. 2,515 words. That night, Vivian confirmed something. Promise was indeed mysterious. And he truly was dazzling. Like a shooting star streaking across the dark night sky, drawing all eyes to it until the moment it finally fell. I think I finally understand why the gods care so much about you. If it's you, you might even be able to quell the wrath of the god Cernunnos. Bathed in moonlight and the soft glow of the lantern, Vivian couldn't help but sigh as she gazed at Promise. Cernunnos. He was the deity who had been slain by the 6 primordial fairies. His flesh had become the very foundation of this lost belt's Britain. He originated from Celtic mythology, belonging to the same mythological lineage as King Arthur and Ciú Chulainn, the child of light of Ireland. He was a nature god, the son of the earth mother goddess Danu. In the early days, he presided over nature, the sun, death, rebirth, and fertility, so overall, he was a crucial deity in early Celtic myths. The reason this god had first appeared before the 6 fairies of original sin was because he wished to guide them, to make them understand their mistakes and correct them, restoring the proper flow of history. But in the end, they poisoned him and took his life. Afterward, a curse descended upon Fairy Britain, endlessly killing fairy after fairy. The source of that curse? It was none other than Cernunnos himself. However, even though he was murdered by poison, this benevolent god had never been angry about his own death. What truly enraged him and the reason he unleashed his curse upon all fairies, was the death of the priestess who had accompanied him. This world held no true humans. The so-called humans here were nothing more than constructs, created by the 6 fairies using the priestess's corpse as raw material after they had murdered her. Because she came from the inner sea of the stars, Vivian knew the truth. That's why she believed Promise might truly be able to gain the gods' forgiveness. After all, he was a real human. And on top of that, he was deeply cherished by the gods themselves. Upon hearing this, Promise simply smiled and gave Vivian his answer. I hope so. And I would be honored to help that kind-hearted god, to finally rest in peace. Vivian listened to Promise's words, watching the gentle smile on his face, his clear emerald eyes reflecting the light. I think, the future me must have very complicated feelings about you. She must want to thank you, but at the same time, she must fear you. Vivian suddenly spoke. After all, she would be grateful for everything Promise had done. Yet, she would also fear that he would rewrite everything. Compared to her, I think I actually have it much easier. Vivian chuckled as she said this, standing up and walking toward Promise before her bright eyes stared directly into his. Because I have yet to experience everything she has. I am not as strong as the future me. In fact, I've been wavering all this time. Ever since she received the knowledge from Morgan of proper human history, she had been trapped in fear and confusion. After all, right now, she was still a fairy who had never experienced hardship. She had been raised in kindness, carrying dreams of a fairy tale kingdom within her heart. That's why I can't refuse you. Besides, you've already proven to me that fate isn't set in stone, it can change. And when it does, it can become something truly beautiful. As she spoke, Vivian turned her head, gazing out the library window at the land of rain, bathed in moonlight. This place, to her, was the most beautiful and warmest place in the world. Then, she looked back at Promise once more. And, just like before, she extended her hand toward him. So, please, lead this lost and confused me forward once again. I will fulfill my mission. And I believe, the future you have shown me, will be just as beautiful as this moment. Upon hearing this, Promise reached out and took her hand once again. Then let's go together. And once more, humiliate the goddess of fate. Vivian grinned mischievously. Let's make her witness everything. The moment her words fell. All right. I will bear witness. A calm, melodious voice echoed. Like a perfectly crafted doll, delicate and flawless, yet just as emotionless, showing neither joy nor sorrow, Clotho, the goddess of fate, appeared before them and Promise couldn't help but cover his face. The moment he heard Vivian's words, he knew something was wrong but he didn't have time to stop her and this girl just spoke whatever. Vivian, on the other hand, blinked in confusion at the sudden appearance of the girl before her. And then, she felt a divine presence radiating from her. Wait. Who is this? Vivian's expression stiffened as she turned to Promise for answers. They gave a slightly awkward smile. She's the most adorable person in the world. Oh, and also. Her profession happens to be goddess. She's the goddess of fate who weaves the threads of the future. Vivian, wait, what? Well, Clotho was the most adorable goddess to ever exist, and since he had humiliated her many times, Promise could speak these words without hesitation, but that was Promise. As for others. Some time later. Outside the library, under the moonlit paths of the fairy kingdom. A short distance away, Mary, with her white hair and violet eyes gleaming under the moonlight, was laughing so hard she could barely breathe. She clutched her stomach, her laughter so uncontrollable that it hurt as she rested a hand on Promise's shoulder for support. Because right now, not far from them, Vivian was circling Clotho repeatedly, desperately trying to apologize for her earlier offense. After all, not many people in history could say they had blatantly insulted a goddess with such confidence. Except for Promise. To Merlin, this scene was hilarious. After all, this girl Vivian was still Morgan at her core. Stop laughing. Promise shot Mary a sidelong glance. Since he already knew she was just like Hermes, someone who thrived on causing trouble, he unconsciously spoke to her the same way he did with Hermes. As he asked with a hint of irritation, "How's the task I gave you going?" "You mean meeting this world's Artoria?" Mary barely managed to suppress her laughter and, after steadying her breathing, smiled at Promise. "I've already seen her. But, there's something nasty by her side." "Something nasty?" Promise thought for a moment before giving his answer. "You mean the Abyss Worm? The final catastrophe mechanism created by Britain? Oberon Vortigern?" The moment he said those words, Mary's expression stiffened. But after looking at Promise's face for a second, she realized she shouldn't be surprised. After all, the man before her was the beloved of countless deities. The follower of Athena. The cherished one of Hera. The favorite of Themis. And the one who always had the goddess of fate by his side. It only made sense that he would know everything. So, nodding, Mary sighed. "Yeah, that's him. When I met Artoria, I almost got discovered because of that thing. Good thing I ran fast." Then, narrowing her eyes in curiosity, she asked, "Speaking of which, what's your plan?" As she spoke, Meili blinked her eyes and curiously asked. "This side is actually easy. Vivian and that dragon fairy have already become your companions. And in addition to this, the god's curse is far weaker than it will be in 2,000 years, so this isn't the hardest part." "But what about Morgan's era? The one where she's already queen? She won't be as easy to fool as this little girl here. Not to mention the fairy knights under her command, that Oberon, and the god overflowing with curses. How exactly do you plan to handle them?" Then, before Promise could answer, Mary suddenly clapped her hands together as if realizing something. "Ah, you know what? Never mind. It's not my problem. Anyway, all you have to do is whip out your paintbrush or just throw a painting, and with a few strokes, everything will be solved. Ah, truly, coming here was worth it. I even get to see the legendary Greek god of painting paint in real time." Mary grinned as she spoke. But then, she suddenly noticed the way Promise was looking at her. That awkward, yet polite, smile. Seeing this, her laughter died down and expression twisted slightly. "What's with that look?" Mary tilted her head in confusion. Promise thought for a moment, then subtly leaned closer to her. "Miss Mary, you heard what I just told Vivian, didn't you? This time around, my goal is to accompany the fairies from paradise on their pilgrimage. And in the inner sea of the stars, I will forge the star holy sword. Through that, I will ascend to the throne of heroes." Mary nodded. Of course, she had heard him. Promise leaned in even closer. His voice dropped slightly, as if he was sharing a secret. "So, you see, those paintings and brushes you mentioned? I probably, most likely, actually can't use them at all." The moment he said that, he was already right beside Mary. "Can't use them?" Mary didn't fully process his words at first, instinctively repeating them. "What do you mean you can't?" Then, she noticed something. Promise had already grabbed her wrist. And he was still smiling that warm and polite smile. At that moment, Mary's instincts screamed at her that something wasn't right. Promise gently blinked, facing her narrowing, scrutinizing gaze, and said with innocence written all over his face. Simply put, I'm not exactly the same Promise from the Age of Gods. I'm Promise of Fairy Britain. Mary froze as she lowered her head slightly, deep in thought. A long silence followed. Then, finally, she lifted her gaze, giving Promise a very strange look. Wait, don't tell me, this Promise of Fairy Britain you're talking about, he's just as weak as your current disguise, isn't he? No magic circuits, no mana, and his body is as fragile as a flower? Promise tilted his head thoughtfully. Then, he flashed a bright, cheerful smile. Thanks for the compliment. Who's complimenting you? Mary gasped, her eyes widening as the realization hit her. And then, everything clicked in her mind. She finally understood why Clotho, the goddess of fate, had gone so far as to leave the Temple of Destiny just to accompany Promise. It wasn't just because she cared about him. She was worried sick about him. No. Wait. Hold on. Hold on a second. Something worse just came to mind. Wait a second. Mary suddenly thought of some very bad things, and looked at Promise, who had now reached out and was grabbing her smiling face. Her cheeks twitched. Her eye twitched. Her entire existence twitched. Since that's the case, can I ask something? In your plan, exactly who is supposed to deal with the Lost Belt King, the Fairy Knights, Oberon, and the Cursed God? Mary took a deep breath. I assume you are reluctant to send the Goddess of Fate into battle. Besides, she doesn't know how to fight. So. She slowly raised her hand and pointed at herself. Don't tell me. You're planning to send me? In response, Promise didn't answer immediately. He simply smiled and tightened his grip on Mary's hand. No way. No way, no way, no way, and no way. I'm out. The moment she fully processed what was happening, Mary almost leaped out of her skin. She spun around, wanting to run, but found that Promise was holding on to her tightly. Though with her strength, she could easily break free with a bit of effort. She also couldn't guarantee that she wouldn't accidentally hurt Promise in the process, so, she didn't dare to act rashly for the time being. Promise, let me go. Mary shouted. Nope. Promise shouted back. If I let you go, who's supposed to do it? Surely you don't expect the lovely goddess Clotho to take the battlefield? Why are you grabbing me? I only came to watch and have fun. I didn't say that I want to become the fun. And you? You're really okay with this? Watching someone as cute and beautiful as me getting caught by them, thrown to the ground, and utterly ravaged? As she spoke, Mary tilted her head slightly and gazed up at him with teary, pitiful eyes. A classic damsel in distress look. Unfortunately, it didn't work. Promise remained completely calm. Then, he smiled gently and nodded. Of course, I'd be totally okay with that. You bastard. Mary glared at him fiercely, then rolled her eyes before she suddenly grinned. Not a playful grin. Not a frustrated grin. But a full-fledged, seductive grin. Then. She didn't try to run anymore. Instead, she leaned closer. Pressing against Promise. Her breath was warm against his skin as she whispered. Oh, my dear hero. How about this? I'll stay with you. Not just for one night. For many nights. I'll give you everything I have, make you lose yourself in pleasure. And in exchange, you just let me go. As she spoke, Mary fluttered her lashes, flashing him a tempting look. Promise blinked while looking at her seductive look, although he didn't buy it but he smiled. A playful, knowing smile. Then, in full view of Mary's slightly surprised expression, he actually nodded. All right, how can I refuse such a good thing? But, tell me, beautiful fairy of Avalon. Are you ready to face the precision strike from the goddess of wisdom? And the divine wrath of all the other goddesses watching me? Mary's body stiffened as her face turned pale again. For a full 5 seconds, she didn't move. Then. You know what? Maybe fighting Morgan isn't such a bad idea after all. Her face fell into utter defeat. Her entire posture slumped. Seeing the expression on her face as if her last hope was shattered, Promise thought for a while and simply smiled before speaking. Mary. Let me warn you now. If you try to slip away the moment I'm distracted. Or worse. If you even think about selling me out to future Morgan. I swear. Your name is going on my grudge log. And it will be at the very first page of it. And at that point. Let alone escaping into the inner sea of stars, even if you fled into another parallel world, it wouldn't matter. I would still find you. Promise glanced sideways at Mary as her expression froze. Ha ha ha, she laughed dryly, turned her head away, and said without daring to look him in the eye, "Oh, Promise, you silly guy. What are you even talking about? We're friends. Why would I ever betray you? Ha ha ha. Damn it." Mary looked depressed. At last, she accepted her fate. She finally understood that she was fooled by Promise. She wasn't the one who had found the fun. She had become the fun. Chapter 275, Morgan, seeing him is like seeing me, 2.5k. 2,566 words. A week later. In the fairy kingdom of Camelot, in front of the throne of Morgan, the Lord of the Lost Belt. Promise, who had disappeared for an entire week, walked in today, arriving in front Morgan, the one who sat high upon her throne, gazing down at him as she opened her eyes. Her cold, emotionless blue eyes locked onto the young man smiling at her. For a moment, even she couldn't help but remain silent for a while. Due to the god's curse upon her throne, Morgan had never left it since constructing this place. Instead, she had always relied on creating countless clones to traverse the entirety of Fairy Britain. Having witnessed firsthand how Promise altered fate, Morgan understood how dangerous he was. Over the past week, his disappearance had shaken the entire fairy kingdom, prompting her to mobilize an enormous amount of manpower and dispatch thousands of her clones to locate him. But there has been no result. So, just as Morgan was inevitably annoyed about this and had been secretly calculating and preparing, waiting to deal with the troubles that might come from him. Who would have thought he would simply appear before her so openly? It's been a while, esteemed queen. Under Morgan's scrutinizing gaze and the immense pressure exuded by the ruler of the Lost Belt, Promise remained entirely unaffected as he bowed slightly in an elegant salute. I heard you've been looking for me. My apologies, I was held up by some matters until now, so I only just found the time to come. Morgan did not respond. She merely continued to stare at Promise, her heart filled with confusion. She could not understand how had he bypassed the countless guards outside to arrive here? It wasn't until a certain fairy entered, a fairy later renowned as the most beautiful fairy in Fairy Britain and the strongest Fairy Knight Lancelot, real name Melusine. Your Majesty Morgan, I have found the person you ordered me to search for. Melusine respectfully reported to Morgan, yet her golden eyes never once strayed from Promise. From the very first time she met him, Melusine had felt an inexplicable attraction toward this young man. To be precise, it was as if her entire being longed for him. Longed for his warmth, longed to remain by his side. She wanted to talk to him, protect him, feel his touch, see his smile, and make sure he was always happy. Melusine was utterly shocked by this. Before meeting Promise, she had only ever felt this kind of devotion toward one person, the fairy who had once pulled her from the depths of the swamp, the most beautiful fairy in Fairy Britain, Aurora. The moment she realized these emotions, Melusine had felt a surge of rage because she saw it as a betrayal of Aurora. For an instant, she had even considered killing Promise on the spot. Yet, just as she was about to make her move, a certain image surfaced in her mind. That night sky, and the breathtaking picture the young man had painted using the stars themselves. Thus, now, Melusine had brought Promise before Morgan. Morgan remained silent. Upon seeing Melusine and the way she looked at Promise, she instantly understood everything. Though she had erased Melusine's past memories, the fairy had been born as the strongest of her kind, so this outcome did not surprise Morgan too much. Leave us. Morgan spoke to Melusine. The latter froze, turning back to face Morgan, about to say something before she met her undeniable gaze. She hesitated, but just then, she noticed Promise looking at her gently and nodding warmly. Only then did Melusine turn and leave. Once she was gone, the hall fell into a long silence. After some time, Morgan finally spoke in her quiet, chilling tone. "What do you want?" "To help the fairies of paradise complete their pilgrimage and forge the holy sword within the inner sea of the stars," Promise replied in an even tone, as if he were stating something entirely mundane. Hearing this, Morgan did not react with surprise or panic. She simply remained calm, as if she had already expected this. Because she had seen how Promise rewrote fate in the past, she had already understood the kind of person he was. "If that is the case, then after escaping, why did you return and show yourself in front of me?" Morgan's gaze sharpened. "Promise, do you truly believe I won't kill you?" Promise smiled faintly. "No, Your Majesty Morgan, please allow me to correct a mistake. I never actually escaped. My disappearance at the time was merely an accident. As for whether I'm afraid of you killing me, at worst, I think I would just be imprisoned. After all, in the end, I am still your slave, am I not?" In the past, Promise had been bought by Vivian as a slave and pet. Hearing these words, Morgan, whose flawless face was hidden behind a black veil, actually revealed a rare, faint smile. "Because of our transaction back then, you are no longer my slave." Promise had used his freedom as the bargaining chip to intervene in Vivian's fate, rewriting the tragedy of the Rain clan. But in this place, if one does not become some fairy's slave, it is simply impossible to take even a single step forward. Promise sighed, deliberately putting on a helpless expression. "If Your Majesty no longer wants me, then I suppose I'll have to find another fairy. I never said I don't want you." When Morgan spoke those words, her normally cold tone uncharacteristically carried a hint of gentleness. "But, I do not need a slave either. From this day forward, you are my vassal. I will announce your status to the entire world. From now on, anyone who sees you will see me as if I am present myself." The weight of those words was so immense that Promise was stunned for a moment. He looked up in shock at the woman seated on the throne. But soon, Promise's expression softened. Yes. No matter if it was the Queen of Winter, Morgan, or the girl who once dreamed of fairy tales, Vivian, they were one and the same. This was why Vivian was never worried about the situation between him and Morgan. Just as she had said, when it came to Promise, Morgan's feelings would always be complicated. But no matter what, it would be really difficult for her to truly harm Promise. Because he had saved the Rain clan, and because in her 2,000-year-long journey, Promise was the only friend who had ever stood before her. "Morgan, may I ask you a question?" Realizing this, Promise's way of addressing her also changed and he no longer called her Your Majesty. Morgan responded indifferently, tacitly allowing this change in address. "The Rain clan. Destroyed." Morgan replied calmly. "When I embarked on my journey to save the world and entered my long slumber, the Rain clan was already destroyed in war." Promise was silent for a moment before looking up at her. "Can you truly accept such an outcome?" "I was the one who brought you from the past back to the present." Morgan answered in this way. Her meaning was clear, this was her decision. Because Morgan understood that if she had left Promise in the past, then the tragedies of the future would never have come to pass. She had already witnessed it once, and she knew that Promise had the power to make it so. Yet, upon hearing this answer, Promise only smiled. "It seems that, deep down, you still cannot truly accept it after all." Morgan looked at him but did not answer his question. "In Camelot, you may go anywhere you wish, but you cannot leave this place." She had not forgotten Promise's earlier words, his pilgrimage, the forging of the holy sword, and his ultimate goal of ending this lost belt. "Understood, my dear queen and friend." Promise showed no signs of anger at her restriction. Instead, he playfully bowed once more, winking at Morgan as he smiled. Seeing this, although Morgan did not say anything. However, beneath her veil, the corners of her lips unconsciously curled up just a little. Later, Promise left the throne room. Morgan quietly watched his departing figure. In fact, she understood all too well that Promise had a purpose for coming here. And she knew that he was the kind of person who would act upon his words. That meant he would do everything in his power to destroy the fairy kingdom she had built. But so what? Could she really imprison him for that? Or kill him? Morgan knew she could not. As she was contemplating these thoughts, Promise, who was walking, suddenly stopped at the door before turning back and calling out to Morgan once more. "Oh, right, Morgan, I forgot to tell you something. There is someone who really wants to meet you. But now is not the time. I told her that when everything is coming to an end, when I forge the holy sword within the inner sea of the stars, I will make sure the two of you meet." After saying this, without waiting for Morgan to respond, Promise pushed open the door and walked out. But as soon as he walked out, he couldn't help but be stunned. Because there were several people standing right outside. Aside from the strongest fairy knight, Melusine, there was also fairy knight Gawain and Morgan's daughter, fairy knight Tristan. At that moment, all three, including Melusine, were staring at Promise with eyes full of suspicion and disbelief. Clearly, they had overheard some things. At the very least, they had witnessed Promise casually calling Her Majesty by name, yet Morgan had shown no signs of anger over it. Morgan, who had come back to her senses at this time, also saw them and was silent for a while. She had been so focused on Promise that she had not even realized their presence. After a brief moment, Morgan steadied herself and spoke in her usual cold tone. "You may all come in." But then, after a slight pause, she added, "Lancelot, take Promise on a tour of this place. He is my vassal. From this day forward, seeing him is the same as seeing me. No matter the circumstances, you must protect him. This is an order." Melusine accepted the command. And with that, she took Promise and left. The two remaining stunned fairy knights were left behind. Later, they approached Morgan and received new orders from her. And then, in less than a day, news of Promise had spread throughout the entirety of Fairy Camelot. The phrase, "seeing him is the same as seeing Her Highness Morgan herself," had utterly shaken the entire fairy kingdom. At the same time, it also left Melly, who had secretly arrived here as well, feeling completely speechless. Outside a secluded restaurant within the kingdom. Wait, does that guy have some kind of magic on him? Why the hell didn't she just lock him up and humiliate him properly? Also, is that really Morgan? Melly couldn't help but exclaim in disappointment and frustration. She had been really excited ever since they returned from the past and learned that Promise was going to meet Morgan. If she hadn't been afraid of getting blasted to oblivion by a holy sword, she would have secretly followed him to watch the drama unfold. But even knowing the risks, she still rushed over, eager to hear about Promise's miserable fate at Morgan's hands as quickly as possible. However, forget hearing about some brutal punishment. Not only was he perfectly fine, it almost seemed like he had been straight up taken in by her. Artoria Castor blinked, looking at the white-haired, purple-eyed fairy gnashing her teeth in frustration. Unable to comprehend her behavior, she turned to the goddess of fate, Clotho, with a puzzled expression. "Ignore her," Clotho replied indifferently. Hearing this, Artoria Castor obediently nodded and simply sipped her tea, deciding to pay no more attention to Melly. Artoria Castor was the fairy of paradise, the one who had come here to fulfill her duty in place of the reigning queen, Morgan. To put it simply, she was this world's equivalent of King Arthur. After returning from the past, Melly had immediately sought her out. However, Artoria was extremely wary of her. Her experiences in this cruel fairyland had left her deeply resentful of fairies, and so, she had no desire to become the child of prophecy or the savior of this world. Yet, Melly surprisingly anticipated this and persisted, convincing Clotho to come along with her. And with Artoria's fairy eyes, the moment she laid eyes on Clotho, everything naturally fell into place. Hearing Clotho's dismissive words, Melly pouted, then kicked her legs in boredom. Her gaze flickered, and she couldn't help but scoot closer to Clotho, her curiosity getting the better of her. "By the way, goddess, just what exactly is your little Promise planning to do? If we want to complete the pilgrimage and forge the holy sword, shouldn't we be sneaking around and avoiding Morgan's attention?" Hearing this, Artoria couldn't help but speak up. "That's impossible. When the bell tolls, all the fairies of this world will hear it." Melly turned to look at Artoria upon hearing those words. Then, after thinking for a moment, she suddenly laughed, her voice laced with mockery. In the past, they did everything they could to stop the bell from ringing. And now, they crave it. They long for the tolling of the bell. They long for salvation. How fitting, for fairies. Artoria blinked, slightly confused by Meli's words. But Clotho, the goddess of fate, understood them completely. The truth was, Artoria's ability to ring the bell of pilgrimage had one major prerequisite. The fairies of this age had long since had enough of Morgan's rule over Britain. Thus, they all wished for the world to end, for salvation. But in the past, during Vivian's era, they had fought desperately against destruction. Unwilling to admit their sins, unwilling to be wiped out. They massacred the entire Rain clan. They hunted Vivian relentlessly, persecuting her time and time again, despite her attempts to save the world. To be honest, with Meli's personality, she never would have come to this place. Because in her eyes, it was filthy. And, more than that, it was boring. There weren't even humans here. If it weren't for the fact that she had accidentally spotted Promise's figure. I don't know what he's planning. When their conversation ended, Clotho finally spoke in a steady voice. Because his fate has never truly revealed itself. It can only be witnessed. It cannot be observed. However. She paused, tilting her head slightly as her pale, pupil-less eyes gazed far into the distance, toward the young man. There is no need to speculate. Because you won't have to wait long. He will give you the answer himself. And when that time comes, all fates that were once set in stone will be rewritten because of him. Artoria stood frozen beside her, staring at Clotho. She had never seen Promise before and now, at this moment, she couldn't help but wonder. What kind of human could possibly earn such an evaluation from a goddess? Chapter 276, It Will Be Carried by Me, 2.3k. 2,362 words. Recently, the quiet fairy kingdom of Camelot has been filled with unexpected laughter. But that wasn't the most surprising part. What truly stood out was that the source of this laughter was none other than the aloof queen, Morgan, the ruler of all of Fairy Britain. In the afternoon garden, dressed in a lavish gown crafted by fairies, Morgan had removed the veil that concealed her delicate face and sat quietly across from the black-haired, emerald-eyed young man. This was Morgan's avatar, her true body could not leave the throne. However, calling it merely an avatar wasn't entirely accurate, for the body on the throne had already fallen into slumber, and her consciousness was now entirely focused on this form. And the sole purpose of this was to share afternoon tea with Promise. Not far from the pavilion, fairy knights Melusine and Baobin Sith stood watch, serving as special guards. Yet Baobin Sith's grey eyes remained fixed on Promise, her gaze filled with curiosity but also clear irritation. After all, Baobin Sith was Morgan's daughter. To be precise, she was the only one during Morgan's salvation journey who had ever expressed gratitude and goodwill toward her. This, in turn, led to her being persecuted, hated, and tormented by the other fairies. Thus, when she was on the brink of death, Morgan saved her, and to ensure her happiness, Morgan granted her the Saint Graph of Tristan from Proper Human History's Knights of the Round Table and taught her to become prouder and crueler, so that she would not be bullied by other fairies. Morgan cherished her deeply, so much so that she would even forsake her 2,000-year guardianship of Britain for her sake. Yet Baobin Sith knew nothing of this. She only understood that when she tormented the weak, she would receive praise and joy from her mother, Morgan. Thus, in order to earn her mother's love, she became the most brutal of the fairy knights. Melusine, do you know that slave? Baobin Sith's gaze remained locked onto Promise. Ever since he had arrived, Morgan had stepped down from her throne to dine with him and converse with him. Such favor made Baobin Sith's jealousy twist her face in anger. Melusine cast her a glance and then seriously warned her, Baobin Sith, restrain your ugly bloodlust. If you dare lay a hand on him, I promise you, my sword will pierce your heart. Hearing this, Baobin Sith did not get angry. Instead, she turned to Melusine and smiled slyly. After that, her eyes glowed with an even deeper curiosity as she looked at Promise. Melusine watched her warily. What she did not know, however, was that Baobin Sith had no intention of harming or tormenting Promise. Because of the words Morgan had said from the very beginning. Seeing Promise was the same as seeing her. 3 days have already passed. Morgan, with elegant and beautiful gestures, placed her floral tea down as her sky-blue eyes quietly looked at the boy before her, now dressed in a light-colored fairy robe. Are you comfortable staying here? Promise nodded. Indeed, there was nothing to be uncomfortable about. After all, he had even lived in the temples of gods for quite some time. Especially in the temple of his teacher, Hephaestus, where the dolls, who had received their names because of him, cared for him as if he were a fragile gemstone. Then, what do you think of my kingdom? Morgan asked. At that moment, both Melusine and Baobin Sith turned their eyes toward her. And they were shocked to see that their queen, their ever-cold sovereign, was actually showing a hint of nervousness over something so trivial. I think it's very beautiful. In this regard, Promise did not hide his thoughts and answered honestly. It's just, while it is beautiful, it is also far too fragile. That is enough, Morgan murmured. Upon hearing those words, a faint smile appeared on her face, usually cold as ice. Thank you. After a brief exchange, she rose and left. Seeing Morgan approach, Baobin Sith's eyes flickered with mischief as she suddenly grinned and shoved Melusine toward Morgan before quickly striding toward Promise. Seeing this, Melusine panicked and wanted to follow, but Morgan stopped her. Noting the worry in Melusine's eyes, Morgan glanced at Baobin Sith's back before speaking softly, "It's fine. He will take good care of her." Although Melusine was still worried about Promise, since Morgan had spoken, she hesitated for a while before obediently following her queen. And then... Hey! Baobin Sith stuck her head out and stepped in front of Promise. Her long hair, as red as blood, cascaded behind her, strikingly vivid yet carrying an inexplicable beauty. At this moment, however, Jaface was filled with unconcealed curiosity and irritation as she stared at him and spoke, "Who the hell are you, and what exactly is your relationship with Mother?" Promise looked at the girl before him, delicate in appearance like a princess, yet internally twisted due to various reasons. After a brief moment of thought, he smiled and gave her an answer she would like, one that wasn't exactly a lie. "If I had to say, I guess you could consider me her pet." Baobin Sith was obviously stunned by the unexpected response. Then, her eyes lit up with excitement. "So that means, you're my new toy?" "Oh, right, let me introduce myself. I am Fairy Knight Tristan. You can call me Baobin Sith. I am Mother's. Her daughter, right?" Promise interjected with a light chuckle as he stood up and took her words. "Morgan told me, she loves you very much." The moment those words left his mouth, Baobin Sith's entire body stiffened as if she had heard something utterly inconceivable. Her gray eyes gradually widened, locking onto him. "You said, Mother loves me?" Her voice dropped, carrying an unsettling chill. "Do you understand how terrifying the consequences will be if you're lying to me?" Baobin Sith's face darkened. She seemed unable to accept this idea, glaring at Promise with barely restrained fury as her lips curled, revealing her sharp fangs. If not for Morgan's direct orders, she would have already pounced on him, sinking her teeth into his throat and draining him dry. Promise pretended not to notice the suffocating bloodlust pressing down on him as he answered casually, "I'm not lying. If you don't believe me, we can go and ask her together." After saying this, Promise turned and left, leaving the girl frozen in place, staring intently at his retreating figure, hesitating but never daring to follow. But Promise knew, she would definitely come to see him again. About half an hour later, Melusine rushed back in a panic. Upon seeing that Baobin Sith was nowhere in sight and that Promise was unharmed, she finally let out a sigh of relief. Then, as she approached Promise, she instinctively wanted to say something. But the moment her gaze landed on him, her lips parted slightly, only to slowly close again. After that, just like the past 3 days, she silently followed by his side. Wherever Promise went, she went. No matter how he tried to engage her in conversation, Melusine simply lowered her head and remained silent. Yet, she never left, staying by his side until nightfall. Because in her mind, she kept recalling the starry night sky, the way the stars had been arranged into that magnificent picture. And at the same time, the memory of Aurora saving her lingered in her thoughts. All of it left her mind in complete turmoil. As night fell and Promise was preparing to rest, he suddenly sensed something and looked up, only to find a fairy sitting on the windowsill. Her long, white hair swayed slightly in the night breeze. Her drunken red eyes carried an intoxicating allure, as if imbued with a magic that could pull one into a dreamy stupor. Promise paused for a moment before chuckling. You're pretty bold, Melly. Aren't you afraid Morgan will catch you and lock you up like Merlin? Or could it be that you, Merlin's little sister, actually want to visit your brother? Melly or Mary, TBH both are okay. Of course, this is Britain. Morgan and Artoria have already taken the stage, so how could the most famous flower magician be absent? He had simply been found by Morgan long ago and imprisoned. Melly pursed her lips at Promise's words. Ever since she had been threatened and captured by him and even had a goddess keeping watch over her, she had given up on resisting, and had been showing more and more bad vibes. Promise, what exactly are you planning? I came here to get some answers. I don't want to wake up one day only to find myself captured and offered up to Morgan and the others. That's not what you should be worrying about. Promise looked at her and said, you should already understand what I mean. I agreed to have the goddess of fate accompany you so you could influence both the past Vivian and the present Artoria Castor, leading them on the pilgrimage journey. And that is precisely what you excel at, isn't it? After all, this pilgrimage journey could also be described in another way. The journey to kingship. If Promise hadn't mentioned it, Melly might have let it slide, but now her gaze turned even more resentful. So basically, you're dumping all the responsibilities onto me while you hang out here playing games with Morgan and those fairy knights, what's her name, Melusine, and the rest? I swear, with how you're flirting left and right, aren't you afraid one of the goddesses will kick you straight to the moon? Promise shot her a glance as he said. My dear Clotho isn't worried, so why are you? Also, do you really think I don't know what your original plan was when you tried to take Clotho with you in the first place? My goddess is cuter. Hearing that, Melly nearly lost her mind. Again and again, she felt as if all her schemes crumbled like fists hitting cotton, soft, ineffective, and utterly useless against Promise. Fine, whatever. I'll tell you, though you probably already figured it out anyway. I came for that god, Cernunnos. Melly's expression didn't change. She had already suspected as much from the beginning. In fact, to be precise, both she and Morgan had already deduced it. Promise had been clear from the start. UE came to eliminate this lost belt. And beneath Morgan's throne lay the cursed divine remains, overflowing with malice. If released, it would be enough to obliterate the entire fairy Britain. So Melly wasn't here to ask what Promise intended to do. Instead, under Morgan's watchful eye, how exactly do you plan to touch and unleash that god? She raised an eyebrow and continued, and don't forget, that curse has accumulated for thousands of years. Even if it primarily targets the fairies in this world, just brushing against it could corrupt your soul. You might not even be able to escape death. Promise, you told me yourself, you're from this world. That's why the Pegasus of the Starry Night does not answer your call. That divine paintbrush, capable of drawing all things and gods, cannot be wielded by you. Right now, you're just an ordinary human, so normal that you couldn't be any more ordinary. Upon hearing this, Promise simply smiled at her. Melly, to be honest, I've considered many possibilities, but this was the only one I had never thought of. You actually came all this way, taking such a risk, because you were worried about me. Melly pouted but didn't refute it. She merely muttered, you're the most crucial piece in the plan right now. Even that fairy from paradise isn't as important as you anymore. Because once you reach the inner sea of the stars, your teacher, the god of blacksmithing, will definitely appear. More importantly, the only reason both sides are still fighting is because the fate goddess is concealing everything. But if something happens to you, she'll definitely abandon everything and return to the Temple of Fate. And when that happens, I'll be left to be completely crushed by Morgan. So, no matter what happens now, Promise must not die. So what you're saying is that we wait for that fairy from paradise, Artoria Castor, to ring the pilgrimage bell and arrive here? Or we allow fate to follow its original course, letting Morgan fall victim to betrayal and die in the schemes against her? Promise spoke to Melly calmly. He had previously shown Melly and the others the fate that awaited Morgan, the ending she would soon face. He had even discussed it with Vivian. Hearing this, Melly did not respond immediately. Instead, she gracefully leaped down from the windowsill, adjusted her ceremonial robes, and glanced at Promise. So in the end, the reason you're risking everything, touching that cursed god with nothing but your mortal body, is because you want to rewrite Morgan's fate, isn't it? She is my friend. Promise smiled again, saying something that was a matter of course, and didn't Vivian say it herself? It was such a pity for her to leave the stage originally. So, since I am going to destroy this place, everything she has created, it should also be me who personally brings her down and bears all the consequences. Hearing all this, Melly fell silent for a moment before finally speaking. Do you really think you can accomplish all of that? There are far easier ways, ones that don't require you to take such a risk. Don't forget, you can no longer rely on divine wisdom or the favor of the gods. No, Promise answered softly. They have never left me. Can't you see? The goddess of fate, she believes in me. Melly left. Since she couldn't convince him, she simply walked away from Promise's room. But, was she truly here to convince him in the first place? Not long after leaving the room, as she walked along the palace's garden path, she soon saw someone sitting by a flower bed ahead, waiting quietly in the moonlit shadows. Morgan. Chapter 277, Awakening the Cursed God, 2.9k words. 2,966 words. By now, she should have already met Morgan. Inside the dimly lit room, Promise stood by the window, gazing in the direction where Melly had disappeared and spoke in a tone full of certainty. He had already guessed Melly's purpose in coming here tonight. Besides seeing him, she was also here to meet Morgan. The entire fairy kingdom was under Morgan's control. Without the protection of the goddess of fate, even Melly could not completely escape her sight. In fact, Promise was actually quite curious to see how Morgan would react to Melly's presence. After all, Merlin was still imprisoned by Morgan. But after thinking it through, Promise felt that even if Morgan were truly surprised, she wouldn't show it outwardly. That realization made it seem far less interesting to him. Well then, it's time to begin. As he spoke, an object appeared in Promise's hand, a divine treasure from a queen-ranked goddess. A golden apple. Yes, a golden apple. And this particular one had been given to Promise by Clotho, or rather, he currently had 3 golden apples in his possession, each given to him by the 3 fate goddesses on the day they met. This was Promise's greatest trump card at the moment. As for where the goddesses of fate got their golden apples, well, Promise had given them to them in the first place. Each apple bore the inscription he had carved back then. To the fairest, the golden apple. Back in the Age of Gods, to prevent a conflict where the 3 goddesses would fight over a single apple, Promise came up with an easy solution, so he simply engraved this message on the golden apples and simply gave each of them their own. And since the golden apples had been practically stockpiled by him at the time, and even Chiron had an orchard of them, Promise had long since ceased to worry about ever running out. Now, without hesitation, Promise took a bite. Immediately, a faint golden hue spread across his clear emerald eyes. You've been watching for quite some time. Isn't it about time you showed yourself? He turned his head slightly, shifting his gaze toward the window. At the very least, our goals are aligned for now, we both want to release the suppressed god. The moment Promise's calm voice faded, a long silence followed. Then, as if the air itself were a mirror disturbed by rippling water, the space in front of him wavered. A figure emerged under the moonlight, silver-haired, blue-eyed, appearing as if he had stepped straight out of a fairy tale. A flawless prince of light. Oberon Vortigern. The endbringer of the cursed world. Morgan's death was his carefully orchestrated plan, and he was the true mastermind behind the destruction of Fairy Britain. Appearing like a dream, he moved with practiced elegance and gave Promise a courteous bow. It is an honor to meet you. Beloved by the gods, the hero who weaves miracles, the follower of the Athena, the goddess of wisdom. He spoke each title with reverence. Promise, however, was unsurprised that the other party knew his identity. He was well aware that the man before him possessed knowledge of proper human history. Not to mention that the fate goddess herself was personally accompanying him on this mission. Take me to the god's resting place. Promise got straight to the point. I will be responsible for awakening it. As for Morgan, she is already being held up by Melly. Upon hearing this, Oberon couldn't help but glance at him, his eyes narrowing slightly. So, the fairy knights were never your true target. It was Melly all along, wasn't it? Promise had arrived in this fairy kingdom and had been frequently interacting with Melusine. As a result, everyone instinctively assumed that Promise's goal was to turn the strongest fairy knight to his side. After all, if Melusine's memories were restored, she would undoubtedly choose to listen to him. Who told Melly to be such an unreliable person? Promise clicked his tongue. Even if it were Merlin helping me, I wouldn't have had to go through all this trouble. But you're still wrong. My target was never the fairy knights. It was never Melly. From the very beginning, it was always you, Oberon. Promise smiled as he looked at Oberon. Because I knew, as long as I found Artoria Castor, you would inevitably come looking for me. And when that time came, you would help me unconditionally, help me release the cursed god and ring the pilgrimage bell. As for Melly. As he spoke, he glanced once more in the direction where Melly had disappeared. I just knew there was no way she'd behave herself. Morgan was bound to be interested in her, so I simply set her up as bait. Oberon listened in silence. Then, he turned his gaze back to Promise, his eyes reflecting the golden hue now present in the depths of Promise's own. The world knows you as the beloved of the gods. A hero who painted the heavens with divine figures, a legend who created countless miracles. Even your sword is one that can judge the gods themselves. Oberon chuckled softly as he said. But amidst all these dazzling titles, they always overlook the most important thing. Your wisdom. Even if you weren't originally chosen by the goddess of wisdom. Even if your paintings once held no trace of the divine. Even when you were at your weakest, fragile enough to be blown away by the mere wind. You still created miracles. You rewrote fate. Again and again. Because from the very beginning, Promise's fate was intertwined with Athena's threads. Just as the ocean sage goddess once interpreted, at that moment, Promise had already possessed the wisdom to find a path to success even in the most impossible of situations. And because of that, even now, even knowing that Promise was just an ordinary human in this moment, Oberon still did not dare to underestimate him in the slightest. Therefore, but precisely because of that, I know your true goal, Promise. He smiled at him. You are not releasing that god to bring disaster and destruction upon this world. On the contrary, you wish to quell the rage of that once kind god. You wish to grant true peace to the divine being who has suffered for thousands of years. Promise did not refute his words. Even though his disguise had fooled Morgan, even though Melly had assumed the same, he had still failed to deceive Oberon. Because Oberon had prepared too much for the destruction of this world. On this matter, he had been meticulous. But I will still destroy this place. Promise spoke calmly. In the end, our goals are aligned. And more importantly, Oberon, no matter what, you cannot refuse me, can you? Promise smiled at him as he said. You know that I have a high probability of awakening it. You also know how weak I am right now. No matter how glorious my past may have been, at this moment, I am still capable of dying due to my own arrogance and perishing at the hands of that god. Can that even be called arrogance? Oberon found the thought unexpectedly amusing. But he still nodded. As Promise had said, regardless of whether he could truly quell the god's resentment, he had no reason to refuse him. Thus, Oberon took Promise forward. Toward the highest and loneliest throne of fairy Camelot. Yet along the way, Promise encountered someone unexpected. Or rather, someone he had already expected. Melusine. She stood in their path, blocking the night-cloaked corridor that led to the throne. Seeing her appear, Oberon gave Promise a mischievous smile before promptly turning away, leaving the stage entirely to them. And then, Melusine, with her brilliant golden eyes dimming with sorrow, gazed at Promise. I was always waiting. She spoke softly. Waiting for you to say something. In fact, on the night we first met, Her Majesty Morgan came to me. She restored the sealed memories. I just haven't dared to open them. Because of Aurora. But as long as you asked, I would have sided with you, even if it meant becoming Morgan's enemy. She stated it with conviction. No. Promise shook his head. I never intended to involve you from the start. So what you're saying is that you don't need me either, do you? Melusine lowered her head. The sorrow in her eyes was painfully obvious, like a lost, abandoned puppy. A sense of helplessness. A quiet panic. Seeing this, Promise took a step forward. He placed his hand on her head. And gently rubbed it. Melusine looked up, her eyes blinking at him in surprise as the latter smiled. When I arrived here, someone told me that you are the strongest, most beautiful, and most noble of all fairy knights in Britain. So from the very beginning, I never intended for you to carry the burden of betrayal. I don't mind. Melusine immediately replied. But I do. I pulled you out of the dirt because you were meant to be this beautiful. How could I stain your life with something so ugly? As Melusine opened her mouth to speak again, Promise continued. If you truly want to do something, then when that god is awakened, if I fail to resolve things, if everything spirals out of control beyond saving, please, help me. Grant that god the peace it deserves. Promise spoke seriously, looking directly at her. Melusine could feel the sincerity in his words, the weight of his resolve. So after a brief silence, she lifted her head and gave him a firm, resolute nod. Then, as if gathering courage, her golden eyes sparkled with hope as she carefully asked. Then, once I've done all of that, would you still pat my head again? Promise hesitated for a moment. If that's what you want, then yes. I promise I'll do my best. At that moment, Melusine beamed with excitement and undeniable joy. She followed alongside him immediately, determined to stay by his side. Though she said she wouldn't ask any questions, Promise knew that even if he refused, she would have followed him in secret anyway. After a brief internal debate, he let out a sigh and relented. Then, Oberon, what the hell is with that look, like you're watching me kidnap a fairy or something? Promise turned to him with a deadpan expression, his brow twitching slightly. Me? Oh, nothing at all. The latter quickly turned his head away, retracting the amusement and smirk on his face. He even shrugged innocently towards Melusine, who was narrowing her eyes at him. Not long after, under Oberon's guidance, Promise finally arrived beneath the throne. Morgan's veil-covered form remained seated atop the throne. Her head rested on one hand, her posture relaxed, as if she were merely napping. But in fact, her consciousness was still within her other self, engaged in conversation with Meli. Oberon cast a spell, completely concealing their presence. Otherwise, the moment Promise entered the silent hall, Morgan would have already awoken. Beside him, Melusine lowered her gaze, looking somewhat guilty. To subdue the god Cernunnos, the queen spent over 1,000 years enslaving fairies to forge a total of 12 holy lances. And now, those very lances lie beneath this throne. Oberon turned to Promise and said, I can open a path for you, one that avoids the holy lances and leads directly to him. But I cannot guarantee that your soul will remain untainted by his curse. Hearing this, Melusine's expression froze for a moment. But before she could fully process the weight of those words. Enough talk. Let's begin. Promise smiled and interrupted Oberon. If you keep wasting time, by the time Morgan comes back, I'll be fine, but you? You'll end up just like Merlin, permanently locked away. Oberon was speechless for a moment, realizing that he couldn't continue the conversation that day. With that, he began chanting in the language of the Fae, casting his magic. As the incantation echoed, dense black mist began to seep out from beneath the throne, swirling toward them. The moment Melusine felt the ominous, polluted presence, her face tensed, and without thinking, she immediately drew her weapon, stepping in front of Promise to protect him. But before she could make a move, Promise placed a hand on her weapon and stopped her. No. It's too dangerous. Melusine refused to back down. Did you already forget what you just promised me? But just as Melusine, who was filled with frustration, was about to argue further. What are you all doing in front of my mother's throne? A sudden voice rang out. A vivid streak of red appeared under the moonlight. Baobin Sith. The vampiric fairy, still restless after Promise's words from earlier that afternoon, unable to sleep, had wandered out in irritation. Only to find herself face to face with this scene. Three figures standing in front of Morgan's throne. A thick, malevolent curse rising from beneath it. For a moment, her mind went blank, unable to process what was happening. Seizing the perfect moment, Promise grabbed Melusine and lifted her as effortlessly as one might pick up a mischievous cat. Melusine instinctively tried to struggle. But the moment she realized that flailing would only end up hurting Promise, she froze. Completely still, she let herself be thrown straight into Baobin Sith. The moment the two collided, tumbling into a chaotic heap, Promise turned to Oberon, ready to hurry him along. But was surprised to find that the latter was staring at him. Not at him, but behind him. Not with amusement, but with shock. At this moment, his gaze was locked on something behind Promise and his face was full of disbelief. Feeling a sudden chill, Promise instinctively turned his head. And saw her. A witch. Although her face was shrouded, he could feel it. Her form was like a manifestation of divine curses. Yet, the moment she noticed his gaze, she smiled at him. And then, everything went black. Promise's consciousness vanished. And, at this moment, on the other side, Melly and Morgan, bathed in the moonlight. Melly stood with both hands raised, her face the picture of innocence as she pleaded with Morgan. Your Majesty, the esteemed Queen. I swear I have already told you everything I know and am allowed to say. I beg you, please don't push me further. If I keep talking, that petty, grudge-holding bastard is definitely going to write me down in his list of grudges. I really don't want to be hunted down by gods and heroes. Morgan, who had remained silent and composed this whole time, simply gazed at her indifferently and even coldly. I never asked you any of these questions. You revealed them of your own will. Aside from Vivian's matter, Melly had almost entirely betrayed Promise's secrets. For example, the existence of Clotho, the goddess of fate. But in reality, Morgan had never stopped Melly to ask about any of that. I don't care what he intends to do. Even if he destroys this place, even if he ruins everything I have created, I will not hate him. On the contrary, it is you that disgusts me right now. For betraying him. Hearing this, Melly froze. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she blurted out. Wait, hold on a second. Are you really Morgan? Or are you fake? No, if you weren't here to make me betray him, then why the hell did you stop me? Because you seem to know his past. Tell me, who is he, really? Hearing this, Melly finally understood. Morgan had no interest in stopping Promise's plan. She hadn't even thought about preventing it. The reason she was here was only to learn more about him. Thinking about all this, Melly couldn't help but stare at Morgan. You're not Morgan at all. You're still Vivian, aren't you? He's going to destroy everything you care about, and you're telling me you don't mind at all. To Melly, this Morgan in front of her was insane. She couldn't help but recall the Morgan from her world. How extreme she was. And now, looking at this Morgan, she felt like she had completely lost her mind. When the time comes, I will do everything in my power to stop him. Morgan naturally understood her confusion, so she replied in a calm tone. But I will not try to stop him before that. After all, I witnessed, with my own eyes, that he saved everything I once had. The Rain Clan. The time when she was truly happy. The people who raised her. The family who treated her kindly. And Promise had changed their fate. How could she had any desire to hurt him? Just as Vivian had said. Morgan's feelings toward him were complicated. She feared him. And yet, she was grateful to him. Melly couldn't help but recall Vivian's words. And their shared past. So when she suddenly realized it, she pouted her lips, and even looked a little regretful. And then, under Morgan's unwavering gaze, Melly chose to surrender once again, and was just about to reveal everything that proper human history had recorded about Promise. When suddenly, her body froze. At the same time, Morgan lifted her head. Both of them looked toward the direction of the royal throne. And then, Morgan's gaze snapped back to Melly. Now, sharp. Intense. unforgiving. Melly blinked, stunned for a moment before she realized she had been screwed over. Her lips twitched, she wanted to cry but had no tears. She looked at Morgan with pure sincerity and said, "Your Majesty, the esteemed Queen. I swear, this has nothing to do with me. I am also a victim, you believe me, right?" Chapter 278, Fate. 1707 words. At this point, it no longer mattered whether Morgan believed Melly's excuses or not. The overwhelming curse energy surged forth, and in the next moment, her consciousness returned to the throne. The slumbering queen of the Lost Belt, the Winter Queen, Morgan, opened her eyes. Yet even as Morgan departed, Melly remained frozen in place, unwilling or daring not to move. Because before Morgan left, she had locked onto her anchor set in place, ensuring that she would not escape her grasp. She the nightmare could only stand there, on the verge of tears. Is that guy promise my curse or something? Why do I always get screwed over every time I run into him? She grumbled, but at the same time, her gaze kept flickering toward the royal throne in Camelot, filled with curiosity. She actually wasn't really worried about her own safety, but rather, she wanted to run over and see what was about to unfold tonight. Because Melly knew that Promise, who had remained silent for nearly half a month, had finally begun to move. And then, with the soft sound of approaching footsteps, two figures arrived before her. One was a goddess, clad in a pure white Grecian ceremonial robe, her eyes blank as if gazing into fate itself. Clotho, the goddess of fate. And beside her, a fairy from paradise, Artoria Castor. When Morgan's consciousness returned to the throne, the first thing she saw was a complete mess. She saw two fairy knights, Melusine and Baobin Sith, tangled together, still recovering from their chaotic collision. And Oberon, who vanished like a phantom, slipping away instantly, the moment she arrived. Morgan's gaze followed his retreating presence, and without hesitation, she sent her clone to chase him down. Then, without wasting time, she immediately began casting magic, suppressing the curse energy that had erupted from beneath the throne. Yet even as she did so, her eyes scanned the hall, searching for Promise. But he was not there. And not finding the figure, her heart sank slightly and he had a bad premonition in his mind. And in the next moment, that premonition became reality. As Melusine finally pushed herself up from Baobin Sith, who had absolutely no idea what was going on, she immediately drew her weapon. A massive surge of magic energy radiated from her body, and her blade pointed directly beneath the throne. However, "What are you doing?" Morgan's cold voice cut through the air, and the next instant, she stood before Melusine, blocking her path. "Your Majesty, please step aside." Melusine's voice was urgent. "I just saw Promise, he was dragged underground by that ominous force. I have to save him." Hearing her words, Morgan did not react immediately. Instead, she turned her gaze toward Baobin Sith. Yeah, that kinda happened, Mother." Baobin Sith rubbed the massive bump on her head from where Melusine had crashed into her and spoke while still looking dazed. Morgan fell silent for a long moment. And then, she let out a quiet sigh. "Perhaps I truly should not have given him so much freedom, asterisk. Perhaps I should have simply ruled him." Then, turning her gaze back to Melusine, Morgan spoke firmly. "Enough. Stop it. Do not interfere with him anymore. Because this is exactly what he wanted." Hearing these words, Melusine froze for a moment before a realization seemed to flicker in her golden eyes. Slowly, she lifted her gaze toward Morgan and spoke. "So then, that god is buried beneath this place?" A long silence. Then, "Yes." Morgan gave a slight nod. Melusine stared at her. And then, as if understanding something she hadn't before, she slowly murmured, "I see. So that is why Your Majesty Morgan have never left this throne." Then, her eyes hardened, and she gripped her weapon tighter. "I understand now, Your Majesty. But I'm still going down there to save him." Because this is far too dangerous. That is a god's curse. No human can withstand that. Do you think I do not know that? Morgan answered in a cold voice, looking at the fairy knight who was standing in front of her, raising her sword. Even so, this is still his choice. She slowly lifted her staff. Just as the battle between the two was about to erupt. What the hell is this? A sharp cry of alarm echoed. Well, apparently Baobin Sith shouted in a loud voice attracted the attention of the two as both Morgan and Melusine instinctively turned their heads. Just in time to see a black mass of curse energy suddenly lash out and wrap itself around Baobin Sith. Before either of them could react, the curse yanked her downward, vanishing beneath the throne. Seeing the scene in front of her, for the first time, Morgan's expression shifted. A flicker of alarm appeared in her normally calm gaze. And in that brief moment of hesitation, she finally stepped aside. Not only that, Morgan raised her staff. With a gentle tap on the ground, a radiant light spread outward. And in the next moment, the royal throne vanished. And in its place, a massive abyss yawned open. A deep, endless void leading into the earth's depths. At the very bottom lies the remains of a god. The corpse of Cernunnos. The moment the abyss revealed itself, the curse energy that surged from below would be deadly enough to annihilate a fairy from the slightest touch. Even Melusine, the strongest dragon fairy, couldn't stop herself from instinctively stepping back the moment she saw it. But in the next moment, she gritted her teeth. And with determination burning in her golden eyes, she prepared to jump down. That is her fate. A soft yet absolute voice suddenly echoed. At that moment, an invisible force spread through the hall, suppressing the curse's power, which also stopped Melusine in her tracks. It was not mere magic. This was the power of authority. A difference in divine standing. And then, she appeared. Accompanied by Meli and Artoria Castor, the goddess of fate Clotho walked forward, stepping directly in front of Morgan. Morgan's gaze sharpened as she took in Clotho's presence. Her eyes flickered with suspicion and recognition. But then, her gaze moved as she looked past Clotho and her cold blue eyes fell upon Artoria Castor. A fairy from paradise. The prophesied child, is it? Morgan murmured softly. But then, she dismissed her thoughts and focused back on Clotho. You said that this is her fate. What do you mean by that? Clotho's expression remained calm as she spoke without hesitation. She is the divine core of Cernunno's resurrection. She was fated to awaken him as a sacrifice. For a goddess of fate, Clotho had no interest in riddles. S9, her answer was direct. And for the first time, Morgan fell silent. Clotho did not pay attention to her reaction and continued. You do not need to worry. Nor do you need to intervene. If you act rashly, you will only bring more chaos to Promise. All you need to do is wait. As she spoke, her blind eyes shifted toward Melusine. It was undoubtedly a warning. At this moment, Morgan suddenly asked Clotho. Then tell me this. What on earth does he intend to do? I once thought he simply wanted to awaken Cernunnos and destroy everything. But your presence tells me that is not the case. Clotho tilted her head slightly. Her sightless white eyes, which always gazed upon the future, now seemed to lock onto Morgan in the present. Her lips moved lightly. And she replied in a soft, slow voice. He is simply doing what he has always done. The very act of rewriting fate. And for the goddess of fate, shaping a future more beautiful than what was destined. Then, Clotho raised her hand and plucked the threads of fate from the night sky. The golden strands shimmered, reflecting the destinies of Morgan, Melusine, Baobin Sith. And even the entire future of Fairy Britain. Clotho was never a god who spoke in riddles. So, instead of explaining, she showed them everything. And so, the threads of fate unraveled before their eyes, revealing the future that was once set in stone. Morgan. Betrayed by the very fairies she sought to rule, slain by their hands. Even as she died, her last thoughts were of returning to her throne, desperately trying to seal away Cernunnos. Melusine. Slaying Aurora with her own hands, losing everything. Her form reverting to that of Albion's dragon skeleton, until she was pierced through the heart by the holy lance. Baobin Sith. Witnessing Morgan's brutal demise, felt in utter despair as she cast herself into the abyss, sacrificing her very existence, becoming the divine core of Cernunno's resurrection. Among the gods of ancient Greece, even the Olympians despised the Moirai. For they could see the fates of even the gods themselves. And not even divine beings enjoyed the idea of having their destinies dictated. And now, as the power of fate dispersed, and everyone returned to the present after watching their future fates, even Artoria Castor looked at Morgan with complicated emotions. To be honest, Artoria hated this land. She despised this entire country. She hated every single fairy within it. Unlike Vivian, who when first arrived here, was treated like a daughter by the Queen of the Ring clan. Artoria had never once received kindness from any fairy or human since she came here. If she had to name her most peaceful days, it was simply the time she spent traveling with Clotho. For a pure and noble goddess like Clotho, even a fairy possessing the fairy eye like Artoria could find herself at ease. But now, after learning the truth, after seeing the fate that awaited Morgan, seeing that, even though she was betrayed by everyone, she still wanted to protect this place, even in death. She couldn't understand it. And yet, she respected it. Contrary to her, Melusine, who was still in shock, turned to Morgan. She opened her mouth, as if she wanted to say something. But in the end, she remained silent. For she had seen her own fate. She knew that, in the original timeline, she had betrayed Morgan. Chapter 279, Awakening God. 1,778 words. So, that guy has been trying to rewrite fate this whole time? Melly, the only one who remained relaxed among all, was the first to speak. All that talk about wanting to destroy the Lost Belt was a lie? No, not a lie. More like a side effect? Thinking about all this, she couldn't help but recall Vivian's words. And then, she thought back to the legends. The stories of the hero Promise. And then she muttered, "Ah, I should have realized it sooner." Of course, this is exactly the kind of thing he would do. Rewriting fate, creating miracles, painting the gods themselves. In this world, only he could achieve that. With just a few words, the shape of Promise's past was drawn in the air. And as Morgan was attracted by Melly's words. But there's one thing I don't get. If he's already done all this, why is he so fixated on that god, even risking his life for it? After saying that, Melly's gaze turned back to Clotho as she asked. Given his current situation, if he takes us along, with the strength we have now, it should not be impossible to take down Cernunnos, right? Upon hearing this, Clotho turned her head as her gaze shifted toward the world outside. And then she answered. Because the source of the curse is not hatred. It is anger and responsibility. Even when he was killed by the very fairies he was protecting, he still chose to protect them. At that moment, Clotho revealed another truth. As long as his remains exist beneath this land, the abyssal worms that could truly destroy this world will never emerge. And in reality, that so-called curse can be lifted whenever you truly repent. He never gave you true death. Clotho was really a very honest goddess of fate. She never speaks in riddles like some other goddesses. As long as you ask her, she will give you an answer. But for all her honesty, her truths could be painful to hear. Because this was fate. A predetermined future that, even knowing it now, could not be changed. Except for Promise. So he's trying to reach Cernunnos, not to awaken him, but to put him to rest forever? Following this line of thought, Morgan responded in a calm tone. But her expression was no longer frozen. Because in his eyes, Cernunnos is a benevolent god. And he should never have been made into a symbol of disaster. And at this moment, somewhere deep underground, when the unknown witch appeared, she took Promise away and headed to the abyss of the big cave. And when Promise opened his eyes, the world before him was not darkness. It was a paradise. A vast, boundless garden. And at its center was a small shrine, built to honor a god. Gong. Just as Promise was looking at everything in front of him with some confusion and bewilderment, the sound of bells suddenly rang in his ears. Drawn by the sound, Promise slowly stepped toward the shrine and saw something. Inside the sacred temple, he saw a priestess kneeling before a statue, praying. He did not need to think that it was a statue of Cernunnos. And the priestess? Her face hidden. Her entire body bathed in a harsh crimson glow. As if he had thought of something, Promise stepped forward and also prayed to the god Cernunnos. But at this moment, a chuckle suddenly sounded in his ear. Your prayers are all wrong. Our god will never answer you. Promise smiled. Then, priestess, won't you teach me the right way to pray? The priestess chuckled. And then, with a soft, sorrowful voice, she spoke. Even if I taught you, it wouldn't matter. Because he left this place long ago. His soul has already vanished. All that remains is his body. The priestess sighed lightly, her voice carrying a tone of resignation. And as Promise gazed at the priestess, whose face couldn't be seen properly, he already knew who she was. Well, it wasn't hard to guess, she was the last human priestess of Cernunnos. A woman with an unshakable sense of duty, who had once devoted her entire life to teaching the 6 original fairies to recognize their sins. However, what she didn't expect was that she would be hated and resented for that very act. Until, while still alive, she was torn apart piece by piece by the very fairies she tried to save. Not only that, her body was used as material to create the only humans in this world. A race of beings without reproductive capabilities, unique to this world. In other words, she was the mother of all humans in this world. Born from a vicious joke, a cruel irony. He has already left. Then why are you still here? Hearing this, Promise couldn't help but instinctively ask. I cannot leave. And I do not wish to. The faceless priestess seemed to be smiling bitterly at this moment. My suffering made my god angry. And so, he cursed this world. As the time went by, that curse festered, grew, until it became the monstrous force that now threatens to consume everything. But he was never meant to be like this. He was supposed to be a gentle, kind god. Hearing her words, Promise fell silent for a moment, before he asked a question few would dare to ask. Then, have you never thought about revenge yourself? To be torn apart bit by bit while still alive. To have your very body used as material. To be denied even the peace of death. If even this doesn't warrant revenge, then what would? The priestess was not angered and emotional by his words. Instead, she answered his question quite calmly. At first, of course, I did. When I saw my god's curse descend upon this world, I even felt a kind of twisted satisfaction. But, it has been too long. The fairies who wronged me are already dead. The priestess spoke calmly. Initially, I was merely waiting. Waiting for the future I foresaw. The future where this world is destroyed. So I remained asleep. But I never thought that you would actually come here. Her gaze, though faceless, seemed to pierce into his soul. Your presence here is an anomaly. A variable that should never have existed. Your arrival alone has already changed fate. So much so that even the gods beyond this world have begun to watch. You wish to change everything, don't you? Promise did not hesitate and nodded firmly. Just like you said, your god should never have been turned into a symbol of calamity. And besides, the goddess of fate is watching me. So how could I allow myself to let her down? Hearing this, the priestess laughed softly. And then, the tolling bell rang once more. A deep, echoing sound, reverberating through the void. And in that moment, Promise closed his eyes. When he opened them again, the world had changed. Darkness. He found himself in endless, overwhelming darkness. And at the same time, Cernunnos awoke. The slumbering god rose from the abyss. And as he emerged, he stepped forward into the land of fairy Britain. Cernunnos awoke. As the sun rose and the night receded, he climbed out from the depths of the earth. No. To call Cernunnos he would be wrong, it should be it. Because the Cernunnos that awakened today no longer had a soul. It was no longer a god. It was merely a curse. A final curse left behind by Cernunnos upon this accursed land of fairy Britain. A curse that had festered for thousands of years. Its malice had gathered into an unstoppable tide. Now, it spilled forth, from the entirety of his body, spreading across the entire continent. The fairy knight, Baobin Sith, had become its sacrificial core. The moment the god's corpse stirred, she was gone. Thus, when it appeared, crawling out of that massive abyss, its mountain-like colossal body blocked out the sun, reaching all the way to the sky. The 12 holy spears, Holy Lance Rongaminiad, floating in the sky, were unable to descend immediately to unleash a thunderous strike upon Cernunnos. At this moment, even the ever-composed Queen Morgan couldn't help but bite her lip lightly as she stood atop the walls of the fairy kingdom of Camelot, staring at the terrifying deity before her, watching as both her daughter and Promise were swallowed into its body. For a moment, she was unable to decide whether to launch an attack. To strike now was to destroy everything. But just then, at the very moment when the sun rose and the cursed deity climbed out from the depths of the earth, the pilgrimage bells suddenly tolled. First bell, banishes darkness. Second bell, dispels lies. Third bell, casts away metals. Fourth bell, unveils reality. Fifth bell, cleanses sin. Sixth bell, final toll. Ringing out, was the bell that called for the atonement of original sin. 6 bells tolled in succession at the very moment of Cernunnos' awakening, resounding across the entirety of fairy Britain, echoing in the ears of every living being. At that instant, even Oberon, lurking in the shadows, could not remain hidden. He reappeared in an instant. His face filled with shock as he rushed over to Paradise Fairy, Artoria Castor. At this moment, the latter was standing alongside the goddess of fate and Lady Melly of Avalon, on the walls of fairy Camelot, not far from Morgan. You did this? Oberon asked, his face filled with disbelief as he turned toward Artoria Castor. However, Artoria was just as shocked and at a complete loss. Because, she had been standing right here the entire time, and along the way, she had no opportunity to ring the bell of pilgrimage. It wasn't just them, when the bells tolled and every fairy in fairy Britain heard them, they all looked at one another in confusion, having no idea what had just happened. As for the fairies and knights within Camelot, they were paralyzed with shock, overwhelmed by both the bells tolling and the appearance of the deity before them. For a moment, they didn't even know how to react. Yet, just then, Melly suddenly laughed. That delicate face bloomed into a smile as brilliant as a field of blossoming flowers. She stepped forward lightly, and in an instant, the morning breeze swept past, stirring her white hair. Her drunken red eyes gazed at the god before her, as though seeing something far beyond. When the bells toll, the truth is finally revealed. This moment has finally arrived. Chapter 280, Avalon. 2,143 words. As Melly's voice fell, a beautiful chanting incantation followed. Unlike Merlin, who was not adept at reciting spells, her incantations were swift and concise, carrying a melancholic resonance, as if mourning for the world. Under that singing-like fairy incantation, countless flower petals danced in the morning breeze, gathering above Camelot's highest point before finally bursting with a crisp sound, scattering into a morning rain of petals. The floral rain wiped away the mirror-like veil, unveiling to all the truth that had been obscured by the power of the goddess of fate. And in that instant, all the fairies of Britain saw it. They witnessed the entire pilgrimage of their queen, Morgan. Accompanied by the goddess of fate, a white-clothed youth, a fairy knight, and a flower magus, they walked the path of pilgrimage together. She was Vivian, the girl picked up by the rain fairy queen, raised with love, and carrying a dream as pure as a fairy tale. She had lifted the chosen staff high and told the 6 bells of atonement. And now, the past that had been concealed by the power of the goddess of fate was laid bare before every fairy in Britain, including Queen Morgan herself. At that very moment? Amidst the raining petals, the Vivian of the past stepped forward from the floral rain, emerging from the mirror of time, standing before Morgan of the present. It seems. Promise has once again fulfilled our promise. Vivian stood before Morgan, looking at the queen who was staring back at her in stunned silence, and a smile naturally appeared on her face. And with Vivian's arrival, the long-sealed memories came flooding back. Morgan instantly understood the promise Vivian was referring to. I want to see her. Back then, when Promise and the others embarked on their journey with Vivian, ringing the bells of pilgrimage and leaving, Vivian made a request of Promise. She wanted to see her. She wanted to see the future she would reach without Promise. To see the ruler of the Lost Belt, the Winter Queen, Morgan. And when Promise, feeling a bit puzzled, asked why she wanted to see Morgan, Vivian simply smiled and answered. Because I have something I want to say to my future self. Though, I feel like she probably won't want to see me. Beside them, Fairy Knight Melusine was so shocked that she even rubbed her eyes. Two Queen Morgans, and also, what are these extra memories in my head? Just as Melusine felt her head spinning from confusion. She saw it. The instant Morgan saw Vivian, a moment of undeniable panic flashed across her face. Even a hint of flustered embarrassment. But almost immediately, Morgan regained her composure. Yet, despite her attempts to remain calm, the way her magic staff trembled uncontrollably in her hands revealed just how shaken she truly was. So, this is the truth. Morgan, feigning calmness, cast a cold gaze at the Vivian who had emerged from the floral rain. Then, she turned her head slightly to look at Melly, the flower magus who had unveiled the false veil to reveal the truth. Unable to hold back, she spoke in a chilling tone. To have the goddess of fate conceal fate itself, embarking on a pilgrimage into the distant past. In this lost belt, where parallel timelines do not exist, once the bells toll, then whether it is the past or the future, there is only one sound that will ever ring. Put into simpler terms, the moment Vivian told the bell of pilgrimage in the past, the bells of the future had already been rung. And since parallel worlds do not exist here, when the bells tolled in the future, even the bells of atonement in the past could be considered as having already rung at the same time. Morgan's voice was not loud, but whether it was Melusine, Oberon, or the others, they heard her words with absolute clarity. And as time passed, Melusine, who had been rubbing her temples, gradually absorbed the memories of the past. Thus, she not only recalled that painting from that night, nor just the intellect that Promise had bestowed upon her. She also remembered that small journey she had once embarked upon alongside Promise and Vivian. During that period, having just gained intelligence and being newly born, Melusine was in a state of pure innocence, well, one could even say ignorance. She had an overwhelming attachment to Promise, the one who had pulled her from the mud. And every night, she had wanted to secretly crawl into his arms. But every time, she would be caught by Clotho, who would simply throw her back out. Because of this, in the past, the person Melusine hated the most was Clotho. She had even bitten Clotho in anger over it. As Melusine reminisced, she subconsciously turned her head to glance at Clotho. Noticing her gaze, that turned her head as well. Her pale, vacant eyes seemed to fall upon Melusine. Feeling awkward, Melusine hurriedly looked away. At the same time, she finally understood something. She understood why Promise always treated her so naturally, why he never wanted her hands to be stained with blood. Melusine, you are the most beautiful fairy knight, do you know that? This was something Promise had often told her. Back then, Melusine hadn't understood. But now, she completely did. Realizing this, Melusine snapped back to reality, turning her head. Only to glare furiously at the deity before her, the very one who had swallowed Promise. Yet, deep in her heart, a faint sense of confusion also surfaced. Because Melusine noticed that disaster that had crawled out from the depths of the earth was merely standing still. And had yet to launch an attack. Darkness. What unfolded before Promise's eyes was an endless abyss of darkness. At this moment, he felt as though he had stepped onto a one-way path to the underworld, a road of no return. The moment the priestess disappeared, Promise found himself in this pitch-black world. However, he could still faintly feel slight vibrations, and from that, he deduced that he was likely inside the body of the deity, Cernunnos. So, Cernunnos has already awakened? Promise speculated in his mind. At the same time, he could clearly feel the cursed power surging toward him, eroding his body and even his soul. This left him no choice but to take out a golden apple and bite into it. The divine power of the golden apple coursed through his body as he gazed into the infinite darkness before him, a void so absolute that not a single glimmer of light could be seen. Promise did not hesitate any longer and stepped forward. The darkness devoured all, consuming not only existence but also the very concepts of time and perception. It stripped Promise of his senses, like a dream in which one sinks deeper and deeper into the ocean, an abyss that sought to drag him down into endless nothingness. But to Promise, this experience was not unfamiliar at all. After all, during Demeter's trial, he had once walked a similar path of darkness. So naturally, it could not stop him. And so, in this black abyss, Promise walked on. He had no idea how long he had been walking. Until the sound of crying reached his ears. He continued forward, treading across Cernunno's body, and before the cursed power could completely consume him, he found the sacrificial core, Baobin Sith. But at this moment, the Baobin Sith before him was not the proud fairy knight he had once known. Instead, she appeared far smaller, crouched on the ground, hugging her tortured and wounded body, weeping. Seeing her in this state, Promise immediately understood what had happened. In the original timeline, she became the sacrificial core because she had witnessed Morgan being beaten to death by the fairies. At that moment, her heart had already died. Having fallen into complete despair, filled with boundless hatred toward the fairies, she had naturally become the perfect sacrificial vessel for the deity's awakening. But in fact, even without that specific future, she was always destined to be the perfect offering. Because Baobin Sith's past itself was a tragic microcosm of this world built on deception, violence, and bloodshed. When Morgan had once been a savior, Baobin Sith had been the only fairy to ever show her kindness, to express gratitude. But she was too weak. Her kindness toward Morgan made the other fairies hate her, and as fairies never change, every time the savior reawakened, whenever Baobin Sith followed her, she would always meet the same fate. Tortured to death by the fairies. Her limbs twisted and broken, her screams of agony bringing forth nothing but cruelty, neither pity nor mercy. And as Promise stepped before her, the small, trembling fairy vanished. The sobs also disappeared. In her place now sat a different figure. A fairy with waist-length crimson hair, sitting on the ground, hugging her knees, her head buried deeply. Promise looked at her, pondered for a moment, then quietly sat down beside her. I remember everything now. And even memories that shouldn't exist. Baobin Sith suddenly spoke, her voice breaking the silence of the pitch-black world as she looked at Promise and spoke. Including the fact that you had already helped Her Majesty in the past, ringing the bell of pilgrimage. Even the fact that Melusine once saved a fairy kingdom in the past. You have rewritten the fates of many, you are incredible. But in my most painful moments, when I was tormented again and again, no one ever came to save me. Her voice carried an indescribable tone. Even now, the reason you have come here is because you believe that this great deity should not be a calamity. Yet you never considered that. I still ended up as the core, just as fate had foretold. At this very moment, having become the core, Baobin Sith had inherited a portion of Cernunno's divine authority. Though she could not fully control it, she could still see everything unfolding across Fairy Britain through this power. But, in fact, I do not blame you. Because you never had the obligation to save me. Without waiting for Promise to respond, she spoke again. But I hate this world. Promise gazed at Baobin Sith in front of him, whose body was covered in scars. And the moment her final words fell, the cursed power surged like boiling lava, rushing toward Promise. It was as if it sought to consume him whole. Yet, just then, Promise suddenly spoke. Do you know what awaits the Paradise Fairy once the pilgrimage is complete and the Bell of Atonement is tolled? Even as the flood of curses surged toward him, Promise did not panic. Instead, he simply continued. The fairy who rings the 6 bells will become the holy sword itself, gaining the right to return to the inner sea of the stars. A place where only the sinless may enter, Avalon. And now, As he spoke, something appeared in Promise's hand. A beautiful flower. It bloomed before Bayabansith's eyes. A faint smile emerged on Promise's face. It is time to forge the holy sword. Only the sinless may pass. A land of eternal spring, where vivid flowers bloomed in chaotic harmony. The only obstructions to sight were the distant forests barely visible on the horizon. Even if one looked around the entire sky, the only things that filled the view were the divided earth and endless blue heavens. The warmth of spring and the vitality of summer filled the daylight, while the cool breeze of autumn and the starry sky of winter embraced the night. This was the land of everlasting spring in myths. A land where beasts of wisdom could never reach. A paradise beyond human history, untouched by the decline and destruction that repeated upon the surface world. A place that had existed alongside humanity since ancient times, yet was entirely separate from it. Its name was Avalon. So, it has finally arrived? In the garden, a man wearing a long robe woven from fairy fibers suddenly smiled, as if sensing something. Yes, it has arrived. The response came in the form of a joyful voice, as clear as the ringing of silver bells. From within the sea of flowers, a fairy stepped forward. She wore a white robe, identical to the man's own. They stood before each other and smiled together. They seemed like a pair of siblings. Or perhaps, they were the mirrored halves of a single soul. They were Britain's most famous flower magi. Figures who had appeared in countless myths and legends. Standing atop the summit of Grand Magi, the highest of all magicians. A half-human, half-dream spirit, bearing the proof of supreme magic. The eyes that see through the world. They were Merlin. Chapter 281, The Scene in the Myth, 2.6k words. 2,654 words. And with that revelation, many things that had already happened suddenly became far easier to understand. On that day, when the goddess of fate descended from the Temple of Destiny into this lost belt. On that day, Meli had traveled from afar, arriving as a guardian. A watcher, entrusted by the counterforce to oversee Promise and the goddess. And that was also the day they had already seen each other. That night, in a shared dream, they had already met. And so, from that day onward, this moment had already been predestined. This was the magic. The miracle that two flower magi had woven together. But Meli's purpose was to come to witness a legendary event. A moment so grand that even the gods themselves would be in awe. A painting, drawn by a single boy. A scene that would transcend myth itself. Meanwhile, Merlin had come for a different reason. To end this flawed world. Now, the 6 bells of atonement had tolled. And their echoes resounded even within Avalon. From the deepest depths of the abyss, the remnants of the cursed deity had risen. As the tolling of the bells spread across the land, the two flower magi together wove their most blooming magic. In Celtic mythology, to which Merlin belonged, the world was home to gods, fairies, spirits, and monsters alike. Among them, there existed a realm where these beings coexisted. A world beyond the mortal plane, the Otherworld. And Avalon was also part of the Otherworld. The distance between the Otherworld and reality was, in fact, just a single step. Thus, the flower magic, now in full bloom, became the pathway to the Otherworld. Promise, holding Bayabansith's dazed hand, led her into this realm. At the same time, Vivian of the past, holding Morgan of the present's hand, arrived as well. And the goddess of fate, Clotho, brought Artoria Castor with her. At the moment they departed, the once still deity's remains, as if finally unshackled, began its march toward fairy Camelot. Though fairy knight Melusine did not fully understand what was happening, she had no choice but to face it head-on. To halt the disaster it would bring. Prophecies and fate. They truly are as messy as the legends say, unraveling into chaos the moment you arrived. Merlin sighed as he gazed at the black-haired, green-eyed boy clad in fairy garb. Hearing his words, Promise instinctively looked his way. Their eyes met. And beneath Merlin's gentle smile, Promise gave a small nod. But, just as in the legends, the fate that was once set in stone has not only changed because of him. it will also become something far more beautiful. After all, that is the gift he has offered to the goddess of fate. Melly, with her staff in hand, chuckled as she spoke. Her gaze then turned to the silent goddess of fate. Compared to Baobin Sith's current confusion, the three women, Morgan, Vivian, and Artoria, had already calmed down, shifting their attention toward Melly and Merlin. And then, after a brief moment of silence, "This is absolutely terrible. X3. Looking at Melly and Merlin, the three of them spoke in perfect unison. And immediately after they finished speaking, the three exchanged glances with one another. In each of their eyes was undisguised disdain directed at Merlin and Melly. Because the moment the bells tolled, and the sea of flowers unveiled the truth that had already come to pass. Artoria had experienced a dream that seemed to stretch far into the past. Even though, in reality, it lasted no more than a single instant. In that dream, she saw herself. She saw the life of King Arthur. At that moment, Baobin Sith, still in shock, instinctively turned to look at Morgan and Vivian. Although she didn't fully understand what was going on, but that didn't stop her from feeling pure astonishment and confusion as her eyes widened in disbelief. Two Mother Morgans? Morgan, upon hearing this, gave Baobin Sith a flat glance. Vivian, on the other hand, looked at her in confusion, hesitated for a moment before flashing a soft, almost apologetic smile. Yet even that gentle smile caused Baobin Sith's heart to be filled with warmth. Humph. No matter where she is, Morgan is terrible at taking care of children, huh? Seeing this, compared to Merlin, who simply observed, Melly was far more reckless, making this blunt remark without hesitation. Morgan ignored her completely and sharp gaze fell upon Promise instead. Because by now, it was all too obvious. This was all his doing. Oberon isn't here? Promise swept his gaze around the area before giving a small nod to himself. I see. In that case, we should hurry back. Promise, what exactly are you planning to do? Morgan's voice remained as cold and sharp as ever, cutting straight to the heart of the matter. Isn't it obvious? Promise smiled and answered. The bells have tolled, the deity has brought disaster upon the world. At this point, aside from forging the holy sword to end everything, is there anything else left to do? Hearing this, Morgan's expression did not change. She merely shifted her gaze slightly, landing on Vivian, who still seemed bewildered as she looked at Baobin Sith. That single phrase, Mother Morgan, had clearly shaken her. The fairy who rings the bells of pilgrimage becomes the material for the holy sword. If my past self is sacrificed, then my present self will cease to exist as well. Morgan spoke, not out of fear of death, but simply because the fairy kingdom still had a mess that needed to be cleaned up. So, she could not die. Artoria was stunned for a moment as her gaze shifted between Morgan and Vivian, then toward everyone present, before finally resting upon the goddess of fate, Clotho. So, is this the reason I came here? With that, Artoria stepped forward. She forced a resolute smile onto her face. If that's the case, then let me be the one to forge the holy sword. She smiled. But aside from Baobin Sith, there was no one here who could not see how forced that expression was. Seeing this, Merlin couldn't help but sigh softly. Yet he said nothing. No, to be precise. Even though Artoria herself had spoken, not a single person responded to her words. Because at this moment, all eyes were on Promise. So, this place is the Age of Gods, right? As the latter turned toward Merlin and Melly. To be precise, this is Avalon, the inner sea of the stars. Melly said, blinking as a beautiful, expectant smile spread across her lips. Her voice was filled with excitement as she continued. But this place is indeed where gods, fairies, and beings of myth reside. So, Promise. It is time for you to show us your painting. That miracle which once stunned the world. A work that even the gods themselves could not help but marvel at. As she spoke, Melly raised her staff. And once again, she began to chant that elegant fairy incantation. The gentle wind stirred through the garden. And a sea of petals fell like celebratory confetti. As if heralding the arrival of an ancient legend. One that was about to unfold once more. A painting? Hearing her words, Artoria frowned slightly, murmuring under her breath as she instinctively turned her gaze toward the quiet Clotho, who had, at some point, lifted her head, with a subtle smile forming at the corner of her lips. One that held the same anticipation as Melly's. At that moment, something clicked in Artoria's mind. And then, she, along with everyone else, watched as Promise reached out and plucked a single white feather from the sky. The moment the feather brush touched his hand, a pure white robe, untarnished by even the slightest dust, draped over him. Witnessing this sight, an indescribable feeling welled up in Morgan, Vivian, and the others. Then, Promise retrieved the last golden apple from his belongings. The instant he bit into it, he lifted his brush and began to paint upon the sky itself. To those watching, it felt as though only an instant had passed. Yet at the same time, it felt as if eternity itself had stretched on. Even for Merlin and Melly. The moment they blinked, the painting was already complete. And before they realized it, the canvas had unfolded. And they had all stepped into the painting itself. The first scene was, without a doubt, Morgan's. But at the same time, it was also Vivian's. The canvas was divided into two halves. On one side, there was Vivian, bathed in the radiance of the morning sun, standing amidst friends who had supported her, fulfilling her fairy tale dream by ringing the 6 bells of atonement. She smiled brightly, surrounded by warmth and joy. A fairy who had completed her duty as the Paradise Fairy. On the other side, there was Morgan, sitting upon a towering throne beneath the veil of night. Her head was slightly lowered, her gaze piercingly cold, staring down at everyone below. A queen who had long since despaired of all fairies, ruling through absolute domination. Her expression was one of isolation and authority. A monarch who had chosen to oppress rather than believe. Through this painting, whether it was Merlin, Melly, Baobin Sith, or Artoria, they all bore witness to the immensely long life Morgan had lived. Both as Vivian and as the Winter Queen, Morgan Le Fay. So, at that moment, Morgan slightly parted her lips, breaking the heavy silence as she turned toward Vivian, her past self, so young and naive, standing before her. Did you come here just to tell me this? Morgan's voice remained cold, but Vivian smiled softly and nodded. Yes. I came to tell you that our dream has already been fulfilled. On that journey, as the bells tolled, with Promise and the others' help, I built the kingdom we once envisioned as our ideal. Even if it was fleeting, even if it will soon vanish, it truly existed. Morgan remained silent, her gaze lingering on the painting, the one that depicted Vivian standing in the radiant glow of sunrise. She did not speak for a long time. And then, it's been a while since I felt this emotion. Morgan murmured softly. Is this jealousy? As the words left her lips, she laughed lightly, unable to help herself. After all, the person she was jealous of was herself. As the first painting faded, the second painting took its place. This time, it was Artoria Castor's. Eh? This one is mine? Artoria, feeling a mix of surprise and nervousness, turned to see herself depicted in the painting. But she quickly realized the scene in the painting was not a pleasant one. After all, unlike Vivian, who had found kindness and support, Artoria Castor had never received any warmth in the fairy kingdom. Only pure malice. Even the reason she had been raised was not out of love, but because, upon realizing she was the prophesied child, the fairies planned to sell her for a high price. The scene depicted her most helpless moment. In a snow-covered wasteland, she curled up into herself, her body numb and barely able to feel anything. And just like Morgan's painting, this one too had two sides. On the other side, a king stood tall. The background was a battlefield at dusk. She had fallen, dying upon the battlefield. Artoria Castor fell silent, staring at the scene. She knew what the other side of the painting represented. It was the future of King Arthur. Yet, even knowing this, she couldn't help but feel a little bitter. Compared to Morgan's painting, hers felt far too despairing. This is the past. But at that moment, she heard a soft voice beside her. It was Promise. And this is the future. As he spoke, Promise waved his hand, and the despairing images disappeared. In their place, a completely different future unfolded. One that was truly hers. A future where Artoria Castor had completed her pilgrimage, and had companions by her side. Artoria stared in a daze, watching a dreamlike vision come to life before her eyes. She was still in shock and uncertainty when Eyewitness. The goddess of fate, Clotho, suddenly spoke in a calm, unwavering tone. That is your future. The third painting followed. This one was Beoban Sith's. Or rather, it was the painting of Cernunnos, the deity. It revealed everything in the past. How the god and the priestess once stood before the 6 fairy lords. How they were poisoned and betrayed. How Beoban Sith, now at the center of the deity's revival, had unknowingly become its core. And natural? It showed the past she had spent by Morgan's side. The pain she endured. The kindness Morgan had quietly given her. Realizing the truth, Beoban Sith turned her head, staring at Morgan in complete disbelief while Promise smiled softly and spoke. So? I wasn't lying, was I? Your mother really does love you. The moment his words fell. Beside them, Vivian scratched the back of her head, looking a bit awkward. But looking between Morgan, who remained silent, and Beoban Sith, who, at this moment, looked so overwhelmed that she was on the verge of tears, Vivian finally stepped forward and gently placed a hand on Beoban Sith's head. In the next moment, Beoban Sith burst into tears and threw herself into Vivian's embrace. As the final painting faded, they stepped out of the paintings, and the 3 completed paintings settled into Promise's hands. Thank you for showing me that future. Artoria Castor suddenly thanked the goddess of fate and Promise, then took a deep breath, and said with a firm expression, I am ready. Hearing this, Merlin couldn't help turn toward Artoria. Melly, on the other hand, let out a small laugh before stepping forward and ruffling Artoria's hair. The Artoria of this world is really adorable. Artoria frowned, pushing Melly away slightly, clearly annoyed. Just as she was about to protest. The materials to forge the holy sword are already prepared. Merlin spoke calmly. That material is Promise's paintings. His paintings are recognized by the gods and the world itself. The vast blue sky and endless night serve as his canvas. The very essence of the world is his ink. His paintings are the world itself. Eh? Artoria blinked in confusion. The red-haired fairy knight, and even Vivian, all turned their gazes toward Promise, who had already put the paintings away. The only one who remained unfazed was Morgan. As if she had already expected this outcome. That's exactly right. Melly nodded enthusiastically. Ah, but it's such a waste. I mean, these are Promise's paintings. If we could take them back, every goddess who saw them would be so jealous, they'd go crazy with envy. As she spoke, Melly suddenly turned to Promise and pretended to speak pitifully. By the way, Promise Kuin, I've done so much for you these past few days, haven't I? So, could you maybe draw me a painting too? Seeing this, Merlin blinked, and his expression subtly shifted, looking tempted. All right. Hearing thus, Promise didn't refuse, but without waiting for Melly to celebrate, he added flatly. If you come with me to forge the holy sword and become its material, I'll burn the painting for you. The words fell. And in an instant, Melly's face twisted into despair. So stingy, she whined. Actually, this may not be a bad thing. At that moment, the goddess of fate, Clotho, suddenly spoke. If you were to be painted into Promise's artwork, I imagine many beings would be eager to meet you. After all, you have spoken quite a bit of ill about Promise in your heart. Hearing this, Melly's face instantly froze. Being chased by goddesses and heroes? Merlin laughed, amused. Sounds quite interesting, doesn't it? Chapter 282, True Identity. 1594 words. Would you like to come and see it? Promise ignored the antics of Melly and Merlin and turned toward Morgan, Vivian, and the others, extending an invitation to them. The moment when the Holy Sword is forged. It was also the moment this lost belt world would meet its end. Morgan did not immediately answer. Instead her gaze shifted to Vivian, who was holding Beoban Sith in her arms, looking a little overwhelmed. Her eyes flickered slightly before she asked. So this is one of the reasons you came from the past to see me. Are you afraid I will kill him? Morgan was the queen of the Lost Belt. And she had guarded this world for thousands of years and now someone was doing to destroy it. Any normal person could guess what she would do, but... No. I told you, I only came to see you, to tell you my ending. Gently comforting the Beoban Sith in her arms, Vivian looked at the self that had chosen a different path. Her gentle smile never faded as she answered. He is a miracle walking through fate. The path he walks will rewrite what was once an inescapable destiny, including yours. And I also know that he has made a vow with that lovely goddess of fate, under her watchful gaze, to paint and compose the most beautiful future. So, I showed you my ending. And I also wish to see yours. A different future, yet influenced by the same person. As Vivian's gentle voice faded, the wind stirred, carrying through the sea of flowers, brushing against their long, flowing hair. Ahem, excuse me, may I interrupt for a moment? Melly, ever the troublemaker, coughed and spoke up, clearly unwilling to take anything seriously. She continued to court death and looked at both of them with a strange expression before asking. You two, are really both called Morgan? Hearing her words, Vivian's smile faded slightly. She and Morgan turned their heads at the same time. Their cold gazes fell on Melly. Even Artoria Castor, at this point, was giving her a look of sheer exasperation. Promise. Morgan finally spoke again in a calm tone. Stay away from them in the future. And if we meet again, I will imprison you all in the depths of the abyss. Hearing this, Melly, rather than being intimidated, looked pleased. Now that's the Morgan I know. Though, I'm not afraid of you at all. Smiling brightly, Melly suddenly turned. And in the next moment, she wrapped herself around Promise's arm, pressing her body against him as she spoke. Because the handsome and adorable Promise Kuan will definitely protect this weak and helpless lady, won't he? Merlin covered his face. At this moment, even he couldn't bear to watch anymore. Facing the awkward from Vivian, Artoria, and the others. Promise. Merlin cleared his throat, forcing a smile. Now that everything is ready, let us continue. It's time to write the conclusion to this rather, not so beautiful story. The next step is to forge the Holy Sword. The Holy Sword must be forged, but where? Now. They needed a place to forge the Holy Sword. Just as Merlin raised his staff, preparing to chant another long fairy incantation, Promise had already given the answer. From the sky, he retrieved another painting. And in the next moment, a magnificent sound filled the air. The clear cry of a Pegasus. A brilliant comet streaked across the heavens, descending toward them. Merlin paused for a moment, then smiled and lowered his staff. At the same time. Oh. Look at me. Come to think of it, I completely forgot to properly introduce something to you all. Melly suddenly clapped a hand to her forehead, then even stuck out her tongue playfully. Glancing at Morgan, Vivian, and the others, she tilted her head slightly, blinking, and said, or is it that everyone is actually not curious about Promise's true identity at all? She tilted her head further, feigning confusion. But the smile on her face and in her eyes could not be concealed at all. At this point, even Beoban Sith, who had just stopped crying, wiped away her tears and turned toward Melly, joining Morgan, Vivian, and the others, all of whom stared at her with silent expectation. They were all waiting for what was sure to be Mary's another ridiculous performance. Where should I start? Melly tapped her lips, pretending to think seriously. Let's start with the basics, his real identity. Promise actually comes from the future, from a place called Chaldea. And in Chaldea, heroic spirits are welcomed visitors. So, to put it simply, if you ever want to see him again, you can come visit Chaldea after this is all over. As soon as Melly finished speaking, Merlin couldn't help but interject. Wait, if they go to Chaldea now? However. Ah, don't be so stiff. Melly waved him off, cutting him off mid-sentence. Besides, by the time he arrives, everything will already be a mess anyway. She then turned her gaze toward the calm and composed Morgan, a sly smirk spreading across her lips. And look at our dear Queen Morgan here, so calm, so unbothered. It is obvious, she's known all along. I bet she's been planning to go find him and have some fun once all of this is over. Morgan stood quietly, making no response. She neither confirmed nor denied it. Merlin hesitated, words caught on the tip of his tongue. He glanced instinctively at Promise. Then, as if something clicked in his mind, he turned his gaze toward Clotho, the goddess of fate. Then. He sighed, resigning himself. Never mind. I suppose I wouldn't be able to stop it anyway. The realization instantly lifted a weight off his shoulders. And so? He smiled, and said. In that case, allow me to introduce another story about him. As he spoke, the Pegasus had already descended from the sky. Its pure white wings unfurled, catching the attention of everyone present. It gracefully landed beside Promise. Then, upon seeing the new and unfamiliar faces, the Pegasus blinked, looking a little lost at first. Until it spotted Clotho, the goddess of fate. The moment it did, the Pegasus instantly lost interest in everything else. Without hesitation, it turned away, casually flicked its tail, and trotted off to graze on some grass. Hey, no. Melly snapped, her eyes widening in protest as she looked at Merlin and spoke. I specifically saved the most interesting part for later, and now you're stealing my moment? The latter, however, ignored her complaints. With a smirk tugging at the corner of his lips, he cleared his throat, preparing to speak. But then. He is the student of the centaur sage, Chiron. The voice was soft and childlike, yet carried the undeniable weight of divinity. A voice that was both a statement and a proclamation. One that could not be ignored. Everyone, including Promise himself, was stunned. Because no one expected that the one who would speak these words was none other than Clotho, the goddess of fate. The fate-woven past of Promise. And at the same time, he is the beloved of the gods. Queen Hera showered him with the adoration of the gods. The goddess of wisdom, Athena, granted him the wisdom to overcome any obstacle. The goddess of justice, Themis, raised the scales of judgment, bestowing upon him the virtue of righteousness. And the goddess of fate shall witness the future that he rewrites. With the pure white feathered paintbrush in his hands, he once painted the 12 Olympian gods, one by one. The vast blue sky and the endless night served as his canvas. And the heroes he depicted took pride in being immortalized by his hand. Even the gods themselves envied the honor. From the very beginning, starting with the promise made to Queen Hera, he stood upon the court of divine judgment, passing sentence upon the gods. And among the stars? He seized a falling comet from the heavens themselves. Clotho spoke these words, her voice steady, unwavering. And as her final words fell, fate's imprint unfolded before them all. She unveiled her divine authority, guiding them through the long 3 years that had shaped Promise. She made them witness the marks he had left upon the world. Clotho, in all her divine pride, boasted of his legacy. He has left his footprints in many places. Upon the path of no return, leading to the underworld. Upon the skies of the Olympian god's kingdom. Within the depths of the abyssal sea. Wherever he sought to go, the Pegasus, with its pure wings unfurled, carried him to his destined places. And so, it shall be the same now. As Clotho's final words fell, they all awoke from the vision woven by fate. After waking up, Melly puffed her cheeks, clearly frustrated that Clotho had stolen her grand reveal. Merlin, too, looked a bit disappointed. Vivian, on the other hand? Well, her expression was one of pure shock. her eyes reflecting the sheer weight of what she had just witnessed, and so, she was the first to speak. The dragon of catastrophe, Typhon, whom he judged. The flawless goddess, Athena, whom he shot down with an arrow. The long voyage aboard the Argo, his endless journey. So this is who you truly are? Promise, you. Just as Vivian looked up, preparing to question him, she froze. Because he was gone. And with him, the Pegasus that had descended from the sky. The Pegasus. It has already taken him to his next destination. Chapter 283, Forging the Sword. 1937 words. Clotho spoke softly, her voice carrying the weight of destiny's authority. Through the power of fate, everyone present had witnessed what should have been a mere 3-year journey, yet felt like an eternity. And so, they understood what had happened. The Pegasus had carried him to the place where the holy sword would be forged. I'll translate. Melly suddenly raised her hand, eager to speak up. I know. Promise got shy and ran away. As she spoke, her eyes sparkled, and she grinned smugly. Clotho turned her gaze toward her. Then, she looked up at the sky, which had darkened at some unknown moment. Without a word, she took 2 quiet steps to the side, putting some distance between herself and Melly. Seeing this, Merlin, as if realizing something, also stepped away. And the moment he did, a beam of moonlight suddenly shot down from above. Melly, barely reacting in time, dodged at the last possible second as the blinding silver light nearly pierced through her. The entire group let out a collective TCH. Hey. What's with that reaction? Melly stared at them, offended. Then, looking toward the sky, she waved her arms frantically. And Goddess Artemis. I was wrong, please stop shooting at me. Even as she pleaded, she had to nimbly dodge another barrage of divine arrows. Each one aimed straight at her heart. While some goddesses, like the wise and composed Athena, might have held back, Artemis was not one of them. Not when it came to jealousy. The goddess, who would be jealous of even her most beloved believer, obviously didn't care about it all. When everyone saw this scene, they looked at each other and then turned their heads away, pretending not to see anything. At the same time, Promise, who had initially planned to stop Melly and Merlin from derailing things, immediately bolted with Pegasus the moment he saw Clotho step forward. And so, the Pegasus took off, carrying Promise away once more. As it flew, Brother Horse couldn't help but feel a little regretful. After all, it had once again missed a chance to enjoy some grass. All we can say. No matter where we go, a horse is always just a horse. The Pegasus flew through what felt like centuries. Until, finally, it arrived before an ancient temple. Its bronze gates standing tall and unyielding. Promise stepped forward. With a gentle push, he opened the doors and entered. Inside, there was no one. Only the forge's sacred flames remained, burning for thousands of years, undisturbed. This place. It was not the Greece of the Age of Gods, but the other world. So, of course, the goddess who was once his teacher would not be here. Even so, it was clear whose temple this was. The temple of Hephaestus, the god of the forge. Promise stared at the divine flames, then turned his gaze toward the smithing hammer resting at the forge's side. For a moment, a memory surfaced on his mind. The memory of the Holy Grail war's end. Of the moment he had seen Queen Hera. So this is your doing again, Athena. Promise murmured softly. And, as expected, just as it had been with Hera, in the absence of the goddess of fate, Clotho, and goddess of the night, Nyx, the goddess of absolute wisdom, whose eyes saw all truths, had long foreseen everything that would unfold from the very beginning. And so, Athena had relayed it all to Hephaestus. And Hephaestus had forged this very temple. A perfect replica of his divine workshop. It had remained abandoned, waiting, untouched by time, until Promise arrived. Promise quickly calmed himself down. Then, stepping forward, he reached out and grasped the divine hammer. and the moment he lifted it, a figure appeared before him. It was a woman, seated in a wheelchair, with golden hair cascading down to her waist, and a mask concealing her face. A goddess. Promise's eyes widened, and then, he spoke. Teacher. Hephaestus smiled. It was a gentle, warm smile, as if she had truly heard his voice. She even raised a hand, reaching out, as if to caress Promise's face. But the moment her fingertips touched him, they passed through his body like mist. Well, she was not real, just a mere shadow, left behind for thousands of years, waiting for him to arrive. Even so, she made the same gesture she once had, pinching his cheek lightly, just like she used to. There was no reproach in her eyes, only gentleness and care. Then, she turned away, and lifted the illusory hammer, striking the eternal flames of the forge. Clang! The sound rang out, and the volcanic fire roared to life. She had begun forging. Promise understood, this was Hephaestus teaching him, showing him how to forge the holy sword. And more than that, she was passing down to him the divine craft of forging artifacts. Promise took a deep breath, and then, he stepped forward, and lifted the smithing hammer, before drawing forth the paintings he had created. The essence of this entire fairy lost belt. Together, they began forging the star-holy sword. Time blurred. He did not know how long had passed. Until, under the night sky, Melly, who was barely surviving the onslaught of divine arrows, suddenly saw a light rise toward the heavens. A radiant burst of starlight split the world in two. So it was already forged long ago? Merlin looked at the bright stars, and after a brief moment of daze, he seemed to understand and nodded. I should have known. Melly, on the other hand, was less surprised. Of course it was. She smirked. After all, to that goddess, Promise wasn't just her only student. He was her everything. She even locked him up once, you know? Of course she'd have it all prepared for him already. She was just waiting for him to come get it. Wait, Goddess Artemis, I swear I learned my lesson. Please stop shooting at me. Goddess Clotho, save me. Melly, still dodging for her life, pleaded as divine arrows rained upon her. Well, if someone were to say, it was difficult, then it was really, after all, every arrow drew blood if it hit. Artemis didn't know what mercy was. But at the same time, if you say she's okay, then she's really okay. After all, she moved so skillfully that even with all the arrows raining down from the sky, not a single one hit her. So, not to mention, Morgan and the others, who watched indifferently. Even Merlin felt no sympathy. If anything, he kind of wanted to laugh. Well then, I guess my role ends here. Merlin waved casually, and before Morgan or Artoria could react, he transformed into flowers, and vanished. To be more precise, he ran away before the arrows started coming for him too. At the same time, as she dodged the rain of arrows, Melly began chanting. Her voice, tinged with melancholy, spun into a fairy spell, lifting a storm of petals. And just like that, everyone left Avalon, returning to the real world. They landed within the fairy kingdom of Camelot. And as soon as they did, Baobin Sith suddenly froze. Because the soft warmth she had been holding on to, the gentle touch of her mother Vivian, was gone. More than that, she was still trapped. Darkness bound her limbs, the curse seeping into her body, crushing her in place. Only then did she realize that she seemed to have been sacrificed as a divine core just a moment ago. Whoa. Her gray eyes trembled, her body struggled, but she was unable to break free. The curse held firm, burning through her, threatening to consume her completely. Feeling the situation, her heart clenched and she wanted to cry. And, for the first time in her life, she prayed. Woo, mother, please come and save me. Prayed in her heart that Morgan and Vivian would come to save her, but the figures that emerged in her mind were not theirs at all. Instead, a white silhouette filled her vision. And in the depths of her mind, She saw those eyes like stars, clear and endless. Will he come? The thought surfaced unbidden. And just as she thought it, the world lit up. A star blazed within the darkness. It was brilliant and dazzling, yet not harsh. On the contrary, it was warm. It illuminated the abyss and shattered the curse that bound her. At that moment, Baobin Sith's scarlet figure collapsed as her body drifted downward, as if she were falling into an endless void. But just before she plunged into the abyss, two hands caught her. Soft, slender fingers, yet strong enough to hold her firmly. The light of the stars drove back the darkness. The gods' cursed hatred faded bit by bit. The world brightened, and in this bright world, Baobin Sith, still dazed, tilted her head upward as her gray eyes reflected his face. Promise held her in his arms. A Princess Carrie. And looked forward at the same time, looking at the priestess standing beyond them, in the crumbling world, as if waiting. I saw everything. She spoke softly. I am truly honored to have been drawn by you. I will tell all of this to Lord Cernunnos. I believe it will make them happy for hundreds of years to come. May this bring peace to your anger and allow them to finally rest. Promise spoke in a calm tone. The Miko, though merely a blurred silhouette, suddenly smiled brightly. Of course. The light of the star you have ignited is more than enough. At that moment, beyond the realm of shadows, in the outside world, the fairy knight Melusine stood frozen, as the radiant starlight surged forward, dispersing the divine curse. The massive body of the ancient god slowly crumbled, scattering like fireflies across the entire fairy kingdom. And at its very center, under the watchful gaze of the night sky, a figure emerged. He walked out from within the fading divine husk, carrying the crimson fairy in his arms. The world seemed to pause. What just happened? Melusine stared at the sight, her mind struggling to comprehend the impossible scene before her. Then, she saw Morgan, Vivian, and the others descend one by one from the Fairy King's castle, arriving by her side. But at that moment, Promise suddenly looked down in confusion, looking at the fairy knight in his arms, who was still staring at him as he said very sincerely, "You're still not getting up. To be honest, if you don't, I might not be able to hold you anymore." Promise's voice wasn't loud, and he spoke in a very natural tone. Yet, combined with the ancient god's body behind him, which had transformed into glowing fireflies, there was an inexplicable strangeness to the scene. In this regard, even Melusine couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. "Read the atmosphere, will you?" Regaining her senses, Baobin Sith blinked at Promise before turning her head to glance at Vivian and Morgan, who were both staring directly at her. Her gaze flickered back and forth a few times. Then, finally realizing that she was being held in a Princess Carrie, and in front of her mother, no less, her heart skipped a beat, and she immediately began struggling. It would have been fine if she had stayed still, but the moment she moved, Promise really couldn't hold her anymore. And so, with a soft thud, she fell face first onto the ground. All while everyone watched the whole thing unfold. Chapter 284, I Want to Rest. 1521 words. Before Camelot, in the land of Fairy Britain. I do not dislike fairy tales. Looking at Promise, carrying the fiery-haired fairy in his arms, Morgan spoke suddenly. But reality is, I am the ruler of this land. I have protected Britain for more than 2,000 years. So if this story must come to an end, then it shall end with my death on the battlefield. As she spoke, she stepped forward, her staff in hand, standing calmly before Promise. Morgan was unable to stop him when he awakened the remnants of a dead god. She had not stopped him when he left to forge the sacred sword. And now, with the pilgrimage bell ringing from a distant past, with the star's holy sword now forged, this entire lost belt had been denied its very existence. And its destruction was assured. I will perish alongside Fairy Britain. Looking at the two people who were facing each other in silence, Vivian did not panic. Instead, she laughed softly. Looking at this now, I guess I really did play the villain quite well. Vivian whispered, teasing the future version of herself. She had said it before. She came here only to witness her own ending. So this was exactly the scene she had foreseen. Promise raised the holy sword in his hand. Though it was Excalibur, the sword of promised victory. It was not the same as the one belonging to the original King Arthur. This star's holy sword was not crafted by fairies. It was crafted by the gods. By his teacher. By the daughter of Hera. By the god of blacksmithing and sculpting. By Hephaestus. In Greek myth, while Hephaestus was known as the god of forging and sculpture, she was also called the god of fire. Thus, at this moment, as Promise gripped the sword, the flames of a god coiled around his hand. Under the moonlit night, it shone with an unparalleled radiance. I know. Promise, holding the holy sword, spoke to Morgan. That is why I had to forge this sword. So that I could stand before you. He raised the blade as the divine flames reflected in his emerald eyes. Now. Let us end this. As he spoke, the divine flames on the holy sword burned brighter, as if in response to Promise's determination. Morgan's gaze flickered. So this is for my ending. Realizing Promise's true intention, watching him walk toward her, her lips curved into a faint smile. But I am not Vivian, that foolish girl who still dreamed of fairy tales. If you want to take everything from me, then you must defeat me first. Morgan lowered her staff, lightly tapping the ground. The next second, a magic circle spread beneath their feet, encasing them within a barrier, severing both of them from the outside world. I will not hold back, Morgan declared. But that was of course a lie. Even if this lost belt was on the verge of destruction, as long as she stood here, she was still the ruler of Fairy Britain. The cruel and relentless Queen of Winter, who had controlled the entire Fairy Britain for more than 2,000 years. Although Promise wanted to fight against her like this. But a mere holy sword, even one forged by the god of forging, Hephaestus, was not enough to defeat her. Even if he had brought a spear, she had far more at her disposal. Only by wielding the sword of judgment could Promise hope to win. I think it'd be better if you did hold back a little. Knowing his own limits, Promise replied after a brief hesitation. Hearing his words, Morgan's smile deepened. A barely perceptible amusement in her gaze. The barrier solidified, cutting off all prying eyes. Promise, who was now in fully alert mode, tightened his grip, preparing to strike first. But then, Morgan spoke. I'm tired. As she tossed aside her staff. Under the latter's stunned gaze, she turned away from him, walked toward the shade of a great tree. And then, she sat down. Come. Sit with me. Watch the stars. Even at night? The world I created is the most beautiful. Her words carried the same unwavering pride as before. Even now. Even knowing this world would soon cease to exist. No wonder you set up this magic, just so they wouldn't eavesdrop. Promise, coming back to his senses, muttered, tossing his holy sword aside as he walked over and sat down beside her. As soon as he did, a faint fragrance reached his nose. Her long silver hair swayed with the night breeze. The rustling leaves whispering in the silence. Then what else do you want me to do? Should I really fight you with all my strength? Morgan paused for a moment, then continued. By all rights, I should. Because you have destroyed. No, denied everything I have built. The kingdom I created is now doomed to vanish because of you. Even my beliefs. The ones I clung to as Vivian, when I rang that bell in the past, have now been erased. I am not blind. How could I not know the real reason why the past me came here? To witness my own fate? Nonsense. She was just worried about me and was afraid that I would do something cruel to you. Hearing this, Promise opened his mouth, wanting to say something. As for those fairy knights, Melusine goes without saying. Even Babe and Sith, if you were truly in danger, would she simply stand aside? Tell me, Promise. Should I be glad that you never met Gawain and the others? Morgans tilted her head slightly, a cool indifference in her eyes. Promise, however, only looked up at the sky and spoke with emotion. Ah, yes. The night sky really is beautiful. As expected of the kingdom created by you, Queen Morgan. Stop looking at me. Morgan's expression did not change. Looking won't change anything. Anyway, what's done is done. If you're really feeling guilty, you can let me hit you a few times. Would that be enough? After all, the holy sword is in your hands now. The pilgrimage is over. Even if I were to die here, I would ascend to the throne of heroes regardless. So none of it matters anymore. How convenient for you. Morgan murmured, her voice as ethereal as the night wind. Don't worry, I won't harm you. However, the next time we meet, I will have a special gift for you. Promise blinked and asked subconsciously. A gift? What kind of? He paused as Morgan's lips curled and a mischievous glint flickered in her eyes. Her gaze hovered over his wrists. Wait. Don't tell me. That gift is handcuffs? Promise's eye twitched even more as Morgan's smile remained and she did not deny it. You might as well just kill me instead. Morgan no longer paid any attention to Promise and simply sat there in silence. She gazed at the countless stars in the sky, then at everything in Fairy Britain. This was the kingdom she had ruled with order, one that was now on the brink of disappearing. Surprisingly, there wasn't much nostalgia in Morgan's eyes. She had ruled this place, protected this land, and enslaved the fairies of this world, safeguarding this place for thousands of years. But at the same time, she despised it so much. She hated this world. She hated the fairies. You're tired, aren't you? At that moment, Promise suddenly spoke. Then why not take a break? You've already worked for thousands of years anyway. Just think of it as taking a long vacation. To be honest, I doubt they'd be sad about it. After all, most of the fairies have been waiting for this place to be destroyed anyway. Morgan did not respond, but she deny it. She understood the wretched nature of the fairies far better than Promise did. Now, this land was about to be clipped, and the god's remains she had been watching over had faded away. There were still some loose ends, but they no longer had anything to do with her. Thinking of this, Morgan suddenly realized that her body felt lighter. Instinctively turning her head, she found herself locking eyes with the boy in front of her, who had paused for a brief moment before smiling. For the first time in her life, Morgan felt a sense of relief. Then, let's rest for a bit. Promise, stay with me. Having said that, Morgan turned away, leaned against the tree, and closed her eyes. As you wish, Your Majesty. Promise chuckled, stepped forward, and leaned against the other side of the tree, closing his eyes as well. In fact, Promise was exhausted as well. With his frail body, if not for the 3 golden apples given by the goddess of fate, he wouldn't have been able to hold on until now. And so, the two of them sat there quietly, resting against each other. Under the moonlight and the stars, neither spoke another word. But for Morgan, this much was already enough. Chapter 285, If I Could Die Like This. 1483 words. Later. The sun began to rise. As the first ray of dawn pierced through the darkness, the blinding radiance of the holy sword burst forth. Alongside it, the last glimmers of the stars shone, cutting through the barrier. Promise stepped out from the barrier, while Morgan remained behind. Only a single staff, planted firmly in the ground, was left in her place. Stepping out of the barrier, Promise lifted his head, meeting the gazes of everyone present who had been waiting for him. Vivian was the first to approach as she came over and asked. She's gone, isn't she? Yeah. I see. Vivian nodded, then, rather candidly, smiled. Well, in that case, I should be leaving too. As she spoke, her body began to fade, turning translucent. She was about to return to the past. Or rather, she was about to disappear entirely. Because, in fact, from the moment Vivian rang the pilgrimage bell, she had already severed the future with her own hands. From that moment onward, Vivian no longer had a future. As the morning sun slowly rose over Fairy Britain, Vivian turned one last time as her gaze softly falling upon Baobin Sith. She reached out and gently ruffled the red fairy's hair. Seeing Baobin Sith's reddened eyes staring at her, Vivian seemed to recall something as she turned to look at Promise, blinking mischievously. By the way, Promise, can I ask you something? Hearing her words, Promise froze for a moment but, before he could even react. Tell me, would you rather I come looking for you, or should it be Morgan? Well, if possible, neither of you need to. The thought crossed Promise's mind. But he hesitated, stopping himself from saying that outright. Instead, he smiled and replied. It doesn't matter whether it's Morgan or you. In my eyes, you are both the same person. From the side, the goddess of fate, Clotho glanced at Promise. Right now, Promise didn't have the silver thread of Athena's hair tied around his head. In other words, his thoughts were completely exposed to Clotho. But of course, the adorable Clotho wouldn't expose Promise's little act. I knew you'd say that. Vivian laughed as she said. You really are greedy, Promise. Whether it's the me who dreamed of fairy tales. Or the cold and ruthless queen. You actually like us both, huh? Before Promise could even respond. That's right. If it weren't for that, none of this would have happened. Mary suddenly leaped out, her excitement nearly overwhelming the air as she continued her usual death-courting commentary. Forging the holy sword? Leaving your mark in this world? Reaching the throne of heroes? All just excuses. This guy. Right from the start. Had his eyes set on you and Morgan. Everything he did was to change your fates. And if I had to guess the reason? It must be because you were the one who bought him when he was at his most vulnerable, right? I know, Mary, declare this as the single greatest trade deal I have ever witnessed. So it was all to repay a debt? Baobin Sith interrupted the conversation at this moment, and even Melusine looked at Promise with a strange look. As Faye. She understood perfectly what it meant for a human to be bought as a pet or slave. So naturally, she immediately understood Mary's implications. Not repaying a debt. But friendship. Promise corrected. The moment Vivian took my hand? Whether it was her or Morgan. They became my friends. The kind that gets written in your little notebook? Baobin Sith blinked innocently, interrupting his words. After seeing Promise's entire life in Greece, including how he rewrote the fates of so many heroes, because of the power of Goddess of Fate, Clotho. She naturally understood the meaning behind her words. While Melusine tilted her head, not understanding the reference, Promise did not hesitate. Yeah. The kind that gets written in my notebook. Then, he turned to Vivian. So, Vivian, next time you see Morgan, try to talk some sense into her. She actually wants to forge a pair of handcuffs and lock me up. If she pushes me too far, I swear I'll add both of you to my grudge log. Promise threatened Vivian. But after hearing his words, instead of fear, Vivian merely smiled mischievously. Next time we meet, Promise. Please, paint me into your canvas. Leaving those final words behind, Vivian vanished like a reflection on water. Her existence erased from the world. The morning light bathed the land. Looking at the place where Vivian disappeared, Baobin Sith stood frozen. Then slowly turned toward Fairy Britain. The once glorious kingdom that was now fading into history. I'm going too. She turned back to Promise, and spoke with determination. If Mother and the others are going to look for you, then I will too. And also, I want your painting. Locking eyes with Baobin Sith's grey pupils, Promise didn't respond to her words and turned his gaze toward Melusine. Unexpectedly, she was standing there quietly. Her expression was hesitant, as if she wanted to say something but held back, even appearing a little anxious. So, Promise asked, you're still not leaving. This place is about to be destroyed. Go see her, Aurora. Melusine's eyes widened in surprise before she quickly composed herself. After a moment of hesitation, she asked cautiously, you won't be angry? Why would I be angry? Promise looked at Melusine with mild depression. Yet, the moment she heard his response, she only seemed more disheartened, lowering her head. But she quickly adjusted her emotions, lifting her gaze once more. When all of this is over, can I come find you too? To be honest, he already had enough people who wanted to find him, and do many other things, so Promise really couldn't afford one more fairy. So, he simply wanted to refuse, but looking at Melusine's hopeful eyes, in the end, he really couldn't. So, he simply nodded. That was enough for Melusine, who left with a bright smile. Meanwhile, Baobin Sith was furious at the difference in treatment, glaring at Promise in indignation. What about Oberon? Ignoring the red little devil, Promise turned to Meli and asked. Ran off. The latter shrugged. While you were messing around with Morgan, he came to check the situation, then left right away. Said he owed you a favor, and next time you meet, he'll make sure to repay it. Then he was gone. And you didn't stop him? Promise frowned at Meli. Too lazy to bother. Not like we were gonna fight, boring. Meli pouted. But then, as if she thought of something, her eyes darted around mischievously before she tilted her head, forced out a few tears, then turned back to Promise, sobbing pitifully. She started complaining about how unfair Artemis was, grabbing Promise's hand, begging him to stand up for her and deliver justice. In response, Promise ignored her entirely. After going around in circles, in the end, he returned to Clotho's side. Between the two of them, words weren't needed. Clotho knelt quietly in front of Fairy Camelot, while Promise, after being stunned for a moment, stepped forward and laid down on her lap. For once, Meli acted sensibly as she grabbed the noisy Baobin Sith and pulled her away. After all, pissing off the goddess of fate was far more terrifying than angering the moon goddess, Artemis. Clotho, you're not doing this just because Athena did it before, are you? Lying on Clotho's lap, Promise made a joke. But he never thought that Clotho would actually nod seriously. It's exactly because she did, so I must too. For a moment, Promise froze in place. Even after everything, he still wasn't used to dealing with this honest little goddess. She kept throwing straight balls one after another, making it impossible for him to dodge. He was a bit panicked. But Clotho didn't seem to care. She reached out her delicate fingers and gently smoothed Promise's slightly messy hair. Then, she softly asked, Are you afraid of the death that is about to come? In fact, there was something everyone had overlooked. Even Morgan. Subconsciously, they all assumed that when this was over, Promise would leave. But no one considered that. He couldn't. Or rather, there was only one way for him to leave. By dying. By being inscribed into the throne of heroes. So, in fact, he was the same as them. He would be buried along with Fairy Britain. Hearing Clotho's words, Promise lifted his head. Looking at the adorable, delicate, and gentle goddess of fate, he couldn't help but laugh. If every death meant having you all by my side, then how could I ever be afraid? P.S. And so, the Fairy Britain is over. Now let's finish some business at Chaldea and then we move to Asgard. Chapter 286, Medusa, Saber, 2.4k words. 2,487 words. You're asking about what happened afterward? Within Avalon, strolling through an endless sea of flowers, Meli, with white hair and violet eyes exuding an ethereal beauty, raised the corners of her lips into a faint smile. Well, of course, everything ended. Whether in the past or the future, after all, that world was never meant to exist in the first place. That day, the morning light never fell again. The Lost Belt, Fairy Britain, its existence severed by the Holy Sword, forged by Promise, was erased. All traces of it were wiped away. And at the very last moment of its destruction, the goddess of fate stayed beside him. This is a short story, one that will never be recorded or passed down. It's a legend that, aside from a select few, no one will ever know. The Winter Queen fell beneath the Holy Sword, but in truth, the one who truly killed her was her past self. Because in the end, it was she who rang the bell of atonement. Still smiling, Meli plucked a flower from the roadside, only to toss it away carelessly. Not that she minded too much. In fact, she seemed to be enjoying herself. After all, how lucky was she to have met that child beloved by the gods? To have gained his friendship? In that moment, the fate of that tragic queen was already rewritten. As for the one who ended it all, the one loved by the goddess of fate, he closed his eyes in embrace of the goddess, and perished along with the world. The goddess returned to the temple where she weaves the fate of all things. And he returned to the place where it all began. As Meli spoke, she plucked another beautiful flower. But this time, instead of tossing it away casually, she held it delicately in her hands, turning it over thoughtfully. She recalled that brief journey, the things she witnessed and experienced beside Promise as a watcher. Slowly, she lifted the flower toward the sky. Gazing at it, she smiled. Ah, indeed truly interesting. He's a mischievous, troublesome brat who enjoys playing pranks and making people mad. And even though he made promises to meet all of them again, he deliberately skipped over me, ignoring me completely. How unfair. Her tone was lighthearted as she spoke. But, whatever. That's part of what makes him so adorable, I suppose. So, just pretending not to see it would be far too much of a waste, wouldn't it? Slowing her pace, she turned around and carefully tucked the flower away. Speaking of which, the other him seems to be one of Ritsuka's most devoted spectators. The person she referred to was the her she had encountered in the Lost Belt. The Magus of Flowers, Merlin. With that thought, Meli turned back toward the path leading home. Well then, in that case, I suppose I'll go be that boy's most devoted spectator myself. After all, just the thought of it already sounds so entertaining. As she spoke, Meli laughed softly, her voice carrying a fairy's incantation, a spell that echoed through the flower fields. A whisper of melancholy, fading into the wind. And then she left the ever-open land of eternity once more. In response to this, the counterforce, which should have stopped her, did nothing to intervene. Singularity F, Fuyuki City. Amidst a burning winter city, within a land of ruins? Promise awoke amidst the ruins. Nope. To be precise, he was awakened by the clash of cold steel, the sound of battle. At this moment, the remnants of his last memories lingered in his mind, Fairy Britain fading into nothingness, and the incomparably soft and fragrant lap pillow of the goddess of fate, Clotho. What the hell? Still immersed in the pleasant aftertaste of that moment, Promise frowned as he was rudely awakened, his irritation evident as he opened his eyes. So, raising his voice instinctively, he grumbled. Meli, Babe and Sith, can you two keep it down when you're messing around? But mid-sentence, his clear emerald green eyes finally registered his surroundings and his words came to an abrupt halt. A short-haired pink-haired girl, wielding a massive shield, or perhaps, more accurately, something the size of a dining table. Dressed in heavy violet armor, she was struggling to hold back an onslaught of undead creatures. Behind her stood another girl. Red-haired, orange-eyed, clad in a magical formal uniform. Just moments ago, he had been in Fairy Britain. Now, as Promise stared at the scene before him, he blinked in confusion, his mind momentarily blank. At that moment, perhaps hearing his voice, the red-haired girl turned her head toward him and their eyes met. For a moment, she was stunned, drawn to the star-like brilliance of his emerald green gaze. But given the urgency of the situation, she quickly snapped out of it. Mash. Thank goodness, he's awake. The girl immediately turned back and called out to the armored shielder, the subservient of Chaldea, Mash Kirilight. Hearing this, Mash also turned her head. When she saw that Promise had indeed regained consciousness, relief flashed across her face, but she quickly became serious again. Senpai, now that he's awake, we need to escape. Having said that, without even waiting for the red-haired girl to process her words, Mash turned, retracted her shield, and with one hand, she grabbed Ritsuka Fujimaru. With the other, she grabbed a still-dazed Promise. And then, she leaped high into the air, taking both of them with her, breaking free from the undead horde. As Mash carried him, Promise's gaze swept across the scene below, and as his mind finally cleared, he instinctively entered battle mode and understood the situation. A singularity. A burning, polluted Fuyuki City. The journey to restore human order had begun. Mash Kirilight, which means she's Ritsuka Fujimaru? That realization struck him, and as Promise glanced toward Fujimaru, another important question suddenly surfaced in his mind. Wait a second. Doesn't this mean the bomb already exploded? Wait, no, hold on. How did I also undergo Spiritron transfer? A horrifying thought struck him. Was he the same as director Olga Marie? Had he been killed in the explosion and was now just a lingering spirit? At that moment, Promise's expression shifted dramatically. If that were the case, then this was seriously quite funny. Not that, it would be a bad news. If he was already dead, then he would be forced onto the throne of heroes. Then all he could do was wait for someone to summon him. No. That can't be right. But, soon this idea was rejected by Promise, because at that moment, he suddenly remembered something crucial. He had used an heroic spirit class card to steal the power of this world. His engraving into the throne of heroes didn't consume time. No matter how long he had journeyed, whether it had been a day, a month, a year, or even several decades. When he completed his engraving, he would wake up at the very next second after initiating it. He had already traveled through Greek mythology, training under Chiron for years and later embarking on an endless journey. Yet when he woke up, it had still been the same night he had left. So, in theory, he shouldn't have woken up in this first singularity at all. Someone stole my time. No, more precisely. Someone must have put me into stasis at the exact moment my heroic spirit engraving ended, and only just woke me up now. And the only kind of person capable of doing that. As MASH landed gracefully on the ground with both him and Fujimaru, Promise's thoughts reached their conclusion. At the same time, 2 heroic spirit class cards, visible only to him, appeared in his hand. 2 cards. One from his journey through Greek mythology, where he wore Athena's flawless sacred armor and wielded the Blade of Judgment, later jokingly dubbed by historians as the god of painting. Class, painter. And the other? From a world remembered only by a select few, where he wielded a holy sword engulfed in divine flames, a blade that destroyed everything. Class, saber. The moment he saw these 2 cards, Promise completely calmed down. After all, no matter what had happened, no matter who had orchestrated all of this, right now, he had the power to resist everything. As soon as they landed in a temporary safe zone, MASH immediately released both Fujimaru and Promise. Then, she turned to Promise, and spoke with a slightly apologetic expression. I'm sorry, Promise-senpai. You got dragged into this, and now you're in danger because of us. Just as MASH was about to explain the current situation to Promise. Let's talk about this once we get back. MASH, don't forget, even though I'm not a Magus, just an ordinary person, I am still a student of Lord Elmeloy too. With a smile, Promise interrupted her. Since I've come to Chaldea, I naturally have some understanding of its situation, so I can more or less grasp what's going on right now. But I do have one question. MASH, do you remember seeing me yesterday? As he spoke, Promise looked at MASH in front of him, seriously. Hearing this, the latter instinctively tried to recall, but her face quickly became blank, her expression shifting to confusion. Because she realized that not only yesterday, but even her memories of Promise from much earlier were becoming unclear. The only memories she could recall were from when she first met Promise. In other words, everything before Promise's journey to Fairy Britain was crystal clear. But after that, it was as if something had cut those memories off completely. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't remember anything. Yet, despite this, MASH didn't feel anything was out of place. It felt natural, as if things were always supposed to be this way. In fact, it wasn't just MASH. If Promise were to ask Dr. Roman, Da Vinci, or anyone else, they would all give the same answer. Which meant, so it's really like this. Even though MASH hadn't given a verbal answer, the expression on her face told Promise everything he needed to know. If this wasn't the work of Meli or the mastermind behind the singularity, then the only explanation was that this was the prank of a god rewriting reality itself. If it was Meli, she wouldn't do something like this. As for Goetia, if he really knew about me, his first reaction would have been to come for me directly. Which means, if it was a god. This indescribable and inexplicable sense of familiarity. Could it be? For a brief moment, countless thoughts flashed through Promise's mind. And under the guidance of wisdom, he suddenly arrived at a terrifying realization. The possibility that surfaced in his mind made Promise's eyes widen in shock, nearly making him jump up in panic. Even his face paled slightly. For the first time, his emerald eyes showed an unusual fear. Yet at the same time, there was a faint trace of expectation. Promise-senpai? This time, the one who spoke with doubt wasn't Mash, but Fujimaru Ritsuka, who had been standing nearby in her white Magus uniform. Promise snapped back to reality at the sound of her voice. Turning his head, his gaze naturally met Fujimaru's. Their eyes locked, and as Fujimaru looked into his eyes, she was mesmerized for a moment. As I thought, Promise-senpai's emerald green eyes. So beautiful. She couldn't help but think this to herself. Then, Mash naturally took the opportunity to introduce the two of them. Well, it was Promise who spoke. I am Promise, a student of Lord Elmeloy II from the Clock Tower, though, to be honest, not a very successful one. After all, I don't have any magic circuits, nor am I qualified to be a master. With a smile, Promise introduced himself to Fujimaru. At the same time, his eyes subtly glanced at the command spells on her hand. Hearing him casually mocking himself, Fujimaru followed his gaze, looking down at the command spells on her hand. Immediately, her face flashed with slight panic, as if she didn't know how to respond. Senpai, it's fine. Promise-senpai was just joking. Mash reassured Fujimaru, then turned toward her and said. Promise-senpai is actually an incredible person. Not only did he once participate in a Holy Grail war, but he even won it. Oh, and I also heard that Promise-senpai is a really talented artist. As she recalled details about Promise, Mash earnestly tried to explain to Fujimaru. An artist? Hearing this, Fujimaru was slightly surprised. Just an insignificant one, not worth mentioning. Promise responded indifferently before he smiled lightly, and turned to look at Fujimaru Ritsuka and said. But if you don't mind, Ritsuka, one day in the future, I'd like to paint a portrait of you, and you too, Mash. If people who knew Promise were here, they would definitely be shocked at this moment. After all, this was a glory even acknowledged by the gods, something many had struggled their entire lives to obtain. Even the proud hero Jason, whose name was deeply engraved in myth and legend, had long sought out Promise for a single reason. To obtain one of his paintings. But at this moment, neither Mash nor Fujimaru were aware of this. Without much thought, they both readily agreed to his request. And just then, they heard a familiar cry for help. Hearing the sound, they looked at each other and rushed towards the source of the voice. There. They saw a woman frantically fleeing in panic. The moment was off course, none other than the director of Chaldea, Olga Marie Animusphere. But what truly made Promise freeze in place and his emerald green eyes widen little by little was the servant walking calmly behind her, pursuing without urgency. To Promise, a transmigrator, that was a being he could never mistake. Even though, in reality, they had never met before. But still, their connection ran deeper than most. Whether it was because of that goddess, or because of his grass-eating brother horse, Pegasus. But in fact, Promise had long prepared himself for this moment. As a transmigrator, someone with foreknowledge, he had already anticipated that she would appear as a servant. So in theory, he shouldn't have been this shocked. Yet, at this moment, Promise's eyes widened in shock. Because the figure in front of him was slightly different from the one in his memories. She was not summoned as a rider as she always did in Type Moon. Nor did she appear in the Lancer class. Instead, she stood before him in an even younger form, her appearance more modern and stylish. And in that instant, a thought Promise had been suppressing suddenly began to feel more real. Because this confirmed his suspicion. She was Medusa. And at this very moment, the class she had manifested in was Saber. Chapter 287, Wisdom and Love Don't Mix, 2.8k words. 2,703 words. Mash, you're Mash, right? And you, Promise, what the hell are you doing here? Ah, whatever, just help me already. A woman with long silver hair and amber-colored eyes. The current director of Chaldea, Olga Marie Animusphere? The moment she saw Promise, Imash, and Fujimaru, she froze for a brief moment before happily rushing toward them. But the servant who had been chasing her did not stop her. Because, the moment Promise locked his shocked eyes with her, the bespectacled Medusa shifted her mystical purple gaze onto him as well. For a brief instant, her eyes flickered. And then, she softly muttered. "So it's you, then." Her lips moved slightly as her gaze locked onto Promise, sensing the dense divine aura surrounding him, one that made her inexplicably irritated. At the same time, she felt the trust and affection that Pegasus had toward him. Looking at the two auras that gave her different feelings, for a moment, Medusa's expression turned complicated, then, she let out a small sigh. Ignoring the panicked Olga Marie and the wary Mash, who had already raised her shield in caution, she walked straight toward Promise. Her long, violet hair swayed with the breeze. Her mystical purple eyes met his, carrying an indescribable, enigmatic meaning. And Promise, looking at the version of Medusa in front of him, dressed in a modern jacket and skirt, looking much younger and far more fashionable than her usual rider form, instinctively took a step back. After all, the Medusa summoned as Saber was, in the absolute sense, a virgin. And he was a bit. The moment Promise retreated, a faint red glow flickered in Medusa's eyes. She drew her weapon. A golden sword, wielded by a monster. According to legend, when the monster Medusa was slain by Perseus, two beings were born from her severed head. The first was the shooting star that Promise had once caught beneath the night sky. Pegasus. This was also the main reason why, even though she clearly smelled the strong stench of a certain goddess on Promise, Medusa still suppressed her irritation and walked towards him. As for the second, it was a monster born holding the golden sword. Chrysaor. The saber-class Medusa wielded that very same sword. As the faint red glow intensified in her eyes, a magic circle suddenly appeared beneath Promise's feet, and before he could react, before he could put up any defenses in his mind, a contract was formed. In Promise's hand, a command spell appeared. Seeing this, Olga Marie's eyes widened in shock. No. Just like that? At a mere glance, this servant had chosen him. Willingly forming a contract? Wait, no, hold on. Didn't Chaldea's instruments confirm that he had no magic circuits at all? That he lacked the qualifications to be a master? If that's the case, then why him? Why not me? Am I not better? With everything happening at once in front of her, combined with the sheer absurdity of the situation, Olga Marie's brain was completely overloaded. Her thoughts spiraled into chaos, making it impossible to think rationally. Meanwhile, Imash, who had also been momentarily stunned by the appearance of the command spell, hesitated for a moment before she slowly lowered her shield, making way for Medusa. And so? Medusa stepped forward, standing directly in front of Promise. The two looked at each other for a while, their expressions a bit complicated for a moment. This is our first meeting. Though, in a way, it isn't. Either way, it has always been in your care. As she spoke, Medusa even bowed politely, offering a formal gesture of thanks. By now, Promise, after a brief moment of fear, had calmed down. So, facing her gesture, he took a deep breath and let out a small chuckle. Returning the bow, he replied. No, if anything, I should be the one thanking you. After all, it's always been me who has been looked after by him. Though, to be honest, sometimes Brother Horse is a little too much. There were quite a few times I wanted to write him down in my grudge notebook. Hearing Promise's words, seeing the helplessness on his face, and watching him instinctively roll his eyes, Medusa couldn't help but recall the countless legends and ballads passed down by bards. The many tales of Pegasus and Promise that had been sung across history. For a brief moment, she couldn't hold back as the corners of her lips curved slightly upward and she let out a small, amused smile. Apologies. It's a bit too energetic. Forget it. There's nothing to be done about it. After all, it's Brother Horse. As their simple conversation ended, Mash, Fujimaru, and Olga Marie, who had been listening on the side, all wore blank expressions, completely unable to understand what was happening. But at the same time, the estrangement and distance between Promise and Medusa had clearly softened a lot. Even Medusa's gaze toward him had become noticeably gentler. After a small talk, Promise, looking at Medusa in front of him, opened and closed his mouth a few times, hesitant to speak. After all, he had many questions to ask. But now was not the time. Just then, seeing that their conversation had come to a pause, Olga Marie could no longer hold back. As she stepped forward with a bewildered expression, and asked, "You two, do you know each other?" "Yes." Medusa nodded calmly. Promise didn't deny it either, he nodded as well. "You actually do know each other? Could it be because of that Holy Grail war in the Americas you participated in before coming to Chaldea?" Olga Marie immediately jumped to a conclusion, her tone filled with surprise. But without waiting for Promise or Medusa to answer, she immediately dismissed her own theory, furrowing her brows. "No, wait, that still doesn't make sense. Servants aren't supposed to retain memories once a Holy Grail war ends. That's not necessarily absolute." Promise cut in, explaining. Certain servant classes can retain their memories. For example, ruler-class servants. Or unique cases, like divine beings, or those with strong personal connections. I know that already." Even though Promise was only explaining, Olga Marie still looked a little flustered as she quickly turned back to Medusa, pointing at her. "But that's not the point. The problem is, weren't you chasing me this whole time?" "No." Medusa replied calmly, her voice indifferent. "I was simply following you. Because by following you, I could find the one I was looking for." "Following me? Wait, you mean to tell me you were looking for him?" Olga Marie quickly connected the dots, and immediately after she did, she turned toward Promise in shock. Medusa nodded. Promise instinctively glanced at her. "Wait a second. So you weren't actually chasing me at all? Okay, the contrary, you were actually protecting me this whole time?" As soon as she realized the truth, Olga Marie's face twitched slightly. Her mind reeled as she processed everything. So all that time, while she had been screaming in terror, while she had been running for her life, while she had even begged for mercy, Medusa had never been a threat to her at all. She had just been following. Medusa nodded again. At that moment, an awkward silence filled the air. Olga Marie, now frozen stiff, recalled all the times she had embarrassed herself moments ago. She remembered how she had been frantically running away, how she had been shouting for help, how everyone here had witnessed her entire disgraceful display. A deep sense of humiliation overtook her. Nearby, Fujimaru Ritsuka, who had remained silent the whole time, finally couldn't hold back anymore and burst out laughing. Pfft. That was the final straw. Already humiliated and embarrassed, Olga Marie's face immediately twisted in frustration. Unable to find an outlet for her emotions, she immediately turned and lashed out at Fujimaru. "Oh, you think that's funny, huh?" Fujimaru panicked, instinctively backing away as Olga Marie stormed toward her. Her eyes darted toward Mash, silently pleading for help. But Mash, looking just as helpless, could only shrug an apology. Realizing she was on her own, Fujimaru desperately looked toward Promise for rescue. Seeing this, the latter was just about to speak, but before he could, Medusa suddenly turned her head. Her expression grew cold. Her gaze sharpened as she looked toward the distance and murmured, "Someone's coming." A servant. These words put an abrupt end to Fujimaru and Olga Marie's squabble. As they steadied themselves, preparing for the potential confrontation. "Ah, my apologies. I didn't mean to startle you." With a gentle smile, radiating an air of calm authority, a man stepped forward from the shadows of a nearby alleyway, raising both hands in a non-threatening gesture. A caster-class servant. A sage of the forest, a master of runic magic. A hero of Celtic mythology, the Light of Ireland? Cu Chulainn. But of course, this was merely a facade. Calling him by another name would be far more accurate. The king of the Norse gods. Odin. The moment Promise saw him, his expression faltered for an instant. Almost instinctively, his gaze shifted toward Medusa. But, he found out that she remained perfectly calm. In fact, upon noticing Promise's sudden glance, she merely tilted her head slightly, as if curious. Seeing this, Promise let out a small, apologetic smile, before quickly looking away. And the moment he averted his gaze, a glimmer of golden light flickered within Medusa's enchanting purple eyes. The hint of an almost imperceptible smile surfaced on her face. All of this was of course seen by Cuchulainn. She obviously noticed it too. Thus, she looked at him. And he also looked at her. And in that silent exchange, they both understood something. Then, without a single word, they simultaneously looked away, choosing not to comment. But the king of the Norse gods, Odin. An. A figure from Greek mythology. The goddess of wisdom. Athena. Promise let out a small sigh in his heart as his emerald eyes shifted toward Fujimaru, Mash, and Olga Marie, who were completely oblivious of the situation in front of them and thus did not look concerned at all. At this moment, even Promise couldn't help but feel a bit envious of them. After all, ignorance truly is bliss. Because the truth was the reason why Promise had reacted so strongly upon seeing Medusa appear as Saber had nothing to do with her alone. From the moment he laid eyes on her, he had understood everything. He understood why. Why he had awoken in this singularity, in the center of a battlefield, right after leaving the world of Fairy Britain. Because, as a transmigrator, someone with foreknowledge, he knew one crucial fact. Medusa, when summoned as Saber, was clearly linked to Athena. No. To be precise, there should be Athena inside her body. In fact, the moment he realized he had fallen asleep, only to awaken here, that familiar feeling had already led him to suspect it. A single vow. To forever walk the path of heroes. That was the oath he once made to her. And so? It was only natural. Of course it would be Athena. Of course she would be the one to do something like this. Waking him up in the middle of a battlefield. In the center of a maelstrom. This was exactly the kind of thing she would do. But what truly surprised him was, in his interactions with Medusa so far, he had realized something unexpected. She was not Athena, she was real Medusa. Promise knew Athena far too well. Even if she disguised herself, even if she tried her hardest to pretend, she would never be able to escape his eyes. And clearly, Athena was aware of that fact as well. So, there was only one logical conclusion. Athena was probably still inside Medusa. She was deliberately hiding herself. Watching from the shadows, looking at everything. And Promise's hesitation. The words he almost spoke. Was his desire to call her out. To demand an answer. What are you planning, Athena? At the same time, he also wanted to ask Medusa herself. Does she even know? Is she even aware of what's happening? And lastly, Promise had another, deeper concern. A far more personal reason for his unease. Because, he was feeling a bit guilty and a bit awkward right now. After all, his memories were still hazy. He had just awoken from Fairy Britain. And the last image from that place, burned into his mind from that world, was the soft, comforting sensation of Clotho's lap pillow. The goddess of fate. She probably wouldn't know, right? No, it's impossible that she wouldn't. Thinking of this, Promise's head began to hurt painfully, and for the first time in a long while, he even had the urge to turn around and run, to escape from this place immediately. To be honest, the past him would never have reacted this way. After all, he had always been fond of Clotho. Not just for a day or two, he had constantly teased her, played around with her, mocked her gently. All of his action were seen by the Greek gods and they had long since grown used to it. So, if it were the case in the past, even if he had spent his final moments resting in Clotho's lap, as the world crumbled into nothingness, It wouldn't have bothered him one bit. But, who would have expected things to change so much after the Holy Grail War in the Americas? When the war ended, through the Grail's power, he had once again met Hera, the Queen of the Gods. And from her lips, he had learned things he was never meant to know. For example, the reason why Athena was a perfect, flawless being. It was because of her oath of virginity. A wise one must never fall in love. For when they do, they will become more insane than any ordinary mortal. And in Athena's case, as the goddess of wisdom, that madness was not just a simple flaw. It was a curse. A curse placed upon the goddess of wisdom herself. The first goddess of wisdom, Metis, Athena's mother. She was the first, the original, the wisest. The very first goddess of wisdom in Greek mythology. Anne. The first wife of the god King Zeus. Throughout all of Greek history, one thing remained abundantly clear. Zeus could never have overthrown his father, the Titan king Cronus, without Metis, the goddess of wisdom. It was she who devised the plan to rescue Hades, Hera, and their siblings from Cronus's stomach. It was she who persuaded half of the Titan gods to defect to Zeus's side. It was she who ensured Zeus's victory. All of it was done by Metis. And without a doubt, as the first goddess of wisdom, she must have possessed the same piercing insight that Athena had, which could see through anything in the world, representing absolute wisdom, and so she must have seen her own fate from the moment she first laid eyes on Zeus. But even then, she still threw herself into his arms, like a moth to a flame. Even when she was swallowed whole, even when she met her end inside Zeus's stomach, she clung to one final thought. This way, we will be together forever. Never to be separated. And that was the ultimate fate of a goddess of wisdom who fell in love. Madness in the truest sense. Thus, when Athena stood before the gods and swore her vow, her oath of virginity, in that very moment, she became flawless. Perfect. Untouchable. Infallible. But then came the war of the gods. When Poseidon, the god of the sea, waged war. When Olympus was swallowed by the sea. When Hera overthrew Zeus and sealed him away. And in that war, with Hecate's aid, Promise loosed an arrow. That arrow, Athena could have blocked it in 1,000 different ways. Easily. But that arrow was fired by Promise. And so, that day, the goddess of wisdom lowered her shield and took the arrow herself. And in that instant, in every sense of the word, that single arrow shattered the goddess's perfection. Chapter 288, When you look back, she is still behind you, 2.5k. 2,533 words. Singularity, the burning Fuyuki city. Beneath the deep night sky, the group had gathered together. From Ku Chulainn, they had learned of the cause behind this singularity, and their true objective within it. But as a transmigrator, Promise had already known what awaited them ahead from the very beginning. A King Arthur, tainted by black mud. Anne. A demonic pillar. If luck was on their side, there was even a small chance they might directly encounter the mastermind behind the burning of human order. The beast of pity? Goetia. But Promise wasn't too concerned about it. After all, this was only the beginning of the incineration of humanity. And at this point, Mash and Fujimaru still knew nothing. Not to mention, standing beside them were two servants whose presence completely broke the script. 1. The king of the Norse gods, Odin. The other? The goddess of wisdom from Greek mythology, Athena. Not to mention, Promise himself. The holder of the sword of judgment, capable of judging even gods themselves. If it weren't for the fact that he was a bit wary of Goetia's third noble phantasm. The time of birth has come, let all be corrected. A divine light that declared the end of humanity. A concentrated stream of billions of beams of light, each capable of rivaling the destructive force of Excalibur itself. Had it not been for that, Promise might not have even waited for the human incineration to begin. He might have gone straight for Goetia himself. In fact, he had considered another option. He had thought about going to Dr. Romani, telling him everything, before taking him directly to Solomon's temple, ending everything before it even started. But in the end, after careful thought, Promise dismissed the idea. Because, as someone who walked within the threads of fate, he understood one undeniable truth. Every miracle born from fate is unique and can never be replicated. And reckless actions would only make things more complicated. Would only make things worse. Only by walking through fate itself could he grasp the miracle that the goddess of fate might bestow upon him. Thus, on this journey, Promise had remained silent along the way, watching as the script unfolded as it should, standing off to the side, as if he were an outsider. But someone who knew him far too well would never believe that for a second. And sure enough, a familiar voice broke through his thoughts. What are you thinking about? A silent night in Fuyuki City. At a quiet, moonlit campus, deep within the burning singularity. When Mash, Fujimaru and others were resting, Medusa called out to Promise. Inside the dimly lit hallway, bathed in the moon's shadow, she stood against the cold stone wall as her unearthly violet eyes looked at the young man in front of her. Promise turned around, glanced at Medusa who had called him out, pausing for a moment especially on her purple eyes, then smiled and replied. I was thinking, in this script, what kind of role am I playing? Or rather. His voice paused, tone shifting slightly. What kind of role? Did she prepare for me? Medusa instantly understood. The she that Promise spoke of? It could only be Athena. And to be honest, she had never expected to keep it from him. Because whether it was the gods, or the heroes who followed them, they had all misunderstood something about Promise. They all believed that at some point in the past, he had received a divine blessing. They believed he had been granted something akin to omniscience and omnipotence. A vision that allowed him to peer into fate itself. After all, how could someone rewrite destiny itself without first knowing it? And in all of Promise's journeys, there had been far too many gods, prophets, and seers who could have granted him such a gift. So, Medusa clicked her tongue, her expression twisting into open displeasure. Regardless of whether the other party agrees or not, arranging someone else's life just to witness the epic depicted by the hero. On that point, she's as disgusting as ever. Her words were sharp, blunt, unrestrained, and filled with genuine resentment. Hearing this, Promise couldn't help but turn his gaze back to Medusa, feeling that there was something slightly different about her demeanor. She felt a little different from the Medusa he remembered. But then again, considering that her hatred was directed at Athena, it was probably normal. If you ask me, you should never have just accepted this. If you wanted to resist, the gods would definitely take your side over hers. In fact, you should just shoot her a few more times. As Medusa said this, she even began to encourage Promise. Nobody knew how much joy it had brought Medusa when she first learned that Promise's arrow had shattered Athena's perfection. And when she found out he had even made her cry. She had nearly laughed out loud. But I'm her follower. And walking the path of a hero was my own wish to begin with. Promise spoke carefully, after all, he knew. At this very moment, Athena was probably hiding inside Medusa's body, listening to every word. Medusa clicked her tongue again. But back then, you wanted to reach the throne of heroes. Now, if I'm not mistaken, if you die now, you'll really be dead, won't you? Hearing this, although Promise did not respond. Seeing this, Medusa's lips curled slightly. A mocking smile touching her face. See, even I can figure this out. Do you think that goddess wouldn't know? She knew. She knew everything. And yet, she never even asked what you wanted. She just threw you into this mess without hesitation. And despite all that, you still choose to defend her? Listening to Medusa's words, Promise couldn't help but look at her with some amusement. Because the Medusa he remembered. She had always been the quiet type. Rarely spoke. Kept her emotions bottled inside. Even though she felt deeply, she hardly ever voiced it. Yet now, when it came to Athena, she was so openly aggressive. So blunt. So hostile. From this, one could see the deep-seated disgust Medusa had for Athena. But when Medusa finished saying all this in one breath, Promise was stunned, as if he had thought of something, his clear emerald eyes staring straight at her. Then tell me. Did she give you an oracle? Seeing Promise suddenly looking at her so seriously, Medusa was also stunned for a moment, before. No. She shook her head. After a brief pause, she continued. When I was about to be consumed by the black mud, she found me and removed the corruption. And then she left me with only one order. She told me to find you. And that was it. Nothing else. When she finished speaking her words, Medusa found that young man in front of her was suddenly laughing. No a mocking or some self-defeating laugh, but a genuine one. His entire body relaxed. As if he had just figured something out. Ah. I see. So that's how it is. Promise smiled, then turned and walked towards the school gate. Medusa looked at Promise in confusion, not knowing what had happened to him, but after a brief hesitation, she followed. When they reached the main entrance, Promise waited for a while. And soon enough, the man he was expecting appeared. A magus, clad in blue. A man bearing the name Cuchulainn. But behind those sharp, observing eyes, lurked the wisdom of the Norse god Odin. Odin looked at Promise in front of him, then at Medusa behind him, before raising an eyebrow. Where are you two headed? His tone was calm, but his gaze held deep curiosity. He had been watching Promise carefully. Trying to figure him out. Trying to understand who he really was. I have something I need to do. As for Ritsuka and Mash, I'll trouble you to look after them for now. Promise spoke very politely, even respectfully, to him. After speaking, he even gave a bow. A gesture of respect. Not to a warrior, but to a god. Seeing this, Odin's eyes narrowed. But before he could respond, Promise had already left. The Allfather stood there, still frowning as he watched the young man disappear into the night. And after a long silence. Interesting. This was not the originally somewhat flippant voice of Cuchulainn, but one filled with authority, as if it were the law of the world itself, possessing the magic to rewrite reality. In the legends of Norse mythology, the Allfather Odin once hung himself upside down on the world tree for 9 days and 9 nights, thereby gaining all the mysteries of the world, which are the runes. There's no mistake that goddess possesses the same eyes as Loki and eyes that see through everything in the world, representing absolute wisdom. It must be her. And for her to be so concerned, to personally manifest and accompany a human. And that human, carrying the scent of fate upon them, could it be? Thinking this, Cuchulainn's expression slightly changed. For at this moment, there was no doubt that he had already guessed Promise's true identity. Where he appeared, Athena might not necessarily appear. But when Athena appeared, by her side, Promise would always be there. Where are we going? On the burning streets of Fuyuki City at night, Medusa, quietly following behind Promise, asked him this. Promise did not turn back. To the Greater Grail, to meet the King of Knights who, even while tainted, has been waiting for the arrival of the Savior. Promise answered succinctly. To this, Medusa's face showed no extra change in expression, for as a summoned servant, she could naturally feel more clearly that Promise was approaching the Greater Grail. And, of course, the location of the Greater Grail, Promise had known from the very beginning. After all, the Holy Grail war that turned Fuyuki City into a nuclear wasteland is all too famous in the Type Moon world. Even if he had not been a transmigrator. Even if he lacked foreknowledge of events. He would have known. Because in this era, his identity was different. He was a student of Lord Elmalloy too. A friend to both Tosaka Rin and Amiya Shiro. Even if he hadn't crossed worlds, he would have known that the Grail lay beneath Ryudu Temple. Aren't you going to ask me why I suddenly decided to act? As they walked, Promise asked the question with a light chuckle as the latter tilted her head slightly. Is there a reason to ask? She glanced at him, her violet eyes filled with curiosity. Does it matter when you choose to act? After all, you are Promise. The man whose fate intertwines with 4 goddesses. The one who rewrites destiny itself. Promise smiled at her words. There was a truth in what she said. Then, as they walked in silence for a while, he spoke again. At first, when I suddenly woke up here. And when I saw you. Just like you, I also assumed this was another one of her scripts. Just like always. But then, I realized that was not the case. Because, she never gave you a divine command. Medusa frowned, looking at the boy in confusion. And why is that an issue? Maybe she just wanted you to act freely. After all, this place poses no challenge to you. Her voice trailed off. She fell silent. Because even Medusa herself had begun to understand. After all, but for Promise, the darling of the gods, who even judged Typhon, the ancestor of all demons, this was not even a trial. This was obviously not in line with Athena's usual character. Her trials were never easy. Every trial she prepared was always something that seemed impossible. Because Athena loved to witness miracles. She lived for them. She did not simply test heroes. She crafted the impossible. And waited to see it defied. This was also the reason why, during the American Holy Grail War, Promise saw through the fact that it was Hera's imitation, not a trial prepared by Athena. In America, it was more like a stage for Promise to showcase his strength and boast to everyone, a stage prepared for him by the Queen of Heaven, Hera. And upon realizing this, even Medusa herself was puzzled. If that's the case, then her purpose in saving me and having me find you is. Her brows furrowed. Even she couldn't figure it out. Facing her confusion, Promise turned slightly, looking at her. Then, he smiled knowingly, not playing with riddles, he spoke. She wanted you to tell me something. She wanted me to know that she is still watching over me. And then, in that moment, a figure appeared beside him. A woman in a pure white dress. Her silver hair gleamed beneath the moonlight. Her golden eyes carried wisdom as vast as the heavens. She stood there. Like she always had. Just as she had in the age of ancient Greece. No matter where he went. No matter what dangers he faced. If he turned around? She was always there. Athena. Yes, she had always been using him. She was the mother of heroes. And what she loved most was that moment when a hero defied the impossible. For that reason, she had always been present in countless myths and legends. But it is undeniable that, in this regard, she has never forced Promise, rather, they have always been in perfect harmony. Even when the centaur sage Chiron allowed Promise to descend the mountain with confidence, as if a divine breeze from the age of gods could topple him, the reason he could remain active throughout the Greek age of gods was that no matter when he looked back, he could always see that pure, flawless figure. Medusa stopped in her tracks. Listening to these words, she looked at the figure of the young man illuminated by the moonlight and her face couldn't help but show a complex expression. She naturally understood Promise's words. Whether it was the knowledge gained from participating in the Holy Grail War, or the memories added from merging with part of a spiritual foundation when Athena saved her. So even though Medusa still harbored a deep-seated disgust for that goddess, thinking her a villain with a nasty character. At this moment, she was well aware that Promise was not lying. And indeed, that was the case. Athena sensed the hesitation in Promise's heart, so she sent him here and brought Medusa before him to form a contract with him. And all of this was not a trial prepared for Promise, but merely a way to tell him one thing. Even if this is not the past. Even if our promise has already been fulfilled. It doesn't matter. No matter where you go. No matter if the road ahead is filled with storms or sunlight. I will walk beside you. And when you look back, the goddess of wisdom will still be here, smiling at you. Chapter 289, King Arthur and Promise. 1664 words. In Fuyuki City. Deep within the cavern of Ryudu Temple. The location of the Great Holy Grail. When Promise and Medusa arrived, the king, clad in pitch-black armor, tainted by the black mud, was standing there with the holy sword in hand. Noticing their arrival, King Arthur, Artoria, slightly lifted her head, letting out a soft murmur as if puzzled by their presence. After all, even though she had been corrupted by the black mud as she stood there, the ones she had chosen to protect and wait for here were not Promise but rather Ritsuka and Mash. However, the confusion in her heart did not last long and Promise quickly provided an answer. When I learned you were here, I felt that I should come and see you. As he spoke, a golden heroic spirit class card materialized in his hand. It was not a heroic spirit engraved in the age of the Greek gods, but rather the one who had ascended to the throne of heroes in the now erased and forever vanished Fairy Britain. Whether it is for Artoria Castor, the one who once helped me and was favored and protected by the goddess of fate, or simply because of Morgan and Vivian, I should rightfully come and meet you. As Promise softly spoke these words and took step after step toward King Arthur, who furrowed her brows slightly upon hearing them. The Promise, who had accompanied Vivian on her pilgrimage in Fairy Britain and forged the Sword of the Stars in the temple within the star's inner sea. At this moment, he descended from the throne of heroes. The holy sword in his hand burned with intense flames, the fire entwining around his body like a dazzling suit of armor. It was the divine authority of a god, the forging flames of Hephaestus. Not only that, when Promise used the heroic spirit class card to manifest his heroic spirit form, an ancient deity also turned their gaze toward him in that instant. That deity was the one Promise had put to slumber in the lost belt of Fairy Britain, the god who had cursed the fairies with poison and maledictions for thousands of years, Cernunnos. And so, in this moment, Promise naturally received the blessing of that god. It's just that, along the way, I had some concerns. Promise did not respond to the astonishment on King Arthur's face as she saw the holy sword in his hand and heard the mention of Morgan and the other her. Instead, he continued speaking in a voice that was neither fast nor slow. Because this was not originally a stage where I was meant to appear. The final destination they are heading toward has already been witnessed by the goddess of fate as a miracle born within the future. And as long as it is a miracle, it is an existence that cannot be replicated. And so, I hesitated, wavered, and originally intended to merely watch from the sidelines, to observe how this event would unfold while waiting for another opportunity. However, at this point, Promise had already arrived before the King Arthur standing at the heights. He raised his head and looked at the king in front of him, who had calmed down and was also lowering his head, giving him a scrutinizing look. She came. Promise smiled, not turning back to look at Medusa behind him, and spoke softly. She did not bring an oracle, only a single sentence, she is here. And so, I have come to see you. Hearing his words, the corrupted King Arthur remained silent for a moment. Before, she finally asked in a deep voice, "What is your relationship with Morgan?" "Friends." Promise answered without hesitation. Looking at the woman in front of him, he continued, "And in a sense, you could also be considered a friend of mine. It's just, I care about her more. Besides, I owe her something. I once destroyed everything she had, whether it was her dreams or the kingdom she had guarded for over 2,000 years. Upon hearing this, not to mention the corrupted King Arthur but even Medusa, who had followed them, couldn't help but cast a strange look at Promise. No. You call that friendship? Your friend must have a really good temper not to have beaten you to death. Arthur's golden eyes reflected a trace of confusion as she looked at Promise. So, you came to see me because... Normally, I wouldn't interfere in matters like this. As he spoke, Promise raised the holy sword in his hand, pointing it toward Arthur. The divine flames blazing upon it burned even brighter in that instant. The conflict between you and Morgan is indeed complicated. That's why, after today, even if I meet you again in the future, I would normally choose to ignore you. But today... He paused briefly before chuckling. Well, I just happened to return from that world not long ago. If I want to put my thoughts at ease, the only option is to fight you. After another brief pause, Promise grinned and spoke. Coincidentally, your noble phantasm is named after Morgan, isn't it? And she, well, she's the kind of person who really cares about things like that. Hearing this, the corrupted King Arthur did not refute his words. In fact, she nodded quite seriously. I know she is like this. That's exactly why I did it, to piss her off. Hearing Arthur admit it so blatantly, Medusa could only cast an exasperated look at her as well. But, that's really the reason? Now that she finally understood Promise's purpose in coming here, as well as why Athena had saved her, Medusa couldn't help but feel a sense of disbelief. Just because of this reason, that goddess had rushed over? And this man, the most famous hero of the entire age of Greek gods, was planning to turn fate into a complete mess because of it? Normally, Medusa wouldn't even bother thinking about such things. Or rather, one could say that she wouldn't understand them at all. But perhaps due to the fact that she had fused with part of Athena's Saint Graph, Medusa now understood exactly what Promise was doing. And when he spoke those words and revealed his heroic spirit form, she caught glimpses of those fragmented scenes from a world that had been edited out of existence. In fact, King Arthur, too, had seen something, fragments of knowledge and visions, because the great Holy Grail still resided within her, and the magical energy of the entire Fuyuki city ley line was currently supplying her. And so, she also raised the holy sword standing before her. Looking at Promise, her expression became solemn. I will not hold back. After all, the reason King Arthur was here was to wait for Ritsuka, Mash and others to arrive. Promise smiled. I know. At the moment his soft words fell, he swung his sword, delivering his greeting for the night. The brilliant radiance of the star holy sword, interwoven with the blazing divine fire, transformed into a pillar of light, surging toward King Arthur. And in response to Promise's greeting, she naturally returned the favor, raising her holy sword high. With the blessing of the great Holy Grail, she brought it down with all her might. At the same time. Walking along the deserted streets of Fuyuki City, a smile curved on Ku Chulin's lips as he peered into everything through the mystic power of runes. I see, something quite interesting. An already edited out Lost Belt? Looks like my guess was right, that kid possesses the ability to traverse different eras. And it's not just spirit RON transfer, it's more akin to the embodiment of a heroic spirit, but what's most important is that the places he walks upon do not generate lost belts or singularities, because the path he treads is part of true history. The will of the planet, whether it be Alea or Gaia, whether they admit it or not, will inevitably transform into reality. That was precisely why, back in Fairy Britain, when the counterforce saw Promise heading there, it panicked and made a desperate deal with the goddess of fate, Clotho, allowing her to intervene beyond standard rules. The main reason for letting Mary go along was even to ensure that everything would go perfectly well. After all, if Promise had been stubborn enough to force Fairy Britain into becoming true history, it would have been even more troublesome than the destruction of proper human history itself. At this moment, as Ku Chulin keenly sensed the truth behind Promise and murmured these words, he suddenly seemed to have recalled something and couldn't help but freeze. A memory flashed through his mind, a regret. A scene he could never forget. The scene that showed the destruction of the divine realm he once built, Asgard, the kingdom of God in Norse mythology, the collapse of Yggdrasil, Ragnarok. Yet, the fact that he could perceive this truth about Promise was not surprising. After all, in Norse mythology, Odin hung himself upside down on the world tree for 7 days and 7 nights. During those 7 days and nights, he was not an almighty god, but a mere powerless mortal, facing the constant risk of death. And after 7 days passed, he obtained the runes, and at the cost of 1 eye, he drank from the well of wisdom, becoming the god of wisdom in Norse mythology. So in essence, Odin was actually no different from Athena. Both possessed eyes that saw through everything and absolute wisdom. Thus, the one who walks within fate and rewrites destiny, he will create new histories and realities. That is the true ability of that young man. The goddess of wisdom must have realized this, which is why she has always guided him. And if that were truly the case, if he were to arrive in my era, perhaps Ragnarok itself could be. Just as Ku Chulain had these thoughts, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. Chapter 290, Athena is back. 1899 words. He stood there, frozen in shock. Seeing this, Olga Marie and the others naturally became confused. What's wrong with you? Why did you suddenly stop? And where did Promise and that servant go? You didn't even try to stop them? Do you even realize that if something really happens to Promise, I'm going to be absolutely ridiculed by that damn Rhaenys? As Olga Marie vented her complaints, Ku Chulainn finally snapped out of his thoughts and looked at her. At that moment, because he had been deep in contemplation, he had failed to maintain his disguise. And so, the gaze of a true God King fell upon Olga Marie, causing her to immediately take several steps back in fear as her face turned pale and she looked at him in horror. Ah, my bad. Ku Chulainn quickly composed himself and flashed his usual gentle smile at her, speaking casually. I was just thinking about something. But it's fine now. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind, but he forced them down for now. Because Odin realized that this matter could not be rushed and needed to be considered over a long period of time. After all, Promise's condition was far too unique. If he were truly sent to the age of Norse gods, he might actually succeed in preventing Ragnarok. But at the same time, he could also bring about an even more terrifying version of it. So, suppressing the excitement and the thoughts brewing in his mind, he fully assumed the persona of Ku Chulainn and spoke to the group once more. For now, you guys should hurry and prepare yourselves. Try grabbing onto something near you. Hearing his words, Olga Marie, Ritsuka, and Mash were all bewildered. After all, they had no idea what Ku Chulainn was talking about. But in the very next second? The infamous gas leak explosion of Fuyuki City, a nuclear blast-level shockwave, swept across the area. If Mash hadn't reacted instantly, planting her shield firmly in front of them and grabbing onto Olga Marie and Ritsuka, the two of them would have been blown away on the spot. Such terrifying magical energy, this. This is a battle between two heroic spirits? Struggling to steady herself, Olga Marie stepped out from behind Mash, her expression shifting as she gazed toward Ryudu Temple. Yes, and a battle of this level, even among heroic spirits, it's already at the highest tier. Ku Chulainn nodded, grinning. Heh, I didn't expect that kid to still be this strong, even in a situation like this. Hearing him say that, Olga Marie, who had just come to her senses, froze for a moment. Then, as if realizing something, she turned to Ku Chulainn in disbelief. Wait, are you saying that one of the two people fighting right now is Promise and his servant? Ku Chulainn merely smiled. He neither confirmed nor denied it. Nor did he intend to reveal the truth about Promise's situation to them. Because knowing too much would only be a burden to them, and worse, it could attract the attention of Goetia, the mastermind behind everything. Promise Senpai is really that strong? Mash let out a small exclamation of surprise. Now that she had become a demi-servant, she could directly perceive just how terrifying the battle between those two was. I really did underestimate him. Forcing herself to remain calm, Olga Marie took a deep breath. Then again, I suppose it's only natural, after all, he is the one who won that Holy Grail war. Pushing her thoughts aside, she quickly urged everyone to hurry toward Ryudu Temple. Meanwhile, at the battlefield, Promise and King Arthur were both wounded after clashing multiple times. Following the exchange of light beam bombardments, they had now entered close-quarters combat. And surprisingly enough, even in such close combat that was mainly focused on martial arts and stuff, Promise was holding his ground. Despite facing the legendary swordsmanship of King Arthur, he had yet to be overwhelmed. After all, he had trained under the centaur sage Chiron. And he was the type of person who had dabbled in nearly every martial art. Not only did he learn archery from Heracles, he also learned swordsmanship from Theseus, and even hunting techniques from Meleager and the others. While he had never mastered any of these disciplines, and his frail body had severely limited his potential in combat, he had ironically reached the realm of the gods in the field of arts instead. Yet, even so, with the holy sword in hand, he could at least hold his own against King Arthur for a few exchanges. Not to mention, he had Cernunnos' divine blessing. Cernunnos was originally a god with the power of creation, one who had once transformed his own body into the primordial foundation of fairy Britain. As a result, the blessing he granted was as endless as the earth itself, supplying Promise with an inexhaustible wellspring of energy. But at the same time, Arthur had the great Holy Grail. So draining her dry was simply not an option. And so, after fighting for a short while as he found that he was suppressed everywhere and was steadily being pushed back, Promise made a quick and decisive retreat. And, without hesitation, he raised a hand and waved it dismissively. Yeah, I'm done. I'm not fighting anymore. Anyway, I've done everything I needed to do as a friend, so from here on out. I'll let you two talk it out yourselves. With that said, he reached into the sky and pulled out a painting from it. It was the very same painting he had once created in Fairy Britain. The painting of the past and future, depicting Morgan and Vivian in two different timelines. Well, can't win? Then call for backup. I've painted so many paintings, filled with countless heroes, monsters, and gods, isn't that exactly what I've been preparing for? To uphold the noble tradition of using the majority to suppress the minority? Ganging up on the enemy? Besides, it's not like I truly can't win. It's just that me, as the vassal of the Winter Queen, her closest confidant, and a fairy holy sword knight, couldn't win. But it's not like this was a battle to the death anyway, so it's not embarrassing at all. With this perfectly reasonable thought in mind, while Black King Arthur, Artoria Alter, and Medusa, who just stood there watching and had not yet reacted. From within the painting, Morgan, adorned in an exquisite fairy gown, wielding her magic staff, stepped out. And for Morgan, the time since she had last parted ways with Promise hadn't been long at all. Fairy Britain had just been destroyed. And as soon as she just set foot into the throne of heroes, she immediately heard Promise call her. So, she turned around without hesitation and walked back down from the throne. Upon arriving, her cold blue eyes swept across the scene with an indifferent glance. Her gaze lingered briefly on Medusa. But in the end, it naturally settled upon Black King Arthur. A king of a lost belt, huh? Meeting her gaze, Artoria Alter returned the stare. Her words were flat, her tone neutral, but she let out a small, silent sigh. That sigh was likely for the thousands of years Morgan had endured. Morgan did not respond to Artoria Alter. Instead, after briefly observing and analyzing the situation, she quickly understood the general situation and understood why Promise had called for her. And so, she turned around and looked at Promise. I have never blamed you, and you should already know that in your heart. Morgan said, and at this moment her tone was different from usual coldness and seemed much gentler. You may have destroyed everything I once stood for, but you also protected what was most precious to me. You rewrote my past. And in doing so, you created a story far closer to the one I had always longed for. Seeing Morgan completely ignore her, Artoria Alter was not angry at all. She casually replanted her holy sword into the ground, standing at ease, her expression now one of genuine curiosity as she looked at the two before her. So, Promise. You should take pride in this. This is yet another fate witnessed by the goddess of destiny. Even if it is never recorded, never sung in legend. You should still take pride in it. And in fact, you should be proud of for me. Because the king you have defeated, was me. Seeing Morgan's serious expression as though she was genuinely angry and facing her gaze, Promise, feeling slightly awkward, averted his gaze. And muttered in a low voice. Of course, I know all that you're saying, but who could resist when this child is just so adorable? It was at this moment that Medusa spoke up. No, to be precise, it was she who spoke. Upon seeing Morgan, and witnessing the concern Promise showed for Morgan and all that he had done for her, the goddess could no longer contain herself. She had been hiding, like the proverbial ostrich with its head in the sand, for so long, yet now her defenses crumbled. And so, she used a somewhat flippant jest, masking the jealousy and sourness in her heart. With graceful, fluid movements, she stepped forward, pressed herself against Promise. And right in front of Morgan, she wrapped her arms around him. The corners of her mouth turned up, presenting a bright and standard smile to Morgan, but the glint in her golden eyes carried nothing but undisguised irritation and displeasure. This, in turn, left Morgan somewhat puzzled for a moment. Of course, she could see at a glance that there was a deity hidden within Medusa. However, Morgan didn't think much of it, but she didn't think much of it. After all, there was already the precedent of Clotho, the goddess of fate. So to Morgan, this wasn't anything strange. But this blatant hostility, what the hell? In contrast, the moment he was pulled into the embrace, Promise's body inevitably stiffened for a moment, but because he had already prepared himself mentally, he quickly relaxed again. With a smile, he tilted his head to look at her, who was warily eyeing Morgan. I thought you would hide a bit longer, or perhaps, you would just avoid all of this completely and pretend you were never here in the first place? Hearing Promise's words, she couldn't help but pout slightly. Well, that was my plan at first. After all, it's not my turn to make an entrance yet. When I do, it should be on a stage no less grand than the one where I once defeated the father of all monsters, Typhon. Besides, and don't you think we should settle the score for you deceiving me, making me cry, and now there are statues of my weeping all over the world? As she spoke, she tilted her head slightly. Her brilliant golden eyes locked onto the boy before her as she whispered. My adorable little believer. The moment Medusa spoke those words, Morgan immediately understood her true identity. After all, while Promise had once worshipped Queen of the Heaven, Hera, the goddess who had ultimately won his over, was the one standing in front of him now. The flawless goddess of wisdom. Athena. Chapter 291, Is it prelude or the end? 1828 words. As for what Athena said, if it had been a sudden attack, Promise would likely have been flustered and would have fumbled his response, but having long guessed that Athena was up to no good and thus being well prepared, Promise was exceptionally calm now. And so? As his lips parted, about to deliver the line he had rehearsed in his head over and over. Well, even though he felt like shouldn't, at this moment, Promise really wanted to uphold his infamous title as the Goddess Hunter, a name that future generations loved to tease him about. After all, nearly every famous and beautiful goddess from the Greek Age of Gods had, at some point, received his golden apple. The one inscribed with, to the fairest. And in fact, almost every goddess had favored and pampered Promise in some way. Except for one. The goddess of crossroads and witchcraft, Hecate. She and Promise had the worst compatibility imaginable. Whenever they met, they would argue. Whenever they could, they would scheme against each other. And thus, his nickname had spread far and wide. But at that very moment, as if sensing something, Athena suddenly stopped his words. Before Promise could remain puzzled, the goddess of wisdom reached into her silvery hair and without hesitation, plucked a single strand, expertly tying it into Promise's hair. Looking at the young man, she then spoke in a solemn voice. He has arrived. And without waiting for his reaction, she spoke divine words. The primordial goddess of night, I beseech you to descend here now and let the veil of darkness conceal him. As soon as her words fell, black night wrapped itself around Promise. And whether it was an illusion or not, Morgan and Black King Arthur noticed that the darkness seemed to be quite happy. If Promise knew what they were thinking, he would calmly nod and inform them that the night was indeed very happy now. Because now, she could once again enjoy watching the drama unfold. At the same time, Siyu Chulin, who had already brought Ritsuka, Mash, and the director to the base of Ryudu Temple, suddenly raised his hand and stopped them in their tracks. Stop. You must not go any further. Siyu Chulin's expression was extremely serious at this moment, and before the three could even process what was happening, he had already activated his runes, causing the trees around them to suddenly grow, dense and long, their branches stretching out unnaturally, coiling around them and sealing them in place. Wait, what the hell are you doing? The suddenness of the event left director Olga Marie unable to react at first. Not that reacting would have done anything useful. But when she did regain her senses, she immediately struggled against the tree's grasp. To this, Ku Chulin, however, had no intention of explaining. Mainly because the situation was too complicated to explain clearly. You stay here for now, things have gotten a bit sudden, sorry. After speaking, to prevent them from speaking and casting spells, Siyu Chulin simply had the trees block their mouths, then flashed away from the spot. The reason he stopped Ritsuka and Mash from proceeding was simple, because now, the he that the goddess Athena spoke of had arrived. In the gazes of Black King Arthur, who turned her head sharply, and Promise and Morgan, who looked up, he emerged. From within the Temple of Time. The mastermind behind the incineration of humanity, the collective embodiment of the 72 demon pillars, Goetia, now falsely claiming to be King Solomon and appearing in the image of King Solomon, emerged and stood before everyone. And he had not come alone. Behind him, the phantasmal projection of the rings of light. The harbinger of humanity's end. It was obvious that he came prepared. After all, the reason for his appearance was precisely because he had sensed the gathering of several terrifying auras in this place. And as he arrived to the side of Black King Arthur, his cold, indifferent, gaze swept over everyone present. The goddess of wisdom, Athena, who had arrived by briefly possessing the spiritual foundation of Medusa. The king of the erased lost belt of fairy Britain, the queen of winter, Morgan. And now, the one who had just arrived on the battlefield. Cuchulainn, no. The Norse god king, Odin. Upon arriving at the scene, Odin's gaze swept across the situation at the battlefield. But almost immediately, his eyes couldn't help but linger on Promise, who was now being shrouded by Nyx, the primordial goddess of the night. Facing the chaotic and extremely dangerous situation before him, Odin once again felt that the matter of inviting Promise to his era was a decision that needed to be considered carefully and planned out in detail. Because if one thing had been made painfully clear, wherever Promise went, things were never quiet. This guy would always cause a commotion. And not just any ordinary commotion. This was only the opening act of the humanity incineration plan. And yet, somehow, this already looked like the final battle of the singularity. Just what the hell are you trying to do? If I really invited you over, wouldn't you end up becoming the second Loki? No. In terms of fate and causing problems, Loki probably isn't as troublesome as you. Thinking of Loki, and imagining the chemical reaction that would occur if Loki and Promise met, Odin instantly felt a headache coming on. But at this moment, as Goetia made his entrance, the scene instantly quieted down, yet it felt like a powder keg ready to explode at the slightest spark. Yet after only a brief moment of shock, Odin immediately snapped back and took action, quickly disguising himself as Cuchulainn once more. He spoke with a loud, casual laugh. Ha 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 ha. This place sure is lively. Because right now, Odin was genuinely worried. He was truly afraid that Promise would suddenly shout out, and command the Queen of the Lost Belt and the Goddess of Wisdom, Athena, beside her to launch an all-out attack on Goetia together. In fact, if it were the real Athena who had descended, there would be some logic to it. Then maybe, just maybe, things could be handled. But obviously, that wasn't happening. Even though the counterforce favored Promise too much. Well, if favoring meant keeping a close eye on him, fearing he would create some chaotic worlds that could only become reality and not be reversed. But until the most critical moment, deities and other such existences would absolutely not make an appearance. Upon hearing Odin's remark, Goetia slowly turned his head and looked at him. Then, he fell silent again. Something was wrong. A displaced lost belt queen, Morgan. The goddess of wisdom, Athena, temporarily possessing Medusa's Saint Graph. And now, the Norse god king, Odin, who had just arrived. Even Goetia needed a moment to process what the hell was happening. For the first time, he hesitated. He didn't even dare cut off his connection to the Temple of Time. And the rings of light behind him, the harbingers of humanity's end, remained firmly in place, as if to serve as a warning. And just as Odin's voice fell, the scene remained quiet, and for a short while, no one responded to his words until... Yeah, it really is lively, isn't it? Promise spoke. Because he was currently concealed by the primordial goddess of the night. Even as Goetia stood right there, the tense atmosphere failed to make him feel even the slightest bit nervous. What a joke. He once shot Athena with an arrow. He almost fought Zeus. He had participated in more than one godly war. Big battles? Please. This was just a drop in the bucket for him. And so, with absolute ease, he casually spoke. So, why don't we all just drop this for now? After all, you haven't even gathered the energy you need yet. And as for us, well, we're not exactly ready for a real fight either. Then, he turned his gaze toward Morgan. Morgan. That king over there, the one corrupted by the black mud? She named her noble phantasm after you. And just a moment ago, she even kicked me in the face. So, go beat her up. Promise said this not only with a clear conscience but also from the heart. Thus, as soon as these words were spoken, except for the bewildered Goetia, who had absolutely no idea what was going on, everyone else couldn't help but chuckle. Even Artoria Alter herself couldn't help but smirk. Of course. As expected of you. You really are as good at holding grudges as the legends say. And so? Morgan did not hesitate in the slightest. Even though Goetia was literally standing next to Artoria Alter. She immediately unleashed her noble phantasm upon her. Roadless Camelot, the utopia no longer within reach. The witch who returned from the end. She was a witch, cursed by the world, who had returned from the end to bring down humanity itself. She was the Winter Queen, who had ruled Fairy Britain for over 2,000 years. And the power she now wielded was the culmination of that unyielding reign. But against this devastating force, Black Saber, Artoria Alter, did not even lift her sword. She simply stood there, without any resistance. It wasn't because she was too powerful that even X-level noble phantasm couldn't touch her. But, because she understood. It was time for her to leave the stage. Otherwise, if she stayed any longer, things would only become even more chaotic with Promise stirring things up. Yet. Before she vanished, faced with Morgan's noble phantasm, the words that came out like a sigh, Black King Arthur felt she had to say one thing. And so, with a tone half complaining, half resigned, she spoke. You accused me of naming my noble phantasm after you. But your obsession is far worse than mine. You really should be happy and grateful for such incredible luck that he not only accepts you as you are but truly cares for you. Hearing those words, Morgan's entire body stiffened involuntarily. And then, the force with which she struck became even greater. Directly causing Artoria to exit the scene the next second. As Black Saber vanished. The once dignified and solitary queen. Now, like a pouting young girl, turned her head and muttered under her breath. As if I need you to lecture me. I already understand that better than anyone. I know, more than anyone, just how lucky I am. She whispered in a soft tone, and as if acting on instinct, she glanced back at Promise. At this moment, those usually cold blue eyes carried a warmth she couldn't hide. And then. Hisses. Promise sucked in a cold breath. Looking with a pained expression at the goddess beside him, who was smiling and tilting her head away. My beloved goddess, please, just a little gentler, okay? Chapter 292, Proclamation of the Goddess. 1827 words. With Black Saber's departure, the Holy Grail war around this singularity officially came to an end. And so, the prologue of this conflict had come to a close. Goetia stood there, silently watching everything unfold. His gaze lingered first on Morgan. Then on the mysterious figure hidden within the night. But in the end, he said nothing. And with a simple turn, he walked away, returning to the Time Temple. In fact, there was really nothing he could say. After all, the objective had ultimately been achieved. And the ones who remained? A chief deity. A god king. And a fairy queen whose strength rivaled that of divine beings. Would be far too troublesome to deal with at the moment. Not to mention, the one concealed in darkness. While he was deeply curious about the hidden individual, Goetia understood he wouldn't get any useful information in this situation. So rather than wasting time, it was better to leave. This place is beginning to collapse. Morgan's voice broke the silence. After sending Black Saber away, with her gaze still fixed on Promise, she spoke. Be careful. And until we meet again. With those words, she returned to the painting, once again ascending to the throne of heroes. As soon as Morgan left, Athena finally let go of Promise, ceasing the firm grip she had on him and was just about to slip away unnoticed when. Are you really planning to leave just like that? Promise, as if having already expected this, reached out and grabbed her wrist as his emerald eyes gazed at her, clear and unwavering. Athena fell silent for a moment. I told you, I was never supposed to appear here. After all, my true entrance should be a grand one. It should happen when you truly need me the most. But then, Athena suddenly chuckled. She lifted her golden gaze, meeting Promise's eyes directly as she spoke. After all, I am your goddess, am I not? Besides, this isn't even my body. That fool, Medusa, has already cursed me over 1,000 times in her heart. Promise did not answer immediately. Instead, he simply stared at her as if reading her expression. Recalling what Queen Hera had once told him. As if trying to find a flaw in Athena's composure. But he found that from beginning to end, her expression remained perfectly composed. It was as if everything was the same as before, without any change. She was still the brightest pearl in ancient Greek mythology. Wise, powerful, and in control of everything. Then tell me, what is this stage you speak of? Promise pressed further. Athena, what exactly are you preparing for? The goddess Hecate has already warned me, she told me to be extremely careful. In the American Holy Grail War, Hecate had once stepped out of a painting. And she had not arrived through the Grail's power. She hadn't simply descended from the inner sea of stars for a short while, rather, she had come directly from the Age of Gods itself. After all, in Typemoon's world, she was the very creator of magic and magecraft. Although the two of them started to fight as soon as they met, Hecate still vaguely reminded Promise, pointing him towards Athena. Later, when Promise met with Hera, that warning had been further confirmed. Athena had touched a fruit she should never have touched. The forbidden fruit that should have remained untouched by even a goddess. This realization had left Promise in disbelief. Even shaken. And yet, beneath it all, there was also a trace of joy. But above all, what was left in his heart was caution. Because he knew Athena far too well. Just as Athena understood him. And there was one thing the two of them shared. Whether it was him or Athena, whenever either of them suddenly fell silent, it only meant one thing. Be extremely careful. Yet when Athena finally answered his question, she did not explain. Instead, she laughed. And this time, it was a bright, genuine laugh. Promise. I actually gave you a chance to walk away. But. As she spoke, Athena smiled and gestured toward everything around them. At the ruins of the battlefield. At Morgan, who had already left. I chose to be a bystander. But the truth is, whether or not I intervened, you still became him. No, you were always him. You still embarked on the journey, walking the path of fate and heroes. Promise couldn't refute it, after all. Morgan, the Queen of Winter, who left a bit ago, and the new paintings now floating in the sky, were proof enough. So, are you building another stage for me? Promise's expression remained calm as he spoke. After all, he had already predicted this outcome, long ago. Indeed, he could have walked away. But instead, he chose to walk this path once again. And that meant one thing. From that day forward, the goddess of wisdom had once again taken her place behind him. Yes. In response to his question, Athena nodded without hesitation. Her answer was unwavering. Because now, she could no longer lie to Promise. And she could no longer truly harm him. Once again, I have built a stage for you. I will give you everything you desire, just as you wish. You will still remain the brightest hero. But this time, there is no grand finale awaiting you. Because the game between us is already over. And now, there is only one thing I want to do. As she spoke, with Medusa's borrowed face, Athena revealed a smile. A smile so enchantingly beautiful, so dangerously seductive, that it seemed almost unnatural. Promise. I will make sure you can never leave me again. It was a declaration. The proclamation of a virgin goddess. And so, in that instant, Promise suddenly felt the grip around his neck tighten so strongly that he felt suffocated. Athena? You are already my goddess. You should already understand. After all, even when I was faced with the goddess of fate, who expressed her feelings to me, the respected queen of heaven Hera, and the goddess of justice Themis. From all the gods across the heavens, I still chose you. Promise let out a slow breath and spoke those words. Of course, I know that. Hearing this, Athena's smile never wavered as she spoke. But promise, do you know? The cause of all this is not someone else, but you. You were the one who shot me down from my flawless existence with your arrow. And it was you who deceived me before you left. You left a crack in my heart. You made me shed tears. As she spoke, Athena leaned in closer. Her voice was soft, melodic, like a harp's whisper. So now, the outcome is obvious. There are only two choices left. Either I die, or you can never leave me. And I will be the only one left by your side. Even a fated destiny can be broken. Promise's voice hardened and there was a stubborn defiance in his tone. But Athena did not get angry. Her golden eyes, as calm and warm as ever, simply gazed at him. And then she smiled. Then come. Try to break it. With those final words, Athena left as the control over Medusa's body returned to its rightful owner. In the blink of an eye, her brilliant golden eyes faded back into their usual mystic violet. Faced with Promise, who was still holding on to her, Medusa did not resist. She merely stared at him, her gaze carrying an undeniable sense of pity. You really are unlucky. After a long silence, she couldn't help but sigh like this. Agreed. At that moment, the one who had been watching in silence the entire time, Cuchulainn, also couldn't help but speak up. With a nod, he wholeheartedly agreed. Yeah, you're pretty damn unlucky. But wait. Why exactly was this considered unlucky? Wasn't it actually a blessing to be loved by a beautiful goddess like that? The answer was actually quite simple. Would Athena ever share Promise with anyone else? Obviously not. Not to mention her, the same goes for moon goddess Artemis or the god of the forge, Hephaestus, both of whom shared similar tendencies. It was the same as Athena's mother, the first-generation goddess of wisdom, Metis. Athena would give Promise everything, because she would never allow him to feel sad. But at the same time, she wanted everything of Promise even more morbidly than Metis. After all, unlike her mother, Athena was far, far stronger. And no one could predict what she would do to keep Promise for herself. Well, there goes our harem fanfic. By the way, Medusa spoke, looking at Promise with her violet eyes. I just want to say one more thing. You kind of deserve this. Of all the goddesses you could have chosen, you just had to go and pick the worst one. Promise stared at Medusa, completely expressionless. Then, without speaking a word, he let go of her and turned to Cuchulainn before asking, Where are Mash and Ritsuka? As he spoke, he could feel the ground trembling beneath his feet. So, without waiting for an answer, he continued. This place isn't going to hold much longer, is it? Don't worry. Cuchulainn shrugged, raising a hand in a carefree gesture. They're fine. It's just that your situation is a bit too unique. They can't really get involved just yet. As for this place, it really can't hold on, but... With a smile, Cuchulainn, no, Odin, raised his hand, tracing runes into the air. The floating Norse symbols ascended toward the sky, stabilizing the collapsing singularity, allowing it to last a little longer. Child, I have something to ask you. The voice that followed was no longer Cuchulainn's. It was deep, resonant, carrying the weight of divine authority. A voice that carried the undeniable presence of a god-king. Seeing this, Medusa's expression remained calm. Not to mention, Promise? He merely sighed. After all, after what had just happened with Athena, it was obvious who this man truly was. A god-king, no different from Zeus of Olympus. But now that he had shed his disguise, Promise bowed respectfully and spoke. Honored God King Odin. Tell me, did the goddess Athena deliberately left a step ahead, just to give you time to speak with me? Medusa blinked at his words. She subconsciously glanced at Promise, then thought about it for a moment and realized that it was really possible. No, it should be said that it was exactly like this. Of course, I understand. Odin chuckled and spoke in a steady and commanding voice. Originally, I had intended to observe you for a while longer, to see whether you would bring ruin. or a new future. But now, even the goddess of wisdom has given me an opening. And I will not waste this opportunity. Chapter 293, Burn the World Tree. 1,437 words. In Norse mythology, fate was a far heavier concept than it was in Greek mythology. There, it was an absolute concept. A destiny set in stone, unalterable. The king of gods, Odin, had spent his entire life fighting against Ragnarok. He had made countless preparations for it. And yet, ironically, everything he had done not only did not stop the inevitable, instead, it only pushed Ragnarok closer to reality. No matter what he tried. In the end, everything was still destroyed. So when Odin saw promise, it was inevitable that he would turn his attention toward him. Because throughout the history, promise was the one exception to fate. The only being capable of breaking the predestined fate of gods. In the ancient temple of fate, there were the three goddesses of destiny, the Moirai, feared and revered by every living being. Not because of their strength. They were not powerful gods, in fact. They were incredibly weak. And yet, why did the gods fear them so much? Why did they hate them, yet never dare to kill them? If a god knew the terrible fate that awaited them, why would they not just rush up in anger and slaughter the Moirai? Wouldn't that solve the problem? Surely that thought must have crossed their minds, right? After all, they were Greek gods. The different kinds of gods, who would do whatever to get what they want, not to mention someone like the god kings, who were never known for their patience or rationality. Let's take an example of any of them, whether it is Uranus, Cronus, or Zeus. Their first instinct upon hearing a prophecy of their downfall was always the same. Kill the child. Kill the mother. But never the fates. Uranus, upon hearing that one of his children would dethrone him, didn't hesitate to imprison them deep in Tartarus. Cronus, knowing of his own prophecy, took it even further. He didn't just imprison his children, he swallowed them whole the moment they were born. Not to mention paranoid Zeus. When he heard Metis would bear a son greater than him, he swallowed her alive, ensuring the child would never be born. And when he learned that Thetis would give birth to a son stronger than his father, he didn't take any chances and forbade any god from marrying her, forcing her into the arms of a mortal instead. The gods had no hesitation in killing their own blood to avoid their fate. And yet, not a single one of them ever dared to kill the Moirai. Why? Yes. You could kill them. They were so weak that even a mortal could slay them. But even in death, fate would not change. In fact, the more one tried to fight fate, the more twisted and chaotic it would become, leading them toward an even darker abyss. At the same time, fate was woven into the very fabric of the cosmos itself. If the Moirai perished, there would be no one left to weave the threads of destiny. And without that order, the world would descend into total chaos. A world without fate was a world where even gods could vanish into nothingness without reason. The entire foundation of existence would collapse. The fate could not be changed. Throughout history, countless gods, kings, and heroes have tried to defy their fates. Some have tried to kill the fates, but none have succeeded. Even when Uranus threw his children deep into Tartarus, never to see the light of day, fate was set in stone. Even when Cronus devoured his children, he only delayed the inevitable. Even when Zeus swallowed Metis, Athena was still born. Even when Achilles' mother tried to make him immortal, his heel remained vulnerable. Even the king of gods couldn't change the inevitable future. And it was in this situation that Promise appeared. A man who defied the fates themselves. He had humiliated the weakest of the fates, the one who ruled over the future. And in return, all three fate goddesses not only did not dislike him, instead, they became obsessed with him. He was spoiled, watched, and blessed by the fates. Whatever mess he left behind, they would clean it up for him. In addition, his destiny became intertwined with four unique goddesses. He walked a special path that had never existed before. A future that no one else could ever follow. And then, there was his mysterious gift. The heroic spirit class cards. A power that came from an unknown source. All of this combined and created a freak anomaly. A being that could rewrite fate itself. A creator of new destinies. Seeing this, how could Odin, the god who had spent his entire existence fighting fate, not turn his gaze upon him? However, looking at the young man's entire journey, although Odin was amazed and impressed, however, he found one problem. A crucial problem which made him hesitate whether to ask the boy or not. And that was, how much chaos Promise brought along with him. So much chaos that even the God King himself couldn't decide if it was good or bad. With all this in mind, Odin finally couldn't help but speak again. So, Promise, I have one question for you. Odin's gaze burned like a torch, his voice carrying a powerful divine pressure that echoed through the underground cavern as he spoke. If you were to stand before the Ragnarok, twilight of the gods, what role would you play in this fate? Hearing these words, Medusa, who was watching beside them, couldn't help but freeze for a moment. Then, a thoughtful look appeared in her eyes as she turned to Promise. Fate, huh? She muttered to herself. Incidentally, and at the same time? No matter how deep resentment and disgust she felt for that goddess, she had to admit, Athena was surprisingly useful. Because now, for the first time, Medusa could actually understand what was going on. She even figured out the reason behind Odin's question. Her brain had never worked this well before. And she hated it. But against a god, one could not lie. Especially not a god king, so Promise's answer was completely honest. I don't believe I would be able to do much in Ragnarok. After all, while the gods may love me, that's only because of the Queen of Heaven Hera, Athena, and others. If I were to travel to your world, I wouldn't just lose the favor of the gods. I would also lose most of the power I've accumulated. However, the moment Promise made this candid statement, not only did Odin laugh, but even Medusa beside him couldn't help but laugh. As for this statement, if anyone had the right to object, it would be Brother Horse. After all, Pegasus was the one that had carried him through almost every journey. The one that had seen everything firsthand. So, if it were here right now, it would probably be rolling its eyes so hard they'd fall out of its skull. And if it could speak human language, it would definitely shout without hesitation. You damn troublemaker, stop being so modest. But if I really could do something, I think the first thing I'd want to do would be to burn the tree. Yes, that tree in Norse mythology, the World Tree. Hearing this, for a brief moment, even Medusa couldn't help but look at Promise with a speechless look on her face. No. Did you seriously just tell the God King Odin that you want to burn his sacred World Tree? Really, this could only be you. Odin, for his part, was also momentarily at a loss for words. Because he could sense it. Promise was dead serious and sincere about his words, and that left him speechless. Why? You should know, that is not the answer I was expecting. It's simple, the reason I embarked on this journey, you must have already guessed it, haven't you? Promise pondered and replied, everywhere I go, every journey I take. It's all for the sake of securing my place in the throne of heroes. And the greater the legend I leave behind, the stronger the power I gain. And let's be honest. Burning down the World Tree? That's something no one's ever done before. And no one will ever do again. Hearing this, Odin almost couldn't resist taking out the Gungnir on the spot. He had never wanted to throw his spear at someone so badly. Medusa, who stood on the side, couldn't help but nod in deep agreement. Indeed, burning the World Tree would be unprecedented and never to be repeated. Chapter 294, Medusa, the very definition of beauty. 1,285 words. Well, now it really feels like it. At first, it didn't seem obvious. But now? Now, if anyone told Medusa that Promise wasn't a devoted follower of Athena, she wouldn't believe it even if they beat her to death. And maybe it was because she still had a part of Athena's Saint Graph fused within her. But Medusa found herself speechlessly realizing that she actually found Promise's idea kind of interesting. She even felt a strange urge to see it happen with her own eyes. TCH. This is all Athena's fault. Perhaps sensing Odin's increasingly dangerous gaze, Promise quickly tried to salvage the situation. Wait, no need to get angry just yet. I just said it's a possibility. Most likely, probably, maybe. I won't actually do it, okay? After all, fate is always changing. Just like with Morgan's incident. The reason I chose to destroy everything back then was largely because of Vivian. She was Morgan's past self. The girl who once dreamed of fairy tale endings. I met her first. I became her friend first. So I helped her make a decision. I rang the pilgrimage bell. And ended everything. Hearing this, Medusa couldn't help but interject. So, according to your logic, if you had met Morgan first, would you have chosen to protect that flawed world for her instead? Hearing this, Promise smiled slightly. As long as she still managed to get her name into my grudge notebook under those circumstances. Then, yeah. I wouldn't deny the possibility. After all, if I protected the world for a few centuries and died, I'd still end up in the throne of heroes. The Counterforce sighed. The Counterforce was in pain. This was exactly the reason why they weren't at ease. Why they had thrown in a goddess of fate and even Merlin just to keep an eye on him. Hearing his words, Odin, meanwhile, fell into silence again. Then, raising his voice slightly, he spoke. From today onward. Stay the hell away from that guy Loki. Eh? Hearing this, Promise blinked, a bit surprised as he looked at Odin, respected God King. Even after I've said all this, you still plan to invite me? Odin paused for a second. Then, with a deadpan expression, he responded. So you do have some self-awareness after all? Medusa's violet eyes glinted with amusement as she stared at the young matter. You're actually aware of what a disaster you are. The latter turned to give Medusa a blank stare. Weird. Wasn't this girl supposed to be the cold and reserved type? Why the hell are you talking so much today? And why are your words so sharp? Medusa didn't know what Promise was thinking. But she could tell just by his expression. And to be honest, she felt helpless about it, too. After being merged with Athena's Saint Graph, spiritual foundation, and then fully possessed by her, she found out that her mind was now way too clear, so much so that she could actually follow the conversation perfectly. And now, she realized. She understood everything that was being said. Besides, Medusa was just a quiet person, not really cold. If she didn't understand, that would be one thing, she could pretend not to hear, but it was precisely because she understood how shocking and bizarre their conversation was that even she couldn't help but say a few more words. It's not that I want to invite you over. Odin shook his head, answering Promise's question. It's just that. Your goddess. She has already dropped an anchor for you. In the end? Odin left with a face as dark as thunder. He was afraid that if he stayed any longer, he wouldn't be able to resist throwing the spear Gungnir at Promise. At the same time, Odin actually agreed with Promise's words in his heart. Fate is always changing, especially for someone like him who has always been manipulating fate just by existing, it's even more so. With this realization, Odin finally understood why Athena had left so decisively and why she wasn't the least bit afraid of what he might do to Promise. As a deity with absolute wisdom, Odin naturally noticed that the thread of fate from the goddess of justice was still tightly wound around Promise. In Promise's heart, there was always a wavering scale of judgment. Everything seen and experienced on the journey would continuously add weight to the scale, causing it to tilt to one side. And when the time came, Promise would make judgments based on the direction of the tilt. With Odin gone, only Medusa remained behind. Promise looked at Medusa and the latter also looked at Promise. The two stared at each other in silence for a brief moment. Then, take good care of Pegasus. Medusa said so. Of course. Promise nodded firmly. He's brother horse, after all, but to be honest, he loves eating grass too much, so I must find an opportunity to give him a good beating. He swung his fist aggressively as he spoke. Seeing this, Medusa couldn't help but laugh a little. Before, she turned serious again. I actually dislike you quite a bit. After all, you are her only believer. But now, even Pegasus doesn't recognize me anymore. He only acknowledges you. So I guess it's my bad luck. If we ever meet again, draw a painting for me. And when you finally slap Athena in the face in the future, call me out so I can enjoy the moment. But if you don't want to, then forget it. After all, I, Medusa, am just an ugly monster, and indeed not qualified to be your subject of drawing. Only my elder sisters have that privilege. Medusa spoke in a very casual tone, her expression not showing much fluctuation. Because she truly thought so in her heart. Ah, if it were between painting your two sisters or painting you. Promise smiled and said. I'd rather paint you. So next time, let me draw a picture for you. Hearing this, Medusa's eyes narrowed slightly as her serpentine pupils sharpened, turning into thin slits, and even her aura became dangerous. Oh. Are you insulting me? Or do you look down on my sisters? If Promise didn't give her a satisfactory answer, then even if she had to destroy everything here, she would leave a mark on him. Promise, however, met her gaze head-on. Of course not. It's just, you're better. Medusa's expression stiffened slightly, before she let out a self-deprecating laugh. Me? The ugly one? The monster cursed by the gods? I know you have a good relationship with Pegasus, but there's no need to lie about me and say such insincere things. I haven't told a lie in a very long time. Promise looked into her eyes and said with a smile, besides, I don't think you're ugly at all. On the contrary, I think you're beautiful. I am Medusa. Medusa frowned as she looked at Promise. Exactly because you are Medusa. Promise nodded, his tone utterly natural, as if stating the most obvious fact. Medusa, who doesn't know that name? A name that represents beauty so great. Even goddesses were jealous of it. Hearing this, Medusa was stunned as her mystic violet eyes stared at Promise blankly for a long moment. In the myths of Medusa and Athena, there was a particular version of the story. A version where Medusa was originally a goddess, but was cursed by Athena, turning into a monster, and the reason Athena cursed her was because of her beauty. You really aren't afraid that Athena will come out and beat you to death? Hee, she can't bear to. Chapter 295, Humiliate her together. 1581 words. In the burning Fuyuki city, at the beginning of the journey, within the singularity that is about to disappear. With the singularity on the verge of collapse. And with Odin, Athena, Medusa, and the others having all departed. Phew, just made it in time. Promise, who had run out from the deep cavern of the Greater Grail at Ryudu Temple and arrived in front of Mash, Ritsuka, and director Olga Marie, who were imprisoned by the trees with Odin's runes, breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the three of them supporting each other. Since Odin had left, the Luff runes binding them had vanished as well. At this moment, they had already contacted Chaldea. And Romani Archimon's magical projection flickered before them. His face full of worry as he prepared to initiate Spirit Ron transfer. Promise Senpai. When Mash saw Promise rushing back, she couldn't help but sigh in relief with joy. Even Olga Marie, who had looked utterly frustrated earlier, had her expression soften just slightly. You really are ridiculously lucky. By the way, the Holy Grail war of this singularity, it was you and your servant who ended it, wasn't it? All right, fine. I have to admit that Chaldea's master recognition system needs an upgrade. You're definitely a very capable master. But just as Olga Marie was speaking these things, Promise, who had quickly arrived, did not stop but stepped forward and grabbed her hand. Thank goodness, Director. You're still here. For a moment, Olga Marie froze. Her mind blanking out as she stared at Promise's face. At those brilliant emerald eyes, glowing like stars. A blush quickly spread to her ears. Why you? Why you rude guy, what the hell do you think you're doing? As Olga Marie raised her voice, under the watchful eyes of Mash and Ritsuka, who had subconsciously widened their eyes, before she could finish her sentence. Promise cut her off. Director, listen to me. You're already dead. The words froze everyone in place. Even Romani, who was still watching through the projection, stiffened for a moment. Then, his eyes sharpened as he cast a deep glance at Promise. The bomb that exploded in Chaldea? It destroyed your physical body. Director. In fact, the only reason you're standing here is because of your lingering attachment. A miracle, born from your own will. That's why you can't undergo spirit RON transfer. As Promise spoke these words, he paused slightly, then continued, if the director doesn't believe me, you can ask Dr. Roman or Da Vinci. Olga Marie stood frozen, staring at Promise. Her mind screamed that his words couldn't be true. But the moment she looked into his incredibly beautiful and unwavering eyes, she abruptly turned toward Romani's projection. And Romani, under her gaze, slowly averted his eyes. And in that instant, her heart sank. So. Her face turned deathly pale in an instant. He's telling the truth? I'm really already dead? Romani remained silent, unwilling to answer the question, but his silence only confirmed the truth. Ritsuka and Mash also looked at the situation in disbelief, their faces full of confusion. But before anyone could process what was happening, the ground trembled violently once more. We can't delay any longer, we've really reached the absolute limit. Romani's desperate voice came through the projection. Ritsuka, Mash, and Promise. You all need to return now. If you don't hurry, this collapsing singularity will consume you along with it. Hearing this, Olga Marie, with pale face, staggered back. Her hands slipping away from Promise's grasp. Her steps were unsteady. Her body felt weightless. But then, as if suddenly realizing something, she lunged forward again. And this time, she grabbed onto Promise with both hands. Their eyes met once more. But then, she let go. Go. Her lips curled into a forced smile. A hollow, fragile attempt at looking strong. Hurry and leave this place. She had so much more to say. But before she could speak another word, she was interrupted by Romani once again. No time. Initiating spirit RON transfer now. Mash, grab onto Promise and Ritsuka. Whatever you do, do not let go. Can't even give me a proper farewell? At this moment, Olga Marie's face was filled with helplessness and despair. She wanted to reach out. To cling to them. To beg them to take her along. Her entire being screamed for her to run with them. But knowing that doing so would only drag them into the abyss to die together, her trembling hand still couldn't reach out to hold them. And just when it felt like all hope was lost, Promise laughed. Director, let's humiliate the goddess of fate together. As he spoke these words that sounded utterly baffling to everyone present, Promise reached out, and a single butterfly of the underworld fluttered gracefully through the air, drifting delicately onto his outstretched hand. And then, more of them began to appear. Dark, deathly butterflies swarmed from all directions, dancing in eerie silence. Yet, as if they didn't seem to see the scene, Ritsuka, Mash, and Olga Marie maintained a mirror-like stillness in their expressions, standing quietly in place. Even as the butterflies multiplied. Even as they filled the space around them. Their expressions remained unchanged. Their bodies frozen in place. Because in that moment, time itself had stopped. At the same time, the fluttering butterflies formed a veil, obscuring the scene from Chaldea's watchful gaze. And then, from within the shroud of butterflies, a figure emerged. A woman in a flowing black dress. Her long, raven-black hair cascading down her back like the endless night itself. Answering Promise's call, a goddess of the underworld came before him. Only, her delicate face was marred by a pout that ruined the atmosphere. Her beautiful crimson eyes glanced sideways. Her crimson eyes narrowed in clear annoyance. Her expression full of irritation as she glanced away. As if she couldn't even be bothered to acknowledge him. I say, Goddess Hecate. Promise looked at her somewhat helplessly. Why do you always make that face when you show up? Can't you at least pretend to be happy? Happy? You have the nerve to tell me to be happy. Hecate glared at Promise, biting her lip lightly. Promise, let me ask you something. Imagine this. You're at home, enjoying your meal, working on your experiments. Finally having a rare moment of peace. And then, suddenly, a certain troublesome individual keeps knocking on your door. Uninvited. Repeatedly. Over and over again. The worst part is, you have no choice but to open the door and welcome him in. Because if you don't open the door, your elders will nag incessantly in your ear. Even that once sweet apprentice of yours will turn into a nightmare? Praying and complaining endlessly about how irresponsible you are. And that's not even the real issue. Actually, all that would be bearable, but the crux of the matter is that, this troublesome person is an absolute menace. Everywhere he goes, he causes problems more daunting than the past. He's like a walking disaster waiting to happen. But the worst part? He has no self-awareness. And, it's not just about always taking advantage, being ordered around. To be honest, I've gotten somewhat used to it, having struggled and slacked off, but to no avail, so I've somewhat resigned to my fate, But after all that ungrateful bastard still hasn't offered me a single tribute. Promise shrunk back slightly, feeling her fiery glare. He cleared his throat awkwardly. Then, carefully, he tried to defend himself in a small voice. Well, about that. Isn't there a possibility that maybe this certain someone actually does want to express his gratitude to the goddess? That maybe, he even thought about preparing a grand offering for her. And its standard would be like, a painting dedicated to the gods. But every time he sees this goddess, all she ever does is complain, insult him, and even when it comes to matters concerning students, she guards against him like a thief. Does she not realize that someone here has a very long memory for grudges? Humph. Hecate, biting her lip, was so angry she laughed as she looked at Promise. Oh wow. You actually sound proud of yourself. I am not. Promise said, with a face full of sincerity. Besides, aren't we talking about some other person and some other goddess? I never said it was me. Hecate fell silent for a moment, her crimson eyes quietly staring at Promise, her chest rising and falling a few times before she suppressed the urge to pin Promise down and give him a good beating, regardless of the consequences. After several deep breaths, she calmed herself down. But she refused to lose. So, after thinking about it for a second, her eyes glinted with mischief, and she suddenly smirked. Oh, you're right. Completely right. But in that case, allow me to pass along a question from that goddess. How does it feel to meet Athena? Surprised? Shocked? The smug smile on Promise's face instantly stiffened. His body froze. And just like that, according to the iron law that smiles don't disappear, they just transfer, it naturally transferred to Hecate now. She chuckled darkly, not giving him a chance to respond. Oh, and by the way, the name Medusa, a beauty envied by the gods, you really dare to say that, as usual. I'd bet Hera and Demeter are laughing themselves to death right now. Chapter 296, Another Heroic Spirit. 2,249 words. Hearing this, Promise couldn't help but feel a bit speechless. You all really have too much time on your hands, it's not even the age of gods anymore, and you still love to watch the drama. Don't look at me like that. Unlike you, I have zero interest in this mess. Even with Athena's silver threads shielding him from the gods' prying eyes, perhaps because of their karmic connection, Hecate could tell what Promise was thinking at a glance and couldn't help but pout. If it weren't for Goddess Nyx dragging me along every time she appears, who would care about you? I honestly don't understand it. What does the goddess of the night even see in a nuisance like you? Hecate was truly vexed, she just didn't understand why the goddess of night was so fond of this annoying guy. Tsk, Sundara is really out of style, my Clotho is all about direct hits now. Promise simply smirked in response, but in fact Hecate was speaking the truth. During the Age of Gods, he had deeply experienced how much of a homebody this goddess was. For her, watching dramas and spectacles was a hassle, and her greatest interest in life was staying at home researching magic and conducting experiments. But precisely because of that, even though, in terms of raw power, she wasn't a match for Athena, But when it came to crafty, unpredictable tactics, even the goddess of wisdom had to be cautious around her. After all, among all the gods Promise had encountered, there was only one who could completely ignore the boundaries between the age of gods and the future. Who could walk out of the past and into the present as if it were nothing. Hearing this, Hecate, who had been holding back, finally couldn't take it anymore. She raised her hand, clenched her fist, and with a thwack, slammed it down hard onto Promise's head. Ow, ow, ow. As Promise clutched his head, immediately squatting down, Hecate ignored him completely and turned toward Olga Marie. By the way, why are you even saving her? You're not even that familiar with her, are you? Hecate asked curiously as she narrowed her crimson eyes. She knew that while Promise was indeed kind, he wasn't the type to recklessly interfere with fate. The goddess of justice herself had once lifted the scales of judgment for him, recognizing his inherent righteousness. But not just anyone could make Promise rewrite fate for them. After all, fate is no trivial matter. One of the prerequisites for walking this path is to bear the consequences of altering fate. So up until now, only friends who had made it onto Promise's little notebook, or situations where many lives were at stake, would promise, under the watchful eyes of the goddess of fate, strive to paint a more beautiful future. So why her? Promise, still rubbing his head, thought for a moment before he spoke. Actually, it's not for any grand reason. I had thought about saving her back then, and after returning from the Age of Gods, I became connected to her through some means. Besides, if everything I did in the Age of Gods was a grand stage and a magnificent play, then in my view, right now is the same. By rewriting her fate, maybe someone out there will applaud me for it. Promise smiled faintly as he spoke these words. But at that moment, Hecate's expression shifted slightly as she frowned. Because she noticed that as Promise spoke, for just a moment, his usual carefree gaze seemed a little hollow. A little lonely. Hecate. A goddess of magic. A goddess of the underworld. A goddess who had lived for countless eras. Did not understand what Promise was feeling. Although he could be considered a person of this world, since he hadn't taken over someone else's body but had simply woken up from a dream one night, remembering his past, now, apart from him, no one could understand some of the things he said or the jokes he made. So, that's how it is. Although Hecate didn't understand the reason for Promise's current low spirits, when he was truly sad, her tone naturally softened. No wonder Athena couldn't wait to show up in front of you. Promise, you're not lost anymore, are you? Looking at the goddess who had suddenly become so gentle before his eyes, Promise couldn't help but smile as well, saying, yes. That's why I've started walking this path again. Whether it's the me from the Age of Gods or the me now, it's all the same. So let me continue to paint an even more beautiful picture. Then, Promise's grin widened. Oh, by the way, Goddess Hecate. Your Tsundere act just now completely broke character. You were actually being cute for once. Bang. In an instant, Hecate's rare moment of warmth shattered into pieces with a bang. Her fist came crashing down again. This time with twice the force. Even the surrounding fluttering underworld butterfly familiars couldn't help but pause for a moment. Looking at the two of them start fooling around again, they were utterly speechless. Later, Hecate performed a spell, storing Olga Marie's soul within a crystal ball. In fact, you don't need me to save her at all. You just need to paint a picture of her and then carve a statue to serve as the vessel for her manifestation. That was the first divine skill taught to Promise by his teacher, the god of craftsmen, Hephaestus. The carving of dolls. After all, she was Hephaestus and such things were quite common for her. Not to mention, the most outstanding piece she had ever carved was named Pandora. So, in fact, Promise already had a way to save Olga Marie on his own. But even though she knew this and knew that Promise knew it too, Hecate still responded to his call and came here. Because if Promise had to do it that way, he would have to paint a picture of Olga Marie. And on this point alone, not to mention other gods, who would go crazy if they heard about it, even the homebody goddess of Crossroad, Hecate, who always found ways to mess with Promise, believed that Promise's paintings should not be so cheap. Then, everyone returned to Chaldea. After returning to Chaldea, Ritsuka couldn't hold on any longer and fainted from exhaustion. Mash quickly ran to take care of her, while Roman and Da Vinci had a brief conversation with Promise. As for director Olga Marie, no one brought her up. After all, it was done by Hecate, and even those at Chaldea had no memory of her. Soon, after the conversation ended, as Promise was preparing to return to his residence. "Oh, by the way, Promise, we have a new heroic spirit here." Roman looked at Promise and said, "And she seems to be looking for you." "You're too slow." Inside Promise's room in Chaldea. As Promise pushed open the door and met the gaze of the girl sitting on the sofa, her gray eyes first flashed with obvious joy before she proudly crossed her arms over her chest, lifted her chin, and spoke with a face full of displeasure. Wearing a bright red dress, the fairy lady with the most stunning looks yet the worst personality appeared in front of Promise. Baobin Sith? Her true name, Baobin Sith. The daughter of Morgan, and one of the fairy knights of Fairy Britain, Tristan. Although Promise had already heard from Romani and Da Vinci that a servant had arrived at Chaldea of her own accord. However, seeing that it was Baobin Sith, he still couldn't help but feel a little surprised. But after thinking about it for a moment, it also made sense. After all, this girl had a very outgoing personality, someone who was fiercely loyal to her own desires and someone who would take action to fulfill them. She was the embodiment of short-lived hedonism. As long as she could enjoy herself in the moment, that was enough. And before the collapse of Fairy Britain, Baobin Sith had indeed mentioned that she would come looking for Promise. She said she would, and now she had come. "I've been waiting for you for so long. The people here kept asking me all sorts of annoying questions, but I already made a promise to Mother, even swore an oath, that I would never reveal anything about that. I absolutely wouldn't reveal anything about you." As she spoke, Baobin Sith's nose suddenly twitched. Then she stood up, walked around Promise in a circle, sniffing at him with her nose. Her gray eyes looked at him with confusion as she said, "Why do you have Mother's scent on you? And not just faintly, it's fresh." "Wait, if that's the case, does that mean Mother has already come here?" With her eyes lighting up, Baobin Sith turned around and tried to run out in search of Morgan. But just as she was about to dash out, Promise, with his lightning-quick reflexes, grabbed her by the collar and pulled her back, like holding on to a mischievous little kitten. "Hold on. Morgan isn't here. But I did meet her not long ago, at this singularity." As Promise spoke, he naturally recalled the scene from not long ago, Morgan and the corrupted Artoria bickering with each other, their argument fueled by the taint of the black mud. The memory was so amusing that he couldn't help but laugh. Seeing this, Baobin Sith tilted her head in confusion. Promise didn't bother explaining. After all, he knew that if he said anything, Baobin Sith would undoubtedly report it to Morgan in the future, and that he would like to avoid any possibility that would have his neck strangled. Instead, he grabbed the girl and made her sit down onto the sofa. In fact, with Promise's current strength, one that had never undergone heroic spirit possession, Baobin Sith could have easily broken free with just a thought. But she didn't do that. Everything that had happened in Fairy Britain was enough to make this ill-tempered and willful fairy princess behave like a reluctantly obedient child in front of Promise. "By the way, why did you come here?" After making sure she was seated properly, Promise turned around to pour himself a glass of water and asked casually. "I already told you I was coming. But I thought Mother would be here too." Baobin Sith took off her shoes, tucked her fair legs together on the sofa, hugged them, and pouted slightly. "You must be disappointed, right? That it's me who came, not Melusine or the others." "I am, a little." Well, Promise had hardly ever lied, so he nodded honestly. And as expected, Baobin Sith immediately glared at him with resentment, grinding her teeth like she was seriously considering sinking them into his neck. For the record, Baobin Sith was a blood-drinking fairy, a vampire-like creature with a demonic nature. "But in the end, you came here mostly to find Morgan, didn't you?" Facing her angry glare, Promise not only smiled but even sat down beside her with a glass of water, completely unfazed. Hearing this, Baobin Sith hesitated for a moment, but then simply turned her head away, not bothering to explain. "By the way, why didn't Mother and the others come? Chaldea still isn't capable of supporting so many heroic spirits at once, let alone someone of your mother's caliber. And besides, it's simply not the right time yet. As Promise spoke, he couldn't help but reach out and ruffle Bayaban Sith's long, beautiful red hair as he smiled and said, "You're the only one who doesn't care about any of this. You just come whenever you feel like it. You have no idea how much Roman's been complaining to me, saying your arrival has thrown the entire Chaldea into chaos." Hearing this, Bayaban Sith glared at Promise again, her expression full of dissatisfaction. But she didn't struggle, letting Promise pat her head. In fact, her expression even softened as a result. If she had a single hair sticking up like an ahogue, it would probably be swaying right now. "By the way, how did you explain your identity to Romani and Da Vinci?" Remembering this, Promise retracted his hand and asked curiously. "Holy Grail War," Bayaban Sith answered succinctly. Promise nodded upon hearing this. It made sense, after all. Everyone in Chaldea knew he had participated in the Holy Grail War in America, and that he had even been its final victor. With such a background, a lot of unnecessary trouble had indeed been avoided. Just as Promise was pondering about this, the room suddenly fell into a momentary silence. Then, "Do you think I shouldn't have come?" Bayaban Sith suddenly asked this question. She lowered her head slightly, sitting beside Promise with her legs hugged to her chest. Hearing this, Promise was suddenly taken aback for a moment. He naturally turned to look at her and felt that at this moment, she resembled the time when she had been captured by that shrine maiden to use her as a divine core for the revival of a god. "What are you thinking about?" So, Promise simply smiled. Just as he had once slashed open that god's body with a single sword strike to pull her out. "Of course I'm happy that you came." Chapter 297, Ragnarok. 1648 words. "Really?" Bayaban Sith finally lifted her head as her grey eyes met his clear, emerald green gaze. "Of course." Promise nodded. "The lovely goddess of fate has already shown you everything about me, right? So you should know by now, I never lie." Hearing this, her eyes seemed to light up as she looked at Promise. At that moment, she completely let down her guard, finally dropping the facade she had been putting on until now. Other than Morgan, perhaps only Promise could make her act like this. But now that Bayaban Sith was back to her usual self, Promise suddenly felt a headache coming on. After all, her true nature wasn't actually cute at all. So, later, Promise grabbed Bayaban Sith and laid down some ground rules, setting several conditions. Throughout the whole process, Bayaban Sith pouted the entire time, looking as if she wanted to bite into Promise's neck and suck his blood in revenge. But in the end, she listened patiently and even agreed to everything verbally. As for whether she would actually follow through, well, she was, after all, a fleeting hedonist who only cared about immediate pleasure, a mischievous fairy knight. As long as she was enjoying herself, nothing else mattered. After dealing with Bayaban Sith, Promise took her to meet Mash and check on Ritsuka, who had already woken up. Bayaban Sith showed great interest in Mash. At the same time, she kept a cautious distance from Foe, the small creature perched on Mash's shoulder. When she saw Foe, she couldn't help but turn to ask Promise why he kept such a dangerous bomb, which seemed like it could explode at any moment, by his side. Hearing this, Promise instinctively glanced at Foe, remembering who had tossed it here. Suddenly, as if realizing something, he sharply turned to look at Bayaban Sith beside him. "What's wrong?" The latter, sensing his gaze, naturally tilted her head in confusion. "No, it's nothing. I just suddenly thought of someone. I really hope it's just my imagination." As soon as the words left his mouth, Promise immediately regretted it. After all, some things really shouldn't be spoken so carelessly. That night, inside Promise's room, Promise stood there, expressionless, staring at the sudden appearance of a computer. And on that computer screen, a chat window had already lit up, cheerfully greeting him. Hi. This is magical girl Mary-chan. Are you happy? Are you excited? Thrilled? The beautiful and lovely Mary-chan has once again made her dazzling entrance today. Promise glanced at the computer and decisively pressed the power button to shut it down, only to find that no matter what he did, it wouldn't turn off. This is Mary-chan's magic. It's not something that can be defeated so easily, hee hee. As if mocking his efforts, the chat box immediately popped up with another message. Promise ignored it and bent down to unplug the power cord. Yet, the computer was still on. I told you, I won't be defeated that easily. Hee hee, small fry. Hearing this, the young man raised an eyebrow, stared at the computer with irritation and said, if you've got the guts, why don't you come here in person? You believe I won't hand you over to Romani right now? Eh? No way. I don't want to meet that boring guy. Let Merlin deal with him instead. As for appearing in person? Absolutely not. After all, Mary had already been shot once by Artemis. So, regardless of whether it had been her fault or not, she knew that if she got even slightly injured again, she would definitely be caught and beaten up in the future. Besides, he might be an audience member for Ritsuka, MASH and all the other kids, but I'm different. Mary-chan is your most loyal audience, Promise Kun. I've already decided, I will witness your entire journey until the very end. Hearing that makes you happy, right? Excited? From now on, your travels will always be accompanied by this beautiful magician lady. Not at all. Promise answered without hesitation. Then he added, besides, I already have an audience. The goddess of night, Nyx, not only is she more beautiful and gentle than you, but she's also far stronger and more mysterious. Tell me, what do you have to compare to a goddess like that? Mary fell silent. There was no way she would dare to answer that. Because if she even tried, she was pretty sure that the next second, the goddess of night, would grab her and lock her away in eternal night. That goddess was one of the 5 primordial deities from the birth of the world, the embodiment of the night itself. To Promise, she was indeed gentle and beautiful. After all, not only had she stopped the night countless times for him, but she had even once taken him on a chariot ride across the black sky and offered to pass her divine authority onto him, granting him immortality. Even in the case of the goddess of crossroads, Hecate, who was practically like her daughter, as long as it involved Promise, Nyx was willing to sell her out. Well, mainly because Hecate was way too much of a shut-in, and Nyx just wanted an excuse to drag her outside. Plus, every time Hecate and Promise met, the endless bickering between the two of them, as if they were enemies, was enough to entertain Nyx for years. So in short, aside from Freak Promise, Mary had only one opinion about the primordial goddess of night. Stay as far away as possible. This was someone she absolutely could not mess with. By the way, Promise, have you decided where your next journey will be? After all, I'm really looking forward to it. Heh. Facing Mary's obvious attempt to change the subject, Promise let out a mocking laugh. But in the end, he didn't press the issue, and stopped making things difficult for her. After all, back in Fairy Britain, she had actually helped at some points. Even if she had briefly tried to become a traitor halfway through, but failed. You don't know? Well, that makes sense. With all those people gathered together, even I wouldn't dare to peek at their meeting. But if nothing unexpected happens, my next journey. Promise's emerald green eyes narrowed slightly. Should be in the age of Norse gods. After all, Odin himself had said it. The goddess of wisdom had left an anchor point for him. And Athena's stage, the one she had prepared, was already set. No matter what scheme she had planned for the next trial, as her follower, Promise had no choice but to go. Of course, if he really wanted to resist, it wasn't impossible after all. If he simply dragged the goddess of night, Nyx and Queen Hera into this, even Athena would have no choice but to raise the white flag and temporarily back down. But unfortunately, there was nothing he could do. After all, Promise had indeed deceived her. And worse, he had made her cry. Which resulted in Athena's weeping statues being placed all over the world. More importantly, without her, he never would have achieved the title of Grand in the age of Greek gods. So in the end, both emotionally and logically, no matter how much of a trap this was, Promise had no choice but to walk right into it. So it's the age of Norse gods after all. On the computer screen, Mary sighed as if she had expected this all along. After all, even though she didn't have the guts to constantly spy on them, when she glanced over, Mary had seen Odin and Athena. In fact, at the beginning, she had planned to wait a while before contacting Promise, maybe hide for a few days. Because after her conversation with Clotho, the goddess of fate, in Fairy Britain, along with her subsequent observations, Mary had keenly sensed that something was off with Athena. Even calling it possessiveness wasn't enough to describe her obsession with Promise. It had already reached a terrifying, pathological level. So, Mary had originally planned to stay low for a few days, avoid the storm, and make sure she wouldn't get targeted by that terrifying goddess of wisdom. But then she saw Promise bouncing around on his own. And honestly, it was so tempting that she just couldn't hold back and ended up jumping out after all. So, Promise, have you decided what you'll do there? Another grand adventure? Perhaps a painting of all the gods in the sky? Actually, let's not talk about it. If you actually painted all the Norse gods, you could probably shake even the judgment court, right? Even figures like the king of gods and the creator god would be affected. At this point, Mary was subtly hinting at one of Athena's goals. Possessive or not. Perhaps precisely because of that. Athena would only give Promise the best of everything. If you ask me about my objective, honestly, I just want to go there and burn that tree down. Since Promise never lied, he answered honestly. Mary, on the other hand, was completely dumbfounded by his words. She even sent a big question mark in the chat. After all, this answer was too unexpected and didn't even sound like something Promise would say. You should know about Morgan, right? She was actually Odin's student. That's right, the Queen of Winter, Morgan, was originally a student of the god King Odin. In the history of Fairy Britain, before she became queen, Morgan summoned Odin disguised as Cuchulainn and learned magic from him. And you also know that Fairy Britain itself was a twisted world, built upon bloodshed, deception, and destruction, ruled with an iron grip. In that sense, it's eerily similar to the Age of Norse gods. Which was precisely why Ragnarok had always been the destined end of Norse mythology. Chapter 298, Start of the Journey. 1922 words. Time passed even faster than Promise had imagined. Not long after, Ritsuka and Mash set off on their journey to the first singularity. Naturally, before setting off, they had extended an invitation to Promise, hoping he would travel alongside them. By now, Promise's aura of mystery and reliability had deeply imprinted itself upon their hearts. Even Roman and Da Vinci agreed, believing it would be beneficial for the still weak duo Ritsuka and Mash to have Promise accompany them. Moreover, during the journey, there would be opportunities to catch a glimpse of the side Promise kept hidden. Roman and Da Vinci were not foolish, having experienced the singularity of Fuyuki City, how could they fail to notice Promise's peculiarities? In fact, Roman had always felt a certain fear towards Promise, which made him subconsciously avoid him. No, fear might not be the right word, it was more like unease. After all, looking into Promise's clear, star-like emerald eyes, he always felt as if all his secrets were being laid bare. But, it was precisely because of this that he was eager to uncover the true face Promise concealed. However, Promise simply smiled and declined the invitation. Sorry, I can't accompany you at this time. I have some matters to take care of, and besides, this is the journey you were always meant to embark upon. You will learn and gain so much along the way. And I too look forward to the day when I can travel with you. Hearing this, although Ritsuka and Mash felt a bit regretful and slightly disappointed, they also sensed the sincerity in Promise's words and responded earnestly. Yes, we will do our best. Ritsuka clenched her fist, speaking to Promise with a determined expression. Seeing this, Romani and Da Vinci looked at each other for a while but ultimately had no choice but to drop the matter. Of course, Promise wasn't lying when he said he had other matters to attend to. After all, the goddess of crossroads, Hecate had appeared to seal the soul of director Olga Marie, who was still sleeping in Promise's room, right now. To save her, what Promise needed to do was to carve a new body for her. So, he went ahead and made an online purchase, enlisting Mary, who had nothing better to do and spent her days spamming him with messages, to send him a piece of carving stone. During this period, Promise's surroundings were actually quite lively. After all, whether it was the fairy knight Baobin Sith or Mary, they were the kind of people who loved excitement and talked a lot. However, when Promise began his work, the two of them soon found themselves with nothing to do. At first, watching him carve was quite interesting, but as time went on, these two fun-loving guys quickly grew bored. So, they ended up spending time together during that period. As for why Baobin Sith didn't seek out others, well, that was because this girl looked down on ordinary people. The only people she had some interest in were Ritsuka and Mash, but they had gone to the Singularity. As for Roman, Baobin Sith disliked him, calling him a weak pessimist with an utterly good-natured aura. As for Da Vinci, they couldn't quite get along for the time being, not to mention she was annoyed by her constant inquiries about Promise information. So, even though she still harbored some disdain for Mary in her heart, she had no choice but to seek her out. Promise, however, paid no attention to all of this. Because when he chose a room and devoted himself wholeheartedly to carving, he ignored everything around him. Promise ate golden apples and focused intently on his carving, which lasted for over half a month. During this time, Ritsuka and Mash even managed to restore the first Singularity. And during this time, the same with golden hair and blue eye, who had once taken the initiative to approach Promise during the Holy Grail War in America, Jeanne d'Arc, also made a special trip to Chaldea with the help of Ritsuka and Mash. When she came to Promise's room and saw him fully immersed in his carving, she couldn't help but smile warmly and happily, then quietly sat down. Jeanne d'Arc watched Promise carve for an entire day and night. During that time, she didn't say a word. Until the next day, she stood up and quietly left. Of course, faced with such a golden opportunity, Roman and Da Vinci naturally didn't let it slip, so they questioned Jeanne about how she knew Promise and who he really was. To this, however, Jeanne provided a partial answer. I was his servant during that Holy Grail War. My class at that time was ruler, which allowed me to retain memories of our journey together. As for who he is. Jeanne smiled beautifully, looking at the curious group in front of her, and said, he is someone you can always trust. He is like sunlight illuminating the darkness, and like the night embracing everything. And you can hold on to hope, because at the end of your journey, he will personally paint a picture for you. With these final words, Jeanne left Chaldea. As for this statement, Mary actually complained about it, saying that it didn't seem like something Jeanne would say, and she probably saw or heard something somewhere. Clearly, Jeanne's words only added another layer of mystery to Promise, leaving Roman sleepless for several nights, with dark circles under his eyes from severe insomnia. Because the more mysterious Promise was, the more dangerous he seemed in a way. A king who had abandoned everything, yearning only for an ordinary life. It wasn't until Mary, who finally couldn't stand it anymore, used the Magical Girl Mary website to him some hints to reassure him and told him not to worry about Promise, that Roman finally relaxed a little. By the way, what on earth is Promise Senpai carving? Having just carefully exited Promise's room, Ritsuka, who had just returned from the first Singularity some time ago, couldn't help but cautiously ask Mash beside her once again. The latter, however, shook her head in equal confusion. Well, quite strangely enough, even though the statue had already taken shape and both Mashu and Ritsuka were certain they had seen it, once they left the carving room, their memories of the statue's appearance and Promise's carving techniques would be erased. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't recall the face of the statue and the technique used when he carved it. It seems to be some kind of magecraft, and a very high-level one at that. Da Vinci suddenly appeared out of nowhere, offering an explanation to their confusion. After such a long time, she had naturally studied the matter but found that no matter how much she researched, it was of no use, and remained as elusive as ever, shrouded in mist. Because, to be precise, this wasn't magecraft, it was a divine skill taught by a god. Promise Senpai is really mysterious. Thus, Ritsuka couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Mash nodded in agreement beside her. After all, even Ritsuka knew by now that Promise was Chaldea's #1 failure, even less suited to being a master than she was, and equally incapable of using magecraft. Yet, under such circumstances, during the first Singularity, Jeanne d'Arc had actively sought them out and protected them with utmost care throughout their journey. And the reason, as Jeanne had said, was that Promise wanted to paint a picture for them. In fact, Mash had always harbored a secret in her heart, which she never told anyone. She remembered her first meeting with Promise. It was a night before everything had begun. Amid the snowstorm outside Chaldea, she had seen a dreamlike figure, a young man, clad in pure white holy garments, riding a flawless Pegasus through the night sky. By now, Mash naturally understood that the young man that night was Promise, and it was neither an illusion or a dream. But she chose not to reveal this to anyone after all. She trusted Promise, so she could only silently apologize to Roman and Da Vinci in her heart, over and over again. Well, he's certainly mysterious, yes, but it's not a big problem. Without a doubt, he's on our side. Da Vinci replied with a smile. With the saint's assurance, she had now completely let go of her wariness. So don't worry, he'll eventually reveal everything to us one day. And as time goes on, the more he exposes, the sooner I'll uncover the truth. She declared confidently. After exchanging a few more words, Ritsuka and Mash went to visit the fairy knight Bayaban Sith. For some reason, Bayaban Sith was surprisingly friendly toward Ritsuka and Mash. Aside from knowing that Promise would paint a picture for them, she herself didn't dislike them. And so, Chaldea remained quiet for a while. Until a few days later. Ritsuka and Mash embarked on another journey. This time, they arrived at the city of Seven Hills, where they encountered a deity for the first time. It was none other than Medusa's elder sister, Stheno. But this time, they saw another servant who shouldn't have existed in the original script. That was Promise's teacher, the mentor of numerous heroes from the Age of Gods in ancient Greece. The centaur sage, Chiron. When they saw Chiron appear, both Roman and Da Vinci were shocked, because Chiron's fate had been rewritten by Promise and had even been recorded as true history. Thus, he had never suffered from the venom of nine-headed Hydra, nor had he ever relinquished his divinity, and so, the Chiron who appeared now was a complete deity. Moreover, he was of the same lineage as the god King Zeus, Queen Hera, and the god of the underworld, Hades, his half-siblings. The reason for Chiron's appearance was simple: he had come for Mash. In the prologue of the first Singularity, Promise had disrupted the original course of fate of everything, even creating a unique scenario where the first beast, the King of Gods, the chief deity and the ruler of a lost belt faced OFC against each other. Then, during the Singularity of Orleans, they received the full and attentive protection of Jeanne d'Arc. As a result, Mash, who should have been taught by Odin and unlocked her noble phantasm early on, had yet to use it. Chiron had come to correct and guide Mash and Ritsuka. And regarding this, if that's the case, then I can rest completely at ease. Promise, who had emerged from the carving room at some point, showed no signs of fatigue despite the long passage of time. His eyes remained as bright as ever as he gazed at the scene projected on the screen in front of him and smiled warmly. Then, he turned around. Walking down the quiet corridors of Chaldea, he looked up at the snowstorm outside the window and spoke. Let us meet again on a future journey. I will be waiting for you ahead. We will eventually reunite, and by then, you will be worthy of me taking out the pure white brush to paint the beautiful and tumultuous journey for you. As he spoke, a servant class card that no one else could see appeared in Promise's hand. It was a blank servant class card. The third one. And the fact that Promise had taken it out now meant. Are you setting off on another journey? Chapter 299, The Norns of Norse Mythology. 1,589 words. The soft words mixed with a smile suddenly rang out in Promise's ears. Following it was a scene of flowers blooming. Beautiful flowers blossomed in the quiet corridors of Chaldea. And from within the flowers, the dreamlike figure of the flower mage appeared before Promise. She smiled, her beautiful eyes as intoxicating as fine wine, gazed directly at Promise. Seeing Mary's appearance, even Promise couldn't help but look a bit surprised. Mary, when did you get here? Of course, it was when you told me that the goddess of wisdom had already dropped an anchor for you, and that you were planning to head to the Age of Gods in the north, even wanting to burn down that tree. From that day on, I've been coming here to see you. Mary spoke in a matter-of-fact tone, even deliberately adding exaggerated gestures as she said, besides, this is the moment when the darling of the gods, the hunter of goddesses, the hero who forged the holy sword, sets off on another journey. It's the prelude to another magnificent epic. As your most loyal audience, how could I not rush to the scene to applaud and cheer for you? Are you going to hold a book and, in the future when I'm exposed, loudly proclaim your congratulations for me to everyone you meet? Promise glanced sideways at Mary. The moment he said it, Promise regretted it, because... Hearing this, Mary's eyes lit up, and she clapped her hands in excitement all of a sudden, saying with great joy, "That's a great idea. I'll do it this way next time, Before she could finish, Promise pinched her cheeks with both hands as he glared at her angrily and warned, "Don't you dare." Mary blinked her beautiful eyes, looking at Promise's flustered and angry expression. Instead of being alarmed, she smiled even more brightly. Moreover, because of his reaction, Mary, who had been just bickering with the young man on a daily basis, subconsciously associated it with the scene where, when Promise's identity was revealed, she would hold a thick history book and loudly proclaim celebratory words. "Rejoice! Before you stands the great hero from the age of Greek gods, the disciple of the centaur sage, Chiron, the follower of Athena, the darling of the gods, the one who humiliated the goddess of fate, the god of painting who captured the hearts of countless princesses and goddesses of the divine era." Pfft. Thinking about the scene, Mary, unable to hold back, burst out laughing. "This is fun. This really seems like a lot of fun. I want to do it." Seeing her reaction, Promise instantly guessed what she was thinking and felt a vein pop on his forehead. At this moment, he was really considering silencing her to avoid future embarrassment. As Promise looked at Mary, contemplating whether to eliminate the fairy to silence her and prevent future social disasters, the latter, noticing the strange look in his eyes, quickly took a few steps back. She even pretended to hug herself, her cheeks flushing as she exclaimed, "Ah, you pervert, you H. As expected, I really should just bury you." Promise took a deep breath and, as he spoke, pulled out a servant class card. Seeing that he was seriously considering transforming into a servant, Mary was so scared that she immediately begged for mercy without any dignity. After the two of them had a little playful argument, before "They'll be in your care." Promise, who was about to leave, said this to Mary. But the latter shook her head without even thinking about it. "No way, I already said I'm your loyal observer. Naturally, I should follow you all the time. As for them, well, there's another version of me watching over them anyway. Besides, the treasures you've left behind are more than enough for those two kids to spend." Mary smiled and said to Promise, "You guy, do you even understand the value of your paintings? You've already declared that you'll paint a picture for their future. That future painting of yours is the highest form of recognition for them. So, in their upcoming journey, no matter whether it's the heroes from your little black book of grudges or the gods in your paintings, they will all help them in every possible way without hesitation. Even for your sake, even if they aren't qualified, your friends and the gods will definitely make sure they earn that qualification. After all, it's your painting, Promise." Hearing her words, Promise fell silent for a while. Because he knew Mary was telling the truth. Just like how Jeanne d'Arc had wholeheartedly protected Ritsuka and Mash during the first singularity. Or how Chiron, the centaur sage, had specifically come to teach them during the second singularity. Thinking about this, Promise felt a bit relieved as he took out the third, blank servant class card once again. Though Mary couldn't see the servant class card in his hand. She knew the time for departure had come. So, she made the flowers blooming around them dance once more, sending Promise off on his journey with blessings and beauty. "Thank you." And at the very last moment, Promise finally said a sincere thank you. After all, Mary was the first person to see him off and bless him the best, although her main reason was probably just to watch the drama and enjoy the show. Then, speaking these words, Promise disappeared before Mary's eyes. Looking at the young man's body vanish, Mary wasn't surprised at all. She even glanced up at the sky and muttered softly, "Such a petty goddess, pfft, and that guy Promise, no wonder he likes Clotho so much." Turns out these two are actually the same, both Tsunderas. Oh wait, no, these days goddesses don't even bother with being Tsunderas anymore, they just go straight for the goal. As she spoke, Mary, with a smile on her face, also left the area. The flowers that had bloomed here vanished without a trace, as if by magic. Almost at the same time, in the main hall of Chaldea. Under the astonished gazes of Roman, Da Vinci, and the rest of the Chaldea staff, who looked as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. "What's with those looks?" With her arms crossed in front of her chest. Director Olga Marie, wearing red tights, frowned as she looked at the people before her. "Is my presence here really that surprising?" Norse, Age of Gods. Legend has it that in Norse mythology, the entire world is constructed from a world tree known as Yggdrasil. From its trunk, 9 worlds are said to branch out. At the very top lies Asgard, the realm of the gods, ruled by Odin. Yggdrasil has 3 massive roots, one of which extends deep into the sacred spring of Ord in Asgard. Beside the spring stands an ancient shrine, home to 3 goddesses. Their status is so special that only Odin, the All-Father, the king of the gods, has the right to face them directly, for they are the Norns of Norse mythology. Norns, just like Moirai from Greek mythology, the goddesses of fate. They weave the web of fate and pour water from the spring of Ord onto Yggdrasil every day, keeping it alive. Among the 3 goddesses, the youngest and most mysterious is Skuld. For the domain she governs corresponds to the future. Beside the spring of Ord, on the thick roots of Yggdrasil, Skuld sat dressed in a black gown etched with mysterious runes. Her night-like hair was tied into a long braid that fell behind her back. One of her eyes shone a clear sky blue, while the other remained hidden beneath her falling dark locks. Whenever she brushed aside her hair to reveal that hollow eye, what she saw was the distant future. Today, as usual, she sat by the roots of Yggdrasil and the spring of Ord, brushing aside her hair to gaze into the far-off future. In Norse mythology, no matter the process, the outcome is always predetermined. That outcome is the arrival of the end, the destruction of the world, known as Ragnarok, the twilight of the gods. This is a fate that even Odin, the king of the gods, with all his power, cannot alter. It is also the scene that this goddess, when she reveals her eye to peer into the future, is destined to see. But today, the scene that appeared before her eyes was slightly different. Though the end was still destruction, in the eternally unchanging future, this time Skuld saw a raging fire. A fire that consumed the entire world, reducing Yggdrasil to ashes. Thus, a few days later, Skuld left the sacred realm of the gods and stepped onto the Bifrost, the Rainbow Bridge, descending to the human world, Midgard. She peered into the future again and again, searching through the vast tapestry of fate, hoping to find the traces left by the shifting threads of destiny. But the fate of the world is like the leaves blooming on a tree. Even though the thread of fate she sought was changing all the time, without an anchor point, the task was as difficult as finding a needle in a haystack. The only thing she could confirm was that the figure who would set the world tree ablaze was not a god, but a human. All she needed was to find who he was. Chapter 300, Drawing a Wolf, Drawing a Snake, and Burning a Tree. 3,635 words. Amid the flames, the young man smiled, his emerald eyes shining like stars. And so, in the blink of an eye, Skuld spent over 3 years searching the human world. As the years passed, the goddess only grew weaker and weaker. After all, she had been away from the spring of Ord and the roots of Yggdrasil for too long, and having neglected her duties, she suffered the backlash of the world tree. Skuld knew she should go back, but she was unwilling to give up. She persisted for another year. And during that year, a major event occurred. Brunhild, the leader of the Valkyries, had angered the god King Odin and was severely punished. Stripped of her divinity, she was about to be cast into an eternal slumber. Originally, Rhea's matter should have had nothing to do with Skuld, but after 4 years of her wandering the human world as the Norn of the future, news of her activities had spread throughout Asgard. Thus, Brynhildr sought her out. While the other gods dared not defy authority of the king of the gods, Brynhildr could only turn to this unique Norn and entrust her with what she carried in her arms. It was a baby she had picked up from somewhere. The reason she picked up the child was simple. Because this child looks really cute. Skuld initially wanted no part in this, but when she saw the baby in Brynhildr's arms and her eyes met the infant's calm, blinking gaze, she saw the same clear emerald eyes she had seen in the threads of fate. And so, to Brynhildr's surprise and delight, Skuld took the child. She immediately brushed aside her dark hair, revealing her hollow eye, and peered into his future. And, when the myriad, ever-shifting possibilities of his future unfolded before her eyes, Skuld was finally convinced she had truly found him. Moreover, when Skuld looked up, she instantly realized that because of her contact with the child, Brynhildr's fate had also changed. The once predetermined destiny was now shrouded in a hazy veil. "This child seems to like you very much," Brynhildr said softly, unaware of the significance, her voice gentle as she spoke to Skuld. Skuld, hearing her words, followed her gaze and looked down, noticing the baby in her arms staring at her, without blinking. For he had sensed the familiar scent of fate on her. And Skuld's next words only confirmed his suspicions. Because, this is not the first time he has been watched over by fate. Skuld spoke these words and, under Brynhildr's slightly reluctant gaze, carried the child away. Not long after Skuld left, a golden-haired Valkyrie wearing a feathered helmet and clad in battle armor rode down from the heavens on a white horse. She landed beside Brynhildr and looked at her with a sorrowful expression, saying, "Sister Brynhildr, it is time for you to leave." Brynhildr withdrew her gaze and looked at her beautiful yet sorrowful sister beside her. She reached out and gently patted her head. Then, together, they departed. Before leaving, as if sensing Brynhildr's lingering reluctance, the golden-haired Valkyrie glanced from afar in the direction where Skuld had gone. However, what Brynhildr did not expect was that Skuld, after taking the baby away, did not bring him to Asgard to raise. Instead, guided by the future she had seen, she took the child, Promise, to Svartalfheim, the realm of the dwarves beneath Midgard. In Norse mythology, dwarves are master craftsmen, possessing all kinds of mysterious powers and profound knowledge. They have forged many treasures. Many of the divine weapons wielded by the Norse gods were crafted by them. Among these was Thor's mighty hammer, Mjolnir. Skuld, carrying the infant in her arms, spent over half a month traveling until she arrived outside a cave belonging to a dwarf named Mime. She knocked on the door and met the dwarf. "Lady Goddess?" Seeing the beautiful and mysterious goddess in a black gown standing before him, the short-statured Mime was momentarily stunned before becoming flustered and unsure of what to do. "I have heard that you have taken in the child of Sigurd, son of the great hero Sigmund, descendant of King Volsung." The Norn of the future, who had already glimpsed what was to come, spoke calmly. Without waiting for Mime to recover and respond, Skuld handed the baby in her arms to him and, after a brief silence, told the first lie of her life. "And he is Sigurd's younger brother." Now Sigurd is Siegfried for those who don't know. In the blink of an eye, 10 years passed. In Svartalfheim, the realm of the dwarves on the world tree, Yggdrasil. Inside the cave of the dwarf Mime. Early in the morning, just after dawn. "Nor, it's time to get up." Without giving the boy still nestled in his blankets a chance refuse, Sigurd, who was 2 or 3 years older than him, pulled off the covers and dragged the reluctant boy out of the cave. Together, they stepped into the morning breeze and sunlight to begin their daily training. Outside the cave, Sigurd swung the wooden sword in his hand. Though he was only 12 or 13 years old at this time, his eyes already shone with the spirit of a hero. Meanwhile, the boy lazily sat under a large tree nearby, watching Sigurd's routine practice with a bored expression on his face. The boy's current name was Senior, Sigurd's younger brother. Of course, his real name was Promise. Yes, he was Promise. The whole situation wasn't particularly complicated, though Promise himself had been quite confused at first. Using a servant class card to manifest as a servant, Promise had arrived in the age of Norse gods, only to find himself transformed into a baby again, as if he had drunk a potion of youth. And by some mysterious powers, he had been abandoned in a forest. The completely similar situation. Well, before Promise, who was confused and stunned at first, could fully process what was happening, he instinctively looked up and saw a wild beast drooling as it stared at him. At that moment, Promise felt a giant danger sign flashing above his head. Just as he began to wonder in his heart if he would die here and whether Mary would laugh herself to death when he returned like this, the next second, he saw the beast pierced by a spear. Then, Brynhildr, the leader of the Valkyries in Norse mythology and one of the most classic Yandaras in the Type Moon universe, picked him up. Later, he learned that she had been stripped of her divinity and was about to fall into a deep slumber. Because of this, Brynhildr entrusted him to the Norn of the future. And that Norn, carrying him as a baby, brought him to become Sigurd's nominal younger brother. "I should have known it would be you," Promise often thought with a mix of amusement and exasperation. "No wonder you got along so well with Athena the first time you met. Now that I think about it, it makes sense. You and Athena are both creators of heroic spirits, after all." Who is Promise referring to here? Of course, it's the king of Asgard, the All-Father, the one he briefly encountered during the Singularity in Fuyuki City, Odin. In fact, according to mythological records, the king of gods, Odin, like Athena, is a shaper of heroes. However, the only difference between him and the goddess of wisdom Athena was that, Athena molds heroes because she enjoys the moment when they shine brightly and gloriously. While Odin shapes heroes for a much more straightforward reason, to gather the souls of heroes in Valhalla, building an army to fight against the final cataclysm, Ragnarok. Sigurd's father, the great hero Sigmund of Norse mythology, is one such example. When Sigmund was still a young child, Odin disguised himself as a ragged, one-eyed man with a wide-brimmed hat. In front of Sigmund, he thrust the holy sword into a tree and declared that only a truly powerful hero could pull it out before leaving. Does this story sound a bit familiar? That's because the holy sword Gram is the prototype of King Arthur's sword in the stone. Later, Sigmund pulled out the sword and indeed became one of the greatest heroes of his time. However, he ultimately fell to Odin's spear, Gungnir, when the God King disguised himself as Sigmund's enemy. Even the holy sword was shattered by Gungnir in the process. In fact, Brynhild's defiance of Odin also stemmed from this event. Brynhild admired Sigmund's bravery and became his Valkyrie, bringing him victory after victory. But in that crucial battle, Odin ordered Brynhildr to ensure Sigmund's defeat. Brynhildr was obviously unwilling because she felt that Sigmund deserved the victory, so she granted him triumph anyway, which forced Odin to personally go out and defeat Sigmund himself. Odin has always been shaping heroes in Midgard, only to grant them death in the end, thus preserving their strongest moments to join the ranks of Valhalla. This is his way of preparing for the inevitable arrival of Ragnarok. Now, 10 years have passed. Even though Promise was a bit confused at the beginning, with his wisdom, he has long since figured out the situation. His current state is undoubtedly Odin's doing. Even being saved and picked up by Brynhildr, and now becoming Sigurd's younger brother, was likely all part of the script Odin had prepared for him a long time ago. Because Odin had come in contact Promise before, even if it was in the past, but, like Athena, he possesses eyes that see all and represent absolute wisdom. Thus, Odin would naturally remember the patterns by which Promise rewrites fate. That is, only those recorded in his little black book. I have to say, you schemers, your hearts are all so dirty. Thinking about this, Promise couldn't help but mutter these words as he looked at Sigurd, who had lived with him and treated him like a true brother for the past 10 years, all because of a single sentence from the Norn of the future. After all, it's been a while 10 years. Even a stone would have warmed up by now. Not to mention someone like Promise, who is inherently pure in this regard, repaying kindness and avenging wrongs. So even though he knows this is Odin's script, can Promise really stand by and watch the tragic drama between Sigurd and Brynhildr unfold? Thus, Promise could only sigh and look up at the sky. Huh? Nor, what are you talking about? Sigurd, drenched in sweat, walked over and asked the lazy Promise sitting under the tree in confusion. Nothing. I just think these relationships are really messy. Even though he's been tricked, technically, Promise was indeed picked up and raised by Brynhildr. There's also one interesting fact, that Brynhildr is Odin's daughter. At the same time, Sigurd's grandfather is also a descendant of God King Odin. In other words, Sigurd's bloodline carries the essence of the king of the gods, Odin. So, Brunhild and Siegfried, oh well, we can only say. This is truly the age of gods for you. When you think about it, this is the age of gods, so everything seems to make sense. On the contrary, for Promise, who is still thinking about bloodlines, morals and ethics, he might actually be the real outsider in this era. The young Sigurd looked curiously at his nominal younger brother, who was standing there in silence. To be honest, he didn't know what Promise was thinking, but Sigurd didn't particularly care. After all, he had always felt that his younger brother was a bit mysterious. Come on, Nor. With that, Sigurd tossed a wooden sword to Promise, his expression eager as he said, let's spar. Today, I will definitely beat you. Hearing this, Promise glanced at the wooden sword in front of him and couldn't help but roll his eyes at Sigurd blankly as he said. Why do we even need to fight? If you were 1 or 2 years older, the wind from your sword swing alone would have been enough to blow me away. As he spoke these words, Promise's expression visibly darkened. This was already the 3rd time he had performed heroic spirit simulation, and this time he had even been tricked by Odin, growing up from infancy to now. Yet, his physical strength still hadn't improved. In short, in the age of gods, in this era where magical energy is off the charts, if it weren't for the protection granted by the servant class card, even breathing would be akin to suicide for Promise. Thus, even in the age of Norse gods, he was still as fragile as a leaf in the wind. But despite his words, Promise stood up from under the morning shade of the tree, picked up the wooden sword from the ground, and looked at the eager Sigurd with a faint smile on his face. If you're going to fight, do it early, because in a couple of years, I really won't stand a chance. Thinking of this, Promise gripped the sword and walked towards Sigurd. Although his body hadn't been strengthened, he had at least been taught by the centaur sage Chiron and had learned a bit of everything from the many Greek heroes. So, when it came to technique, Promise was at the top of his game. If he couldn't even beat a young, not yet fully grown demigod hero, even his usually god-tempered and patient teacher Chiron would probably not be able to help but run over and lecture Promise. After a while, he was able to disarm Sigurd, sending his wooden sword flying. He pointed his sword at Sigurd's throat. Looking at Sigurd, who, due to his age, wore the usual expression of stubborn refusal to admit defeat, far from the maturity he would show in the future, Promise couldn't help but laugh. Seeing this, Sigurd also started laughing. Then, as the two of them sat together under the ancient tree, Sigurd gazed into the distance, looking toward Midgard, the realm of humans. After a brief silence, Sigurd suddenly asked, "Nor, what do you want to do when you grow up?" Hearing this, Promise did not answer immediately, instead, tilted his head to look at him. Seeing the longing and brightness in his eyes, he asked, "What about you?" "Me?" Sigurd laughed, his voice clear and bright as he replied, "Of course, I want to become a great hero, just like my father." The name Sigmund echoed throughout Midgard, so it was no surprise that Sigurd, his own child, having grown up hearing tales of his father, harbored such dreams. "As for me, since I'm already here, I might as well wander around, paint a few pictures, and see if I can burn down that tree." Promise answered in a casual tone, as if he were talking about something utterly mundane. Then, as if remembering something, he suddenly added, "Especially that wolf and that snake, I really want to paint them both. The legendary demon wolf that devours the heavens and the earth, the terrifying beast that swallowed Zeus, the king of the gods, Fenrir, the god-slaying wolf. And the serpent that encircles the world, who fought a mortal combat with Thor, the god of thunder, and perished with the strongest fighting force in Greece, Jormungandr, the world serpent. Burning trees, painting, wolves, and snakes, what kind of nonsense is this?" Sigurd was utterly confused by Promise's so-called dreams. Then, he shook his head and said, "Forget it. If you ask me, it's simpler to just follow in my father's footsteps and become a hero whose name resounds across Midgard." Sigurd flashed a bright smile, stood up, and extended his hand to Promise. As he spoke, "Come on, in a couple of years, we'll return to Midgard together. By then, the Valkyries will surely descend and bring us victory." The Valkyries, the choosers of the slain. They wear feathered helmets, don exquisite battle armor, and ride white steeds back and forth between Asgard and Midgard, fulfilling the mission bestowed upon them by the king of gods, Odin, to seek out the souls of glorious heroes in the human realm. In Norse mythology, they also symbolize victory in war. It is said that when they appear, they bring victory to the heroes they choose, and they will stay by the chosen hero's side until the other person dies. And then, they guide their heroic souls to the grand halls of Valhalla. Promise looked at Sigurd's outstretched hand in front of him and the smile on his face. In such a situation, what else could he say? After all, 10 years had already passed. So, Promise had no choice but to reach out and take his hand. Then, the two of them returned to the cave, where they met their nominal foster father, the dwarf Mime. Mime looked at the two people who came back, and after Sigurd greeted him, he nodded slightly and then turned to attend to his own tasks. Promise looked at Mime's retreating figure, as if remembering something, and then glanced at Sigurd beside him. Incidentally, Sigurd was also a patricide, and the father he killed was none other than his foster father, the dwarf Mime. Though this act was more out of necessity, as the dwarf Mime had initially taken in Sigurd with ulterior motives and schemes. And under the circumstances at that time, if Sigurd hadn't killed Mime, he would have been killed by him instead. The root of it all was a curse and a treasure that even the gods could not resist. A blessing that grants the possessor all the wealth in the world. A curse that dooms the possessor to a lifetime of misfortune. The cursed golden ring, the Rheingold. It turned out that the dwarf named Mime had a brother, and that brother's name was Fafnir, the very dragon that was later slain by Sigurd. Fafnir wasn't a dragon at first. His transformation into one was the result of the curse of the Rheingold. In Norse mythology, there is a river called the Rhine, inhabited by many nymphs who guard the river's greatest treasure, the Rheingold. Initially, the dwarf Fafnir was drawn to the nymphs, yearning for love, and approached them. But he was quickly captivated by the Rheingold. Upon learning the news that whoever possessed the Rheingold would gain the world's greatest wealth and power, Fafnir decisively abandoned love and stole the gold. Well, the main reason he gave up on love was that all of his advances were all rejected by the nymphs. After obtaining the Rheingold, Fafnir forged it into the cursed golden ring. The theft of the Rheingold and the weeping of the Rhine nymphs quickly spread throughout Midgard and even across the 9 realms of Yggdrasil. Everyone, gods, elves, and giants alike all came to know of it. By this time, Fafnir, who had been completely consumed by the curse of the Rheingold, had lost his mind. To eternally protect his power and wealth, he was utterly devoured by the curse, transforming into the mindless dragon Fafnir, who devoured all who sought to take the ring. Mime, the dwarf, was one of them. Even though his initial intention had been to free his brother from his torment. But when he saw the glow of the Rheingold, he too was bewitched, becoming obsessed with obtaining it. And this was the true reason he had taken in Sigurd. Just as Promise was pondering all this. Nor, a batch of excellent materials has arrived today. Mime suddenly called out and stopped Promise, even offering him a smile as he said, "Would you like to join me in forging?" Mime was an exceptionally skilled dwarf, having lived for countless years. To describe his strength in a simple way, this dwarf possessed the ability to forge divine weapons. The weapon Sigurd would use in the future to slay the evil dragon Fafnir, the prototype of the sword in the stone story pierced by Odin's spear of eternity Gungnir, the holy sword Gramr, was reforged by Mime using iron from the underworld, with a scabbard made from the leaves of Yggdrasil. Dwarves live their entire lives forging, they are born to craft. Thus, when Promise accidentally displayed the knowledge of forging from the Greek mythology, passed down from his teacher, the Greek god of craftsmanship Hephaestus, along with divine techniques. Mime's attitude toward this child sent by the Norn of the future changed. From moment onwards, he was no longer as indifferent as he was to Sigurd, but was rather kind and friendly. In fact, Mime had been diligently teaching Promise his forging techniques. The only thing that troubled him and made him regretful was Promise's physical weakness. After all, he was just too weak. As time went by, Promise's strength remained that of an infant. This left Mime constantly worried about whether Promise would ever have the strength to lift a hammer and forge. "Sure, I'll come." Promise nodded, snapping out of his thoughts, and turned around to find the hammer forged from the featherstone that never sinks in water. Well, because his strength was too weak, so Mime had spent a long time crafting this hammer, which Promise could barely use. He walked over to Mime and joined him in forging. Together, they worked on crafting weapons for Sigurd. Mime was very dedicated to this task, but Promise knew it was all in vain. Because Sigurd's fate was already sealed from the moment he was born. He couldn't wield any weapon except the one destined for him, the broken holy sword that had yet to be reforged. Chapter 301, The Goddess of Youth and the Golden Apples. 2,415 words. The day passed quickly. Accompanying the dwarf Mime to forge a sword, sparring with Sigurd, and occasionally traveling to Midgard to trade forged items for supplies and food. This was Promise's daily life in the age of Norse gods. Although Promise suspected early that this was a script prepared for him by Odin, the king of the Norse gods, in the 10 or so years that had passed, Odin had never appeared once. Apart from that. At night, inside the dwarf's cave. After finishing his evening routine, Promise lay down in his room. The nights in the Age of Gods were quiet, and it didn't take long for him to fall asleep after closing his eyes. However, in tonight's dream, several mysterious runes flashed before his eyes, runes that contained all the mysteries of the world in Norse mythology. The runes formed a mist in Promise's dream, and it didn't take much long for the mist to dissipate. When Promise opened his eyes again, he found himself transported through the mist to a breathtakingly beautiful sanctuary. The light of the bright moon fell, casting a silver veil over the grassy ground. Ahead, his emerald eyes caught sight of a clear and holy spring, the spring of Ord, used to nourish the world tree, Yggdrasil, and keep it alive. Beside the spring of Ord was one of the 3 thickest roots of Yggdrasil. On the protruding root sat a stunningly beautiful goddess dressed in black, her night-like hair tied into a braid that cascaded down her back. She was one of the 3 Norns of Norse mythology, equivalent to Clotho, the Moirai, in Greek mythology, the goddess who weaves the threads of fate, Skuld. She held an ancient book in her hands and sat quietly on the root by the spring. A small emerald green bird perched on her shoulder, keeping her company. Mysterious and wise. Promise's emerald eyes reflected the scene before him. Seeing this, he was stunned for only a moment before he came to his senses, walked forward skillfully, and sat down next to the goddess. The divine bird, serving as her messenger, merely glanced at Promise sitting nearby before continuing to preen its beautiful feathers nonchalantly, clearly accustomed to his presence. Clearly, this was not the first time the Norse Norn had invited Promise into her dreams. Skuld was also flipping through the book in her hands, showing no reaction to Promise's arrival. And Promise just sat beside her as if he was not in a hurry either. He looked around for a moment, then winked at the beautiful emerald bird. The bird, noticing Promise's gaze, paused its grooming and carefully fluttered its wings, leaving the goddess's shoulder and flying back to the shrine of fate. Soon, it returned with a paintbrush in its beak and a canvas in its claws, handing all of them to Promise. The latter took the items, smiled at the bird to express his thanks, and then began to paint the sanctuary before him as he often did. The bird initially showed a human-like interest, but when it realized that there was no trace of it in the painting, it quickly lost interest and returned to perch on the goddess's shoulder. After that, the peaceful scene continued for some time before Skuld finally closed her book. She looked up, one eye hidden by her beautiful hair, while the other, a beautiful eye, turned to gaze at Promise beside her. Though he was only around 10 years old and dressed in rough cloth, Promise, who was painting, illuminated by the moonlight, was still a mesmerizing sight. The wolf, the snake, and the tree. It seems that even here, you are still fulfilling the oath you made with your teacher. Skuld spoke, her voice soft and as enchanting as ever. My oath between me and my teacher was to paint all the gods of the heavens. Promise didn't look up, merely chuckling as he said, so these things aren't actually part of it. They're just things I want to paint. If I want to paint them, then I will. In a few years, I will find a way for you to see the wolf. The god-slaying wolf imprisoned in Asgard. As for the snake, I have no way to help you as of now. As for the tree, you will need to travel through the 9 realms and witness its beauty with your own eyes. Skuld spoke, and Promise nodded his head in understanding. Only the bird on her shoulder kept blinking, its gaze constantly shifting between the two of them. After all, as the messenger of the Norn, it clearly understood their conversation and therefore knew exactly what they were talking about. Which was why. Is this something that you can say in such a casual tone? Just as the bird was widening its eyes in shock, Skuld suddenly turned her head and looked at it. The bird was stunned for a moment, then seemed to understand something, so it took off again, flying toward a distant sanctuary not far from this one, another sacred place within Asgard. Soon, it returned with something in its beak that Promise found all too familiar. It was a golden apple. Looking at the golden apple in front of his eyes, Promise's mouth couldn't help but twitch a little. Clearly, he had guessed the reason Skuld had come to see him this time. In Norse mythology, golden apples also exist, and they hold far greater significance than the golden apples of Greek mythology. Because in Norse mythology, nothing is eternal. Even the gods suffer from the trials of aging, sickness, and death. The power that keeps them young and alive is the golden apple. Thus, in Norse mythology, golden apples are a normal treasure shared by all the gods. The orchard of golden apples holds a status equal to that of the sacred spring of Ord. Just as the bird came back with the golden apple in its beak and placed it in Skuld's hands, it looked up at the goddess and chirped softly twice. Hearing this, Skuld remained silent for a moment before nodding gently to the bird. Then, the emerald bird flew off once more, this time bringing back a goddess who radiated warmth and gentleness, her smile as soft as a spring breeze. Goddess Idun, it's been a long time. Stepping down from the root of Yggdrasil, Skuld, holding her skirt, gracefully curtsied to the other goddess. The goddess called Idun returned the gesture with equal politeness. Then, her amber eyes, filled with barely contained curiosity, turned to look at Promise. "Is this the child?" Idun asked Skuld, who nodded slightly. In Norse mythology, there are several deities, who, even if they are not the main gods, still have a special status that no one dares to provoke them easily, except that guy Loki, of course. These two goddesses now standing in front of Promise were among them. The Norn of Fate, and the Goddess of Youth. In the Norse mythology that is bound to fate, the uniqueness of the Norns needs no explanation. Compared to the three fates of Greek mythology, their status is even more special. Because they exist as part of Yggdrasil. In addition to observing the world and weaving fate, no beyond that, their greatest duty is to maintain and monitor the youth and vitality of Yggdrasil. Even though the ultimate destruction, Ragnarok, is inevitable, they all must fulfill their duties until the very end. This is also the reason why, when Skuld saw a different future unfolding, despite the severe backlash from Yggdrasil, she chose to leave the sanctuary, determined to find Promise. As for Idun, the goddess of youth, there is a famous Norse myth about her. The trickster god Loki, during one of his pranks, was caught by an angry giant who transformed into an eagle and carried him away. To avoid torture and regain his freedom, Loki tricked the goddess of youth, Idun, into being exchanged. The giant's goal was, of course, the golden apples, for in Norse mythology, it is said that no one but Idun can pluck the golden apples from the tree. Thus, without Idun, the gods of Asgard quickly began to age. Realizing the severity of the situation, the gods angrily condemned Loki, and a war with the giants nearly broke out over her disappearance. It wasn't until Loki borrowed the feathers of a falcon from the goddess of beauty, Freya, sneaked into the giant's castle, and transformed Idun into a nut to hide her, that he managed to rescue her. Only then did the gods regain their youth and strength. From this, it's clear just how special and important Idun is to the Norse gods. And even after such a prank, Idun never grew angry, earning her the title of the gentlest goddess among the Norse deities. Greetings, beautiful goddess. Promise also stepped down from the roots of Yggdrasil and bowed respectfully. Idun nodded gently, her warm amber eyes blinking as she gazed at Promise, and she replied softly, "Greetings, child blessed by fate. It seems you do not belong here. Although this era does not reject you, because you should not have existed here, Yggdrasil has not granted you its blessings." This was the reason why, even though Promise had grown from infancy, his body had not gained any strength. "I understand," Idun said, then turned to Skuld. "On the first morning of every 7-day cycle, have your messenger come to me? I will pluck a golden apple for him." Skuld nodded, curtsying gracefully once more to express her gratitude, then turned to the bird on her shoulder. "From this day forward, you shall stay by his side. Bring him the golden apples and, in my stead, observe and record everything about him until the end of all things." The emerald bird messenger was stunned for a moment, its beautiful eyes instinctively glancing at Promise. Then, coming back to his senses, it flapped its wings anxiously, as if wanting to say something to the goddess. But under Skuld's calm, unwavering gaze, it eventually lowered its head in resignation and agreed. Thus, under the gentle smile of Goddess of Youth, the dejected bird picked up the golden apple once more and brought it to Promise, placing it in his hands. Just as everything seemed to be proceeding normally and Idun was about to leave, the moment she saw Promise receive the golden apple, Idun froze. Her amber eyes blinked several times at the young man as a look of surprise gradually spread across her face. "Child, why do you bear the blessing of the golden apple tree? No, this doesn't seem like a blessing, but rather, control." As she spoke, Idun's eyes widened as she stared intently at Promise. Hearing this, Promise was stunned for a moment before a feel in thought. Looking at the golden apple in his hand, he suddenly remembered the golden apple tree that had been broken by Heracles and later nurtured by Chiron. In Greek mythology, the golden apples were the treasures of Hera, the queen of the gods. Thus, she naturally held the authority over the golden apples, and she had shared that authority with Promise. "Come with me." Without waiting for anyone to react, Idun suddenly reached out, grabbed Promise's hand, and led him away at a brisk pace. The goddess of fate, Skuld, was also stunned for a moment before she plucked a green leaf from the roots of Yggdrasil. She inscribed runes on it and handed it to the emerald bird. The bird, taking the leaf, hurried to Promise just before he left the sanctuary and placed it on him. Skuld watched them leave quietly and did not follow them. To be precise, she could no longer leave this sanctuary. It was Yggdrasil's punishment for her earlier departure. Meanwhile, Idun led Promise to the orchard of golden apples, running all the way to the ancient golden apple tree. She caught her breath, her eyes filled with anticipation as she looked at Promise and asked, "Child, can you try something? Try to pluck a golden apple from this tree?" The bird perched on Promise's shoulder couldn't help but tilt its head at her words. Because all the Norse gods knew that no one but Idun could pluck the golden apples from the tree. Even if someone used brute force, the apple would wither and rot the moment it was picked. Just as the bird was thinking this, it saw Promise, standing beneath the tree, look up at the golden apples. Then, he reached out his hand. However, instead repeating the same process as it thought, this time. Without even plucking the apple, the golden apple seemed to respond to his call, falling from the tree and landing in Promise's hand. The bird was stunned, staring at the golden apple in Promise's hand, then looking up at the golden apple tree. It couldn't help but lift a wing in a humane way to rub its eyes. After confirming that what it saw was real, it stood there in complete shock. Through the bird's eyes, Skuld, who had been watching all of this, couldn't help but blink at the moment, even though she had somewhat anticipated this outcome. I knew it was indeed the case. Idun clapped her hands in delight, then turned and said, "I must share this wonderful news with everyone at once." As she spoke, Idun prepared to leave the sanctuary. She wasn't angry that Promise could control her authority. On the contrary, she was quite delighted about it. After all, Idun herself understood very well how important her existence was to the gods, and this actually restricted her freedom in disguise, preventing her from easily leaving the divine realm. Moreover, due to her uniqueness, the gods also treated her with a certain level of reverence. Although Idun had accepted all of this with grace, after so many years, she naturally felt a bit lonely and had always hoped to break free from some of these constraints. And now, there was a child who could pluck the golden apples in her stead. But just as she was about to leave the sanctuary, Skuld, through the emerald bird, stopped Idun and prevented her from leaving. The reason was simple. If it were to be revealed that Promise could pluck the golden apples, it would spell true disaster for him. Chapter 302, The Greek Pegasus, the Norse Bird. 2,161 words. What the Norse Norn Skuld saw was that the outcome of Promise's arrival in this world would be the burning of Yggdrasil. The reason for such an outcome was quite simple. Before coming here, Promise had told Mary that the age of Norse gods, ruled by the Aesir, the gods of Asgard, was somewhat similar to the lost belt of Britain ruled by the fairies. Everything was built on tyranny, deceit, and bloodshed. The entire establishment of the kingdom of Asgard was rooted in deception. In the legend of Norse mythology, two gods are central to the entire saga, leading up to the cataclysmic event of Ragnarok. The first one is obviously the king of gods, Odin, who drank from the well of wisdom and wields the spear Gungnir. The second is Loki, the god of trickery god, who is universally despised. In fact, even though Odin drank from the well of wisdom, Loki's cunning still surpassed his, for Loki was the god of wisdom, trickery, and deceit by nature. Take, for example, the Great Wall surrounding Asgard. This magnificent wall was built by the giants, who sought the goddess Freya, the most beautiful of all, in exchange for their labor. The gods agreed on the surface, but deep down, they had no intention of handing over the beautiful Freya to the giants, whom they deemed too ugly and crude to deserve her. Thus, in order to ensure the giants would break their end of the bargain, Loki transformed into a mare and seduced the giant's stallion, delaying the delivery of materials and preventing them from completing the wall on time, which allowed the gods to refuse payment. There are many more examples. But, to put it simply, the establishment of Asgard and the prosperity of the gods actually came at the cost of the blood of other races. This is why, when Ragnarok arrived, almost every race rose in rebellion and attacked Asgard. To illustrate further, the construction of Asgard wasn't even primarily the king of gods, Odin's doing. It was Loki who traveled across the 9 realms, using trickery and deceit to build it. The reason was that before Asgard was built, Odin and Loki had formed a blood oath, with Odin promising to share power and glory with Loki. This was why Loki worked so hard. Yet, ironically, the god who ultimately delivered the fatal blow to the Aesir of Asgard, and orchestrated the arrival of Ragnarok, destroying everything, was also Loki. Thus, having experienced the journey through the lost belt of Britain, Promise's first reaction to such a world was naturally the same as before. Burn the tree and let it all be over. After all, it was just another twisted world. Well, but that's a discussion for later. Returning to the present, this was precisely the reason the Norn of Norse, Skuld, stopped Idun. The Nine Realms harbored nothing but hatred for the Aesir, and they were all waiting for the day of Ragnarok to arrive. In such a situation, if it were to be revealed that, aside from the heavily protected goddess of youth, Idun, there was another being who could pluck the golden apples, and that being was merely a weak human, what would await him? Idun, who had been so happy just a few moments ago, calmed down upon hearing the words of the Norn relayed by the bird. She turned her head, looking at the delicate child beside her, and thinking of the dangers he would face because of this, she abandoned her earlier idea in an instant. You're right. I cannot bring suffering to this child for my own sake. As she spoke, the goddess of youth, Idun, reached out and gently patted Promise's head, smiling warmly. Also, child, the dawn is approaching, so your dream must come to an end. Almost as soon as Idun finished speaking, the first rays of morning sunlight pierced through the darkness, illuminating the golden apple orchard. Just as the light was about to touch Promise, his body began to fade, disappearing before the goddess's eyes. The dream ended, and in the cave of the dwarf mime, Promise opened his eyes. The golden apple he had plucked slipped from his hand and nearly fell to the ground, but Idun caught it just in time. The goddess held the golden apple in her hand, then looked at the emerald bird that had fluttered down. Recalling the task Skuld had given this little divine messenger, she naturally handed the golden apple to it. Thank you for your help. The bird, holding the golden apple in its beak, quickly shook its head at Idun's words, indicating it was no trouble. Then, it turned around to fulfill the mission given by the goddess, leaving Asgard and going to the human world. From that day forward, every Monday, it would bring Promise the golden apple of youth. And as the eyes and ears of the Norn who could not leave, it would observe and record everything about Promise. Wait a moment. Suddenly remembering something, Idun called out to the bird again. As the bird turned back, blinking in confusion, Idun extended her fair hand and gently tapped the bird's head. Then, with a slight smile and a tone of inexplicable joy, she said, "All right, go now. Don't keep the child waiting too long." The bird blinked, its expression growing even more puzzled as it looked at Idun. Because just now, Idun had given it a small blessing. Maybe it's to make it easier for me to come and go from the golden apple orchard in the future. With this thought in its mind, the bird, still unaware of what the future held, flew out of Asgard with the golden apple in its beak, heading toward Promise. On the roots of Yggdrasil, Skuld, who had resumed her seat, quietly watched the bird fly out of Asgard. And at that moment, as if sensing the ripples of fate, she lifted her hand and brushed aside the hair covering her hidden eye, once again peering into the future. There she saw the ever-shifting fate brought about by Promise's arrival. Now, that fate was intertwined with this little bird. And because of this, Skuld, with her revealed eye, also saw the blessing secretly given by the goddess as the bird departed. It was a blessing from the king of the gods, or rather, an awakened eye. It seems that from now on, you will fly very far. Skuld spoke softly, and in that moment, a faint smile appeared on her lips. Well, it had almost been 10 years since she first found Promise. And in those 10 years, she had often invited Promise to meet her by the spring of Ord in his dreams. Yet, even after a decade, Promise and she were still merely acquaintances. Back in the Greece, with Clotho, the other goddess of fate, it had taken less than a year for Promise to make the once proud goddess blush with shyness. To be honest, it couldn't be said that after all this time, his goddess-conquering skills had digressed or this goddess was like Hecate, who found him annoying. The reason for such a thing was actually quite simple. Back then, from the very beginning, Promise had said that Clotho was truly adorable. This wasn't about her appearance, which was obviously adorable, but rather her personality too. During the initial trial in the pure white court, Promise caused her a lot of trouble. Yet, even so, Clotho's reason for seeking out Promise wasn't to punish him. She had even stopped her two elder sisters, fearing they would really punish Promise. Although her words seemed stern, but they carried a hidden joy for the rewritten fates and tragedies of those who had died. Her scolding of Promise stemmed more from concern, for those who meddle with fate are destined to be consumed by it, leading to even more tragic ends. Even back then, she, who had glimpsed Promise's fate, had already crafted the crystal ball and held his destiny in her hands. Thus, Promise thinks that such a goddess, who put on a stern facade but was secretly a bit of a tsundere, was too adorable to be honest. But though she was also a Norn of Fate, and the youngest one at that, overseeing the future, Skuld gave Promise a completely different impression. Or maybe it was because she was the true Norn of Fate. She observed everything in the world with detachment, recording and observing its changes. She never allowed herself to be swayed by the joys or sorrows of anyone's fate. And after 10 years, from her probing gaze, Promise had long since understood the reason why she had gone to such lengths, even suffering the backlash of Yggdrasil, to find him. At first, Promise thought she was the same as Odin, seeking to alter fate. After all, the three Norns were bound to the world tree, Yggdrasil, for their existence. If Yggdrasil were destroyed, they too would perish. But later, Promise realized that Skuld didn't care about that at all. The real reason she was looking for Promise was simply out of curiosity, out of desire. Because she had always been gazing into the future, the unchanging fate had become far too dull for her. But the arrival of Promise had disrupted that predetermined future. For Skuld, it was like a black and white television suddenly turning into color, with the channel changing to something entirely new as well, filled with the unknown and a fresh sense of excitement. This was also why Skadi had her divine envoy go to Promise's side in her place. Just as she had said, it was to witness and record everything. When night fell. In the realm of the dwarves, Svartalfheim. After flying for an entire day, the bird finally crossed several realms and arrived before Promise as the sun set. It placed the golden apple it had been carrying in its beak into Promise's hand. Then, exhausted, it collapsed onto Promise's shoulder, unwilling to move even a little. The thought that this would be its routine for a long time to come made it want to die. Starting from today, every Monday, it would have to go to the golden apple orchard, receive the golden apple from the goddess of youth, and then bring it to Promise. Its eyes rolled back as it contemplated its fate. Hey, Nor, who is this little bird? Just as Promise, having accepted the golden apple, found its appearance bit amusing and reached out to pat its head, Sigurd, who happened to be passing by, couldn't help but ask curiously. The dwarf mime also turned his gaze, his eyes filled with suspicion. Because he sensed the aura of a god emanating from the bird. It's the eye of the Norn of Fate. Promise answered without hiding anything. After all, both Sigurd and Mime knew that Promise had been brought here by the Norn of Fate. But the eye of the Norn of Fate? Wrong. To be precise, it was now the eye and ear of the gods. Oh, what's its name? After a moment of surprise at the mention of the Norn of Fate, Sigurd couldn't help but ask again, even reaching out to touch the bird, only to have his hand swatted away in disdain. I don't think it has a name yet. Promise looked at the bird, and under his gaze, the bird reluctantly nodded. Oh well, it really didn't have a name, being after all, it was just an insignificant little divine messenger. Then, how about I give you a name? Looking at Hia smile and looking into his clear and bright green eyes, the little blue bird was stunned for a moment before it nodded. How about Little Green? Or Little Jade? Hearing Promise blurt out these names while looking at its feathers, the bird, despite being too tired to move, angrily flapped its wings. It began pecking furiously at Promise's head, causing Sigurd, who was watching from the side, to laugh so hard that he held his stomach. Stop pecking, stop pecking. I was wrong, okay? I'll think of something better, I promise. Promise held his head and quickly begged for mercy. Only then did the little blue bird let him go. Standing on the nearby table, it even glared at him, its expression clearly saying, "You better be serious this time." Let me think. Since you are the divine envoy of the goddess of fate. Muttering to himself, Promise turned around and set up an altar, casually offering something to the goddess of fate. After a brief exchange and receiving her approval, before anyone could even react. All right, she agreed. Turning back with a smile, Promise looked at the little bird and said, "From today onward, your name shall be Sheenie." "All right then, Sheenie, I'll be counting on you from now on." Chapter 303, The God of Mischief. 1,497 words. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. In Svartalfheim, the realm of the dwarves, outside Mime's cave. Good morning, Nor. Early on a morning, on Monday of the week cycle, the little green bird with a tiny tuft of feathers on its head, named Sheenie, flew back from the distant realm of Asgard, bringing the golden apple plucked by the goddess of youth, Idun, to Promise. Sitting under the evergreen tree outside the cave, Promise took the golden apple as usual. However, noticing the visibly excited expression on the bird perched on his shoulder, he couldn't help but ask, "What's up, Nini? Did you hear something interesting this time?" It had been 3 years since this bird became the part-time delivery guy for Promise, and their relationship had become a bit closer since then. So much so that she had even accepted the nickname he had given her, Nini. Sheenie, Nini. Oh well, the little bird didn't have much to say. After all, Nini at least sounded a bit better than Little Green or Little Feather. Yes, Nor, let me tell you, the god of trickery Loki is up to his mischief again. This time, he actually cut off Lady Sif's golden hair, which shines like the sun, and now he's being chased all over the world by Lord Thor, the god of thunder. Sheenie replied in a lively, cheerful female voice, her tone filled with amusement. Originally, she obviously couldn't speak, but as a divine messenger, learning language wasn't difficult for her. Back then, the reason she chirped and squawked was because the Norn of Fate, Skuld, rarely spoke, so she hadn't bothered to learn. But after staying with Promise for about 3 days, she quickly mastered the language. Lady Sif, in her mouth, was the wife of Thor in Norse mythology. Not only that, she was also the goddess of earth and harvest, one of the 12 major gods of Asgard. And among the gods, she was the most beautiful goddess, well, after Freya, of course. Legend had it that her most remarkable feature was her long, golden hair, which shone more beautifully than gold itself. Because of this, Sif took great care of her hair every day, treating it as a treasure. She even went to see the Norn of Fate to obtain water from the spring of Ord, which nourishes Yggdrasil, so that she could cleanse her beautiful locks. But perhaps it was precisely this kind of love for her hair that drew Loki's attention. And being the god of mischief, how could he watch other person living happily, doing their own business? Much less Thor's wife? So, taking advantage of her afternoon nap in the evergreen garden, Loki cut off her hair. Promise listened as Sheenie chirped away, recounting what she had seen during her recent trip. The scene of Goddess crying in her room, vowing never to go out again, and the furious Thor, the god of thunder, chasing Loki all over the place in his chariot. Thinking about the scene, Promise couldn't help but laugh. In the past 3 years, almost everything you've told me has been about that god of trickery. I think I understand why even you don't want to get close to him. Because Lord Loki is really too much. He even thought about drying up the waters of Ord's spring or cutting off the hair of Goddess Skuld to keep her fate-seeing eye always exposed. If it weren't for the great King Odin stopping him. Nini's expression turned human-like with anger, clearly upset on behalf of her goddess. From this, it was quite evident that even a bird in Asgard couldn't stand Loki. And Lady Sif is obviously such a kind goddess. Once, when I was tired from flying and stopped near her, she even brought me dew on a leaf herself. Oh. Hearing this, Promise couldn't help but tilt his head to look at the bird on his shoulder. Then why do you seem so cheerful? After all, it had been 3 years since they first met. Not to mention, because of the Norn of Fate's orders, Sheenie had been inseparable from Promise for these 3 years. So Promise had long since realized that if this bird ever met his horse brother in the future, they would get along famously. One eats grass. The other eats melons. If called out on it. No way, that's nonsense, I'm not. She would deny it quickly and firmly, 3 times in a row. If pressed to the point, she would even claim that she wasn't eating melons or enjoying the spectacle. She was merely recording everything, fulfilling her glorious mission on behalf of the Norn of Fate who couldn't leave her sanctuary. It definitely wasn't because she found it also amusing. Well, if that's the case, then that trickster god will probably be coming here soon. As he thought about it, Promise said this. Huh? Hearing this, Nini tilted her head, her lively eyes blinking as she looked at Promise and spoke. Why do you say that? Because in order to appease the wrath of Thor, the god of thunder, he must return the hair to the goddess Sif so that she will stop crying. So I think the god of trickery should come here to find a skilled blacksmith to forge an exact replica of her hair. Promise said this, but the truth was, of course, that he remembered this Norse myth. Loki, after cutting off Sif's hair and burning it, was caught by an enraged Thor and beaten to a pulp. In the end, he had no choice but to beg for mercy and swear that he would return a pair of exactly the same long hair to Sif. No. He vowed to replace Sif's hair with something even more magnificent, so that the goddess would stop crying. Only then did Thor let him go. Loki then traveled to Svartalfheim, the realm of the dwarves, and convinced the skilled dwarven smiths, the sons of Ivaldi, to craft a new head of golden hair for Sif. This magical hair was made of fine gold and would grow like natural hair when placed on her head. But of course, how could things go smoothly when Loki is involved? But in typical Loki fashion, he took things further, and after Sif's hair were created, Loki made a bet with a dwarf, Brokkr, that his brother Eitri, or Sindri, would not be able to craft items to match the quality of those displayed by the sons of Ivaldi, who had already created Sif's golden hair, Odin's spear Gungnir, and Freyr's ship Skidbladnir. Not only that, but he also made a bet with a proud dwarf, wagering his own head if he lost. During the process, to avoid actually losing, Loki transformed into a fly and biting Brokkr while he worked the forge, preventing him from working in peace. But in the end, Loki still lost. Because that proud dwarf forged not one, not two, but 3 divine weapons. The Sindri forged 3 divine weapons of legendary quality, and one of them was the same or even more impressive than Odin's spear, Gungnir. That weapon was none other than Thor's future weapon, the hammer Mjolnir. The most feared weapon in the 9 realms. In the end, the gods judged that Brokkr and Sindri had won the bet. But of course, Loki didn't end up losing his head. It wasn't because they were soft-hearted or anything, but because Loki used a clever trick. When the dwarves tried to claim his head, he cleverly argued that they had no right to harm his neck because the best was only about his head itself. He claimed that in front of so many gods who valued justice, if they were to cut off his head, they must not harm his neck in the slightest. Instead, the furious dwarves could only settle for sewing Loki's lips shut as punishment. Recalling these events and looking back at the little bird, Nini, on his shoulder, Promise thought about all the rumors he had heard through her over the years. He finally understood why, when he first met Odin, the god's first reaction was to warn him to stay away from Loki. But I still want to paint that wolf and that snake, Promise muttered. After all, that was the wolf that devoured the king of the gods. And the serpent that defeated Thor, the god of thunder, and encircled the world. As the painter of the gods, the deity of painting in Greek mythology, if he didn't paint them, Promise himself felt he would no longer be worthy of holding the pure white brush. Huh? Nor, did you say something? Sheenie tilted her head, her curious eyes looking at Promise. Just as Promise was about to brush it off with a casual remark. Nor. A familiar male voice called out from behind. End. Chapter 304, Reforging the Broken Sword. Gram. 1,730 words. Then, a handsome demigod youth of about 16 or 17 walked over to Promise and the bird, the breeze ruffling his hair. Who else could it be but Promise's nominal older brother, one of the greatest heroes of this era, the legendary Sigurd. But at this age, when he should have been full of vigor, Sigurd looked unusually dejected as he sat down beside Promise. Failed again today? Seeing this, Promise asked instinctively. Yeah, Sigurd nodded, his voice tinged with frustration as he spoke. Even though Uncle Mime agreed to let me go out and adventure, no matter what kind of weapon he forges for me, I just end up breaking it with a single swing. How am I ever supposed to start my journey like this? Promise glanced at Sigurd but didn't respond. Because he knew that Sigurd's desire to leave wasn't just about starting an adventure, it was about fulfilling a duty. It was about avenging his dead father and slaying the king named Gram with his own hands. Although Promise knew full well that the reason for Sigurd's father's defeat was Odin's spear, Gungnir, shattering the holy sword Gram. However, Sigurd still had every reason to seek revenge against that king, as his father had been killed by King Gram, and the kingdom that rightfully belonged to him had also been seized. Yes, Sigurd was a prince. In fact, even though his kingdom had fallen, Sigurd was still a prince. Because his mother, in order to protect Sigurd and survive, had already remarried another king. And that king was a kind and gentle ruler. He had even sworn to the gods that he would treat Sigurd as his own child. But to ensure Sigurd grew into a hero like his father and avenged him, his mother had sent the young Sigurd to the dwarf mime. She repeatedly reminded him not to forget his hatred. And Sigurd had never mentioned any of this to Promise. The reason was simple: Sigurd was actually a very clever person, so he had long since guessed that Promise wasn't truly his brother. But after more than 10 years of companionship, Sigurd still saw him as a younger brother. However, because of this, he believed that Promise didn't share the same duty of vengeance. "Are you planning to leave soon?" Promise suddenly asked. Hearing this, Sigurd hesitated for a moment. Under the gaze of Promise's emerald eyes, he had initially thought of weaving a kind lie, but in the end, he nodded and answered honestly, "Yes, I'm planning to leave. Because I've stayed here long enough, and Mother has been waiting for me to return." "I see." Promise nodded and said no more. But that night, while Sigurd was fast asleep, the broken sword Gram, which had always been by his side, was quietly stolen by a little bird. Then, in the forge inside the cave, the dwarf mime controlled the temperature of the furnace, tossing in fragments of Yggdrasil one after another, causing the sacred flames to burn. He melted the prepared iron from the underworld and the broken holy sword. At the same time, the dwarf mime looked up at the child who had swallowed the golden apple, holding a hammer, his eyes as clear as the stars. After all these years, the dwarf mime naturally had a certain understanding of the forging skills possessed by Promise. He had long realized that Promise's abilities were no less than his own. And the power of his forging seemed to be a blessing from some unknown deity. But that was the invincible holy sword of old. Mime couldn't help but think this in his heart. Though it had been broken, it was shattered by the king of God, Odin's spear, Gungnir, which spoke volumes about the sword's divine nature. After all, it was the prototype of King Arthur's sword in the stone. And it was precisely because of this, Mime, who was historically the one who reforged the sword Gram, had been unable to bring himself to forge it until now. Even in the original history, it wasn't until there was no other choice that Mime finally resolved to reforge the holy sword. So, when it came to Promise's determination to reforge the sword, Mime was naturally skeptical deep down in his heart. Not only that, he even planned to use this as a learning experience for when he would eventually reforge the sword himself. But when Promise swallowed the golden apple, stood still for a moment, then suddenly opened his eyes and swung the hammer, striking the broken sword with a resounding clang. Mime realized he was wrong. With that single strike, Mime abruptly stood up, startling the little bird Nini, who had been resting nearby. He stared in disbelief at the broken sword. Because as a legendary dwarf blacksmith, Mime could hear it, the heartbeat of the holy sword Gram. With just one strike, Promise had brought the broken, dead sword back to life. Then, under the hammer of Promise, the broken holy sword soon began to emit its luster again, and burst out with light that looked like the light formed by the gathering of stars. Forging a holy sword was nothing new for Promise. This light, on this night, illuminated all of Svartalfheim, the realm of the dwarves, causing countless dwarves to emerge from their caves, gazing in awe at the starlight of the forge. And this sight, of course, was also witnessed by the little bird Sheenie. She observed and recorded everything she saw. Thus, the 3 deities in the kingdom of Asgard also gazed upon this scene through Nini's eyes. They watched as the broken sword, in Promise's hands, was not only reforged but also shone with a brilliance far surpassing its original glory. A few days later. Sigurd, there are many things I know, far more than you might guess. Still under the ancient tree outside the cave, bathed in the fading light of the setting sun, Promise smiled gently as he handed the reforged holy sword to Sigurd, who was staring at him in shock. I even know that you've known your future from the very beginning, yet you still chose to walk the path of fate. In the myths and legends, Sigurd had indeed known his future from the start. The Norns had revealed everything to him from the very beginning. The grand legends written about him, and the tragic future of being betrayed by those he trusted, losing his love, and dying because of it. But Sigurd's choice was the same as that of other great heroes. In Celtic mythology, Cuchulainn, the Hound of Ulster, knew he would die young, yet he charged forward without hesitation. In Greek mythology, even though he could have avoided death by taking a single step back into his mother's embrace, Achilles never turned away. And Sigurd was no different. Promise naturally knew all of this, so. Go ahead, Sigurd. You don't need to look back, and I won't stop you. But when you reach that moment of fate, I will come to you. Promise smiled, looking at Sigurd in front of him. Under the watchful eyes of the little bird Sheenie, he made his first vow since arriving in the age of Norse gods. At that time, I will perform a magic trick for you, a trick called fate. And at that moment, I will also teach you how to humiliate a goddess, the goddess who weaves fate. Clutching the reforged holy sword in his hands, Sigurd engraved Promise's image deeply into his mind. Then, as night fell, he left. At the entrance of the cave, Mime also stood in the faint light, silently watching Sigurd's departing figure. It's not the time yet. He whispered softly. Yes, it wasn't the right time yet. After all, Sigurd was still too young and inexperienced to face the dragon Fafnir, who guarded the Rhinegold. At the same time, Mime gazed at the boy who stood silently watching Sigurd depart, a boy several years younger than himself. Recalling the events of the past few years and the starlight that had illuminated the entire realm of the dwarves that night, Mime's expression suddenly grew a bit complicated. But soon, it was replaced by boundless greed. After all, it was the Rhinegold. To possess it was to possess all the wealth in the world. No one could resist its allure, the Rhinegold. I just realized I probably should have made my stance clear earlier. As Sigurd left and Promise prepared to return to the cave, the little bird Sheenie, who had recorded everything, flapped her wings and landed back on Promise's shoulder. Facing the puzzled look in the boy's eyes, she continued, to scold you. I'm the messenger of the Norn of Fate, and you just told me you wanted to humiliate the Norn of Fate. Be careful, or I'll bite you. As she spoke, Sheenie spread her wings, pretending to be fierce. She looked as if she was ready to defend the dignity of the Norn of Fate with her life. But Promise just gave her a sidelong glance. Your loyalty comes a bit late, doesn't it? Everything's already over, and now you jump out after watching the whole thing. So Promise stretched out his finger and gently flicked her little head. And Sheenie, in turn, pecked at Promise's hand. Then, the two of them, human and bird, chatted as they returned to the dwarf's cave. As the night grew quiet, they soon fell asleep, enveloped in a layer of mist. In their dreams, when the mist cleared, Promise and Sheenie found themselves back in a familiar place. The sacred realm of Asgard, at the roots of Yggdrasil, by the spring of Ord. Apart from seeing the Norn of Fate, who sat as usual on the roots of Yggdrasil, holding a book and dressed in a mysterious black gown, Promise also saw the goddess of youth, Idun, who looked slightly anxious, as if something was troubling her. But the moment she saw Promise, her expression lit up with joy. The goddess of youth in Norse mythology, Idun. I suddenly feel that the scene in front of me looks a bit familiar. As Promise instinctively recalled his experiences in the age of Greek gods, he once again caught the scent of something called a trial. Chapter 305, Goddess Sif's Golden Hair. 1930 words. This night, it is not me who is looking for you. Sensing Promise's confused gaze, Skuld, the goddess of fate in Norse mythology, lowered her head slightly. Her voice remained as ethereal and calm as ever as she said, Idun seeks you. Regarding the matter of Goddess Sif, the wife of Thor, the god of thunder. Goddess Sif, the goddess whose golden hair was cut off by Loki? As Promise looked at the goddess of youth approach, he couldn't help but recall the Asgardian gossip he had heard from the little bird Nini a few mornings ago. Now, he began to piece things together. Sure enough, the unfolding events were more or less what Promise had guessed. 3 years ago, through the blessing and gaze placed on Nini, the goddess of youth, Idun had witnessed the scene of Promise reforging the holy sword. She had been captivated by the starlight he had created, finding the brilliance of his forging utterly dazzling. Thus, she sought the help of the fate goddess Skuld on this night to summon Promise here, hoping to entrust him with a new forging task. Goddess Sif loves her hair dearly, and her long, flowing locks, reaching from her head to her feet, are indeed as beautiful as golden wheat in autumn or the gold found in the earth. The gentlest of the Norse goddesses, Idun, spoke softly to Promise in the sacred realm of Asgard under the night sky. She is the goddess of earth and harvest, so her beautiful golden hair also symbolizes the bounty of autumn. Because of this, ever since that day, Sif has locked herself away at home, refusing to see anyone. Even now, she remains in seclusion. I fear that if this continues, it may have some impact on Midgard. And beyond that, she is my friend. I do not wish to see her weep any longer. As Idun spoke, her words revealed her concern for the mortal world and her deep heartache for her friend. Yet, even so, she never once uttered a single word of blame against Loki, the true culprit behind all of this. If this is your wish, goddess, though I cannot guarantee that I will be able to forge something capable of replacing goddess Sif's original hair, I am still willing to offer my humble strength for this cause. Promise replied quickly. As soon as Idun explained her purpose for summoning him tonight, he gave his answer without hesitation. His swift reply left Idun slightly surprised as she looked at Promise with a hint of hesitation for a moment before continuing. I know this may not be the best time, given that you have just parted ways with your brother. That is of no concern. Promise smiled and replied, I reforged the broken holy sword and gave it to him. Thus, I have only blessings for his journey ahead, no sorrow. Moreover. As he spoke, he glanced to the side, toward someone who had been sitting quietly at the roots of the world tree, Yggdrasil all along, not uttering a word. We have made a promise. We will meet again very soon. Hearing this, Skuld slightly lowered her gaze. And through Shini, Idun, who was also aware of the vow, couldn't help but glance at Skuld sitting beside them. In fact, when Skuld first sought the golden apple from the youthful goddess Idun, she had not concealed the fact that she intended to give it to a certain child. Naturally, Idun was quite curious about it, so she asked why Promise was deserving of such a gift. Skuld's answer was quite simple. She said Promise was special. Not only that, she even stated outright that he would become the most unique individual in this world. After all, with her ability to peer into fate, Promise's past was no secret to Skuld. Thus, though she had not crafted a crystal sphere of destiny for him, cradling it in her hands like the Greek fate goddess Clotho might, she had nonetheless engraved his fate upon the world tree itself. And she had concealed it with mysterious runes. Later, when Promise had actually plucked a golden apple from the golden apple tree, Idun's astonishment and curiosity about Promise naturally reached their peak. It was then that she bestowed a small blessing upon Shini and used her as a medium to observe Promise. Child, thank you. Coming back to the present, Idun no longer asked about the agreement between Promise and Sigurd, nor did she dwell on the so-called humiliation of the Norn of Fate. Instead, she just placing a hand over her chest, smiled warmly, expressing her gratitude from the heart. There's no need to thank me. Promise shook his head, smiling as he explained, after all, if it weren't for the golden apples you've given me every Monday for the past 3 years, delivered by Shini, I probably would have been blown away to Helheim by a single gust of wind by now. So, it is my honor. Promise conveyed the gratitude he had always held in his heart to the goddess in front of him. As a goddess, Idun could naturally discern lies, and she clearly felt the sincerity in Promise's words. Only the little bird Shini, perched on her own goddess of fate, quietly pouted at his words. After all, she was the one who had flown back to the golden apple orchard every weekend, carrying the golden apple in her beak, and then flew back at dawn the next day to deliver it to Promise. Yet, she had never received a word of thanks from him. Just as Idun, moved by Promise's explanation and finally understanding why he had agreed so readily, was about to speak. When you offer a heartfelt tribute to the goddess of harvest, you may ask her for a blessing. Skuld, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. Her voice, as always, was ethereal and tranquil. As she lifted her gaze and met Promise's emerald eyes, speaking slowly. She once obtained a freshly sprouted trunk from the highest reaches of Yggdrasil. It is a very precious treasure. I believe it is worthy of becoming the new brush in your hand. When it came to precious treasures in Norse mythology, seemingly omnipresent yet profoundly rare, there was no doubt that the most valuable was the wood from Yggdrasil, the tree that held the 9 realms. The eternal spear, Gungnir, in the hands of the god king, Odin, was crafted from the wood of Yggdrasil. Legend has it that when Odin hung himself from the tree for 7 days and 7 nights to gain the runes of wisdom, and sacrificed an eye to drink from the well of Mimir, he also obtained this eternal spear at the same time. And from that moment on, Odin became the king of the Norse gods. A brush? Hearing Skuld's words, Idun couldn't help but blink her eyes in confusion. Even the little bird Sheenie beside her tilted her head. Of course, she still remembered what Promise had said to Goddess Skuld. Promise had said he wanted to paint a wolf, a snake, and a tree. Although Sheenie had always known about this, but she had never paid it much mind. Because, up until now, Promise had never truly shown his paintings. Thus, apart from the Norn of Fate, Skuld, and the King of Gods, Odin, who had been observing from the shadows and orchestrating the script, naturally no one knew what Promise's paintings were truly like. But even if they didn't know, it was enough to surprise the little bird Sheenie and the goddess of youth Idun at this moment. After all, what kind of paintbrush was it? Which needed to be made from the most precious tree branches of Yggdrasil? Skuld paid no attention to the reactions of the bird and the goddess. Under Promise's slightly surprised gaze, she continued, "The branch of Yggdrasil that Sif possesses is more than sufficient to become your brush. As for the canvas, you may seek the leaves of Yggdrasil. Is this how you harvest from the tree? Oh, right, this is the age of Norse gods, the world of 9 realms that was born from the world tree, so never mind then." Promise nodded lightly, indicating he understood. Thus, the trial was set. Offer the goddess Sif, who had lost her hair due to Loki's mischief, a new golden mane, so that she would not longer be sad. In return, receive the blessing of a newly grown branch from the highest reaches of Yggdrasil. And with it, forge the brush of this world. The moment the way was pointed out, both the little birdie Sheenie and the goddess of youth Idun discovered very clearly that the young man before them seemed a little different. It was a feeling that couldn't be easily put into words. Though he appeared to be only 13 or 14 years old, the youthful innocence on his face couldn't mask the brilliance within. His emerald eyes shone like stars in the night sky. What a delightful child. Skuld, where on earth did you find him? Speaking in such a manner, Idun couldn't help but cast an envious glance at Skuld. Because of the closeness between Promise and Skuld, she had mistakenly assumed that Promise was a beloved devotee of Skuld. After all, even after saying something as bold as humiliating the Norn of Fate, Skuld didn't show any anger and even acted as if it were perfectly normal. Not only her, even the little bird Sheenie thought the same. After all, she was Skuld's divine messenger, so she had been close to her goddess, not to mention, she had been delivering golden apples for Promise for 3 years now. She had long sensed the aura of fate on Promise. Not to mention, her mysterious and aloof goddess had shown clear interest only in Promise, however. It wasn't me. It was Brynhildr who found him, Skuld replied indifferently. Brynhildr? Hearing this unfamiliar yet familiar name, Idun blinked in surprise at Skuld several times. But the latter had no intention of explaining further. At this moment, her other eye, normal and beautiful, was now entirely focused on Promise. In her gaze, there was anticipation. Is it finally beginning? Skuld thought to herself. She was looking forward to everything Promise would reveal, and that was the reason she cared so much about him. She longed to see and witness futures that even she, the Norn of Fate, could not foresee. Clearly sensing Skuld's gaze, Promise, who had been deep in thought, now looked up. As their eyes met, he seemed to sense the anticipation in the Norn of Fate's gaze, so he smiled and nodded gently to her. Have you made up your mind? Seeing this, Skuld naturally pressed further. Yes, I've made up my mind. In fact, this trial isn't difficult. Indeed, it wasn't difficult, and there was no danger involved. After all, it was merely forging a new golden mane for the goddess who had lost her hair. But if I want to obtain that branch of Yggdrasil from goddess Sif, then I think, it will be no less challenging than any trial I've faced so far. As Promise spoke, a light smile remained on his face. At that moment, as soon as he spoke these words, Skuld's reaction made Sheenie's eyes widen as if she had witnessed a miracle, and even Idun blinked in surprise. Because, at this moment, the seemingly emotionless Norn of Fate actually smiled. Chapter 306, Thrud. 1356 words. After all, Skuld understood exactly what Promise meant by his words. And she also knew that he wasn't exaggerating at all. After all, from the very beginning, when Sheenie had told Promise about Loki's prank of cutting off Sif's hair a few days ago, with a tone that seemed to relish the drama while also expressing disdain for Loki, the god of trickery. Promise had recalled this legend from Norse mythology. To appease the god of thunder, Thor's wrath, and avoid being chased endlessly, Loki went to the realm of the dwarves and found a skilled dwarf to craft a magical golden mane for Sif, one that could grow naturally. That golden mane was made from an extremely rare material, golden thread. It was a treasure even the gods acknowledged as precious. Thus, the focus of Promise's trial wasn't merely forging a golden mane for goddess Sif to obtain the branch of Yggdrasil, the brush of this world. What Promise needed to offer was something even rarer, in a sense, than the treasure acknowledged by the gods. Only then could he receive goddess Sif's blessing. In other words, in this matter, his opponent was none other than the god of mischief himself. The trickster god of Norse mythology, Loki. And this was why the Norn of Fate, Skuld, smiled. Because, from Promise's seemingly casual words, she really sensed the future he spoke of. A future beyond the fate she had foreseen. And this was the very reason Skuld had been so focused on Promise, the anticipation she had held all along. Let me ask you again, have you made up your mind? Thus, Skuld asked Promise once more, and this time, the smile on her face faded and her expression grew more serious. After all, this was the expectation of a goddess. And she wasn't the kind, adorable goddess of fate who had always been by Promise's side. Skuld had waited with anticipation, patiently biding her time until this moment. From the moment she saw Yggdrasil burning and the figure standing before it, Skuld had waited over a decade for Promise. Therefore, she did not want to be disappointed. Nor could she even guarantee that, if Promise really disappointed her, she would not unleash her divine wrath. Yes. However, Promise's reply remained calm and steady as she looked at the goddess in front of her. Meeting her gaze, he smiled, saying, I will offer a tribute to that goddess, and in doing so, I will take the first step on my journey in this world. It's just, goddesses, I will need some help with this matter. Idun glanced at Promise, then at Skuld, who had now put away her smile. Though she sensed that the atmosphere at this moment had grown somewhat strange, she couldn't quite figure out what was wrong. Thus, she simply turned back to look at Promise again, waiting to hear what he would say next. As you can see, I am so weak that even a gust of wind could knock me over. I even once had a contest of strength with a beautiful girl, only to be easily defeated by her. It's a memory that has stayed with me to this day. Promise spread his hands. Faced with this reality, now he had chosen to embrace it fully. After all, he had come to fully understand that struggling against this matter was completely pointless. And if it was pointless, why bother struggling? The two goddesses and the little bird quickly understood the meaning behind Promise's words. They looked at the frail young boy in front of them, who seemed as though a gentle breeze could topple him. At that moment, both Sheenie and the goddess of youth, Idun, suddenly came to their senses, realizing just how weak and delicate Promise was, something they had almost entirely overlooked until now. And as this realization dawned, the little bird Sheenie couldn't help but laugh out loud in front of the two goddesses. But even as she laughed, a question lingered in her mind. Because she couldn't recall when Promise had ever met a girl. As far as she knew, there were only two people by his side. The first one was Sigurd, and other person was the dwarf mime. Yes, I know. Skuld remained calm about this, saying, that's why I've had her stay by your side. As she spoke, she glanced at Sheenie, who was perched on her shoulder. Her? Promise pointed at the little bird, who was secretly covering her mouth and giggling, and spoke with a pout. I don't trust her. Guys with the same character as Brother Horse will sooner or later be included in my grudge list. Hey. Hearing his words, Sheenie flapped her wings, glaring at Promise. She was so angry that if it weren't for the fact that the two goddesses were standing right there, she would have pecked a few bumps into Promise's head. Journey, child, are you leaving the realm of the dwarves? Idun blinked a few times, thinking about this, and asked the boy. Promise, of course, had no reason to hide this and nodded in response. To offer that tribute to goddess Sif, I need to travel to Midgard to gather materials. After hearing his words, Idun lowered her head in thought for a moment, then looked up at Skuld, speaking with a smile. Skuld, leave this matter to me. After all, I was the one who sought this child's help. I promise you, I won't let him suffer even the slightest harm on this journey. Looking at the serious look of the goddess in front of her, Skuld actually understood in her heart that Idun had misunderstood some things. For example, she had mistaken Promise for Skuld's devotee. But Skuld didn't bother to explain. After all, to be honest, when it came to matters of fate, Promise did have a complicated relationship with her. And so, the dream ended. Promise and the little bird Sheenie were once again enveloped in the mist, their consciousness descending from the sanctuary and returning to the cave of the dwarf mime in the realm of the dwarves. Meanwhile, Idun left and headed to a grand palace in the kingdom of Asgard. This was the hall where the souls of Norse heroes gathered, the Hall of the Einherjar. Idun's purpose for coming here wasn't to seek the souls of heroes. Rather, it was to find the Valkyries, those majestic and beautiful warriors who rode white steeds, shuttling between the Hall of the Einherjar and Midgard. Faced with the arrival of the goddess of youth, the Valkyries naturally greeted her with respect. When they learned of her request, the Valkyries looked at each other in astonishment, somewhat surprised that Idun had come on behalf of a mortal child. But upon hearing that Promise was Sigurd's younger brother, the descendant of the great hero who once wielded the holy sword, and that he had become a devotee of the most mysterious Norn of fate, they all grew intrigued. Just as several Valkyries were eagerly preparing to volunteer. Leave this matter to me. A cool, composed voice rang out. Under the slightly surprised gazes of the other Valkyries, a strikingly beautiful blonde Valkyrie stepped forward, her expression calm as she approached Idun. Even among the crowd of stunningly beautiful and dignified Valkyries, her presence stood out like a crane among chickens. She was clearly exceptional. And she was none other than the Valkyrie who, with a sorrowful expression, had ridden her white steed to take Brynhildr away. The most outstanding among the Valkyries, second only to Brynhildr herself. The Valkyrie who had glanced at Promise from afar when Skuld carried him away, Thrud. When Idun saw that it was Thrud, who had stepped forward, her reaction was equally surprised. Because in Norse mythology, Thrud held a special identity. This was also one of the reasons she was the most outstanding Valkyrie after Brynhildr. Brynhildr was the daughter of Odin, the king of the gods. And Thrud? She was the daughter of Sif, the goddess of harvest, and Thor, the god of thunder. Chapter 307, The Prelude to the Journey. 2,246 words. The next day, a white steed lightly trod upon the Bifrost, the rainbow bridge. Carrying the beautiful and valiant Valkyrie, it transformed into a streak of aurora as it left the realm of Asgard. Passing through Midgard, the central realm, it arrived at Svartalfheim, the realm of the dwarves. During this time, Promise had already informed the dwarf mime of his departure. In the gentle morning breeze, the dwarf mime, who rarely left his cave, well as dwarves in mythology, they seldom leave the ground, so in the records of Norse mythology, they do not like sunlight, and there is even a legend that they will turn into stone if exposed to sunlight. Of course, the above words were just a myth, it wasn't that exaggerated. But their dislike of sunlight was indeed true. However, now the dwarf Minu came out in the sunlight, and looked up at the boy standing before him, a handsome young man with a beautiful emerald bird perched on his shoulder. Even though he was wearing a rough, iron-forged clothing, he exuded the romantic aura of a poet and painter, his eyes shining like stars when he smiled. Though only 13 or 14 years old, his mature demeanor made it easy to imagine how many kingdoms would fall for him in the future. I have nothing to give you. Outside the cave, Mime spoke softly to the smiling boy. I've forged many powerful weapons, but none of them are suitable for you, and you truly don't need them. Since you reforged that mighty holy sword, it proves your forging skills are no less than mine. The entire world awaits the arrival of Sigurd, the son of Sigmund, whether it be noble kings or the Valkyries who only watch over the souls of heroes. They have always waited for the rise of a new, dazzling star among warriors. But I have always known, from the moment the Norn of Fate brought you before me, that the light you would emit in the future would inevitably outshine even Sigurd. As for Promise, the child brought to him by the Norn of Fate, Mime had never treated him the same way he treated Sigurd, though perhaps it was also because of the astonishing forging talent the boy had displayed from a young age. The blessing and gift bestowed upon Promise by the Greek goddess of craftsmanship. It was the inheritance of a god of forging. Thus, Mime had always held Promise in high regard. In fact, after more than 10 years, it was impossible to say that Mime had no affection for Sigurd. But his mind had long been clouded by the allure of the Rhinegold. Therefore, Mime knew that one day, he would raise his sword against Sigurd. And indeed, this was what happened. In the original myth, when Sigurd returned after his adventures, he had become a mighty warrior, and tales of his exploits began to spread across the land. In this situation, Mime made his request to Sigurd. Using the excuse of having raised and trained him, he accompanied Sigurd to the lair of the dragon Fafnir, relying on Sigurd's strength and the holy sword to slay his brother, who had transformed into a dragon. Later, Mime demanded that Sigurd hand over Fafnir's heart, intending to consume it to gain immense power and then kill Sigurd. Sigurd, however, had no desire for the dragon's heart. But when he dug it out of Fafnir's body and picked it up with his bare hands, his fingers were burned. As he sucked on his injured fingers, he inadvertently tasted the dragon's blood. This granted Sigurd the ability to understand the language of birds. Thus, from the little bird that had been watching everything from above, Sigurd learned of Mime's plan and the secret of the dragon's heart. The heart was a manifestation of the curse of the Rhinegold, and consuming it would lead to death by the curse's corruption. Sigurd was obviously heartbroken by Mime's intention to kill him. After all, it was Mime, who had raised and taught him since he was a child. Needless to say, he was like a father. Sigurd had always respected Mime. So, upon returning, he refused to hand over the dragon's heart, but Mime, enraged, believed Sigurd wanted to hoard the treasure for himself and refused to trust his words. Thus, the two argued. During the argument, Mime seized the dragon's heart and swallowed it in front of Sigurd, only to be consumed by the powerful curse and turned to ash. In his final moments, Mime was freed from the allure of the Rhinegold and regained his senses. He warned Sigurd that the ring of the Rhinegold, a symbol of ultimate power, would bring despair and suffering to its bearer. To possess it was to gain all the wealth in the world. But at the same time, the world itself would betray you, and you would die in despair. As Sigurd grieved over the death of his foster father, the little bird that had been watching everything descended and transformed into Odin, the king of the gods. Odin picked up the dragon's heart, purified it of its curse with his divine power, and gave it to Sigurd, the slayer of the dragon. From that moment on, Sigurd became the greatest warrior of his time and obtained the ring of the Rhinegold. And because of this ring, Sigurd reached the turning point of his fate. He journeyed to the mountains surrounded by flames, where he encountered the Valkyrie sleeping within, thus setting the stage for the tragic legend that would be told for millennia, the Volsunga saga. This was the fate that awaited Mime and Sigurd. Mime, consumed by the allure of the Rhinegold, would meet his end due to his greed for wealth and ultimate power. But now, standing before Promise, Mime was still the foster father of the Sigurd, who hadn't matured yet, as well as Promise's own foster father. The dwarf looked at the boy standing before him, bathed in the gentle morning breeze and the soft light of dawn. He had high praise for Promise. And given the starlight that had illuminated the entire realm of the dwarves just days ago when Promise reforged the holy sword, there was no doubt that he deserved such praise. Just as Promise was about to say something, the sound of galloping hooves suddenly rang out. As he instinctively turned and Mime looked up, they saw a pure white steed carrying a radiant, golden-haired Valkyrie, as if running out of the sunlight itself. The horse came to a stop before Promise, and the Valkyrie seated atop it naturally looked down, her gaze meeting Promise's as he raised his head. The clear emerald met the Valkyrie's striking crimson, and in that moment, each saw the other reflected in their gaze. Valkyrie Estrud? The little emerald bird, Sheenie, perched on Promise's shoulder, exclaimed in surprise, inadvertently answering the question in the boy's mind. In that instant, he realized that she must be the companion Idun had found for him. And a Valkyrie riding a white steed across the world was certainly capable of guiding Promise through all of Midgard. It seems my last concern is no longer necessary. Watching Thrud's arrival, Mime couldn't help but remark. The Valkyrie's armor and white horse made her identity unmistakable to Mime, who had lived in this world his entire life. Finally, he took out a storage pouch and handed it over to Promise. Though it looked ordinary, the pouch contained a pocket dimension, holding many items. Aside from some money and food, Mime had even packed forging tools like hammers for Promise. The only thing missing was a weapon. Unfortunately, Mime simply couldn't forge a sword light enough for Promise to wield. While Sigurd couldn't find a weapon strong enough to withstand his power, Promise couldn't even lift one. The brothers were like two extremes. Well, since this kid can forge a holy sword, he might as well make his own weapon. That was what Mimes thought. So, he left, and as Promise looked at his retreating figure, he couldn't help but mutter, "I feel like I've just been insulted again for no apparent reason." Hearing his words, Sheenie tilted her head, giving him a big question mark. "I feel like someone's whispering behind my back, saying I'm delicate, and not even good as a girl. Ugh, I'll definitely add this to my grudge list." Well, the little bird gave Promise a very human-like eye roll. Is there any need to discuss this behind the scenes? This was clearly the fact. At that moment, the Valkyrie Thrud gracefully dismounted from her white steed. She was a goddess who rarely smiled, always serious about everything, but when her gaze fell on Promise, a rare softness appeared in her eyes. However, this gentleness wasn't directed at Promise himself, but rather at the elder sister, Brynhildr, the leader of the Valkyries. That fleeting glance years ago had etched into Thrud's memory the child carried away by the Norn of Fate, Skuld, now standing before her as Promise. And for this child, the last remnant of Brynhildr's presence in this world, she naturally held him in the highest regard. This was also why, upon hearing Idun's request, she immediately stepped forward to take on this task. In fact, even now, Thrud still didn't know exactly what Promise intended to do. As if sensing her gaze, Promise turned his head to look at her. Their eyes met once more. As they sized each other up, Promise took the initiative to extend his hand to her. "Senior, it's an honor to meet you, beautiful Valkyrie." Thrud tilted her head slightly, clearly unsure of the meaning behind Promise's gesture, but she still reached out and lightly touched his hand and replied in a light and melodious voice, "Valkyrie, Thrud, at the command of the goddess of youth, Idun. From this moment on, I will wield my spear and raise my shield for you." The soft morning light fell upon the two of them, as Thrud's waist-length golden hair swayed gently in the breeze. This was Promise's first meeting with the Valkyrie, a scene as if pulled straight from the opening of a legendary tale, if not for what happened next. "Valkyrie Thrud, there's something I'm curious about." "Your ears." Promise blinked, staring at the feathery, wing-like ears on her head that twitched slightly. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he couldn't help but ask, "Are they real?" Sheenie glanced at the boy with a slightly speechless expression. Was this really a question to ask upon first meeting? "Yes, they're real." And the ever-serious Thrud actually answered Promise's question. As she spoke, the feathery ears on her head twitched slightly. "They are the tools we Valkyries use to receive signals." "Oh, so, they're like antennas?" Promise pondered this thoughtfully. Watching the way they twitched, he couldn't help but feel a strange itch in his heart. It was like a cat watching a teasing wand swaying in front of it. "So, in the end, can I touch them?" Promise blinked his beautiful emerald eyes, looking up at Thrud with hope. The Valkyrie was stunned for a moment, not understanding his thought process, and even Sheenie covered her face, unable to bear watching anymore. "Sure." And Thrud didn't find anything particularly wrong with the request, though no one had ever touched them before. However, she agreed and took a few steps closer to Promise. She bent down slightly, allowing Promise to touch her feathery ears. Little Birdie, standing to the side, hesitated to speak. She wanted to tell Promise that everything he was doing was being watched by the Norn of Fate and the Goddess of Youth. Idun was probably grinning from ear to ear right now. But looking at Promise's excited expression, she decided against it. Come to think of it, it really was true. As Sheenie muttered to herself, watching this rare side of Promise, she suddenly realized that the youthful innocence on his face had never truly faded. "How is it?" Thrud remained calm, asking Promise as he touched her feathery ears. It feels nice?" More than nice, it was incredibly satisfying. For a moment, Promise didn't want to let go. "Thank you." Thrud expressed her gratitude sincerely and straightened up. Then, her striking crimson eyes caught the fleeting disappointment and regret on Promise's face as his hand left her ears. Seeing this, Thrud couldn't help but feel a strange sense of amusement she had never experienced before. it caused her to let out a soft, inadvertent laugh. "Let's go." Then she turned and said to Promise. "By the way, following the goddess of youth's orders, where are we headed?" Facing the question, Promise, walking beside her, replied naturally, "To Midgard, to gather materials and forge new golden hair for the honorable goddess of harvest." Upon hearing this, Thrud stopped immediately. She turned her head to look at Promise again, her eyes widening slightly, clearly surprised. "What's wrong?" Promise asked, puzzled by her sudden halt. "Nothing." Suppressing her surprise, the Valkyrie shook her head and answered. Only Sheenie, perched on Promise's shoulder, was left with unspoken words. She really wanted to tell Promise that the goddess of harvest he spoke of, Sif, one of the 12 major gods of Asgard and the wife of Thor, was, in fact, the mother of this Valkyrie with the beautiful golden hair. Chapter 308, Loki's Arrival. 1945 words. The soothing sound of a harp flowed like a clear spring, washing over the body and soul. As the melody played, carried by the gentle breeze and echoing in the ears, it was as if the dark night had been illuminated by the dawn, and all the fatigue and bitterness accumulated in the heart were cleansed by the beautiful music. The young man playing the harp wore a hat, a robe, and a cloak, with a beautiful emerald bird perched on his shoulder. He smiled, strolling through the golden wheat fields, bringing the cleansing melody to the people harvesting their crops and rejoicing in their bounty. People followed the sound of the harp, their eyes drawn to the boy. They were surprised by his youthful appearance. Dressed like a wandering bard, the young man seemed to naturally embody the aura of a poet and painter, as if it were an innate part of him. And in a place unseen by the people, the Valkyrie with golden hair followed quietly by his side. The young man played for the people. And when the beautiful melody ended, he did not ask for any payment in gold or silver. He only asked for a single golden stalk of wheat and a word of praise for the goddess of harvest, Sif. This was how Promise sought the materials to weave the golden mane for the goddess. Since bidding farewell to Mime and arriving in Midgard with the Valkyrie Thrud and the little bird Sheenie, more than a week had passed in the blink of an eye. This afternoon, as the bright sunlight fell, Promise stopped playing the harp. After asking an elderly man for a stalk of wheat and a word of praise, he walked to a tree by a nearby stream and began munching on a bright red fruit. By the way, he also shared some dried rations with the little bird on his shoulder. "Even now, I find it hard to believe. You don't seem like a craftsman at all." There was no one around at this time, so the little birdie Sheenie no longer hid her ability to speak, and spoke to Promise in human language. "When did you learn to play the harp like that? When you play, it feels as if even the light itself is drawn to you. Especially the last time I went to fetch the golden apple from Lady Iden, she practically glowed with excitement and begged me to ask you to play for her the next time you meet." Even the Valkyrie Thrud, who rarely spoke, couldn't help but speak at the moment, nodding gently and speaking. "It's truly remarkable music. I think it is fully qualified to appear at the banquet of the gods. Even the great god of light Balder, would take notice of you because of this." This was perhaps the highest praise one could receive. After all, though Balder, the god of light, was one of the 12 major gods of Norse mythology. At the same time he was also the child of the king of gods, Odin. The god of light, spring, and joy, he was also seen as the personification of light itself. In the myths and legends, he was the darling of all creation in the Norse world, beloved by every living being. So much so that all things swore oaths that they would not, and could not, cause any harm to him. More importantly, he symbolized the light of Asgard. In the myths, the Norns of fate themselves prophesied that as long as he was alive, the end of all things, Ragnarok, would not come. But the threads of fate could not be altered, and so Balder was slain by his twin brother, Hrod. Balder symbolized light and the love of all creation, while Hr symbolized endless darkness. Promise smiled, not showing too much joy at Thrud's praise. He just nodded and thanked the Valkyrie for her kind words. Then he tilted his head to look at the birdie Sheenie and replied, "I understand. The next time we meet, I will play for the goddess of youth, Iden, and Sheenie, could you ask her if, when I forge my brush, I would have the honor of painting her portrait?" As a gesture of gratitude for the golden apples she had sent him thus far. A painting. This wasn't the first time Sheenie had heard this word. Whether from Promise's mouth or from the Norn of fate herself. The forging demonstrated by Promise allowed the starlight of the holy sword to illuminate the dark night of the dwarf kingdom. Now, his music skill that was inadvertently displayed had reached the level of being worthy of appearing at the feast of the gods. In this way, even if Sheenie were the dullest of creatures, she would have realized by now that something was amiss, except she was not. She blinked, looking at the young man in front of her, and began to seriously consider just how precious his paintings must be. At the same time, the little birdie once again deeply understood that even after years of being by his side, she had never truly seen him for who he was. But then again, after thinking about it, she thought this was only natural. If he weren't special, how could the Norn of Fate, who watched the world with such detachment, have her gaze fixed so intently on him now? Thrud, however, didn't think too much about it. Whether it was forging, harp playing, or painting, none of it mattered to her. She was a Valkyrie, and after so many years, seeking out heroes and guiding them had become second nature to her. So if you asked her what she truly cared about, it was the same as all Valkyries. She only cared about heroes. As for Promise, well, since he was too delicate, he had never even crossed her mind in that regard at all. All right, next time we meet, I'll pass your message to Goddess Idun. By the way, Promise, could you paint me too? Driven by curiosity, Sheenie naturally made this request. In response, Promise, with a faint smile, simply flicked her head lightly. Then he stood up once more, playing his harp as he strolled through Midgard once again with the sulking Sheenie and the quietly accompanying Valkyrie. Time passed once more, and before they knew it, over half a month had gone by. On this Monday morning, Sheenie, as usual, traveled back and forth between the Golden Apple Orchard and the mortal realm. But this time, when she returned to Promise's side, her expression was anxious. And then, she told Promise some unfortunate news. The trickster god Loki had brought back a replacement mane for Lady Sif, crafted from golden threads. Through the dwarves' exquisite forging, it was as soft, light, and natural as real hair, capable of growing on its own. Thus, it was a treasure acknowledged by the gods. Nor, what do we do? If this is the case, your branch of Yggdrasil and your brush will be out of reach. Sheenie spoke urgently. What she really wanted to say was that if this happened, the disappointed Norn of Fate, Skuld, might grow angry and mete out punishment. After all, they had spent so many years together, and from her daily conversations with Primeyes, it was clear that this little bird, who often complained about the hassle of traveling between Asgard and Midgard, actually didn't dislike Promise at all. Otherwise, she wouldn't have chattered away with him all day. Hearing Sheenie's detailed account, Thrud instinctively looked at Promise, raising an eyebrow slightly. But Promise, upon learning all this, simply smiled and continued his journey through Midgard. Walking along a forest path. Aren't you worried? Seeing this, Sheenie couldn't help but ask in confusion. Yes, Promise replied, not hiding anything. Because I already knew all of this. In fact, this trial only truly begins now. Hearing this, Sheenie was stunned. What do you mean? What the Norn of Fate wants to see is me offering a treasure more precious than God Loki's and defeating him. If it weren't for this, she wouldn't have specifically told me about the branch of Yggdrasil in Goddess Sif's possession, the one that could be forged into a brush. When Promise said this in his calm, casual tone. Not to mention, the little birdie being dumbfounded, and even Thrud stopped in her tracks, turning to look at Promise in surprise. Are you saying that the Honorable Norn of Fate has already shown you the future, and that your true goal here is to forge a treasure more precious than Lord Loki's and offer it to Goddess Sif? This line of thought wasn't hard to follow, so Sheenie quickly came to this conclusion. But because of this, her eyes widened even more as she looked at Promise. Even Thrud, who was merely listening on the sidelines, understood how precious the materials Loki had used to forge his treasure were. Yet, in contrast, Promise's materials seemed to be nothing more than ordinary wheat stalks, common throughout Midgard. Of course, that wasn't the real point. The real point was... Are you saying you plan to compete with Lord Loki? Sheenie exclaimed in disbelief, however. No, that's not what I mean. Promise's voice remained calm as he smiled. I'm just completing the task given to me by the Goddess of Youth and the Norn of Fate, and responding to their expectations. Besides, if the branch of Yggdrasil can be forged into my brush, then I naturally have to put in the effort to obtain it. But isn't that just another way of saying the same thing? Sheenie raised her voice slightly, speaking loudly. And almost at that very moment, puffed. A laugh that could no longer be suppressed reached the ears of the two of them and the bird. As Thrud sharply turned her head, her expression immediately shifted from alertness to surprise. Because standing under a green tree in the forest was a handsome yet mischievous man. He was dressed in lavish and noble attire, and at this moment, he was clutching his stomach as he leaned against the tree, laughing heartily without a care for his appearance. As Promise looked at this man who seemed to have appeared out of nowhere, he was also surprised. Lo! Lord Loki? Sheenie suddenly raised her voice sharply, even flapping her wings in fright, ready to flee. After all, over the years, she had spoken quite a bit of ill about him in Promise's ear. The god of trickery and lies, the mischief-maker despised by all the gods, one of the creators of Asgard, the mastermind behind the arrival of Ragnarok, the most unpredictable and thus terrifying god in Norse mythology, Loki. He had appeared just like that, and as Promise came to his senses, he couldn't help but look at the god with some surprise. Because, although Odin had sternly warned that Promise had to stay away from Loki, but Promise's wisdom reminded him all the time that they would eventually meet each other, and that their threads of fate were likely tightly intertwined. To put it simply, if in the age of Greek gods, the deities tied to Promise's fate were the goddess of wisdom, Athena, goddess of justice, Themis, queen of heaven, Hera, and the goddess of fate, Clotho, then in the age of Norse gods, Promise's wisdom reminded him more than once that the deity whose fate was intertwined with his was none other than the one before him. Loki, the god of mischief and trickery. Chapter 309, Game with Loki. 1,314 words. Ha ha ha, this is interesting, truly fascinating. I was just bored and heard the Norn of Fate's messenger constantly muttering my name, sounding quite agitated, so I followed out of curiosity. But I never expected. As he spoke, Loki, who couldn't stop laughing, raised his head at that moment. His mischievous eyes met Promise's. And in that instant of eye contact, Promise once again deeply understood just how dangerous Loki was. Because Loki's eyes were all too familiar to him. He had seen them before, in the eyes of Athena, the goddess of wisdom, in the eyes of Prometheus, the foreknowing Titan, and in the single remaining eye of Odin, the king of the gods. Eyes that represented absolute wisdom, capable of seeing through everything in the world. Look at what I've found. The aura of a god who doesn't belong to this world, the attention the world has cast upon you, the Norn of Fate's concealment of you, and... Loki smirked wickedly. The script designed by that old fool, Odin. Hearing this, Thrud was stunned, turning her head to look at Promise in disbelief. The Allfather Odin's script? Yes, and not just that. I see now, I see. It's you, it's you. Ha ha ha. As if he had finally understood, Loki covered his eyes with his hand and laughed loudly once more, this time so hard that tears streamed down his face. Absolute wisdom meant knowing everything. Thus, how could Loki not be able to see the future? So, when the Norn of Fate wandered the mortal realm, seemingly searching for something, how could he not have seen the end of all things, consumed by flames? And the figure standing amidst the inferno, burning Yggdrasil to ashes. Finally, Loki's smile grew even more unrestrained as he lowered his hand, his gaze fixed intently on the boy in front of him. I've found you. What kind of gaze was this? Sheenie felt as if she had been hunted by a ferocious serpent, frozen in place on Promise's shoulder, unable to move. Yet, even under such pressure, Thrud stepped forward with a serious expression, shielding Promise behind her. Lord Loki. Biting her lip, she spoke with great difficulty under the immense pressure. Loki glanced at her briefly, then dismissively turned his attention back to Promise, whose emerald eyes remained clear and unshaken. Hey, little one, let's play a game to mark our first meeting. Loki smirked mischievously, and as soon as the words left his mouth, Thrud tightened her protective stance around Promise. Lord Loki, please don't trouble this child. If my elder sister were to find out, she would be heartbroken. She spoke with difficulty, but her tone was firm. Loki, his mood soured by the interruption, frowned slightly at Thrud, his hand beginning to rise. It would be my honor, great trickster god. Promise spoke up, and as he did, he gently began to play the harp in his arms. The soft, haunting melody filled the air, instantly dispelling the oppressive atmosphere brought by Loki's arrival. Light gathered at that moment, and in an instant, Thrud, who had been tense, felt her body relax, even swaying slightly. As Loki listened to Promise's music and watched him step forward, standing calmly before Thrud and meeting his gaze, the smiling god lowered his hand. "You seem quite familiar with games?" Loki remarked, noticing something, his tone filled with interest. Hearing this, Promise's face naturally broke into a smile as he replied warmly, "Yes, respected trickster god. In my past journeys, games have often accompanied me." At this moment, Sheenie quietly left Promise's shoulder, landing on Thrud's. She looked at the Valkyrie, whose feathery ears drooped as she breathed lightly under Loki's overwhelming pressure. Then she turned her gaze to Promise, who stood before the trickster god, speaking with the same gentle tone and smile as always. "This can't be real." The little birdie couldn't help but mutter. Her heart was in turmoil, unable to reconcile the image of Promise, who now stood fearlessly before Loki, with the same person who would playfully bicker with her, a little bird. Thrud felt the same. Her crimson eyes looked at Promise as he stood before her. In fact, from that fleeting glance years ago, when she had seen the lingering affection in Brynhilder's eyes before her departure, Thrud had secretly vowed to stand by Promise's side when he grew up, to protect him in Brynhilder's stead. But what Thrud hadn't expected was that, now, it wasn't her standing in front of the child, but him shielding her. Therefore, Promise continued, addressing Loki, "Great god of trickery, what kind of game do you wish to play with me?" "It's still about the main for Sif." Loki, unable to suppress his grin, spoke with immense satisfaction and delight. "Since the Norn of Fate has shown you the future, and you still choose to challenge me, how could I not oblige? But a simple contest would be too dull. Let's add a wager to it. For example, if you lose, you must surrender your head." This echoed the earlier bet Loki had made with the dwarves over Sif's mane. And what the dwarf had sought was Loki's head. Hearing this, Promise smiled and asked, "Then, if I lose, may I also stipulate that my neck must not be harmed?" His words carried a hint of mockery. Sheenie, perched on Thrud's shoulder, shivered, staring at Promise's back in horror, wondering how he could be so bold. Teasing a god, and Loki of all beings, did he truly have no regard for his life? Of course, you may say such a thing. However, hearing his words, Loki, seemingly unbothered, continued to smirk, though his eyes narrowed slightly. "But at the same time, you can also try and see if I can take your head without harming your neck. Is that so? What a pity. I suppose there won't be a chance for that." Promise feigned a sigh as he said, "Because I am almost ready to offer my tribute to the goddess of harvest, Sif." When he spoke these words, the scene fell silent once more. Sheenie, perched on Thrud's shoulder, trembled in fear, her face filled with despair. She truly believed Promise had a death wish. Then, without waiting for Loki to speak again, "By the way, esteemed trickster god Loki, if I am fortunate enough to win this game, may I ask for a reward?" Promise spoke up, posing a counter-question. Of course, Loki nodded. "State your wish." Promise smiled and said, "The reward I seek is simple. If I win, respected trickster god, I ask that you swear an oath. From that moment on, you will no longer play pranks on or harm the Norn of Fate's messenger, Sheenie, or the Valkyrie Thrud." When he calmly stated this, Sheenie, who had been trembling in fear, stopped shaking. She looked up in surprise, her eyes filled with confusion as she stared at Promise. Thrud was equally stunned. Even Loki, hearing such a request, looked at Promise with genuine surprise. "That's all?" Loki asked. "Yes," Promise nodded, glancing back at the two behind him. "That will be enough." "Very well." Loki smiled again. "I agree, and not only that, I also promise you that during this game, I will not interfere with you in any way. Because I am looking forward to it, even hopeful. Little one, win this game and prove yourself to me. I hope this is not our first and only game." With those words, Loki vanished in the next moment. He truly hoped Promise would win this time, because only then could Promise prove his worth, and Loki could look forward to more games in the future. But at the same time, Loki's words were also a warning to Promise. If he lost, he would undoubtedly take his head. Chapter 310, Goddess of Youth is Angry. 2,136 words. What's with those looks? Promise tilted his head, puzzled as he looked at the Valkyrie and the little bird staring intently at him in confusion. The god of trickery, Loki, had already left. Well, it could be said that his departure was as abrupt as his appearance, yet he left a deep impression on everyone present. However, at this moment, it was clear that Thrud and Sheenie were not concerned about the departed Loki. After exchanging a glance with Sheenie perched on her shoulder, Thrud, with her waist-length golden hair, couldn't help but ask the boy before her, "Why did you make that bet with Lord Loki? Why such a wish?" Not to harm her, or the little bird Sheenie. Sheenie also stared intently at Promise, hoping to get an answer from him. "Oh, so that's what you're wondering about." Promise suddenly understood and then smiled nonchalantly, replying, "After all, it's because of me that you attracted the attention of the trickster god Loki. Not to mention." As he spoke, Promise walked over to Thrud, reached out and gently flicked Sheenie's little head again, chuckling softly, "Especially you, Sheenie. Every time I see you joining in the fun, I can't help but think of my former companions. So, I think we'll be together for a long time on this journey." Hearing this, Sheenie was stunned. She raised her head slightly, and what reflected in her eyes was the boy's gentle smile and his clear eyes that were as poetic as a painting. It had been 3 years since the fate goddess Skuld made her the eyes, tasked with observing and recording everything about Promise on behalf of the goddess of fate. But it wasn't until now that Sheenie felt like she had seen his true self. And, unconsciously fluttering her wings, the bird returned to Promise's shoulder. "So, are you worried about me?" Sheenie couldn't help but press further. "You can think of it as that way. And I think we'll definitely become very good friends in the future," Promise replied with a light laugh. Because in Sheenie, he always saw the shadow of his grass-loving horse brother. Not too much, but that same gossip-loving look was enough to prove that their nature was about the same. But that was Lord Loki. "You could have asked for a better wish." Thrud, with her red eyes, couldn't help but speak up again. Promise glanced at her and said naturally, "But I think this wish isn't bad. Anyway, I'll probably have to deal with him a lot in the future. If every time a worried little bird gets scared out of her wits, it's better to settle it once and for all." As he spoke, Promise pressed Sheenie's head again. And the little bird, snapping out of her daze, pecked at him twice in retaliation. "I wasn't scared out of my wits. I'm the messenger of the goddess of fate." Sheenie raised her voice slightly, stubbornly defending herself. This made Promise laugh heartily. Thrud didn't say anything more. She looked at Promise, watching the young man quietly for a while, seriously considering whether to switch to her persuasion mode. In fact, when she saw Promise face the god of trickery head-on and even shield her and Sheenie behind him, she had already realized. This was someone fully worthy of entering Valhalla, the Hall of the Slain. If only Sister Brynhild were still here, she would be very happy to see him like this. Thrud couldn't help but think. "By the way, Thrud, can I ask you for a favor?" After teasing Sheenie for a while, Promise turned his gaze to Thrud, who was lost in thought about Brynhildr. Hearing his voice, the Valkyrie snapped out of her reverie and looked up at Promise. Then, she nodded gently. At this moment, Thrud didn't even ask what Promise was looking. Time passed. And what Promise, Sheenie, and Thrud had never expected was that in the next few hours, the realm of Asgard would be thrown into an uproar. Someone had been severely punished. That someone was Loki, who had been so confident and imposing in front of Promise just moments ago, now looking utterly disheveled. Because through Sheenie, the goddess of youth, Idun, had seen everything. And the task of restoring the harvest goddess Sif's hair was actually a request from this goddess. After all, Idun had been captivated by the dazzling starlight when she saw Promise reforging the holy sword, so she hoped Promise could help her friend Sif stop crying. Moreover, for various reasons, the goddess of youth had always held a favorable impression of Promise. If one had to put it bluntly, the current Promise was practically someone she had personally nurtured. In fact, if it weren't for her plucking a golden apple every Monday and having Sheenie deliver it to the boy, allowing him to eat one regularly, Promise probably wouldn't even dare to ride Thrud's white horse. So, the moment Idun saw the bet between Promise and Loki's brazen claim that he would cut off Promise's head if he lost, the gentle goddess of youth was truly angered. Idun left the sanctuary of the golden apples and sought out Loki upon his return. Though she was a gentle goddess, who was unable to even speak harsh words, she declared something that shocked all the gods of Asgard. From that day on, she would never pluck another golden apple for Loki, the apples that kept him youthful and powerful. This was truly a shocking news. Give the fact that even in the myths, when Loki had tricked Idun and led to her capture by giants, she had never said anything so severe upon her return. Idun, the goddess of youth, was that gentle and pure, which was why the gods entrusted her with the sanctuary of the golden apples without any worried. So, when Idun said this to Loki and left in anger, the god of trickery just stood there in daze, unable to react for a while. The gods of Asgard were astonished and couldn't help but discuss and speculate about what Loki had done to anger Idun so much. Yet, no one stood up to defend Loki, and everyone just watched the fun from the sidelines. Moreover, many gods, seeing Loki being humiliated like this, not only did they not worry about him, but they were so happy that they couldn't stop smiling. The most typical example was Thor, the god of thunder. The commotion over this matter grew so intense that even Odin, the All-Father, had to step in to calm things down. Then, under the night sky, in the sanctuary of the golden apples in Asgard, with her dazzling golden hair falling to the ground, Sif, the goddess of harvest and the most beautiful goddess among the Norse gods except the goddess of beauty Freya, came to the goddess of youth Idun. The goddess resembled the Valkyrie Thrud somewhat, but while Thrud was beautiful and heroic, Sif appeared more delicate and gentle. Sif looked at Idun, who was sitting under the golden apple tree, sulking and unhappy, then stepped forward, took her friend's arm, and comforted her while curiously asking about the reason for her distress. Now that things have come to this point, Idun no longer hid anything. She told Sif about Promise's existence, the reason for her anger, and most of that things she had seen through the little birdie Sheeny. Hearing this, Sif blinked her beautiful green eyes and stared at Idun for a long time. Wait, hold on. Let me get this straight. Sif pressed her hand to her head, shook it, and then raised an eyebrow, speaking softly, "You're saying you're so angry because of a child? This child is a follower of the goddess of fate, with forging skills no less than even the dwarves, so you asked him to help me restore my hair. But Loki found out about it, so he rushed over to mock the child, and in the end, he made a bet with him. If Loki won, he would cut off the child's head. If he lost, he would apologize to the messenger of the goddess of fate, Skuld, and Thrud. But, how did this get involved with my Thrud? Originally, she was just here to comfort her friend and maybe enjoy was thinking of eating the melon at the same time, but who could have thought that the melon would end up getting eaten by her without me noticing? And how did her own daughter get dragged into this as well? At this moment, the goddess Sif was a bit confused. Her eyes kept darting towards Idun beside her, feeling as if her friend was spinning a tale for her. Sif, how could I possibly deceive you? That's why I'm so angry. Idun appeared very upset. Loki usually plays pranks on everyone, but this time he went too far by tormenting a child. Of course, Idun had actually seen Loki's reaction when he met Promise. She had even heard Loki mention something about Odin's script. But was that important? Apparently, it wasn't. Besides, Sif, that child stood up for your daughter like that. You must help him this time. As she spoke, Idun grabbed Sif's hand and spoke with a face full of displeasure. Hearing this, Sif was speechless for a moment. If what you're saying is true, then for your sake and Thrud's, I would naturally side with that child. But after hearing all this, I actually feel a bit excited. As she spoke, the goddess couldn't help but smile at Idun. Because from what you've said, that child seems very confident. Even the mysterious goddess of fate, Skuld, seems to have high expectations for him. Yes, the child does seem very confident, but at this point, the goddess of youth, Idun hesitated. After all, the hair that Loki had given to Sif was a treasure recognized by all the gods. It was made from extremely rare golden threads, crafted with the exquisite skill of the dwarves, as light and beautiful as real hair, capable of growing on its own. Thus, after Sif received this treasure, she had been happily running around among the gods these days, showing off this precious gift to the goddesses. This was a stark contrast to her previous days of hiding at home and crying, which clearly demonstrated her fondness for it. On the other hand, through Sheenie's eyes, Idun was well aware of the materials Promise had chosen, merely ripe wheat stalks from the fields. Therefore, after much hesitation, Idun ultimately decided not to reveal this fact. She had almost convinced herself that Promise could not possibly win this game, and so she had already made other plans in her heart. There was no way she could simply stand by and watch Loki cut off Promise's head. So, in fact, when Idun declared in front of all the gods that she would no longer give Loki the golden apples, it wasn't entirely out of anger, it was deliberate. Because let's not forget, the golden apples. Promise could actually pick them too. Thus, if the situation became irreversible, Idun would have no choice but to reveal this secret to protect Promise. Soon after, as expected, Loki was caught and beaten up by Thor once again. After returning from Idun's place, although Sif didn't mention the game, she naturally informed Thor about how their daughter Thrud had been bullied. Upon hearing this, Thor was immediately furious. And he fiercely vented his anger for his daughter. As time passed, about a week or so went by, and Sif gradually forgot about Promise. Until one day, when Thrud rode her white horse to her palace and came to see her. "My child?" The goddess Sif, who was having her golden hair combed by lower-ranking divine attendants, was naturally delighted to see her daughter Thrud suddenly return. She immediately stood up and hurried over to Thrud, embracing her tightly. "Why have you come back?" Holding her daughter in her arms and stroking her head, Sif spoke with great joy. When facing Sif, Thrud, who usually appears meticulous, couldn't help but appear much gentler at this moment, and even had a smile on her face. "Mother, the thing is..." Thrud briefly explained to Sif about the commission Promise had taken from the goddess of youth, Idun, and the bet he had made with the trickster god Loki. As she listened, Sif kept blinking her eyes. And naturally, she recalled the events from over half a month ago. "Child, you've come to me because..." "Yes," Thrud nodded and replied, "Promise has already woven the new hair for you, mother, and he hopes that I can bring you to Midgard." Chapter 311, Jormungandr. 1686 words. A few days later. Svartalfheim, the realm of the dwarves. Several days had passed since the day Promise presented the wreath to the goddess of harvest and received the new branch of the world tree in return. After that day, Promise and Sheenie returned to the home of the dwarf mime, while the Valkyrie Thrud, having completed her task, returned to Valhalla in Asgard. During this time, Promise didn't go anywhere, staying with Mime to continue forging the brush of the Norse divine era. And so, just like that, a week passed, and it was once again Monday, the day when the little birdie Sheenie brought another golden apple to Promise. Finally, it's done. Promise couldn't help but smile as he looked at the newly crafted bamboo green brush in his hand. "Congratulations, congratulations." The sound of 2 claps echoed abruptly in the cave illuminated by flickering flames. Under Promise's instinctively tilted gaze, his emerald eyes caught sight of the god of trickery Loki, who had somehow appeared and was now sitting there. A slight upward curve of his lips revealed that signature mischievous smile. Seeing his appearance, the little bird Sheenie almost instinctively hid behind Promise, looking a bit frightened. "Respected trickster god, Lord Loki." Startled by his sudden presence, the dwarf mime quickly greeted him. Loki, of course, paid him no mind, instead focusing his interested gaze on Promise and the brush in his hand as he spoke. "So, this is what you've been working so hard for, a brush forged from a branch of the world tree, gifted by Sif. How extravagant. So, little artist, what do you plan to paint next?" Loki asked in a casual, almost teasing tone as if he didn't care that much. "And tell the myriad gods." Looking at the stunned expression of Loki in front of him, Promise replied in a calm, clear voice, "The painting I will create will depict the gods in the sky." "So, you want to immortalize me in your painting?" Coming back to his senses, Loki smirked again. Hearing this, Promise nodded, but then shook his head. "Not just you." Facing Loki's confusion, Promise continued, "Odin, the All-Father, Thor, the god of thunder, and Sif, the goddess of harvest. As he spoke such words, even Loki couldn't maintain his smile anymore. The dwarf mime turned his head, staring at Promise in daze. Only Sheenie remained relatively calm. After all, she had already heard Promise say this to Skuld, the goddess of fate. However, at this moment, she still didn't fully understand what Promise's painting truly meant. By the way, Lord Loki, may I ask you for a favor? Holding the brush, as if suddenly remembering something, Promise looked at Loki with a hopeful gaze. What is it? Loki asked, his face full of interest, his mischievous smile widening as he looked at the young man in front of him. But let me warn you first, the price for my help can be terrifying. Especially for you. Why had Loki appeared here? Well, it was obvious, these days, Asgard had become unbearable for him. Sif, the goddess of harvest, hadn't been too concerned at first. But after receiving Promise's offering and regaining harvest, a mix of guilt and excitement took over her mind and body. Thus, upon returning to Asgard, she immediately grabbed Thor's hammer, Mjolnir, and hurled it at Loki. First, there was Idun, the goddess of youth, and then the double assault from Thor and his wife. With the other gods were just watching the spectacle and no one stepped in to help, Loki, who was unable to survive like this, had no choice but to flee to Promise's side to hide. By the way, the issue of the golden apples also needed to be resolved. So, when Loki came here, he also harbored the intention of tricking Promise into pleading his case with Idun, the goddess of youth. Actually, besides the gods, I want to paint a few other things. Promise smiled brightly, openly expressing his current greed to Loki. I want to paint a wolf, a serpent, and a tree. And the generous goddess of fate, Skuld, has already promised me that she will find a time for me to meet the wolf. So now, I ask you, the respected and generous trickster god Loki, would you be willing to take me to see the serpent? Promise was already brimming with anticipation and he couldn't wait anymore. Without the brush, Promise could still endure for a few more months or days, but now that the brush was in his hand, the burning desire in his heart to stir up trouble, the desire to paint, seemed to gnaw away at his rationality bit by bit. A serpent. Are you talking about Jormungandr, the world serpent that encircles Midgard? Hearing his bold words, while all stood stunned in shock, and the scene was silent for a while, was the dwarf mime who exclaimed in shock. At this moment, even Loki wore an odd expression as he looked at Promise, who had made such a request. Are you really asking me to take you to Jormungandr? Loki's expression turned even more strange as he asked. Yes, yes. Promise nodded vigorously. Of course, it was Jormungandr, the colossal serpent large enough to encircle the mortal world, a terrifying monster on par with Fenrir, the wolf destined to kill the gods. How could Promise not be interested in it? After suppressing his artistic spirit for so long, today was the day it would be unleashed. Wait, you're serious? No, Promise, are you really going? Are you out of your mind? Finally snapping out of her daze, the little bird Sheenie couldn't help but scream in shock. Until now, she had thought it was all a joke. And even if you really want to go, shouldn't you try to find someone reliable? Going with this guy Loki was practically a death sentence, right? Loki glanced at the little birdie, obviously guessing what she was thinking at the moment. But he was too lazy to say anything. After all, he himself felt that he would definitely sell out Promise when the time came. Who gave you the courage to ask me to take you to Jormungandr? Loki asked with great interest in his face. Courage, it's just a painting. What courage is needed to paint a picture? Promise spoke as if it were the most normal thing in the world, even reassuring Sheenie, who was perched on his shoulder. Don't worry, Sheenie, I'll just take a quick look from a distance, just a glance, there's absolutely no danger. Promise vowed earnestly to Sheenie. But all he got in return was Sheenie's skeptical side eye. For some reason, the more Promise assured her, the more she felt there was something fishy about it. If anything, it was the intuition of a little bird. Fine, how about this, Sheenie? You go back to Goddess Skuld for a couple of days and then come pick me up later. Pick you up? More like collect your corpse. No, wait, Jormungandr's spit would leave no corpse behind. Sheenie's mouth twitched as she was about to say something, but the next second, she was stunned as Promise grabbed her, stuffed a fruit into her mouth, and tied her up with a thin rope before tossing her to the equally bewildered dwarf mime. Respected, magnanimous, and handsome god of trickery, Loki, please show your divine power now and fulfill this small wish of the one who beseeches you. Then, rubbing his hands together, Promise looked at Loki with eyes that seemed to glow. The sheer abruptness of this turn of events left even Loki open his mouth wide and speechless. What the hell? Is that brush of yours some kind of powerful seal? Why does it feel like your entire personality changed the moment you got it? The little birdie Sheeny screamed in her heart, struggling fiercely. It wasn't just a premonition anymore, she knew for sure there was something seriously wrong here. Loki, of course, also realized there was a big problem here, but what did it matter? All right, let's go. He smirked mischievously. After all, fulfilling the interesting desires of little ones has always been my favorite thing to do. When do you plan to? Now. In an instant, Promise was already at the entrance of the cave. Lord Loki, what are you waiting for? Let's go. Loki's smile froze for a moment. Then, unable to hold back, he burst into loud laughter. Little guy, I'm growing more and more pleased with you by the minute. With that said, Loki walked over to Promise. And just like that, under the stunned gazes of a bird, a dwarf, and a few gods watching from the shadows, the two of them left. At that moment, even Skuld, the goddess of fate who knew everything, had a slightly strange expression on her face. This guy, has he been holding back for too long? Skuld couldn't help but mutter to herself. The one-eyed god on the throne felt the urge to cover his face. Well, the worst-case scenario had finally come to pass. The thing he was worried about. Promise, who had been gradually unraveling his restraints, was now really teaming up with Loki. One Loki is already chaotic enough. Could it be that choosing him wasn't a good decision after all? For a moment, the one-eyed god king even had the urge to doubt his own wisdom. The dwarf mime stared in daze as Promise and Loki left. After a long silence in the cave, he finally snapped out of it and noticed Sheeny, the messenger of the goddess of fate, bound to the wall, unable to move or make a sound. He quickly rushed over to free her. Too slow. Sheeny spat out the fruit in her mouth and glared at Mime. But she couldn't care less about that at the moment and she hurried out to chase after him. Only to step outside and look around. Gone. Loki and Promise had already vanished without a trace. Chapter 312, Offering to the Goddess of Harvest. 1904 words. This was also the help Promise had sought from Thrud over half a month ago. He hoped that she could bring the Goddess of Harvest, Sif, to Midgard. In Midgard, he would present the offering he had been preparing for so long to the goddess. Hearing her words, Sif thought for a moment, then softly said to Thrud, "My child, Idun actually told me about this a long time ago. Not only that, she even punished Loki together with your father. Although I am happy that there is such a lovely child in the mortal world who has been weaving such an offering for me, if it weren't for the bet with Loki, I would have been very happy to go with you to meet him. But..." As she spoke, Sif showed Thrud the golden hair she now wore. "Do you really think that child named Promise can win this bet?" Thrud remained silent for a while, then gently shook her head and said, "I don't know. I only promised him that I would bring you to him. And since that's the case, Mother, I think you should meet him, because that offering is very special." This unexpected answer made Sif blink her eyes a few times. "Very special, really?" "Yes," Thrud nodded. Seeing this, Sif couldn't help but scrutinize her daughter in front of her. Thrud was a very serious child, so she knew she was unlikely to lie. But still. "Thrud, could it be? You care about that boy? Care about him?" The Valkyrie tilted her head and thought for a moment, then nodded under Sif's curious gaze. "Yes, I do care about him. Because he is the last memory of Sister Brynhildr in this world." Thrud thought so in her heart. "However, it seems I really have no reason not to go now." Clearly misunderstanding something, Sif smiled gently. Thrud, on the other hand, tilted her head slightly, obviously not understanding her mother's meaning or the teasing in her eyes. Thus, Sif followed Thrud onto the white horse. They transformed into a brilliant aurora and traveled from the Rainbow Bridge to Midgard. By the time the white horse galloped, bringing the Valkyrie and the goddess to the mortal world, it was already sunset. Under the glow of the setting sun, Thrud led the radiant-haired goddess Sif to a golden wheat field. "Mother, you just need to wait here." As Thrud spoke, following Promise's initial instructions, she turned and left. Sif looked at Thrud's departing figure and stood obediently in place. With a smile on her lips, she kept looking around. At this moment, the goddess of harvest was filled with curiosity about Promise. Whether it was because of the favor shown by Goddess of Youth, Idun towards him, or Thrud's seemingly awakened reaction, Sif was full of anticipation for Promise. But what she didn't expect was that several minutes passed, and Promise still hadn't appeared. Just as Sif was growing impatient and starting to frown in annoyance. "Beautiful goddess, may I ask? Are you the one Brother Promise asked me to wait for?" A timid, childish voice suddenly rang out beside Sif. The latter was startled and instinctively turned towards the direction of the voice, only to see a little girl, about 6 or 7 years old, holding a delicate wreath, standing behind her. When Sif looked at her, the little girl was startled and subconsciously took a couple of steps back. Looking up at the incredibly beautiful goddess in front of her, the little girl's eyes were full of admiration. "Promise?" Sif quickly realized that this must be the boy Thrud and Idun had spoken of. So, she nodded. Then, she saw the little girl holding out the wreath in her arms towards her. "This is..." Just as Sif was puzzled. "That big brother said this is the offering for you, the beautiful goddess." As she spoke, as if remembering something, the little girl placed the wreath on her own head. Then, under Sif's slightly stunned gaze, a beautiful head of golden hair grew from the wreath. The golden hair was clearly not as beautiful or dazzling as Sif's current locks, but at this moment, in the gentle breeze of the setting sun, it swayed gently like the golden wheat fields around them. Sif stared at the golden hair cascading from the wreath, completely stunned for a moment. After all, she was a goddess, so she naturally saw the essence of the wreath. The material of the hair was indeed very simple, mostly made of wheat stalks. But Sif saw that each strand of hair was a wheat stalk, and each stalk came from a different person. They had given the stalks to the boy, who had woven them into strands of hair, each carrying a blessing for her, the goddess of harvest. Some blessings were sincere, others not. But that didn't matter, because they had all come together to form the golden hair. "Beautiful goddess, are you really the goddess Sif?" The little girl spoke again, not waiting for Sif to respond, and then smiled innocently. "Well, you are so beautiful, you must be the goddess Sif that my grandmother always talks about, the one who protects us and brings us bountiful harvests. When Brother Promise told my grandmother that he wanted to make an offering to the goddess, she was so excited that she personally wove the final strand of hair for you. She wanted to see you so much, but she can't get out of bed anymore." As she spoke, the little girl took off the wreath from her head. She stepped forward, carefully looking at the goddess in front of her, and handed the wreath to her, saying, "So I came in her place. And I'm sorry, goddess, you must be angry because I was late. I had to run really far to pick flowers from the mountain to decorate this wreath. Because it's an offering for you, goddess, I thought it had to be very beautiful." Under the setting sun, the innocent girl, holding the flower-adorned wreath in her arms, stood in the golden wheat field, smiling as she presented it to the goddess who symbolized harvest. In the distant woods, the little bird Sheenie and the Valkyrie Thrud watched this scene, imprinting it in their eyes. If one had to describe the scene in front of them in a single sentence, both Sheenie and Thrud would likely say the same thing. It was like a painting. Not only that, but this scene also caught the eyes of Idun, the goddess of youth, and Skuld, the goddess of fate. Harvest, in the sacred realm of Asgard, by the Well of Ord, the goddess of fate, dressed in a long black gown, serene and mysterious, couldn't help but whisper softly. Clearly, she had fully understood what Promise's offering to Sif truly was. It wasn't just a dazzling head of golden hair, it was the harvest itself. The offering Promise had presented to the goddess of harvest, Sif, was the bounty of Midgard, the mortal realm. This corresponded to the information Idun, the goddess of youth, had once shared with Promise. Sif loved her golden hair so dearly, that she would tend to it with care every day. When Loki cut it off, her sorrow had been profound because that golden hair symbolized the harvest of the mortal world, the golden wheat stalks, the gold of the fields. She had lost it, and now, Promise had brought it back to her. The golden hair Loki presented symbolized beauty and wealth, because it was crafted from the rarest golden threads and the exquisite skill of the dwarves. But what he forged was the harvest of the mortal world, the duty she had nearly forgotten in her pursuit of beauty and wealth, and that innocence. The one who spoke these words was not Skuld, the goddess of fate. The voice came from a somewhat aged and deep-voiced one-eyed god. He sat on a high throne, with two black ravens perched on his shoulders. He raised his gaze, watching the conclusion of this event. He saw the goddess standing there, stunned for a long time, but in the end, she still reached out with trembling hands and took the beautiful wreath from the little girl's hands. Hey! And so, the god seated on the throne smiled. Loki, you've lost. At this moment, Promise, of course, knew nothing of this. He wasn't even as deeply moved by the scene before him as Sheenie and Thrud were. His gaze simply shifted back and forth between Sif and Thrud as a big question mark hovered above his head. Because, to the naked eye, the two of them looked strikingly similar. It was as if they were mother and daughter. Strange, I thought all Valkyries were daughters of the great god Odin? Such thoughts naturally arose in his mind. In fact, Promise, who had created this scene before him, didn't even realize that he had returned harvest to the goddess Sif. The reason he chose such an offering for Sif was actually quite simple. Nothing more than sheer familiarity. After all, a practice makes a man perfect. During the Greek age of gods, he had interacted with gods daily, especially goddesses. So, when it came to making a goddess happy, Promise had far too much experience. The title of goddess hunter wasn't earned for nothing. Thus, even if there was no such deeper meaning like returning harvest, Sif would likely have chosen Promise's offering. Because while this offering might not be as dazzling as the treasure forged from golden threads, for the gods, it was far more precious. To put it simply, showing off this wreath would easily spark envy among other goddesses. After all, who didn't have a treasure or two? Replicating goddess Sif's golden hair forged from golden threads wasn't entirely impossible. With rarer materials, one could even create something better. But this wreath was different. It required more time, effort, and it might not even be replicated. Not to mention it was deeply connected to Sif's divine duties and authority. So while it might not be as beautiful as the golden hair forged from golden threads, it was undoubtedly more romantic. And romance, whether for women or goddesses, was undoubtedly the highest level of weaponry. Thus, when night fell, the goddess wearing the wreath took the little girl's hand, brought her home, and then returned to Thrud. Sif finally met Promise. At this moment, she looked at him with gentle eyes, smiling, and didn't say anything unnecessary. But in her heart, she had already made up her mind. Once she returned home, she would grab Thor's hammer and have a serious talk with Loki. As for Promise, while he was curious about the relationship between Sif and Thrud, he didn't say anything unnecessary either. In the quiet of the night, he took out his lyre and played a beautiful melody for the goddess who had come to the mortal realm. And thus, Promise received the long prepared branch of World Tree branch from the goddess of harvest, Sif. In fact, after the goddess of youth, Idun mentioned this and later she sensed something between her daughter and Promise. Sif had already prepared the gift. Therefore, regardless of whether Promise could offer a satisfactory tribute, she had decided to bestow this gift upon him. Chapter 313, You Actually Care. 1627 words. It's over, it's over. If Goddess Skuld finds out, she'll definitely punish me. Wait, she probably already knows, right? Thinking about this, Sheenie's face was already filled with despair. No, this isn't the time to think about these things. I need to stop them immediately, or I'll really be collecting the corpse of that guy Promise. And what's with that painting? Why did Promise completely change the moment the brush was finished? No, maybe he didn't change. Maybe this is the real him? But what about the time he stood up for me and Thrud, shielding us from Loki, or when he presented the offering to Sif, the goddess of harvest? Wasn't that him too? Sheenie muttered these thoughts, her expression momentarily clouded with confusion. But soon, she pushed all of it aside. Never mind all that. What he's really like can be figured out after we drag him back. The most important task now is to stop things from escalating further. I need to hurry and find Goddess Skuld. With that, Sheenie, having snapped out of her daze, flew toward Asgard at top speed. However, not long after taking off, she suddenly realized something. Wait, finding Goddess Skuld might not help at all. After all, she can't leave the World Tree right now. Right, Goddess Skuld must have been watching all along. If she hasn't intervened, it's probably because she can't. Lord Loki is too powerful, ordinary magic won't work on him. If that's the case, what about Idun, the goddess of youth? But she probably can't stop Lord Loki either. At this thought, Sheenie froze. Then, the most noble and great Allfather Odin? Didn't he have some kind of script relationship with Promise? As she muttered this, Sheenie's voice grew quieter. After all, asking a little bird like her to directly approach Odin, the king of the gods, was a bit too much. Thrud. Yes, Thrud. She would definitely be willing to help, and she could definitely do something. Gritting her teeth, Sheenie decided she had no other choice. Well, desperate times called for desperate measures. Meanwhile, in the realm of Asgard. In the garden of Sif, the goddess of harvest's temple. Dressed in a radiant, pale golden divine gown, Sif smiled gently as she sat in the flower pavilion with her beautiful and valiant daughter, Thrud. Thrud, it's been several days now. Aren't you going to see that child? She asked in a soft voice, however. Senior? Thrud looked up at her mother in front of her, tilting her head slightly and spoke. Why should I go see him? The task given to me by Idun already complete. While he does deserve to enter Valhalla, it's not time yet. He's still too young. When he truly earns that right, I'll naturally go to see him. Thrud spoke in a serious, methodical tone, which only made Sif pout in boredom. Her daughter was really perfect in every way, beautiful, talented, and accomplished. But she is always very methodical in doing things, which is really unlovable. Sif thought to herself. Why can't she be a little more lively? That's not what I meant, Sif said, trying to steer the conversation. Don't you care about that child? Promise, I mean. After accepting Promise tribute, the goddess of the harvest is now satisfied with the young man no matter how she looks at him. Although he was a bit weak, which made him look a little flawed. But other than that, Sif was extremely satisfied with everything else. So, not only did she not have that thought of refusing, but now that, her daughter, who had always been as stiff as a wooden doll, was finally showing some semblance of emotion. She couldn't have been happier. I do care about him. But it's because of Sister Brynhildr. Brynhildr? Sif blinked, her expression blank. What does she have to do with this? Brynhildr, the leader of the Valkyries, had long since fallen into a deep slumber. What connection could she possibly have with Promise? Thrud explained briefly, outlining the relationship between Brynhildr and Promise. Sif listened intently, feeling stunned for a moment, before her eyes widened as the pieces fell into place. Wait, so, she said after a long pause. So you're telling me you don't actually have feelings for Promise? You just want to take care of that child because of Brynhildr? Yes, Thrud nodded and said. Of course, but feelings? What kind of feelings would I have for him? As she spoke, the Valkyrie tilted her head, her expression one of genuine confusion. Sif stared at her, utterly speechless for a moment. To be precise, at this moment, her hopeful heart sank once again. I knew it, she muttered, pressing a hand to her forehead. No, I should have realized it sooner. Just when she felt that her daughter was beyond saving, a frantic voice interrupted their conversation. Thrud. Thrud, are you here? It was Sheenie, the little bird, her voice filled with panic, reaching the room. A blur of blue feathers shot into the room, moving so fast that the temple servants barely had time to react. One of them tried to stop her, but a sharp glare from Sif made them back off immediately. Thrud looked at the bird that flew in front of them and braked with its face in surprise and confusion. The mother and daughter looked at each other for a while, and just as Thrud opened up her mouth ready to ask Sheenie what happened, the little birdie, who had just skidded to a halt and was breathing heavily, looked at the Valkyrie in front of her, looking calm as ever, and felt an overwhelming urge to burst into tears and pour out her heart. Suppressing that impulse, she screamed at the top of her lungs, Thrud, something terrible has happened. Promise is in trouble. As soon as the words left her mouth, Goddess Sif's gaze immediately shifted to her daughter's winged ears, watching in surprise as they stiffened in an instant. He insisted on going to paint something after forging that brush. Painting? What's the big deal about painting? Sif thought to herself, puzzled. But now he's gone with Loki to the bottomless abyss of the deep sea to find Jormungandr. Who? Goddess Sif blinked for a moment, not quite processing the information. Jormungandr. Loki took Promise to the bottomless abyss to find Jormungandr. Promise said he wanted to paint a picture of Jormungandr. The information was so explosive that Sif's brain short-circuited for a moment. But the next second, she saw her daughter shoot to her feet, grab the still-stunned Sheenie, and dash out of the room at breakneck speed. Sif stared blankly at her daughter's retreating figure, the image of Thrud's unprecedented panic lingering in her mind. Pfft. Ha, ha ha ha. After a moment, she couldn't hold it in anymore and laughed until tears streamed down her face. Oh, you silly girl. You're so clueless. Saying you don't care, that you're just looking after him for Brynhilder's sake. You're practically obsessed with him. Well, now, her heart, which had been dead to the idea, was now racing with anticipation again. This is interesting, absolutely interesting. I can't wait to see when my dense daughter will finally realize her feelings. Oh wait, that's not right, now's not the time to be amused by her. Still laughing, the goddess Sif, who had been leisurely sitting and about to take a sip of water, suddenly stood up in realization. Wait, they really went to find Jormungandr? And Loki took him there? That child, has he lost his mind? No, no, no. My wooden daughter is finally starting to bloom. I can't let that flower wither before it even opens. With that, Sif also rushed out of the temple, searching all over Asgard until she found Thor, the god of thunder, standing outside the Hall of the Slain with Tyr, the god of war. Thor, something terrible has happened. Our daughter ran off to the bottomless abyss to save Promise, who went to find Jormungandr. Not only was Thor, the god of thunder, stunned by the news, but even Tyr was left speechless, staring at Sif as if he couldn't believe his ears. Looking at the goddess Sif running over, he almost thought that he had heard it wrong. Then, after a quick explanation, and immediately realizing what was going on, Thor, now frantic, immediately summoned his chariot pulled by 2 goats. Ignoring the confused gazes of the other gods in Asgard, she drove the chariot at top speed toward Midgard, the realm of humans. Even Tyr, gripping his sword with a serious expression, followed along to help with the rescue. Odin, the All-Father, emerged from his high temple, watching the thunderous skies above Asgard, and his heart, which had been hanging by a thread, finally sank. As expected, we must find a way to separate those two after all. The one-eyed god, who had originally planned on hiding in the shadows for some time, knew he could no longer stay out of this. After all, if he continues to hide, who knows what chaos would unfold in the future. On the other side, Promise, completely unaware of the commotion he had caused, had already arrived with Loki at the edge of Midgard, where the dark, bottomless abyss of the deep sea lay. And as soon as Loki stepped into the area, the once calm waters began to churn violently. Clearly, Jormungandr had sensed his presence, or rather, the presence of the father. The Calamity Serpent, the world serpent Jormungandr, who had been suppressed here and tormented day and night, slowly raised its terrifying head from the depths of the bottomless abyss. Chapter 314, Jormungandr and Hel. 1251 words. Jormungandr. The serpent that encircles the world in Norse mythology, belongs to the race of giants. It is the strongest among them, earning the title of world serpent. It is the sibling of Fenrir, the god-slaying wolf, and Hel, the Norse goddess of death, whose body is half gentle and beautiful, while the other half is as rotten and grotesque as a demon. In fact, they are all children of the Loki, the god of trickery. Fenrir, the god-slaying wolf, resides in Asgard, kept in captivity by the gods, bound by a magical chain called Gleipnir. However, Jormungandr, the world serpent, was feared by the gods for the terrifying power it displayed from a young age. As a result, it was cast away and sealed in the bottomless depths of the human world. And the youngest, the goddess of death, Hel, was exiled to Helheim from a young age, where she was left to dwell in eternal night, cold, and death. Before the establishment of Asgard, Loki had actually formed a blood oath with Odin, the All-Father. The two swore an oath to each other, vowing to help and support one another like family, and to never harm each other. If one were to be harmed, the other would seek vengeance. Looking at the entirety of Norse mythology, it was quite clear that Ragnarok, the twilight of the gods, was largely orchestrated by Loki. His children played pivotal roles in this cataclysmic event. Fenrir, the god-slaying wolf, devoured Odin, the all-father of the Norse gods. Jormungandr, the world serpent, fought and killed Thor, the god of thunder. Hel, the goddess of death, led an army of the dead from Helheim to bring death and suffering to the gods across the 9 realms. As a transmigrator, Promise was well aware of these myths and legends. And now, he stood in front of the bottomless abyss, gazing up at the terrifying monster that even the gods feared. The dark waters churned violently, and a massive serpent with pale, crimson eyes poked his head out from the depths, having caught the scent of its father, Loki. Even thought it was just a very small portion of its body, it was enough to inspire awe. Because it taller than mountains, deeper than the abyss itself, and large enough to encircle the entire world. At this moment, Jormungandr lowered its head slightly, its gaze falling upon the tiny human who dared to look directly at it. As for Loki, the moment Jormungandr appeared, he turned and ran away without hesitation. The truth was, even though he was their father, neither Jormungandr, the god-killing wild Fenrir, nor Hel, the goddess of death, held even the slightest respect for him. Well, their feelings were justified after all. The suffering they endured and the immense hatred they harbored toward Asgard were directly tied to Loki's actions. When Jormungandr emerged and turned its attention to Promise, an overwhelming sense of suffocation washed over him. He quickly pulled out a golden apple and took a bite, which helped him recover slightly. The faint breeze carried with it the serpent's venomous breath, potent enough to kill even a god, mixed with the rotting stench of the abyss that seemed to decay the very world. Ah, this is Jormungandr. To see such a legendary creature, even death would be worth it. Oh, wait, I can't die yet. I still haven't dealt with the mess between Sigurd and Brynhildr yet. With that thought in his mind, Promise ate 2 more golden apples. The rich essence of life and youth dispelled the aura of death carried by the breeze. Of course, this was only because Jormungandr paid little attention to the insignificant human before it. Had the serpent truly wished to kill Promise, a single spray of its venom would have been to send him back home and he wouldn't even be able to do anything. No amount of golden apples could save him from that. After a brief glance, Jormungandr lost interest in Promise and no longer paid any attention to the boy. Instead, it raised its massive head, flicking its forked tongue as its crimson eyes scanned the surroundings, searching for Loki, who was hiding nearby. It had only one purpose for appearing, to devour Loki, its father. Jormungandr. Jormungandr, the world serpent. Promise called out to Jormungandr several times, raising his voice as much as he could, but it had no effect at all. Seeing that the serpent completely ignored him, he also gave up and decided not to waste his energy anymore. Instead, he sat down on a higher part of the coastline, watching the legendary creature that had left such a profound mark in all mythological tales. A smile crept onto Promise's lips as he took out the canvas made from the leaves of Yggdrasil and the blue brush crafted from its branches. As soon as the brush touched the canvas, the colors he envisioned in his mind began to appear. And the moment Promise started painting, the churning waves that seemed ready to swallow the entire world and the deadly venomous aura that could even erase the gods no longer had any effect on him. At that moment, his eyes were solely focused on Jormungandr. Jormungandr, who had been ignoring Promise and searching for Loki, suddenly turned its massive head at the moment, its crimson eyes locking onto Promise. In that instant, it sensed his gaze. But what puzzled the serpent was that it didn't feel fear, panic, or disgust from Promise. Instead, it sensed something it had almost forgotten, kindness. And that was the long-lost inspiration that had been absent for so long. Promise wasn't surprised by this. A wolf, a serpent, and a tree, these were the subjects he had mentioned to the Norns, the goddesses of fate, not long after arriving here. He did not lie that he had wanted to paint them. In fact, the reason why he came to this world was partly because of that. Even back then, Promise had understood that when he began to depict them, this rare inspiration would come. And so, Jormungandr's colossal form, which encircled the world itself, appeared before his eyes. Not only that, but it was as if he had crossed the river of time, witnessing everything about Jormungandr. As Promise lost himself in the painting, forgetting time and place, he wandered back to the moment when Jormungandr was born. He saw Fenrir, the god-slaying wolf, as a pup, and he saw the quiet goddess of death, Hel. And the moment he laid eyes on the young goddess Hel, Promise was struck by two conflicting emotions, awe and amazement. Despite having seen many goddesses, Promise was still amazed when he saw her face. Her snow-white hair, her eerie crimson eyes, and her dark divine attire exuded an icy aura of death. The shock, however, came from the other half of her, the rotting and grotesque side that was part of the legends. This was Hel, the goddess of death, half divine, half demonic. As Promise couldn't help but gaze at her for a while, something that truly astonished him happened. The sister, who should have existed only in Jormungandr's memories, suddenly raised her head. Her crimson eyes locked directly onto Promise. Then, her lips moved slightly, and her voice, a haunting blend of a gentle goddess's melody and the piercing wail of the undead, echoed in his ear. "Who are you?" She stared coldly at Promise and asked. Chapter 315, I'm just a passing painter. 1628 words. Me? Well, I'm just a passing painter. Promise smiled as he responded to Hel, the goddess of death, who, despite being in Jormungandr's memory, seemed to have transcended time and space to directly gaze at him. Although he was quite surprised by Hel's awareness of him, but that was only for a moment before he quickly accepted it. After all, in this world known as the Typemoon universe, the whole face of gods were inherently special, whether it was from Greek mythology, Norse, Egyptian, Hinduism, they all wielded terrifying levels of authority. And even though she was not one of the 12 main gods of Norse mythology known as Aesir, Hel was a key figure in the future Ragnarok, one of the forces that would bring about the destruction of Asgard. From all these things, it could be easily seen that her divine nature and authority were anything but ordinary. After hearing Promise's answer, Hel, a being of both breathtaking beauty and terrifying dread, two contrasting elements fused into one, observed him in silence for a while. "So, you're painting Jormungandr?" Hel spoke again, her voice a haunting blend of innocent melody and the low growl of a vengeful spirit. "Yes," Promise nodded. "What is your purpose?" Probably just to paint a picture?" Promise tilted his head as he replied, earning nothing but Hel's cold, indifferent stare in return. Seeing this, he couldn't help but let out a chuckle. Despite the piercing gaze from the goddess of death, which felt as though it could drag his soul into an eternal abyss of darkness the very next moment, he remained completely unfazed and even sat down next to her with a smile. After all, the underworld was like a second home to him. Being dragged down there wouldn't be such a big deal. "I know what you are thinking. And yes, I'll admit, I do have the aura of Odin, the king of the gods, on me. And I suppose, my relationship with him isn't too bad at the moment." Although he had been tricked by Odin and forced into such a scripted role, but that didn't matter. After all, the shadow of the goddess of wisdom was also involved in this matter, so Promise wasn't particularly resistant to it. "But right now, I'm really just here to paint a picture of Jormungandr. And not just him. Your brother, Fenrir, the wolf who devours the heavens and the earth, and even you." As he spoke, the young man turned his head, his clear emerald eyes, seemingly free of any impurities, gazing directly at the goddess of death. "I'm very interested in all of you." Their eyes met, and Hel, seeing the brightness in Promise's gaze, fell silent once more. "Aren't you afraid of us?" she asked again, in a calm voice. However, this time, the tone of her voice carried a hint of complexity, unlike the coldness and interrogation from before. Because from the moment the three siblings were born, they had never felt a shred of kindness in this world. Abandoned by their father, Loki, and feared by the gods for their immense power, which was labeled as evil, they were cast aside. Fenrir, with his more pleasing appearance, was kept in Asgard, but Jormungandr, who grew endlessly, was thrown into the bottomless sea, while Hel was sent to the freezing cold, lifeless realm of Helheim, where only eternal night and the dead accompanied her. The two were never tormented day and night. However, even Fenrir, whom they thought would at least live comfortably in Asgard, did not meet a good end. The god-killing Wold was later betrayed by Tyr, the god of war he trusted, and bound by chains. For this world and its gods, they held nothing but anger and hatred. Hearing her words, just as Promise was about to answer, he noticed something in the memory. At this moment, Jormungandr, with its pale body exuding the venom feared by the gods, straightened its massive form, its eerie eyes locking onto him. Fenrir, the god-slaying wolf, who was lying on his stomach, stood up, looking at Promise with its fiery eyes. And Hel, who had asked the question, revealed her true form once more, showing the rotting, grotesque half of her body that resembled a demon, to him. Yet, even in the face of this, there was not trace of fear in Promise's eyes. In fact, the moment they showed their forms, those emerald eyes sparkled with even greater excitement. In a way, this only heightened his desire to paint them, stirring his artistic nerves even further. So, his verbal response became unnecessary. After all, at this moment, his eyes had already given his answer. If you have the courage to come to Helheim, to stand before me. As she spoke, the decayed side of Hel vanished, and what remained was her white hair cascading like silk and crimson eyes glowing with an otherworldly allure. Before Promise now stood a beauty that rivaled even the most renowned goddesses, no less stunning than the one hailed as the most beautiful of them all. Then I will grant you the honor of painting me. After speaking these words softly, Hel vanished from Promise's sight. Not only did she disappear, but the sensation of peering into everything through his painting also faded with her as the boy snapped back to reality, finding himself once again by the edge of the bottomless abyss. Under the dim light of the world, Promise, who was sitting on a high point near the abyss, had already put down his brush. After all, his painting was mostly complete. In the painting, an endless deep sea stretched out. Within it, the colossal serpent raised its head, flicking its forked tongue, its crimson eyes gazing toward the highest point of Yggdrasil, the radiant realm of Asgard. The serpent's massive body encircled the entire human world, perfectly capturing the terror and power of Jormungandr. As Promise came back to his senses and looked at the painting in front of him, he nodded slightly, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his lips. He couldn't help but feel a sense of pride in his heart. As expected of me, he thought. No matter what I paint, it always turns out beautifully. To be honest, he was feeling quite pleased with himself. Beside him, another figure was also nodding in satisfaction as he looked at the painting. He even let out a cool, approving hum. However, given his immense size, even a soft hum sounded like a thunderclap, causing Promise's ears to ring instantly. Covering his ears, the young man instinctively turned his head to look, and there it was. It turned out that Jormungandr's massive head had somehow crept close to him without him noticing. The two locked eyes, and for a moment, they even blinked at each other in unison. And then, Promise instinctively scooted away a little. However, as soon as he moved, he noticed a flicker of dissatisfaction in Jormungandr's eyes. It's not that I dislike you, well, maybe just a little, Promise spread his hands and said helplessly to Jormungandr. Your venomous aura is just too strong. If you get any closer, I might end up meeting your sister sooner than I'd like. Jormungandr blinked, its expression clearly showing disdain as it looked at Promise, who was as weak as an ant by the roadside. Feeling a bit displeased, the gigantic serpent lifted its massive body and moved away from Promise, putting some distance between them. All of this was naturally observed by Loki, who had been watching from the shadows. Seeing Jormungandr, who now seemed almost docile, and sensing the sudden presence of death emanating from Promise, the very aura of his youngest daughter, Hel, the goddess of death, even the trickster god Loki couldn't help but widen his eyes in disbelief. To be honest, he couldn't fathom what had happened in such a short amount of time. Speaking of which, although this painting is quite good, I feel like something's missing. At this moment, Promise muttered, frowning as he examined the canvas. Just then, Jormungandr, who had moved away from Promise, suddenly raised its head sharply, its crimson eyes locking onto the sky. It let out an ear-piercing roar, so terrifying that it echoed across Midgard, causing many to tremble and feel as though the earth itself was shaking. This was no illusion. Jormungandr's massive body, hidden in the depths of the abyss, began to churn violently once more. Its crimson eyes, fixed on the sky, burned with endless hatred and fury. Oh no! Loki, who had also sensed something, looked up, his expression changing. Why is he here? As soon as he spoke, the sound of thunder rumbled across the sky, dispelling Promise's confusion about what was happening. In the midst of the roaring thunder, a chariot pulled by goats, transformed into a streak of lightning, came to a halt in front of the enraged Jormungandr. Standing on the chariot was a god with fiery red hair, wielding a hammer that crackled with lightning. Yes, the mightiest of the Norse gods after Odin himself, and Jormungandr's fated nemesis, Thor, the god of thunder, had arrived. Promise's eyes lit up as he looked at the scene. Looking at the majestic god, holding the divine hammer Mjolnir in his hand, standing on the thunderous chariot, facing off against the terrifying serpent below, he finally realized what his painting was missing. And so, he eagerly picked up his brush again and immersed himself in his work, completely ignoring the arrival of Thrud, the Valkyrie, who had rushed to his side on her white horse, accompanied by the little bird, Sheenie. Chapter 316, Destined Battle. 1343 words. Promise, are you okay? Promise, I'm here with Slud and Lord Thor, the god of thunder, to save you. Man, that's not right. It should be said that the bird hasn't arrived yet, but its voice has arrived first. There was eagerness, concern, and a hint of showing off in little birdie's voice. After all, the one she had brought to help was none other than Thor, the mightiest of the Norse gods after the king of the gods, Odin himself. And she, a little bird, had been the one to call him. Well, to be fair, Thor had come more out of respect for his wife, Sif, the goddess of harvest, and his daughter, Thrud, than for Sheenie. But that didn't matter at all. She was also involved in bringing the god of thunder to save Promise, that's all that mattered. It's just even as the little bird spoke with a look of pride on her face, she was not the main character, so no one listened, and no one cared. Despite hearing Sheenie's calls and Thrud's swift arrival, Promise didn't respond. Instead, at this moment, his emerald eyes stared fixed on the scene above the abyss. With the arrival of Thor, the god of thunder, the thunder that lit up the world and the massive serpent, Jormungandr, churning the seas with its colossal body, created a spectacle that seemed to shake the very foundations of the 9 realms. The serpent roared, and the thunder raged. The fated battle recorded in Norse mythology seemed to be playing out ahead of time, all because of Promise's presence. Moreover, even before the battle began, its impact had already sent shock waves through the 9 realms. At this moment, countless gods, giants, and other beings turned their attention to this place. Following Promise's gaze, Sheenie and Thrud also couldn't help but look toward the abyss. Thrud's expression grew serious as she saw her father, Thor, the god of thunder, standing on the goat-drawn chariot, lightning in hand, facing the massive serpent churning the depths below. But when she turned back to look at Promise, who was still sitting in front of his easel, she breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness he's safe. Otherwise, how could I ever face Sister Brynhildr again? With this thought in mind, just as Thrud stepped forward to persuade Promise to leave, or to knock him out and take him away by force, his eyes casually swept across and fell on the painting. And the moment she touched the painting, the Valkyrie was stunned and stood there in a daze. Because in that instant, she entered the painting without any surprise. In the painting, everything about Jormungandr was shown to Thrud. His birth, past, and accumulated hatred from the gods. And that horrible hatred instantly attacked Thrud, and at that moment it seemed to devour her. Stop looking. With a soft snap, Loki, the trickster god who had been hiding all this time, finally stepped forward. He gently patted Thrud's shoulder, pulling her attention away from the painting. Then, he turned his gaze to the canvas in front of him, his eyes narrowing as he finally understood what Promise's painting truly represented. That is Jormungandr in its entirety. You cannot bear to see it. As Loki spoke, his eyes couldn't help but turn to look at Promise again. At this moment, looking at the boy in front of him, even the god of trickery couldn't help but feel surprised. Because the boy in front of him was just a human being. He was neither a god nor a demigod hero. In fact, he was only alive today thanks to the golden apple given to him by the goddess of youth. But it was this person who, at this moment, had managed to capture the essence of Jormungandr in his painting. Moreover, Loki also understood one thing. The fact that this painting could be drawn not only just a testament to Promise's skill, it was also a sign of Jormungandr's approval. Perhaps, apart from his siblings, Hel and Fenrir, Promise is the only one my children have ever acknowledged in this world. Loki thought so in his heart. From these one can imagine the unease in his mind at this moment. After all, even he, their father, was likely only met with hatred by his 3 children. As Loki pondered this, Thrud finally snapped out of her daze. Realizing what had just happened, she froze in place, her eyes instinctively darting back to the painting in front of her before landing on Promise, who was once again absorbed in his work. At the same time, Jormungandr and Thor moved. The mysterious sense of destiny between them meant that there was no room for words, only battle. Thus, the sky filled with thunder as lightning crashed down, intertwining with the roaring waves of the deep sea. At this moment, the once dark waters turned a sickly green, and wherever the corrosive droplets fell, they ate away at everything on the shore. Ah! The little bird Sheenie, who had been too scared to speak since Loki's appearance, immediately hid in Thrud's arms at the sight of the chaos. Thrud, who had just came back to her senses from the scene, got shaken by the shockwaves of the battle, quickly pushed aside her confusion and rose to her feet, ready to pull Promise to safety. But before she could act, Loki reached out and stopped her. With a wave of his hand, he drew several runes in the air, creating a ring of fire that surrounded and protected them. If you want this to end peacefully, don't disturb him, Loki said calmly to Thrud. Because right now, only if he finishes the painting in his hand can the battle between Jormungandr and Thor be calmed down. Hearing this, both Thrud and Sheenie were stunned and the little bird instinctively turned her gaze to Promise's painting. Though Thrud quickly moved to cover Sheenie's eyes, the little bird had already seen it. However, just as she was expecting Sheenie to suffer the same fate as she had, Thrud was surprised to find that Sheenie remained completely unaffected. In fact, Sheenie even flapped her wings subconsciously, brushing Thrud's hand aside, and stared at Promise's painting with wide, amazed eyes. She is the messenger of the Norns, Loki explained, noticing Thrud's confusion. The youngest and most mysterious of the Norns of Fate has already bestowed her with a blessing. In fact, she might be the one who understands Promise best, aside from Odin himself. As he spoke, Loki couldn't help but turn his gaze toward Asgard, the highest of the 9 realms. At that moment, Odin, the Allfather, seemed to sense his gaze and looked down, their eyes meeting across the vast distance. The 2 gods stared at each other from the distance, a silent understanding passing between them. The painting, it's so beautiful. The tense silence was broken by the little bird, Sheenie. Though she hadn't fallen into the painting like the Valkyrie Thrud had, nor had she been eroded by Jormungandr's mere presence or nearly died from gazing at the painting, the moment her eyes landed on the canvas, she was stunned and captivated by Promise's work. Actually, there was no special reason for this, it was simply because Sheenie that his painting was really beautiful. Under dark, stormy clouds, a furious god with fiery red hair raised his hammer, summoning the thunder that filled the sky. Below, the massive serpent Jormungandr rose from the churning sea, its colossal body coiling and thrashing, creating tidal waves that seemed ready to engulf the world. The painting perfectly captured the divine majesty of Thor, the god of thunder, and the terrifying presence of Jormungandr. And unlike Promise's usual works, which were filled with vibrant colors and flowers that left the gods in awe, this one exuded such a raw, violent beauty that even this little birdie, who had no appreciation for art, couldn't help but be mesmerized. Chapter 317, Odin, the All. 1042 words. Time seemed to both fly and crawl, going fast and slow for different people. At some point, Promise set down his brush. At the same, the battle between Jormungandr, the world serpent, and Thor, the god of thunder on the field, reached its peak. Both combatants were injured, their fury driving them to the brink. Just as Thor, with his eyes fierce, prepared to unleash his full power and fight Jormungandr to the death. That's enough, Jormungandr. Promise stood up and stepped out of Loki's protective ring of fire. The poisonous air that even gods feared, as well as the shockwaves from the battle between the two, now seemed unable to harm him in the slightest. Because the painting had been completed. So, in this moment, Promise had already stolen, or in other words earned, a portion of Jormungandr's power. The venom that terrified the gods, the monstrous strength, it was now his. The painting is finished, Promise said, standing on the shore and holding up the canvas for Jormungandr to see. Ignoring Thor's stunned gaze, he smiled at Jormungandr, even with a hint of pride. See? I didn't lie. I painted you well, didn't I? After all, not just anyone can be the subject of my paintings. To be painted by me is an honor in itself. His voice wasn't loud, but his words carried clearly to everyone present. He spoke such words to one of the most feared monsters of Norse mythology and one of its mightiest gods. To be honest, they might have seemed arrogant, but they felt natural, even inevitable. So, stop now, Jormungandr. Go back for now. I'm sorry for disturbing your rest. Next time we meet, I'll bring you an offering as an apology. Hearing his words, Jormungandr turned its head and let out a roar at Thor, but the sound wasn't one of anger. It was more like an argument, a defense of its actions. While Thor stood there, unable to react at all, Promise nodded at his words and continued, yes, I know. I know you are very strong, and you'd never lose to him. But this whole mess started because of me. If you keep fighting, I'll be in big trouble. As he spoke, Promise even blinked at Jormungandr, feigning a pitiful expression. Seeing that the serpent was still hesitating, glaring at Thor, he couldn't help but sigh deeply. Please, Jormungandr. I'm begging you. I promise, next time I'll bring you a proper offering to make up for this. Hearing this, Jormungandr looked at Promise, who was still blinking at him, then glanced at the utterly confused Thor. With a dissatisfied snort, the serpent turned and plunged back into the sea. The churning waters finally calmed, and peace returned. At this moment, Odin, the king of the gods, the Allfather, who had been standing at the gates of Asgard, finally let out a sigh of relief. After all, if the battle had continued, he would have had no choice but to step forward and intervene. Because if the fight were to continue like this, Odin knew all too well that, even in the best-case scenario, the fight would have ended in mutual destruction or a stalemate between Thor and Jormungandr. But if Odin had stepped in to fight alongside Thor against Jormungandr, Loki would never have stood idly by. After all, no matter what their relations were, no matter how they hated him, there was no denying one thing. Jormungandr was his child. Moreover, Hel and Fenrir, the god-slaying wolf, would undoubtedly have joined the fray as well. This could have sparked a full-scale war among the gods, accelerating the arrival of Ragnarok, the prophesied twilight of the gods. Fortunately, the worst-case scenario was avoided. Feeling a bit relieved, Odin couldn't help but turn his gaze to the one who had caused all this chaos, Promise, who was still smiling as if nothing had happened. At this moment, looking at the boy, Odin really felt the strong urge to hurl Gungnir, his eternal spear. At the same time, a deep sense of regret welled up within him. Although he had known from the beginning that Promise and Loki would get along well, but now Odin realized that well was an understatement. This guy was even more troublesome than Loki. It was as if left unchecked for 3 days, he would be tearing the roof off by the 7th. To be honest, looking at quiet behavior. For the previous years, Odin thought that he had overestimated the danger and was worrying too much. But now, with a brush in hand, Promise had nearly brought about the Ragnarok. Even though Odin had mentally prepared himself for this, he still felt a wave of dizziness. The hope he had for the future was now overshadowed by a sense of despair. Meanwhile, down below, everyone else was finally snapping out of their daze. Sheenie, the little bird, looked around in confusion, her tiny head filled with question marks as she turned her gaze to Promise. Thrud and the straightforward Thor were still processing what had just happened, their minds blank as they stared at Promise, clearly unable to comprehend the situation in front of them. As for Loki, the only one who had kept up with the chaos, he probably was in the most complicated mood right now. While he was delighted by Promise's ability to stir up trouble, the lingering presence of Jormungandr and Hel left him feeling conflicted. And so, there was an extremely strange silence at the scene, and everyone's eyes were focused on Promise. And how did the boy react to all this? Well, isn't it beautiful? Promise scratched his head and smiled, holding up the painting in his hand for everyone to see. By the way, he added casually. Oh, by the way, Sheenie, Thrud, why are you all here? His tone was so light and casual, as if everything that had just happened was completely normal. Did Promise really not understand the magnitude of what he had caused? Of course he did, he wasn't stupid. But this wasn't the first time something like this had happened. So, with plenty of experience under his belt, Promise chose the most effective strategy, playing dumb. Chapter 318, Odin, Thrud, from now on, you keep an eye on him for me. 1,510 words. However, A few seconds later it became quite apparent that sometimes playing dumb isn't as useful as one might imagine. After Jormungandr left, the thunder continued to flicker. Thor, holding the hammer Mjolnir, finally snapped out of his daze and realized that Jormungandr had left. However, looking at the empty scene, instead of feeling relieved, he looked quite displeased, feeling that he hadn't had enough of a fight. Thus, upon seeing Loki and recalling what he had done recently, Thor's anger surged instantly, and without a second thought, the god of thunder chased after Loki. Loki originally had a lot of things he wanted to say to Promise and many questions to ask, but when he saw Thor coming towards him with an unfriendly look on his face, he had no choice but to run away first. And so, they ran off, leaving behind a Valkyrie, a person, and a bird at the scene. At this moment, Thrud finally fully regained her composure. Her golden hair, scattered and swaying gently in the sea breeze, as the Valkyrie slightly narrowed her red eyes, looking at Promise, who was trying to cute his way out of trouble. She didn't respond, just quietly watched. Well, the Valkyrie daughter of Thor was clearly quite smart, and not as single-minded as her father. Thus, a strange atmosphere descended, causing both Promise and the little bird Sheenie on his shoulder to instinctively shrink their heads. But soon, Sheenie sensed something was wrong. Wait, I didn't do anything wrong, and this time I was even the meritorious servant this time. So the next second, she immediately returned to Thrud, lifting her little bird head high, looking down at the young man with pride. Seeing this, as Promise's eyes darted around, thinking about how to justify his actions. If sister knew, she would be worried. Thrud suddenly spoke these words. Hearing this, Promise couldn't help but glance at her in slight confusion, then realized that the person Thrud was referring to was actually the chief Valkyrie, Brynhildr. And in that instant, through the Valkyrie's gaze, he also understood a lot of things. He realized why, from the first meeting, he always felt her gaze was very gentle, and why she had been so caring towards him all along the way. Ah, I understand. Thus, the enlightened Promise finally smiled and said, I'll be more careful next time. There's still a next time? As soon as the words fell, Sheenie, with wide eyes, raised her voice loudly, you haven't learned your lesson at all, you almost scared the bird to death. Hearing this, Promise couldn't help but laugh at the little birdie's flustered appearance, beckoning her over, watching as she hesitated briefly before fluttering her wings and landing in his hand. As she came, he couldn't help but gently tap her forehead, softly saying, sorry for causing you so much trouble this time. You finally realize it. Sheenie glared at Promise, I told you not to go, and you even tied me up. No, I must tell Goddess Skuld about this, have her punish you severely. Saying this, feeling still not vented, Nier couldn't help but peck Promise twice in anger, only to be caught in his hand as he found it a bit ticklish. Seeing this scene, a faint smile couldn't help but appear on Thrud's face. And at this moment, as Jormungandr and Thor left, the dark clouds and thunder disappeared together, and the gentle afternoon sun shone down, signifying the end of the entire incident. Thrud first rode the white horse that galloped across the sky, sending Nier and Promise back to the dwarf mime's cave, then stepped onto the rainbow bridge, returning to the realm of Asgard at the top of the world tree. Regarding the commotion Promise had caused this time, she wasn't particularly concerned, as she naturally couldn't have imagined that this incident nearly triggered Ragnarok. All the way back, what she kept thinking about was that painting by Promise. The painting of Jormungandr she had seen. After all, only by witnessing it firsthand could one truly understand the weight of Promise's paintings. Just being painted by him is an honor. I wonder if I could be so lucky. When these words came out of her mouth, even Thrud herself was stunned. After all, she couldn't remember how long it had been since she last felt such emotions. And at that moment, the white horse accompanying Thrud back to Asgard suddenly let out two soft neighs, stopping in its tracks and bowing its head in respect to the person waiting ahead. The Valkyrie instinctively looked up, and upon seeing who the person waiting was, her eyes couldn't help but widen slightly. Thrud. A deep, aged voice rang out. Odin, the Allfather, with his one eye that he had traded for wisdom, stared intently at the golden-haired Valkyrie in front of him. His face, unusually, showed a faint smile as he said, You've met that child, haven't you? And I also know that you've always longed to save Brynhildr. Hearing these words, Thrud's face showed a hint of panic, and she was about to say something when Then go and stay by that child's side. Odin interrupted her thoughts and words as he continued speaking. That was a fate already set in stone. The hero wielding the holy sword would cross the fiery mountains and awaken her from her slumber in the crystal coffin. And that hero would place upon her finger the ring symbolizing wealth, honor, and power, the Rheingold, and thus be cursed. As a result, she would never be able to obtain what she desired most, forever toyed with by fate, living in the torment of regret and pain for the rest of her life. Odin's words were soft and slow, as if he were telling a story, or perhaps making a prophecy. Thrud stared blankly at the king of gods in front of her, her mind gradually going numb as she listened to his words. Then, when she finally snapped out of it and anxiously tried to ask. That is the arrangement of fate, and it is also the curse of the Rheingold. You should understand that even I can only watch as it unfolds. Knowing what she wanted to ask, Odin spoke again. Then, seeing the growing distress on her face, he suddenly smiled. However, this preordained fate is no longer absolute. Thrud, go to that child's side. Protect him, and wait. For one day, he will take you to the fiery mountains to awaken the slumbering Brynhildr. And rewrite the fate that even the gods cannot change. Allfather, are you saying? Nor. Thrud's eyes filled with disbelief as she looked at Odin, who spoke these words. The Norn of the future, Skuld, cast her gaze upon him and sent her divine messenger to follow him precisely because he is a miracle born of fate. Odin spoke again, fate is elusive. To interfere or alter it recklessly often leads to a more chaotic future. But, he is different. The fate he changes will not only become reality but will also bring a smile to the face of the goddess of fate as she beholds it. So, Thrud, go and protect him. And, his name is not Senior. It is. Promise. And so, Thrud was gone. As she left, her mind remained in a daze due to the words of the Allfather Odin. After all, the sheer volume of information was really too much for the Valkyrie. But what she didn't expect was that shortly after she began her journey, she once again saw the Allfather Odin catching up to her ahead. With her head tilted and her eyes filled with confusion, Thrud looked at him. This time, Odin remained silent for a long, long time. Eventually, he couldn't help but sigh and said, "There's one more thing, Thrud. This time, when you go, remember. You must keep a close eye on him." Thrud was stunned for a moment, then her expression turned extremely serious as she nodded and said, "Don't worry, Allfather Odin, I will protect him with my life, even if it costs me everything." "That's not what I meant." Odin hesitated for a moment, looking at Thrud, the daughter of Thor, before deciding to speak plainly. "Do you know what his painting almost caused this time? It nearly brought about Ragnarok, prematurely." "Huh? What?" Thrud's eyes widened in shock once again. "That child is a miracle of fate, blessed by destiny, but at the same time, he is dearly beloved by wisdom, or, to put it simply, he is dearly beloved by Loki." At this point, Odin even stepped forward and patted the bewildered Thrud on the shoulder. "So, the true divine decree I give you is not to protect him, for that child is not fragile. On the contrary, he is stronger and more resilient than you can imagine. The real reason I'm sending you is for you to keep an eye on him." Chapter 319, You're a bird, what do you need a painting for? 1212 words. So you're not leaving? Outside Mime's cave, looking at Thrud who had returned, Promise scratched his head and, after exchanging a glance with the little bird Sheeny, couldn't help but ask. "This is the divine oracle given to me by the great god." Thrud replied calmly, though her crimson eyes gazing at the young boy before her were not as composed as they appeared. Thrud did not doubt the prophecy given by Odin in the slightest, after all, he was the Allfather of the Norse gods. As a Valkyrie, and one second only to Brynhildr, Thrud naturally knew of the Rheingold, the ring that even the gods of Asgard dared not touch. Thus, she was deeply shocked by the God King's evaluation of Promise. By the way, she also found Odin's final expression and the words he said, combined with Promise's ability to rewrite fate and create miracles that even the gods marveled at, to be inexplicably amusing. Kind, valiant, his very existence a miracle, yet still incapable of not causing worry? Somehow, it was quite endearing. As she looked at the young man in front of her, Thrud couldn't help but think so. And so, that very night, in the sacred land of Asgard, by the holy spring beneath the World Tree, holding a giant's tome crafted from the bark of Yggdrasil, the mysterious and serene Norse goddess of fate, clad in an elegant black gown, sat as always upon the branches of the World Tree, quietly listening to everything Promise recounted. In fact, with Sheenie by Promise's side, Skuld had already witnessed everything. But since Promise wished to speak, Skuld naturally did not interrupt. After Promise finished his tale, Skuld offered no comment on the matters of Jormungandr or Thrud. Instead, she merely said in a light tone, "Since the matter is settled, and you have already depicted Jormungandr, I suppose you'll remain quiet for a while. So, what are your plans now? The matter of Sigurd is not yet the right time. Though, if you wish, you could attempt to awaken the slumbering Brynhildr with the Valkyrie's aid first." Hearing this, Promise looked at the goddess of fate before him and, after thinking about it for a moment, couldn't help but ask, "Won't you give me a divine oracle?" Skuld gently shook her head, her waist-length hair swaying slightly as she replied, "I am not the goddess of fate bound to you by oath. Your fate and mine are unrelated, and I do not yet possess wisdom. By now, you surely understand. I sought you out and aided you merely out of curiosity. As a goddess who peers into fate, I am simply, deeply intrigued by the future you carry." Promise's future was not unreadable. It was just that, in the moment of glimpsing his destiny, one would see countless possibilities. Thus, until his path was truly set, even the goddess of fate would not know what his future would hold. This was why Skuld was interested in Promise. And it was also why Sheenie followed him. So Skuld would not give Promise a divine oracle, nor would she interfere with his future. Whatever he chose to do, this goddess would simply watch quietly by the holy spring. After all, he already had a goddess of fate by his side. As for Skuld's words, Promise showed no particular reaction. Just as Skuld had said, he had long since guessed as much. In fact, among all the gods Promise had encountered thus far, this goddess of fate was perhaps the most godlike of them all. What about the imprisoned wolf, Fenrir? The god-slaying wolf Fenrir. Skuld had once promised Promise that she would arrange a meeting between them, as part of their observation agreement. Well, if it were some other time, the Norn of Fate would have readily agreed. After all, the beast was now bound by special chains, so a meeting would pose little issue. But now, even the usually composed Skuld couldn't help but slant her gaze at Promise. "You can try. I can take you to see it, but I cannot guarantee the Gungnir won't be aimed at you." Speaking the most ruthless words in the calmest tone. As for the trouble he had nearly caused, Promise did have a sliver of self-awareness deep down, and could only offer an awkward chuckle. "Well, it seems I don't have anything particularly urgent to do in the near future." After thinking about it for a moment, Promise replied, "In martial arts, I was taught by the centaur sage Chiron. As long as my body keeps up, I'm confident I can hold my own against most heroes. As for magecraft, my paintings are the finest sorcery in this world. The gods themselves are my magecraft. Even the unique runes, once my painting of the World Tree is complete, I'll naturally master them as well." Promise spoke casually, and Skuld offered no further comment. Because his words were undeniably true. He was no longer the naive child of the Greek age of gods and had long understood that his paintings were his magecraft. Moreover, they were the strongest sorcery and noble phantasm, unreplicable by others, belonging solely to him. "I'll wait and see. Then," he added, "I'll see if the script the Allfather has arranged for me is a trial I can accept. I know he made some deals with Athena, but not even she would force me to do something against my will." Skuld nodded slightly without responding. She was merely an observer, and thus would not comment on whatever choices Promise made. "As for now, I think I'll go see Idun, the goddess of youth." Promise smiled. "I promised to paint her a picture, as thanks for the golden apples she's given me so far." And then, dawn broke. A few days later, when Sheenie returned to Asgard and, as usual, went to seek out the goddess of youth Idun on Monday to retrieve Promise's golden apples. To her surprise, for once, the gentle goddess was nowhere to be found in the sacred orchard of golden apples. Feeling a bit puzzled, Sheenie spent some time searching the divine realm. Soon enough, she found the goddess of youth. Iden was holding a painting in her hands. And every time she encountered another god, she would eagerly approach them and proudly show it off. It was a breathtaking painting, a depiction of the sacred orchard of golden apples, and beneath it, the goddess dancing in the sunlight. Her expression was gentle, her smile sweet. She flaunted this rare and magnificent tribute, delighting in the envy and faint jealousy in the eyes of the other gods. Just like how the gods who once doted on Promise would behave after receiving one of his paintings. The little bird Sheeny took it all in. And after returning, she stared at Promise for a long, long time. Finally, when the latter couldn't take it anymore and asked what was wrong. After fidgeting a little, she blurted out. Promise, you know how I bring you golden apples every single day? Even if it's not that impressive, I still put in the effort, so, could you paint me too? You're a bird. What do you need a painting for? Chapter 320, Painting the 9 Realms of the World Tree. 1824 words. The golden hair of the maiden swayed gently in the breeze that swept across the golden wheat fields. Bathed in the fading light of dusk, her beauty was peerless, inheriting the grace of Sif, the Norse goddess of fertility, one of the 12 major deities of Asgard. She was the dream goddess of countless men. The Valkyrie, Thrud. Daughter of Thor, the god of thunder, and Sif, the goddess of fertility. By the decree of the Allfather Odin, 3 years had already passed since she came to this world and took her place beside the boy who went by the name Senior. At this moment, she was facing the setting sun, beside the spring in the woods, accompanied by a young man, who was not particularly handsome but had a gentle temperament and an artistic sense. Before the boy stood an easel, a paintbrush in his hand. On the canvas was a tree. None other than the cornerstone of the Norse world, Yggdrasil, the world tree. This painting had taken Promise a full 3 years to complete. And in those 3 years, the once youthful he had now entered the most vibrant period of his life. At 16 or 17 years old, he had grown into the same figure known in later tales. His signature single ponytail, perfectly suited to his artistic demeanor, and his clear emerald eyes, like gems and stars, left an indelible impression on anyone who saw them even once. Midgard, the realm of humans, Svartalfheim, the kingdom of the dwarves, and now Alfheim, the land of the elves. Just as the sun set and the night emerged, with stars and the bright moon hanging high in the sky, he stood clad in elegant, light blue robes. With the corners of his mouth slightly raised, he put down the paintbrush in his hand. Of the 9 realms of the world tree, 3 have now been conquered by me. Senior Owell, Promise spoke softly, tilting his head slightly upward, his face brimming with pride. The small blue bird perched on his shoulder shot him a glance and clicked its tongue lightly but didn't engage in their usual banter. After all, the adorable little bird, Nil, still held on to the hope that he would paint a portrait of her. Though she had been begging for 3 years, there had been no result. Beside him, the Valkyrie Thrud also remained silent. She stood quietly by side, her crimson eyes fixed on the painting before her. The scene depicted was none other than the world tree, familiar to all Norse people. And the scenery of the realm of the elves. Alfheim, located in the upper branches of the Norse 9 realms, lay close to Asgard, the realm of the gods. It was the home of the Light Elves. In Norse mythology, the Light Elves were godlike beings who adored brightness and were kind and amiable. Thus, they had long been allies of the Aesir. Though, by the time Ragnarok arrived, they would ultimately join the forces arrayed against the gods of Asgard. But precisely because of their alliance, when Thrud rode in on her Valkyrie's white steed, bringing the boy with her and requesting to stay for a time, the elves did not refuse. And so, Promise fulfilled his original ambition. Having come to the age of Norse gods and laid eyes upon Yggdrasil, the tree that nurtured all life in the Norse world, how could he not paint it? In fact, this was also the path he had chosen for himself after that fateful night's conversation with Skuld, the Norn of Fate. Painting the world tree itself was not difficult, and in the Lost Belt, it was not a rare sight. But this was Yggdrasil, the tree that sustained the 9 realms of Norse mythology. Thus, what he sought to paint was not merely the world tree, but the 9 realms of this era. Truly a rare masterpiece. Just then, a playful yet sinister voice, accompanied by slow clapping, abruptly reached the ears of the duo and the bird. Thrud snapped out of her reverie, tearing her gaze away from the beauty of the painting. Her eyes sharpened instantly, and she instinctively took 2 steps closer to Promise, positioning herself protectively in front of him. Only when she recognized the figure emerging from the moonlight did she relax slightly. Loki? Promise stared at the god who approached with a bewitching smile, clapping as he walked. The god of mischief, Loki. Looking at the god, his eyes held a mix of confusion and deep wariness as he asked, "What brings you here?" Loki chuckled. "Child, there's no need to be so wary of me. Since my children have come to see you as a rare friend, how could I possibly harm you now? I'd hate to earn their dislike." As he spoke, he even put on a pitiful expression. But all he earned in return were identical sidelong glances from Promise and the little bird, Nil. Even Thrud couldn't help but avert her gaze, unwilling to look at Loki. "Would you dare say those words in front of Goddess Hel or Jormungandr?" "Never mind. What do you want from me? Or, is it not you who's looking for me?" As Promise spoke, he casually tucked away the painting he had just finished, after so much effort. After all, Loki's covetous stare at the artwork was far too obvious. Ever since the day this guy witnessed Promise painting Jormungandr, and later saw Idun, the goddess of youth who guarded the golden apples, proudly showing off Promise's artwork to the other gods. Promise's paintings had become treasures coveted by the gods. Especially these 3 paintings of the 3 realms of the World Tree, which he had poured endless time and effort into over the past 3 years. Their value was such that not only Loki, but even Odin himself coveted them. Their beauty was secondary. The truth was, even when painting for gods, or even the chief gods, Promise had never spent this much time perfecting a single piece. Normally, it would take him just over a month. But these 3 paintings? He had devoted a full 3 years to them. And the reason it took so long was simple. Promise was, in the truest sense, painting worlds. Using a brush forged from a branch of the World Tree and canvas woven from its leaves, both divine artifacts, Promise had painted Midgard, Alfheim, and Svartalfheim. Living beings could enter these paintings, and inside, they were like genuine worlds. Seeing Promise put the painting away, Loki couldn't hide his disappointment. If not for Promise's connections with Goddess of Death, Hel, Jormungandr, and the others, Loki, being who he was, would have long since snatched it by force. He couldn't even imagine how many treasures he could trade for a painting like this. And then there was Nil's presence. Feeling a certain gaze, Loki instinctively glanced at the small blue bird perched obediently on Promise's shoulder. The Allfather Odin's divine will, Idun's, Sif's, Thor's, Skuld's, Jormungandr's, and even his own lingering divine sense. If he really dared to do that, he would definitely be chased and beaten by these guys who were watching him in the next second. Even Loki, the god of mischief, had to admit that was a bit much to handle. Seriously, don't they have anything better to do? All of them just watching like this. And this little bird is getting ridiculous. At this rate, I feel like even more eyes will join in the future. What, are all the gods of Asgard going to get in on this too? Follow us to stay updated. Loki shook his head, dispelling the unnecessary thoughts in his mind. Promise, where do you plan to go next? How about visiting Asgard for a stroll? As he spoke, Loki stepped closer to Promise. Thrud took a slight step back but remained by Promise's side. To complete the painting of the 9 realms, I'll have to go eventually. But right now, it's still too early. Promise thought for a moment and said, I plan to go to Helheim first. As soon as the words left his mouth, before Loki could even respond. Helheim. Isn't that the land of the dead? Sheenie widened her eyes, staring at Promise in disbelief. Promise, have you had enough of living or something? What nonsense are you spouting? The tapped the little bird's head lightly, feeling a bit speechless. I promised Goddess Hel I'd visit her. Not only that, but I also owe her a painting. A painting? Why does that so-called Goddess of Death get one, but I don't? Mentioning this, the deeply resentful Sheenie planted her wings on her hips. I'm with you every single day, working hard to bring you golden apples every week, and you still haven't painted me even once. You're a bird, what do you need a painting for? Fine, I'll stop. I'll paint you one in the future, okay? Coaxing the furious little bird on his shoulder, who was about to peck him again, Promise turned back to Loki. So, esteemed Loki, did you come here to give me some advice? Thrud also turned her head to glance at Loki. If Loki dared to say anything that would trouble Promise, she wouldn't hesitate to ride her Valkyrie steed back to Asgard and have a word with her rather short-tempered father. Hey now, don't look at me like that. It's kind of intimidating. Under the hidden gazes of the gods and Thrud's silent scrutiny, Loki raised his hands in surrender, blinking innocently. Then, with a playful grin, he said, "Actually, I'm here to deliver a message from a great hero. Promise, your brother is looking for you. Oh, and he's already returned to your foster father's home, the dwarf's place. I heard them say something about going to slay that, what's its name again? Fafnir?" The moment Loki uttered those words, not only did Promise freeze, but Thrud did as well, her eyes widening slightly. Because Thrud remembered the divine decree Odin had given her. In that decree, Odin told her that the great hero Sigurd would slay the evil dragon, claim the cursed ring of the Rhine gold that even the gods feared, and then pass through the wall of flames to awaken the slumbering Valkyrie in her crystal coffin. Brynhild, the chief of the Valkyries. And then, he would place that cursed ring upon her finger, leading her to die in suffering, regret, and despair. One of the reasons why Thrud stayed by Promise's side all this time was because Odin had also told her. Only Promise could rewrite that fate. So, thinking of this, the Valkyrie instinctively turned to look at Promise. And Promise, too, narrowed his eyes slightly, glancing toward the direction of Asgard. So, Odin, the script you've prepared for me is finally about to begin? Don't forget to like and subscribe to Sally Fox Audiobook.